opening day of Blast Open Lisbon didn't give us any unexpected results, but it did cut close for some of the teams taking part. It's the battle for London and trying to find their way there, and it certainly isn't easy across any single game. My name is James Banks, and I will be your host across all of this. Pimp is back. He's not commentating this time around, but you put in a shift yesterday, my man.
That was a long day, fun day, good day, and a day where M80 almost came close taking down Vitality. So yeah, I don't know what to make out of that.
Those were the perfect games to have you cast because they were really chaotic. There was a lot of bad CS, and all of the things that I think to myself, but I'm just not able to say, you were saying it. I love it. I loved it so much.
I can't believe they forced me to do a VP game yesterday. A VP game out of all the games.
And Vu, you're just happy right now because it's not just me and you, right? You actually have a friend.
I enjoyed our time together, James. We had a special thing together, but I do like having Jacob here.
Yeah, we do have to have, he had a confused face like he wasn't agreeing with that, but let's keep things moving. Let's take a look back at the schedule that we had from yesterday and the games that you might have been able to see. Obviously, we started off with Vitality going up against M80, and people might just look at this and have expected 2-0 Vitality, no problem. Well, wasn't quite the case. They weren't at their best.
No, not at all. To be fair, Vitality did end up winning the game, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But I think Dust 2, map number 2, after M80 won the first map 13-3, they were competitive on Dust 2, and there was a moment in Dust 2 where I felt like, Vitality, I'm not sure you're gonna win this game. And then heading into the third one on Inferno, it kind of stabilized, it made sense. But I think there was a world yesterday where M80 could have at least made it closer.
I mean, you're saying there's a moment on Dust 2. I think there was a moment on Inferno as well. I think Vitality were closer to their level, but you also had some moments from M80 where they had a few clutches, they had a few retakes. That was definitely an M80 firing on all cylinders. Not the Vitality we want to see, but I'm impressed from M80.
Impressed from M80. We'll have to see how they do across the rest of the tournament. They certainly have some chance if they can play like they played yesterday. But Gamer Legion versus VP was an ugly game from VP. They're still not connected, and I just don't know what to make of them even after watching this game.
I'm starting to hate watch VP, to be completely honest, because I look at the lineup and I look at the material they have to work with, and I think to myself, listen, this should work out. That should be a competitive team. That should be a decent team. Take nothing away from Gamer Legion. I'm a big fan of what they do with limited resources, but for VP to fall this flat and be so uninspiring, Rue, not bueno.
I mean, what I wanted from VP, if they played good games in both of those, they could have got 11. They could have got in at overtime. I'm happy with what I saw from Gamer Legion. I think they did a lot of things right, but VP, that's not the VP you want to see. You can criticize them for a million different things. I think Icy has to be better. That's where I'm going. Icy has to be better.
Yeah, everyone was pointing out Kersey, but it was Icy in that one that didn't show us anything of hope. But, you know, we have seen some games from him. I'll give him, no, do I give him more chances? Probably not. We'll have to wait and see how it goes across all of it. But the next one we need to look at, I'm going to start with you on this one, is FaZe going up against Ecstatic Vu. Alicia's replacement.
I was hyped for Jacob. I was hoping he was going to be a fantastic replacement. So far, not the most impressive showing, but it is his first game with FaZe. He's playing a map he wasn't comfortable playing on. He's playing in situations he's not great on. They did have a 13-0 win. They did have the 13-0 win.
They almost lost the third map.
They arguably should have lost the third map, but still, I mean, for his first game, when you're replacing Elige, second best player, with Jacob, who's really struggling, I'm happy for them to get it over the line.
I mean, a win is a win, I guess, but there's no excuse for FaZe, to be completely honest. Even though Jacob is coming in, I don't want to put any fault on towards him. You know, give him some time, let him settle in. But the rest of the FaZe players, Kerrigan, Rain, Frozen, for that matter, Brokey being coming into the lineup again, you got to do better. You can't not almost lose to Ecstatic again. I feel like it's getting to a point where it's depressing watching FaZe play counter.
I'm giving them an excuse. They had Jacob come in. That's the excuse. I'm giving them a break. Give him another series. Give him another series, man.
Almost beating a top 30, top 45 team. It's great.
How good are Ecstatic, do you think, though, Jacob? Right, look at this, the full Danish team.
Yeah.
Like, would you give them some credit, or is it really rough times? Because I'm not sure what to make of it.
I think they're good again with what they have to work with. I think they're doing a great job. They play some solid Counter-Strike, not necessarily too inspiring, not necessarily groundbreaking Counter-Strike, but decent Counter-Strike. But for FaZe not to be able to beat that more convincingly, that is still disappointing, regardless of you playing with Elise, Jacob, or I don't know, put Vu on the server.
They're 2025's Dignitas.
Oh no. Oh no. Poor Pip.
That's not a good thing.
All right, looking at our final game, we've got Na'Vi taking on Fnatic. And okay, The first map was a little bit worrying that Na'Vi was so far ahead and they could have closed it out much earlier. They did the business, but then when it comes on to the second map, Mirage, their home ground, I'm liking what I saw. That was positive.
Me too, and I like the fact that they're sitting at a boot camp. I just love Na'Vi when they're together instead of when they're apart from each other. I think it's easier to keep the emotions in control, which is the biggest task they have at the moment.
I mean, that's an Alexi B showing where he top frags his once in a while top frag. That's his once in a while blame F bottom frag. I think we saw some odd things going on in that one, but that's Na'Vi you want to see. They closed it out. That's what matters.
It is what matters, but thoughts on Fnatic overall? Because one thing I'll point out is FURIA and Jambo, since moving away from just being Ukrainian-speaking team, it's not looked good. They're not looking great.
It's kind of wild, you know. I think Blame F has gotten, forgotten about a little bit over there. He's still a great player, and I think they have certain players that can be worked with, but Fnatic, top 20, I guess that's what they're aiming for at the moment.
That's the one where I thought rating 3.0, Blame F, he's going to look terrible. No, he looks even better. And he's continued to look better. But in that series, it wasn't the Blame F you're used to seeing. That's the sad thing. I was ready to talk big about Blame F. He needs to be a bit better, but he's usually so great.
Well, thank you for your review on all of yesterday's games. Let's take a look at the games we're getting coming your way today. We've moved things over to Group B, and look at this. Right at the very bottom is a very interesting one. A FURIA that we're praising so heavily going up against Legacy, who have been able to cause some upsets, who do look like a capable team. Then we've got FlyQuest versus Spirit. We need to remember that Zontix is still there. He's having his last dance on top of a last dance, and maybe another last dance. We never know when it'll end. Then you've got G2 taking on Liquid as well. Liquid need to show that, okay, we don't have Vitality now. We need to get a win. But where we're going to first, it's Imperial playing their first Tier 1 event since the Blast Open Lisbon, going up against MOUZ, one of the most consistent teams of the year.
This is London!
Game on indeed, and it is one where Imperial have a lot to prove, especially considering recent changes this team have made. Imperial have always been a team that I think would show up at majors, would have some moments where they could cause some upsets in it, but realistically, when they come to this level of event, when it's the default format for a Tier 1 event, I've not been that impressed despite Vinny's best efforts and some players that we've seen be quite capable.
Yeah, they've been having a tough time getting to those events and getting to showcase themselves against some better opposition. Again, the domestic scene within Brazil, I think the ground level is high. You know, there's a lot of decent teams, decent players over there, but there's a big step when you then come into a tournament of this caliber. Try has been fantastic. I think signing Skull is a move in the right direction as well. And when you look at these players as well, let's not forget about No Way, who were hyped to be the next big thing coming up. Cello, who's been around for a long, long time, gotten to fall, was part of this whole last stand thing, you know, with Imperial in the first place. I think it's a team that has the material to do better than the results are showing.
I think when you're looking at this roster, you see 5 players. You probably know at least 4 of those names. They're names you've seen on Tier 1 teams before, but the problem is you're not seeing those as players that were dominant when they had their stints on Tier 1 teams. They're players that are kind of all fitting a role. Skulls is a bit of a role player. You bring him in to fill kind of, he goes in first sometimes. He's got good utility. He's a good player defensively, but they don't have a star other than Try. Try carries extremely hard. He's an unbelievable player.
Yes.
But other than him, they don't have that rifling threat that you really need for a team to make the step to the next level.
And that's it. One thing I look at when we see this Imperial team is, you mentioned Try. If he's not there, I don't see them winning games. And that's a big problem right now.
That is a big problem, and I think that's a fair assessment of this lineup as well. You can clearly judge him by his rating, his round swing even, you know, as we're getting familiar with that one as well, that he's a player that finds a lot of impact. Also a player that's had quite the career. You know, we saw him first time back in the 9C days, I believe. You know, he was the one ending RPK's career in Vitality, if I'm not mistaken. And then he had a stint in 0-0 Nation where nothing worked out for him, back to the roots again. So it's a player that has a lot of potential, but he does seem to be a comfort player in the sense that if he's not playing domestically within the Brazilian scene or South American scene, he's not good enough against the Europeans.
I think he's been making kind of a next step, because you're talking about he was on 9Z, then he goes to 0-0 Nation. He was talked about as the next big thing. If you looked at his stats when he made that trade, he was like 1.3 rating. He was dominant in that domestic scene. But then I was looking at the games back then, they didn't throw any flashes. So he goes to European competition, they throw some good utility, he struggles. I think the South American scene has really taken another step. So when he has these stats in the South American scene now, I'm a lot lot more impressed. I'm a lot more hopeful. But yeah, he does still have to prove it against this type of opposition, and MOUZ is a tough one to do it against.
And that's a team, if he can prove it against them, we'll be speaking very positively about him on this. But there was another move that happened with Imperial, and it was seeing the likes of Skulls be added over SHR. So I needed to catch up with Vinny and understand this. All right, Vinny, you added SHR only a few months ago, and you were doing well domestically, but he was benched, you had Skulls, so I want to understand. Why did you make that decision even when you guys were performing well?
It's hard to say, man. There's a lot of internal talks that happened for the decision. I'll say briefly it's more about the market opportunity, you know, and because of some roles as well. Like we had Schools on the FURIA's bench for a while, and we kind of tried to get him before, but we didn't manage to. So I think after, I don't know, maybe he did something with their management that made him free, you know, and we just took the opportunity.
Okay, well, it worked out for you, but what do you think is the main thing that Skulls can bring that SHR didn't bring for you guys?
I think we were missing a lurker role in the team, and I think he fits that in the paper now. I think he'll take more positions that I was doing, like adapting, you know, for AGL. I don't think all the maps I keep the lurker. I should be in the pack sometimes, and I think he'll be fixing that for us in the team. And he'll take more anchor positions, so I think we'll free space for like Chell and OH to have more freedom on the maps. Yeah. And let's see how it works.
Yeah, we will find out how it works. It's the debut for him today as well. So tell me, how much practice were you able to get with him? How comfortable is he right now?
Man, if I tell that, it's gonna be bad. I don't know. I think we had 5 days, 5 6 days playing with him.
Okay.
I think he's really comfortable because he's doing his old roles, so I think he'll be fine, actually. But for us overall, I don't know. We're facing MOUZ, so I don't think prac time matters. I think it's just how we're showing the server. We had some good results against them before. I think they will want the revenge, so let's see how it goes.
Now, Vu, I need you to try and explain this to me because SHR statistically was looking good. They were qualifying for bigger events using this team, and then all of a sudden they bring Skulls in. Now, he's saying they wanted Skulls, you know, okay, he's from Brazil, but I mean, is this a good move? Is this going to see a dip first, or?
I would say this is a positive move. I kind of compare this to one maybe a little bit to Hext replacing Rec on M80. It's an upgrade. It's not a crazy upgrade. Yeah. I think Vinny and Cello, they've played with this player before. I've seen them. They have a little bit of synergy. Maybe there's someone they're comfortable with. A lot of the roles do overlap a little bit, but as he said, Skulls is a little bit more prone to lurking at times. I think he gets a lot of map control really effectively when he does so. I think it gives a lot of space to the rest of the players. So it's not this crazy upgrade. You're not going to see them be a whole different team, but I do think he's a better player than SHR.
Market opportunity. I love that word. And I think that's something the Counter-Strike community has to respect and maybe mature into understanding that sometimes you got to be one step ahead. If you feel a player is going to come in and be a slight upgrade, then why not go for it? And as he said, maybe it wasn't possible in the beginning under a contract with Liquid. Maybe he was a bit too expensive. And then obviously he has to get out of that jail. And now that there was an opportunity to bring him in, you got to hone in on that. So I very much agree with you. Not a massive upgrade, but an upgrade that is feasible and probably something that for the future will make this team stronger.
Well, let's see if it does make them stronger, because this will be the test, right? This is an event where they get to show their stuff. Only 5 days of practice, though it could get a bit wild, it could get a bit crazy, but it sounds like role-wise, position-wise, he's going to be fitting in as they want. But they are also taking on MOUZ, guys. And MOUZ, against this level of opposition, they eat them up. There's never a problem.
They should eat him up. I will say, if there ever was a time to beat MOUZ, I feel like that's now. I think we have seen, basically since the Austin Major, you know, a team that is not playing at their highest level. And I know that when you look at the results and what they did at the Major as well, they got far into the tournament. Same could be said for Cologne. They remain with some sort of stability and consistency, but the level of gameplay on the server has been decreasing, you know, the past 4 months, and the players have admitted to that as well. So I think if there ever was a time to beat MOUZ, now's your day.
Let me hit you with the stat, okay? The last time that MOUZ lost to a team outside the top 25, that was Bet Boom at Bounty. You know what they did after that? They cut their IGL. They're not a team that loses to teams down this low in the ranking, but you're right. I think this is the moment to beat them. Their T-sides have really fallen off. Before we saw the meta adjustment, they were the worst T-side in the top 20, or maybe second worst. Right now, they have a very weak T-side. They're struggling to make adaptations. I think this is a MOUZ that's as weak as we've seen them in quite a while. It's a MOUZ where Imperial maybe have a shot, but it's still a long shot.
A long shot, but I want to find out, because you mentioned it just now about the T side, so I caught up with Torzy earlier. Hopefully he'll be able to answer some of these questions. In that more recently, even before the update in terms of the economy and the CT side, the T sides were where you guys were starting to struggle. Do you guys understand why that is and what the problems you have?
Yeah, I think it's a correct statement that we can struggle on T sides a little bit more than on CT sides. And yes, we understand why it's happening. I think also Counter-Strike right now is really city-sided, and I think there is a lot more teams that are struggling on T-side. But we are just addressing the problem, and we are aware of it, and it's really hard to find out how to play really good on T-side, because every team is just really good on City side, and they are winning a lot of rounds, especially top 5 teams. It's like 70 to 30 on City sides, I think, if you play versus top 5 teams, because they are just such a good teams on City side. So yeah, we are trying to figure it out. How can we do better? How can we play better mid rounds and also be better at clutching? Because I think in Counter-Strike you end up a lot in like one-on-one situations or one-on-two situations, and you need to win those, you know?
You definitely do. And looking at MOUZ right now, you guys have been a super consistent team. You've had some deep runs as well, right? What do you think is holding you back the most? Like, what is the thing that MOUZ needs more?
I think what MOUZ needs more some steps still to get there to the trophy. Maybe we are not there yet, but we are working on it to get there. I think we need some more dedication to Counter-Strike, you know, because I feel like we can win semifinals or quarterfinals, but when we get to the grand finals, we lack some creativity and showing up on the server. For example, in Cologne, we got 3-0'd, which was really not good by us, and it hurt us a lot, and we understood that maybe we are not there yet, and we need to work more together as a team and figure out more stuff, because it's still our first 8 months together, and we have a lot of new roles. Brolin is a new IGL. He's still really young. He has a great future in front of him as an IGL, and yeah, there are still things to work on and get improved.
So a lot to work on from the MOUZ side, but within this one, it shouldn't be a problem, and I don't really expect anything crazy coming out here.
No, Vu said it pretty well, you know. Even though MOUZ have been struggling as of late, even though you could hear the concern in the way Torsi's answering some of those questions, they don't lose to teams below them, and definitely not a team of the caliber of Imperial. Now, in terms of the map pool, no Dust 2, no Ancient, no big surprise here. I don't really see there's a clear punish pick against MOUZ anymore. It used to be Inferno back in the days, but they played decent Counter-Strike on that map.
Yeah, I mean, the only punish pick you could look at is Overpass, because I think MOUZ aren't yet experienced on Overpass. The problem is Imperial not that experienced on Overpass either. I think they both have 2 games on the map. It's kind of it's a YOLO pick. It's a pick you're picking as Imperial because you feel like you can't go anywhere else in the map pool. There's not an obvious other pick, unfortunately, for them. So Overpass makes sense to me.
It does make sense, but it also means that MOUZ gets to start on the CT side, and you're coming in, you're playing this game in hard mode. Now, for Mirage to be picked for MOUZ, that makes an awful lot of sense. Whether you start on the T side or CT side, doesn't really matter for MOUZ in that regard. So I feel like Imperial had already made it tough for them to get off to a good start here. Yeah,
MOUZ are always comfortable on Mirage, and then I think you might actually see both of arguably their better maps on the map 3, because we have the option of it going to Nuke. And I think if it goes to Nuke, both teams would be happy with that. But if both teams are happy with that, I think MOUZ is the happier one.
That's the thing. There's no winning this veto for Imperial. The one move they could do, and now we see Train get removed, which means Nuke is coming in as a third. The only thing they could do was the overpass pick. I respect them for trying. I respect them for maybe testing MOUZ in that field. Also realizing that, listen, we're the massive underdog, so we have to try to rattle them out somehow. But starting T-side overpass against MOUZ when you're the underdog, that's going to be tough.
if you're Imperial focusing on Overpass being the first map, the one they picked into, is there something you can do that can disrupt them a bit? Something you can do that, especially with the play style of Imperial, maybe?
I would love to see them play like M80 this versus Vitality yesterday, you know, and be a little bit flexible with it. They're very good at changing up the pace. Overpass is a map that you can, on the T side, you can play incredible slow if you want to. Right? You can use a lot of utility to gain toilet control, to gain B control, but you can also just YOLO it a bit, you know, have 4 men rushing out A long and basically gamble on the CT defense, either to be focused on towards toilets or connector and leaving A long open, or the other way around. So a bit of gambling coming in here for Imperial to maybe get off to a good start and teach your way into the game.
I'm happy with Imperial if they play their style, and I think they're going to find that MOUZ are a team that have some strength on the map, but they're not comfortable against everything. And when you have a new map come back into the pool, I think you can oftentimes have teams where if you just play a style that they're not comfortable with, they haven't seen, you're coming from the South American scene, maybe you play a little bit different, maybe they do a B-heavy play, they do this long pop that M80 did against Vitality that was so effective, and you could just find that MOUZ just aren't comfortable against the way you're playing. I think that's absolutely a possibility. Imperial, I don't think they have to do anything too special. They just have to kind of hope that MOUZ aren't ready for what they're bringing.
Hope.
Well, thank you very much for your time, guys. It's the opening match of the day. We're going to Overpass, and it's Imperial taking on MOUZ.
Yeah, I think this can be a really good tournament for us, especially because we just came home. We have some few days at home, we can regenerate, we can gain some creativity again, because it was really tough already at EWC, as we talked about. You know, being on the road on such a long time, you lose some focus and you lose some creativity to play Counter-Strike, and it's hard to keep up. But now it was really nice to get back home, have some few days off, and then we can play Counter-Strike again, and everybody's fresh, and I think we gained our energy back a little bit.
How prepared are you for this extra tough competition?
I think we're having a kind of trouble before, like, going with the international events. I don't know if it was about experience or like just not feeling like our play style when leaving our country. So I don't know. I think we're comfortable playing in this event. I won't say we're the most prepared right now, just because of the timing and how things went. But everyone knows how to play CS, and depends on the map. I think you just come down to the basics.
The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Hugo, it feels good for me to be back, at least on my end. Are you excited for this?
I'm happy with it
I kind of butchered that.
No, you're doing great.
I'm warming into it, you know? Dude, I think we have a great game to start off with, though.
We have a couple of great games.
We do have a couple of great games.
We actually have 4 great games today.
No way.
Which is
that means all the games are great.
Exactly. That's the max limit. 4 BO3 day here at Blast Open London. Nobody said that. Cut the tape. Go live again as we wait for MOUZ and Imperial.
Let's redo this whole opening. Yes. It's time to see who can make it into London. We're starting now with Group B. It's MOUZ taking on Imperial. Vinny with a bit of a challenge in front of him, as they've only had limited time to get skulls accommodated. We're going to start things off here on Overpass. And the desk was saying, you know, this is one of the vulnerabilities that you could look to try and exploit for MOUZ. Don't have a lot of reps in here. I will say they have a win over VP. Now, I know talking about wins over VP in the current day is...
VP
but
on Overpass.
On Overpass, they have actually looked very, very sound. And so I think, you know, having a victory over them for the MOUZ side is a positive sign.
And I always laugh when a team picks Overpass, like, oh, we're going to catch them off guard. They don't have the tape. And then the other team's going, boo-hoo, we have to start CT side Overpass. It's only the best place in the game right now to begin. So MOUZ are not going to be turning down an opportunity to run away with the first half. We heard Torch in that pre-game interview talk about how, yeah, I mean, top 5 teams, it's 70-30 right now. When you look at the gun rounds, I mean, it's so favored for some of these top squads. So let's see what kind of setups MOUZ bring into this opening map. I'm confident for MOUZ. For sure, Imperial changes. Let's talk about them, right? This is a team that's been chopping and changing ever since the major. I mean, they were pretty aggressive, removing Dissent instantly, bringing in SHR. As the desk was saying, numbers weren't bad, but maybe he didn't fit into the team. Maybe there were other factors, things that weren't working out with this guy here. And now they brought in Skulls, who hasn't played an official in months now, since he played for FaZe back at Dallas. So Skulls back in his traditional positions as Imperial look to level up, and I think that's fun. It could be interesting. Honeymoon or slow start, not sure. The one guy I'm looking to on Imperial today is Try. He has just been an absolute monster online. This is a team that, even with SHR, off the back of the major, have top 2'd every event they've played. You know, winning qualifiers, second placing, so domestically dominant. And we saw that for M80 as well. And Harry, I don't know if you recall that M80 game, or if you were in some kind of fever dream yesterday.
I was in a fever dream yesterday.
Okay, well, M80, they destroyed Vitality on Overpass. They came in T-side. It's a map they were 14-1 domestically on. They destroyed Vitality. Yes, they lost a series, but I don't think count out Imperial from the chance to surprise us here today. But they definitely don't have the track record of M80. So here they go up against MOUZ with a couple of days off. They're back in the server.
Oh, Torshi, let's see how he can open up. Going to be keeping an eye on these AWPers. Him and Tri clash over at long, and Tri comes out ahead. So that 4v4 opened up. Torshi's little reign of terror put to an abrupt stop over on long. And Imperial going to take the pace out of the pistol now. Got a bit of a move being made. Exertion and co back in the connector. But they focus their efforts downwards instead of going up to try and clear and fight for this mid control. Looks like Exertion wants to come in with a wraparound here. It's aggression through and up the ladder.
Oh my goodness.
That's right as Imperial look to give chase. So they've missed him down here in Con.
But he's missed them. How quickly can he come back? Spinks is blocking the door. They don't go down. They go up. And so this makes Exertion's flank even more potent. He has better timing on this backstab. But they just walked into A. I think they win the round. Now it's up for debate. Bomb spot in the toilets. Full rotate. Spinks is still holding for the flank. Exertion might just have all the kills though. One comes through. No way. Turns around. Spinks still has a second layer on the flank. 2 in the site.
No time to change your mind.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a crazy shot for Skulls. Jimmy here to ruin the round. It's left in this 1v1. Spinks arriving a little bit later, but Tri has crossed in.
No.
Is he going to go B with the bomb? Are you mad,
15.
lad? All right, final few seconds as he makes his way down towards the B site. Spinks can hear this.
Spinks can't walk, man. I know Spinks loves to walk, but yeah, he's running back round the con side, so this is at least going to speed him up. Try a bold, open plant, and he plays against it. Plays on the other side. He's going to wrap short. There's no way Spinks can stick, even with the smoke. He's going to get shot in the back. Good check, but Tri comes up with a clutch. 3 kills in the pistol and a perfect rotate. Playing with his food. When you see Spinks last alive, you know he's getting tricky. You know he's walking a long flank. And Tri pieces it together with ease. What a shot for Skulls, man. On the jump over default. Welcome back. First official in 3 months. Happy to have you. No surprise to see the force bite. Boom. On the jump. Roland's like, oh, this map again.
Dude, I am excited to see Skulls play again.
Well, I got good news for you.
I know, he's playing right now.
Yeah.
Who could believe it? No, but I mean, you know, I know it's a bit of an odd one, but like down the tail end of his time in FURIA, I actually think he had some fantastic games in there. Like some of their T-sides in particular felt like he would just hold them up on his lonesome. And I know there were some pretty, you know, rough games in there alongside it before he ended up getting removed from that FURIA project, but can be a very explosive player. And obviously only had limited time to actually slot into this Imperial squad, which I think has left him with some nerves, right? The idea that they're not fully caught up to speed yet. It's only been a couple of days. But I think that's going to force adaptability out of Imperial. And it's also going to give Skulls something to prove. Now, Torshi has opened up, and that's on the Tri. The hero of the pistol round for Imperial is the first to fall in this round. The rest of them try and follow through with this A-hit. Skulls in the feed, opens up. Brolin able to recover that, and now waits on the other side of this long smoke, just trying to buy time for his teammates on the rotate. If Brolin can get out with one more, that's fantastic. Struggles to find his way. Vinny will deal with him. We end up in this 2-on-2 retake, but with damage done to both players on Imperial, this isn't comfortable right now. They swing together on a Jimmy. They've spotted Exertion. They're trying to break this up into that 2v1, and they get it. That's a well-converted round for Imperial. 2 tagged up players in the post plant, and they make it work.
Very nice try for Exertion. His pathing is perfect there to try and make the clutch work, but they just don't overstep. He can't isolate a duel, and they swing together. Tight round, pretty close margins, but Imperial stay calm. Sticking that plant a second before the nade comes in and takes them off it. We'll take the round win, even if it comes at a cost. Imperial now get to redeem it. Free anti-eco. Looking to start nice and strong on their map pick in this series. MOUZ. See how they adjust to online play. It's been a minute. Because they started really slow. If you remember them playing back in Bounty Online, there were some shaky moments, losing a map to OG, coming back in the series. Had no problem dealing with bait, but on paper, it's a great game for MOUZ. It's just the question mark of overpass and whether they're up for the task. Toilet stack.
If you're playing alongside Spinks, you've got a lot of experience at dealing with bait.
That's good. It's pretty good.
It's kind of an unfair characterization.
No, I like it. I like it. Don't pull back on your joke, Harry. Believe in it. Apex would laugh. Oh, hello.
True. He would. Yeah, that's why Dan's a real one.
3-0.
Also,
but enough about that Cologne final.
Shout out Pimp one time.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I've heard of him.
For filling in for me.
He did great.
He did do good. I was actually pleasantly surprised listening. It seemed like you guys had a good time. I was getting a bit nervous.
I'm just going to do all the play-by-play today, sorry.
Well, because, Hugo, you're a very fit young man, if you don't mind me saying, and so is he. You guys have a lot in common.
Yeah.
It seemed like you were really hitting it off, and I felt like I was just the cuck watching from home. You know, and I had to be fine. I'm not gonna. I had a good time. A surprisingly good time.
It's why they put the chair in the corner of the room.
It's opened me up to a whole new way of thinking. And like once you open that door, you can't close it. Everyone knows that.
That's true. Okay, I think we should see more people.
No, I'm in agreement. Speaking of not being able to close the door once you've opened it, that condor has been blowing open at the start of this round, but no vision for MOUZ. Play around it just yet.
Yeah, Brolyn's just watching on from those jump spots, but maybe learning his lesson from the HEs. What's he got here? Is that monster smoke? A couple of tricks. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Vinny looking for the B entry, and pretty open chance there, but can't connect a shot. Torshi and Toilets getting nosy. Hits his invisible AWP. Silent but deadly. Spinks up in front as well. They're looking for the AWP. They find a kill instead. Skulls. ITEST good. 7-3. Hitting some shots right now. 40 seconds. This front sight smoke is a problem. You know what's a bigger problem, Harry? The bombs in spawn.
Yeah, it's never good, especially not with so little time left on a map this big.
Of course, Skulls has to do it.
Different team, same job. I'll go back and get the bomb, guys. It's winnable on
B, but they need to be quick. They need these entries clean.
They do. A little leg sec lobbed in. Jimmy holds down the line out towards Monster, and he's going to start to just peel away. Doesn't want to give away this kill. Plant will come in with seconds remaining for Imperial, and it's MOUZ on for the retake.
Nice move from Jimmy, but he almost catches a stray on the way out there. Torshi coming in, and Jimmy holds his own, getting rid of Cello. The AWP's gone back to the short side and picks one more player out of the picture. Follow up from Torshi. Only try left. He is the star of this team. Let's see if he can show it.
This would be the time. Flash is good. Gets try off the angle. Nade to follow up, but he's quicker than it. Able to outrun the explosive. Torshi just sticking this, hoping now the peak comes through and he'll nail the shot, but there isn't time for this defuse. That's the 1v2 from Try. And all the guns gone out of MOUZ. The scoreline remains flawless.
Hey, that's what you want out of Try. That's what you pay him for, right? Big multi-kill clutch coming up from Try, and plays that 1v1 perfectly, knowing it's an AWP. Torshi sticks the bomb, Try makes a fake step, gets him off it, then swings anyway, knowing, look, I'm going to win to the clock. I may as well confirm he's off that bomb. Perfectly played. This one was important as well. Not the best played clutch for MOUZ. Would like Torshi to stick it and Jimmy to be able to cover him, but I don't think you're expecting to get plucked off that easily. We need lineups for the con spam. I'm still uncertain if teams are using lineups because a lot of these spams not connecting. But obviously it's still a pretty wide choke point. Jump spot from Heaven. There's a good bit of spam. Skulls and Try brought down to half. The Heaven jump spots are away. Imperial again. Bomb same position. They're going to get it earlier this time. Try goes back. No AWP as a result of the money. Well, actually probably choosing not to buy it. 2,800 left up. MOUZ's money on the ropes, but they have forced up, knowing Imperial are not doing much better. So 3 M4s to make it work. This scout was just rallying off tags last time on A site, but Imperial have been using this deep long smoke to try and cut Torshi out. Spinks could get wallbanged here. Nice flash.
Teed up with the flashbang still. Wow. All the kills come through for Imperial.
See ya.
And that's the A site. Wide open. Round 1. 5-0. Imperial on a runaway T side right now. MOUZ, no chance to stop them yet. It's going to be another one of these eco rounds to follow. These saved guns are all they've got to work with. Things are going to get worse before they get better here for MOUZ. And I mean, you can argue this is already enough on your T side.
Hey, Overpass went through some changes. I do think the A site is a lot harder to hold, just with the slight angle adjustments of some cubbies being, you know, kind of shortened, that close truck position, even playing behind truck versus the angle to stairs is a little bit weird. It's not the muscle memory you're used to. And yeah, it just kind of nerfs some positions. So we're actually seeing some really strong A executes as of late on Overpass. I think if you get as far as toilets, you're pretty favored to actually trade out nicely if you have a lot of players. That's not even trades. That's just 3 entries coming in from Imperial. And it's not like MOUZ just sat back and let it happen. Dude, they had a play up their sleeve. They flash Spinks forward. He gets one and then just eviscerated.
It's why I think that, like, actually, you know, kind of South American squads, Brazilian teams and whatnot are pretty lethal on this map, is because I think teams in EU get gaslit by VP and how they play, which is a lot of these, like, slow rounds. You know, things are happening at a real snail's pace as you slowly maneuver around the map, and then it's like at the final 30-second mark you see some of these quicker hits. But for teams like MIBR or Imperial in this instance, the T sides have a bit more tempo behind them. The tendency is kind of there that a lot of CT squads don't actually fight mid too often. They give the illusion they're going to with like the util that comes in, right, and then they kind of play back within the site itself. And I think a lot of the Brazilian squads, because they play at this quicker tempo, they get to toilets with like a minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. You're no longer, you know, playing in at the final few seconds. You can't bite down on the rotate as a result as keenly, right? So keep an eye on that. I think MOUZ here need to maybe set a bit of a precedent. They're down to fight for this mid control, and you see Torshi giving it a look in now.
But you don't, I was going to say, you also don't see this fight a lot, right? When you deep scope mid with an AWP or a scout.
No. You very rarely see it.
It's because the molly was super easy to land in CSGO, but in CS2, even top teams are struggling with it. Most teams don't even throw it. They throw the smoke, but you don't want to play the smoke because a player can just come through on the left side.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be really, really deep committed. So I think the smoke, you know, it's default utility, but it doesn't really... You can go through it. It doesn't really stop anyone. You don't see, I'm not seeing these playground takes, these party takes, like you would in CSGO.
You might get like 1 or 2.5 at like an absolute, I'm going to say 1.5 is what it kind of feels like. And even then, you try and taper it for when you know like they're low econ, they can't really punish you as easily. You're getting like long range fights versus pistols. And MOUZ, I think, actually did come through early on with the precedent of like, hey, we might try and take space here, right? If you remember, like, Torshi even aggroed long from the pistol round.
Spinks might be in trouble. Okay. That's a good kill.
He is the trouble.
Yeah. Lets him know. If they go through Monster, Brolin has a 1v1 to get a gun, and that could be lethal on this B play. They don't even clear shot. They never had this position, so Brolin free entry. Xertion on the site, tucked behind the pillar. Bomb spotted in B. He gets a kill and a lot of damage. This is a difficult round now. 10 seconds. I don't know how you save this. Xertion is playing it perfectly, dancing around this pillar, not giving the orb the kill. Bomb dropped. May as well save try. I don't think you can do anything here. So run away with that AWP, and MOUZ have found their way into this game. It's been back-to-back buys. I think neither of which expected by Imperial. Both of them are pretty audacious investments. This time MOUZ left money spare. And so they finally break and get through on this game. First CT side round coming in.
I don't know how you feel about it, but I think going B is so hard on Overpass. I feel like it's where so many teams just drop rounds. Here's this mid-take util. Once more, there isn't actually much of a commitment behind it. It's just to put the fear in Imperial, try and slow them down.
B was always a problem, right? Like that, you know, there's been almost no changes. The heaven stuff in the water, but whatever, really. It's, it was always a problem in CSGO and early CS2 with Overpass. Oh, Spinks, uh-oh. He gets this one, yeah, I was going to say. Oh, good dink, but limited damage. Skull's just playing great here. He's had his impact, he's had his entries, he's planting the bomb. What more can you want? 10 and 5. Finds Spinks alone in connector. Orb v Orb. If Torchy creeps in, though. Dead man crawling. They boost up, he's underneath. Oh, this could go wrong. Torchy catches try, falling off the head of his teammate. And he doesn't follow up. Oh my god. No way, yes way. Cover. And Cello is bailed out to get his kill. The round just disappears. Reality check for MOUZ, and no money on a couple of these players either. So this gun save is the only way to get a full buy in the next.
Jimmy's showing us the life of a B player.
Yeah.
You watch the kill feed as everyone on A just gets wrecked, and then you go, well, hopefully next round they come B.
I played a pug the other day, and I ended up on Overpass. Dude, terribly.
There's a dog in the game?
I played a pug. Okay. No, Torchy is a dog in the house.
He is.
I played a pug, and I ended up with ZywOo and Flames on my team.
Oh, so you lost?
No, they're on my team, luckily. And my entire CT side Overpass was me sitting on B, watching the kill feed rack up on the A site. It was good fun. We won, barely. No thanks to me. I definitely trolled a couple of rounds.
That's good.
Yeah, you know, you gotta keep them honest.
You know, you can't let Flames and ZywOo get too big for their boots.
No.
You gotta throw them into a retake or two.
I gotta say, watching ZywOo AWP in-game is so much better somehow than watching the, you know, Go TV or watching, like, it's different, you know, it feels different.
How would you, why?
He's fast. He's
quick. Fast?
He's really fast.
Even faster than you thought.
Ooh, that one was really quick.
Well, because I'm assuming you don't have X-ray, right? You didn't have cheats.
Yeah, no, true. I didn't have cheats. No, I turned them off in this one. I thought I'd make it fair.
Yeah.
Like, having ZywOo and Flames, pretty fair.
That basically is the cheats.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Just
BYOC.
Bring your own cheats. No, bring your own goat, I think.
Yeah. Yog.
This game's hard, though. That's all I learned from that match.
Dude, I mean, how did it compare to playing with Donk that one time? The Donk game we got steamrolled.
The Donk game we got wrecked. I can't
it's like
really
the
talk.
lowest moment of
Donk
my
got
life.
like 11 kills and I got like 4. So,
because as we know, the real best player in the world is just some guy
with like 400 matches.
Yes.
That's the GOAT.
And he's like mega antisocial, so he can't be on a team ever.
Yeah.
But my God, can he just farm pugs? Yeah. Here's Vinny. Looking for something out towards B, decides against it. And I think with good reason, a 5v4 like this going untraded, knocking Torchy out of the picture. That's a golden goose of an opener here for Imperial. They're going to take the pace out of the round now and try to regroup in this 5v4.
Ooh, the fade of the smoke, and it's a nice shot. I just feel like every opening kill, every 50-50 fight has come up for Imperial in this T side, and yeah, some shaky shots for MOUZ, for sure. You know, Spinks missing some ones, Exertion at some of the forefront of these openers, but Imperial just winning them all, man. 6-1, they're going to move up the long side. I
just want a good Exertion game. I feel like whenever I cast MOUZ, it's like the darkest day for Exertion.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know if that's related to me and you.
He had trouble at EWC, that's for sure. And Jimmy had life game, if you remember.
Yeah.
Jimmy was popping off. So, but he is the B anchor, and he's AWPing right now, so what's he going to do? Nothing is the answer. I'd like to see MOUZ make a gamble at this point. 25 seconds. Imperial are just playing execute as a grouped team. They're not really lurking on this T side. So in they go into 2. Oh, God, like, that's just MOUZ right now.
Mag dump, but they walk right through it. Cello, double opener. And I mean, he's been Jimmy, a bit of a menace at these opening kills. He's once more secured the foothold over A, and Jimmy, the life of a B player.
Do you just see what I mean, though? Like, look at these POVs on the gunfight. It's like Brolin doesn't hit a bullet, you know? Second player stuck behind the Molotov. We saw Exertion's POV earlier. They just can't... Sometimes it just comes down to just can't shoot them, Harry. It's really hard. It's really hard.
And in a game that is kind of chiefly about shooting people...
That's like the bare minimum. That's the first thing you need in the Rolodex. Big kill for Jimmy.
Oh, getting the save kills.
Oh, no.
Oh, the nade. Hang on.
Will he die to
Has
bomb?
that just killed him to bomb?
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Skulls, that's nearly like 10 million IQ. Dude, yeah, it's a little rough for Brolin there. It's kind of indefensible. I'm not going to say like, oh, it was sick movement, that's why he couldn't get the kill.
No,
he kind of had every advantage going his way.
Yeah, that's... Just got to get one.
The elephant of surprise was bestowed upon him.
The elephant of surprise.
Yeah, he had them back
Don't talk about the elephant.
No, you don't talk about the elephant of surprise in the room.
No.
Another timeout for MOUZ. They're burning through them. They're burning through them quick. That's what you'd come to expect with a 7-1 scoreline, which always happens, by the way, in games with these Brazilian squads.
Yeah.
They can't escape it. Still very impressive stuff from Imperial. I mean, this is an Imperial that have had limited practice time. Skulls up towards top of the board. I do think he's going to bring a lot to these T-sides, man, especially now that he's got kind of a point to prove. After having some time away on the bench, I can imagine he's done some soul searching. He's looked to improve his game.
Yeah.
And Skulls at his best can be a very, very scary player to run into. It's just, you know, the kind of regression to the norm for him felt a little rough in the past. If he's upped his level and you're going to get games like this more often, that's very exciting.
Oh, more tricks here for Imperial. And that nade puts Jimmy on his last legs.
Dude, this is the other thing that sucks about B. Not only do half of your rounds just end up with you saving, but then you get a fight like that. A guy boosted up over the top. You've got to be aware of all these annoying little gimmicky angles. Spinks at range on the MP9.
Apparently, yeah.
After a Torshi miss, Spinks makes up for it. And our Imperial just going to hit the go button on this B play. They've lost all their A space. Skulls left going back for the bomb.
He's not, though. He's clearing connector.
He was. Now he's clearing top con. And I guess the worry is, right, if they start rotating down con to B, he could lose the bomb here.
Oh, my God. It's a mess right now. This electronic smoke is such a block in the take. But MP9s, they're apparently good for it. Exertion with another. Or barrels down from heaven. Try walking in, and yeah, there's 3 CTs in position. Skulls late with the bomb, thrust into a clutch. That nade could soften up Exertion, but it's not going to win the round. He needs to hit hard. Moving in 15 seconds.
Oh, bro, he's got this. They're not looking. They don't even know.
There's another one in the sight. Heaven Orb spotted. He heard the MP9. Oh. Skulls is on for a clutch. Back after 3 months. He's going to plant that bomb. Fake in the smoke. 5 to go. And Skulls hasn't read that reposition, so he loses to the time. A very nice try for clutch. But it's not going to happen today. MOUZ pick up their second desperately.
It's maximum damage for Skulls, right? He finds every single kill, but just shy on the time to make that round happen. Still, it's a lot of damage done to the MOUZ money. At bare minimum, it allows you to keep the pressure applied. Reinvestment going to come through, but this is all in for MOUZ. You can break him again right here, Imperial.
That's the worst part. Like, you finally get another round, but it's just, you get nothing out of it. You are on the edge of economic devastation. Oh, Torshi, if he held that, it would have been his 4th opening kill of the map. And I mean, look how, because it's 4-1 on this B side, maybe expecting the rush, Torshi's alone on top side. That's why he's falling back early, scared of space getting taken. And he might need support, so Spink starts to rotate back up. But still, Torshi, I mean, he has been at least the source of some 5v4s in this game. Maybe now he can provide again. Sees that AWP on the long side. That kind of limits you. You don't want to re-peek dry. So flashed across and looks for a rifle instead. Some re-aggro here for MOUZ. Boost up on that toilet's fade. Might be some kills to take. And Cello just nails it.
Cello has been an absolute beast on these openings.
And they're going B.
Ready for the off-angle boost. He's applied pressure in towards the top side, but MOUZ have not bought this. Torshi's actually rotating down now, as is Proland. They're getting ahead of this site take.
Nice.
If Jimmy and Co are able to just hold back this push for even a second, reinforcements are on their way.
Oh no.
Just the AWP Torshi left, but a line held. Cello dead. Bomb tumbles into the site. Vinny's just got the time to get that planted. Torshi closing in. Vinny goes up. Vinny goes over. And a missed shot. It connects to the leg. Vinny gets out. Low health, and round 1, a punishing blow dealt to MOUZ. This T side continues to build for Imperial.
They have to work so hard for these rounds, but they are winning every single one. Imperial, 4 players of MOUZ get a kill. Spink struggles to. And the clutch comes down to a leg shot as Vinny climbs up the site. It's an unorthodox position, and it's exactly what they need to win out an 8th. And like you said last round, that's MOUZ's money gone. Disaster class here on the CT side. Imperial just shooting better. Oh, hello.
Torshi, maybe if he wasn't moving even more than he wasn't moving, they don't see him.
He was just
They're like
half a foot shorter.
Yeah. Torshi was like 4'2" and crouching. He would have been fine.
Oh, that's awkward. That is... It's just not MOUZ's game,
Short
is it?
Kings stay winning.
Oh, I feel like the MP9s have been the best guns for MOUZ. The M4s have let them down. So I'm expecting something from Exertion here in the toilets. FAMAS, forget about it. M4, tough chance. MP9, real shit.
Yeah.
Kill and a half.
He's done well, but it's not going to... Jimmy!
Jimmy on the B side.
Here he is. Jimmy P.
He goes, guys, I just want to play around.
He finally... And it's fair. Everyone says...
Can you guys get 2 kills on the top side? Please.
It's actually a pretty good impression, Hugo. Ah, oh, he's going to have to save again, man.
I save.
Don't want to save the FAMAS.
This gun sucks. I drop. Bye-bye MP9.
Kind of getting like an anime twang. I'll call it then.
Yeah, I'm losing it. I only know swear words in Finnish.
Well, no one ever told you the B-side was going to be fun. Jimmy with another save. As his teammates fall decisively, that was a 4-man stack over towards the top site and only 1 kill from it.
This is...
Also, are they given like Brolin joke guns? Like, I don't know. I feel like he's firing blanks. Even with the FAMAS on long, he didn't land a single bullet. Look at this. Vinny is allowed to wide swing. Brolin gets a couple of shots off, but nothing connects.
I don't think anyone has real guns. Impressive game for Imperial. They want it more, Harry. They really want it. And they're getting it. 9-round T-side haul on overpass.
You know, sometimes when you head into these games with limited practice, I feel like that's such a pressure-removing tool. Like, you don't really have anything to prove because you don't even really know how you want to play your game.
Oh, he's missed the time.
They're going to hit this timing and they're going to find the boost.
If Vinny just walks out right
Vinny's
now,
walking out. The cover isn't there from barrels.
Jimmy, no!
Jimmy's dead! That's his round now! He's saved like 100 times in a row! And he dies to a molly in the final round of play!
Oh, it's too good.
Spinks moving in. Gonna get one. It's just left on a Torshi with this scout.
Just save.
But for some reason, I think he can win this.
I just save.
No, I don't think he can. But let's see. Come on, Torshi.
Boom.
Show us what you got.
Just an impressive half for Imperial. That's all we can say.
It's been really good, and like, everyone's hitting their stride, dude. Try's been dominating. He's been the more talked about AWP. That's been Vinny as well on some of these B-lurks. He's felt so threatening, and then their openers in Skulls and Cello have looked lights out. It sees them through to a double-digit T-side on overpass to open up this series.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the A-Core Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players. Yes. This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality shot.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, you know, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
Well, Imperial are off to the races here. They're having a fantastic start on Overpass. 10-2. It doesn't really get more one-sided than this. I mean, there is one way. But
I can think of a couple more ways.
But, you know, still, this is a fantastic T-side to have leveled against MOUZ. It wasn't even close in that first half. It's been a commanding start here from Imperial. There isn't a weak player in sight. Everyone's kind of had their moments. For MOUZ, it's a failure to launch with a number of individuals here. Jimmy barely even felt like he got to play in that first half of Counter-Strike. It just kind of passed him by.
And sure, there were moments where Imperial were just shooting really hard and getting great entries, but also we saw chances for MOUZ to get favorable kills, and they just kind of missed them all. So coming in a bit cold, akin to Vitality yesterday on Overpass. Maybe there's a comeback in store, but it would have to start here and now. Pistol round pop into the B-bomb site. There are Julies to worry about, and oh well, a couple of pistols, couple of kills. Maybe MOUZ bit off more than they can chew. Torshi responds in a 2v4, now a 1v4, and he's gone as well. Cello, excellent pistol, 3 kills off the USP. He has just been on fire today. We might have to look for MOUZ to recover in those second and third maps if they've got it in them. Right now, Imperial are chasing that upper bracket run.
Bruh.
Exactly.
That first kill from Cello while blind is nicer than any kill I could get while I can see.
Oh, that one was really deep.
I feel like this B-site overpass is like one of the most notable changes where the whole like volumetric smokes plays a part too, with the smoke falling in the tunnel and like blooming super long as a result. It's hard to nade it open.
Yeah, that's true. Even if you land in the center, no guarantee you're going to be able to see through it. This boost, MOUZ didn't do this until the second last round of the half. Imperial do it round 2. So
I mean, also I think it's just good. Like, you know, one little gimmick here to put down the force, and you've won the game, right? So
I feel like MOUZ didn't really have much of that. They didn't do short takes. They didn't. You know, it's all hindsight now, right? And that's what MOUZ are thinking. Like, we could have done this, we could have done that. But they had one round with exertional short. Brolin got there on an eco. They didn't really do boosts. There are 3 powerful boosts. They did 2 of them. Once.
What I'll say is the couple of times they did do like little gimmicks, Cello absolutely annihilated them.
Sure.
Like, he was playing the anti-gimmick entry.
Okay, can Exertion find this headshot on a close player? He's going to hope he pushes all the way.
It's the bottom performer, no way. Right, the one guy who kind of didn't
expect this, would you?
Following through with the aggression.
Yes,
Exertion does expect that push.
Good
After
block.
all, flashes in. Skulls so very blind. They try and beeline for him. Vinny provides cover. Cello here to continue softening the blow. And the push stalls out. Exertion was boosted, finds his way onto a triple opening. Tries to chase down Vinny, the captain, who drops that bomb, and there just isn't time for Spinks to win this. The rotates arrive, and Imperial stop that B-take in its tracks. They're en route to a very dominant win here on Overpass.
Yeah, and you got a 3K round out of Exertion on the entries. You got some stunning shots through the smoke as well, and still that's not enough to even get you close to winning that round. And so, great defense again. Imperial with nothing to critique. No notes. They ate, Harry. They left no crumbs. It's a feast on Overpass for the Brazilian squad. Skulls back in the server after 3 months, showing a great debut.
You know, everyone laughed when I said Skulls, T-sides, keep an eye on him. Everyone was ready to doubt. And I don't even care what the numbers say. Stat guy. Sometimes you can just see with your eyes, Hugo.
Yeah.
You don't need the numbers to tell you whether you're right or wrong.
Well, eyes are made for seeing after all. And these boots are made for walking, running even, down connector. Cello double kill with a perfect flash play from Vinny on that B-bomb site, and it doesn't really get much better than this.
I can think of a couple of ways.
Thank you.
A little pitchy there, but Torshi down here in Con, he knows this one is over. And so Vinny chasing him down for the killing blow. A dominant victory for Imperial. Their map pick of Overpass goes decisively in their favor.
It was decisive, it was dominant, and Imperial came to play. Look at this face of exertion. I'd be thinking that too after what just happened to me. You got blown out the water, you didn't stand a chance, and Imperial, they're going to be riding high. I know it's just one map, but it's the way they won this one.
What's up with the underdogs and just destroying the upper dogs on Overpass? We saw it yesterday with M80, just completely dismantling Vitality. We see the same thing today with Imperial, with a beautiful, beautiful T-side. That was my one worry coming into this one, that starting T-side on Overpass against a team like MOUZ, when you're the underdog, that could be tough. That could be a rough start to the game. But let's be honest, Imperial were styling on MOUZ. They had a good structured T-side. I felt like they were good at changing up the pace. Also, admittedly, MOUZ didn't put up much of a fight, but Imperial, they took everything for granted here.
I'm not saying what's up with the underdogs beating the overdogs. I'm saying what's up with the overdogs sucking on Overpass. What's up with them not having any idea what they're doing? They're playing like it's 2019. We're still playing CSGO. That MOUZ is not the MOUZ that we're supposed to be seeing here, but it is the MOUZ that we've seen flashes of in some of their series recently, that they can't adjust in the middle of a half. They can't make those adjustments. They can't change up their play style when things are going wrong. They just keep doing the same thing, and they make small adjustments, and then it's just, wow, we're down 10-2 going into second half.
And Pim, there was many moments where we just saw MOUZ falling apart at different parts of their CT side.
Yeah, I think the first one I want to bring up is round 7. I think that's a great example of how easy it was for Imperial to win some of these rounds on the T side. It's way too easy, right? And as you said, it felt like the adjustment coming in from MOUZ weren't there. Felt like the initial game plan wasn't really working out. Spinks all by himself, by the way. No backup, no trade potential. You can get away with playing that position. Drops does it from time to time as well, but it's too easy. Another one right here. Torsi gets a pick. Okay, what happens then? You fall back now, you play a 4v4. No, you go in for a repick and you miss that shot. No trade potential, by the way. No teammate to back you up. What happens then? Another player taking a fight by himself. Gets shot down by the AWP. It was so disjointed on the side of the MOUZ, you know, that it almost felt like Spinks think, I'm going to win the round for my team. And then Torsi think, nah, I'm going to win the round for my team. And then the next player goes, nah, I'm going to try to win the round for my team. How about you try together and win the rounds for the team instead of doing one by one by one? It's something you see at a very low level, and I don't know what's up with MOUZ right now.
Isn't that the thing we used to credit MOUZ on, though, right? Playing together, playing off each other? Where's that gone?
Yeah, I mean, and that was Torji with the op towards Bathrooms, where you usually see oppers have all their highlights. They get lots of kills there. You get the one kill, you back up. You flash to back yourself up if you don't have a smoke, and you just head back to site. That's all they need to do. But they were, as we're saying, just playing individual Counter-Strike. And after Torji dies, then they're double peeking. It's like they thought that Imperial would just crumble, that they couldn't aim back, like they could just run them over. That's not the reality we have here.
That's also never been the reality when you play against a Brazilian side or a team like Imperial, right? They're not going to allow that to happen.
No, they have individual mechanical skill at a high level. I think what's holding back the Brazilian scene has maybe been some of the tactical aspects back in CSGO and also a little bit in CS2. But I think you're right. You know, it felt like MOUZ were coming in with the mentality, let's not show them too much respect. Let's rely on individuals. But as I said, coming into this game, lately MOUZ and the individuals haven't really performed. The highest rated player on the MOUZ team the last 3 months is 108 rating in exertion. So where's your start capability? Where's that confidence coming from when none of your players are playing at a high level?
And we're also going to take a look at round 10 as well, because obviously it still was so positive even when it got tough for the likes of Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, round 10 is when MOUZ finally did something other than die in the first 10 seconds of the round. They finally fell back to the site. You got 37 seconds left, 5v5. Never seen that before, but they do the sign boost. They did that twice against Virtus Pro. It worked for them well. You know that you're expecting it as Imperial. You know MOUZ love that boost. They just go back to the old faithful, fails for them. And then Imperial, they actually have a really dynamic look. They put that pressure, they draw a rotate, then they go for the B play. They're heavy up short. They have the player coming through Monster as well, and they don't have perfect utility, but they have overwhelming numbers for a MOUZ defense that's not ready and not in position to deal with it. And this is a great clutch, by the way, by Vinny. This angle, I really love this, but the point is, MOUZ, it was round 10 before they made an adjustment, before they stopped dying in the first 20 seconds of the round, and they just go back to a boost that's just hoping that they can catch a kill. They're not confident in their ability to just hold the bomb site. That's all they should be doing.
Also, credit to Imperial in that round for trading so efficiently. You're right on. You know, they play the numbers. They have the 5v4 situation, and they just go in trading and trading and trading. You could see Jimfat getting a kill, instantly getting traded. Then Torsi gets a kill, instantly getting traded. That's how it's supposed to be if you're playing up against MOUZ. So I think the way Imperial were playing on the T side, again, is always this balance of, is it one team playing really, really well, or is it MOUZ playing really, really bad? I think in this instance, it's more so Imperial playing super, super well than it's MOUZ sucking ass, you know, but it's a bit of both.
I want to say Imperial played great, and you got to give them credit for that. My problem with MOUZ isn't that they got down 6-2 at the beginning. It's that they got down 10-2. It was round 10 before they made any adjustments. If that half closes out 8-4 and then they lose 13-7, I feel a little bit better. Losing like that, unacceptable.
Well, do you know someone we didn't talk about much, and he certainly wasn't sucking ass, as you put it, Pimp, is Vinny. We didn't talk too much about what this guy can deliver, but he had a game and he had some great moments in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're crediting Imperial's T side, right? And obviously we got to credit the in-game leader, not only by the calling, but also the individual output he had on the server. You're right, we didn't mention his name too much. Went from being a player back in the days that had pop-off moments. I remember his banana play, CT side in Inferno back in the good old Imperial days. Nowadays, he's a little bit more, dare I say it, you know, a little bit more timid in many senses as an individual, but this game he was firing on all cylinders, won the clutch against Torsi, great T-side calling. Can't put a finger on his performance here.
I want to say Vinny came in with a good game plan. That's Vinny and that's Zach, their coach. That's coming in with a good idea of how MOUZ might be playing, understanding that the way you should be playing Overpass, they played it fundamentally well, which is what so many teams are failing to do. But yeah, the individual play from Vinny, the 1v1 he got there at the end, so many rounds he had there where he opened things up for his team. That's what we didn't mention in the pregame. Maybe we could have, but great player, great game.
And another great player is the new addition, because we were touching on it, right? I mentioned many times that SHR by the stat line was looking good for this team, but Skulls has just shown up what he can do and why they picked him.
Perfect debut for Skulls, to be completely honest. I know it's just one map and we got to hold our horses a little bit before we make any conclusions, but to come in and play your first official in quite some time and put up a performance like this, 122 ADR, 3 for 4 in opening kills, and overall just doing a fantastic job. That's as good as you could wish for Skulls. I think it goes to say for the entirety of Imperial, there was no player not showing up, even trying in the beginning, the first 2 or 3 rounds, he was the deciding factor as well, so I feel at this point we could glaze all the players.
Yeah, I'm not ready to hold my horses. I'm ready to say Skulls is back, baby. He's the best. He's the best Brazil. No, I mean that's a great game from Skulls. Given he's been on a break, you expect him to take a little while to warm up. But this is also we have to temper our expectations a little bit, because this is a MOUZ. They were missing a lot of shots. They had some good ideas tactically, but they were also just whiffing constantly. They were giving all of the opportunities for these players to activate. And when you have a team, as you're mentioning, they played well together. Their trading was perfect. That really empowers a player like Skulls. So you have to say great game from Skulls, but let's see how the rest of the series goes.
It is, yeah, just one map, but I also want to say a worrying sign is that you've got Cyclone there. He can have so much more input, you know, because we're in the online side of things as well, and there was still none of these adjustments. Isn't that a bit of a red flag for the series in general?
It is, and as I said, you know, early signs, just one map, but another caveat to that is last time we saw them play online, they actually didn't play online. They played in the facilities in Hamburg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
you know,
you're right.
Boot camp facilities. So they were actually together, and Cyclone had the players next to him, right? He could talk to them in that regard. Now they're sitting in each their respective rooms all over the world, and I think that makes it significantly harder for a coach to have impact in that regard. Not putting it on Cyclone, not putting it on any specific within MOUZ, but I think to bounce back for something like this, it's harder when you're sitting at home.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where I feel like when you come in with these teams that are huge favorites, they come in online, they feel a little bit less ready for map 1. You have them on the boot camp that they were at last time with a crowd. I think they kind of psyched themselves up. This was a MOUZ that just fell flat in every regard. This is a MOUZ that didn't show up. Yeah. And I want to see how that changes for map 2.
They fell flat, they didn't show up, and it does look a little bit bad right now, but great teams can always come back into a series. It's their map pick of Mirage coming up next, but they need to show us a hell of a lot more than what they showed in this opening game. You'll be finding out if they can do so after the break. If you blinked, you might have missed Overpass. And at least if you're MOUZ, you probably want to forget that horrible ordeal because they got dominated and didn't look like themselves. The positive is, yes, they're going on to Mirage. It's their pick. Ola Brolans even turned off his camera. He was that upset by the whole situation. But it is Mirage coming up next. It is the pick of MOUZ. And I'll just say this. Okay, it's a go-to pick for them. Okay, it's a map they can play against the very elite teams. But if their mindset don't change and if they don't play together, they could end up in a similar situation to what we just saw.
Yeah, this is an Imperial who, Mirage isn't their favorite map. They lose it quite often against South American competition, but it is the map where we're talking about skulls. I think SHR was a liability on this map. I think SHR was quite weak on this map. You add skulls in, he's going to be that A anchor. I think he's in a better position. The only downside is they play kind of similar to how you see Spirit play. And if anyone is used to how Spirit like to swing in the mid off of short, swing in the mid out of connector, it's MOUZ. They're used to that. They're ready for it.
MOUZ has to win Mirage, right? As you said, they're playing the map against some of the best teams in the world, and they're beating some of the best teams in the world on this specific map. Imperial is no slouches on Mirage. They played a lot, but as you said, they also have mixed results in that regard. If you're MOUZ, you got to do what Vitality did yesterday. You know, yes, first map was horrendous. It was terrible. It was unacceptable, but you just got to forget about it and then go in and play your own brand of Counter-Strike. Let's not forget that there's a significant difference in the individual output that these players can show up with on a map like Mirage. So all it takes is Spinks to have a couple of good rounds, pushing out from Catwalk. You want to see Exertion being activated as well. Torsi stop whiffing and hitting a couple of shots, and all of a sudden, the whole dynamic of the game changes. I'm worried on behalf of MOUZ, but not in terms of them winning Mirage.
I want to see them do better than Vitality did yesterday, because we talked about it earlier. Vitality, they go into the second map, they don't look that great. They look like a team that could be beaten, and they could have if M80 was playing just a little bit better, which they were capable of doing. And then they go into the third map, they look to be defeatable as well. I want to see MOUZ better. I want to see MOUZ show up, turn on, and just dominate on Mirage, because I think there is a good chance for a very solid third map from both of these teams. But Mirage, MOUZ should dominate.
I like that sentiment.
They should dominate, but anything can happen, and that's the beauty and magic of Counter-Strike. We're about to find out what will go down with our phenomenal commentators. It's Hugo and Harry.
Lol.
Ah, yes.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
That was nice.
I'll pretend is that Pimp jealous?
I don't know.
He wants back in?
He probably does.
He did 2
I can't say I blame him, man.
You think he can handle this instead of doing 10-minute segments?
You're coming for your ex like this.
Yeah, I know, but you know, don't talk about my current like this.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, man, it's Mirage now. Is this where we see MOUZ kind of course correct, or are we thinking a red hot Imperial who are looking? Everyone was hitting hard map 1.
I think these are always exciting moments because it's hard to call, right? It's like Vitality were in this exact position yesterday, literally identical, right? Getting banged down overpass. When they showed up and they still won the series, yes, okay, I agree with you. It wasn't a perfect recovery arc. They barely won Inferno as well, but I want to say that MOUZ can hopefully just redeem themselves, reset, come back in hard. That being said, Imperial was shooting sharp, so look, they know it's winnable.
And you know, one of the things that we talked about with this MOUZ team for the longest time, the only squad topping them, or stopping them rather, from achieving that top spot was Vitality. When they finally rose up to beat them, a new dragon emerged in Team Spirit. Then at EWC, we saw them fall to the Falcons. Slowly but surely, the goalposts for the teams that can take MOUZ down have started to widen. This would be a new low if they fall here to Imperial.
3 in the B side right now. It's a good smoke, and Vinny's forced to push ahead of it, but he's got the teammates to back him up. Molly, reposition strike. These flashes are very good, but they don't clear back sight until they do. Roland 2 kills. There's a chance for the Julies there. Luckily traded. And that is a solid execute from MOUZ. I mean, 3 players in the site, good setup, good guns for the job. They just get flashed out. So MOUZ, more experienced on this map, that's for sure. And armor saved. So we're going to get that force buy. Oh, yeah.
Cello's still looking sharp. Going to be nice to see what Cello can do in a team where he will have a bit more, responsibility. Obviously, when he was in FURIA, you kind of found yourself as like the other guy, right? That's really all you were there, right? Alongside some of the heavy hitters in that team. you know, you always expected the most from your Keserato, from your Yuri, the guys that are still there. And so Cello was never really a requirement. Still, he would have occasional games where he would pop off. And I mean very occasional games. And in those moments, he would look lights out, man. So kind of excited to see what he can bring to the table in this Imperial squad. Obviously, Skull's the latest addition, but Cello only moving in a little bit before that. And it's safe to say he's looked very, very sharp in the series so far.
Yeah, it's not really been a weak link for Imperial, so...
I also think this is a good vibes team.
Yeah, okay. I can see that.
I think
Vinny's
Vinny's always brought a good vibe, man. Like, he's...
Cello's got the energy.
He's just like a lovable goofball.
Yeah.
But also the calculating captain of Imperial. He's a bit of an oxymoron. Don't focus on the last half of that sentence, like that word.
Awkward Molly. They hear the burn. And this... what? How? He... there was room. There was room. 100 to 0. Not ideal. B hits and...
moths be like...
yeah. Scout ready and they jump past it. So it's kind of your only chance to win this. And he's missed 2 of the 3. Headshots too late. Spinks taking space and force buy put aside by MOUZ. And yeah. Let's see what happens. But I feel like MOUZ are back, Harry.
Really? You're going to call that now?
Yeah, I think so. It's just, I don't know. I've seen this series 1,000 times where the underdog comes in, they like stomp a new map because they've been specialists, and then the favorite goes, all right, I'll try.
Well, the one thing, I don't really think Imperial is specialized anyway with how quickly this roster's been pieced together.
I guess they've just been practicing it. They don't have the officials, so that's the difference. With M80, at least they had like a bunch of games.
Exactly, right? Yeah. Like they have a bunch of reps in and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it's like even before the Skulls edition, it's not like they were playing this a lot. Maybe they were cracking it. They don't have that official experience. And then you only have a couple of days to kind of bring a new guy into the fold. Overpass also a technical map in terms of how it plays. I don't know. I think it's already like a super impressive result. Okay. So the bullets scared him into the fire.
Yeah, that was a big molly, actually. I'll give him that.
Forgivable, we'll say.
Yeah. You know. Forgettable, luckily. Just pistols now. MOUZ just looking to make this one clean and easy. I'd like to see Spinks go for those openers. Deagle out. All right. Oh, he just missed the timing, though. That flash will give it away. Vinny backs up, though. Spinks may as well reclaim the space because he's heard the player leave. And so MOUZ are actually grouping for this B hit right now. Bottom con smoke, top con smoke. And short is an option, but Brolin lurking in the connector. Not to be. Gonna flash up short. As MOUZ get ready to hit this nearly empty bomb site.
Vinny, what can he do? Oh. Not much. Spink's gonna charge at him, and that's the B side cracked wide open. Imperial thinking, damn, they really did just go B 3 times in a row. It's like that, huh?
Yeah. Are you used to the new animations yet? These draws, you know? The reloads?
Fully used to them.
Okay. All right.
That's really all there is to say about that. No, dude, I don't know.
You like them?
I think so. Yeah. I think I do like them.
P250 reload's sick.
You know, we've
draw.
always, CS people have always been a little resistant to change. And I think sometimes because change is bad.
But in this case?
But in this case, I think it's pretty good. And I think that's felt unanimously, I would say. I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire planet, but
you just did.
Here I am doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I feel nasally, Hugo. Do you hear that? Do you hear me sound a little whiny?
In general, yeah.
Oh, man. I can't believe MOUZ are really going to lose this series.
I don't know why. I can breathe so well. Listen to that. That's clear as a whistle. What's happening?
Stop.
It'll get better. Don't worry, everyone.
Just cast the round.
It'll get better, everyone. It's going to be okay. We're going to get through this together.
I just got to get through the game.
Just a nice big inhale, and here we are.
Stop.
It's the bye for Imperial.
Just got to get through this day.
I've really come to love that meme.
Yeah.
I just got to get through this week.
This weak mid-defense, because nobody's here. Crossfire, surely going to get blocked. There's a smoking con. Avoided. Roland knew it was coming. You come out under, you know nades are prevalent. Oh, you've mollied me. I'll just wait. And that con smoke begins to fade. MOUZ now announced their presence in middle. Again, are they just going to B-hit this whole game? They're looking for one more. That entry frees up a rotate, but they need to come right back into this bomb site.
Oh, no way. With the help, Vinny's MP9 able to take it one step further. And even focusing his attention still on towards this this backstab now. Vinny will catch Torshi, while No Way watches their backs. It's just Exertion. Two low players in front of him. This is far from impossible, and Exertion's got great space, great timing.
Oh, no.
Nasty surprise for Vinny and No Way. It's down to Skulls, the latest addition of this Imperial squad, to try and clutch up. He's moved in, but Exertion's got that bomb down and had time to hop off. Reposition, goes hunting, and Skulls will find him.
Hey, that's why they got Skulls. That's what they got him for. Clutches like that, late round play. Nice work for Skulls to stop a hot-handed Exertion. On for a 1v3. Skulls looking for an upgrade, but may as well get that stick off, and Imperial will get the first round on the board. I like the B-split. It was really good. The defense was solid. They read the flank. Vinny holds very well, and no one gets out of the apartments. I like the MOUZ are just trying to abuse this bomb site right now. Will that keep up? They finally get humbled.
I want to make everyone aware that Skulls has a minion as his profile picture on Steam.
Okay. Why?
I think that's just important to mention.
Any other notable profile pictures?
Spotterman on cello.
Okay, that's solid.
Which is good.
That's a good one.
But that's really about it.
Ooh, through the smoke. Faster on under. Shallow, good spray, but Brolin was up closer. Imperial concede middle. They lose eyes through the connector. Look at Exertion go. No one's even close to stop him. That rotate through window. This might come at a surprise if Exertion just keeps going. Backstab onto Vinny. Easily done. Smokes is behind and moves into the site. Where is Skulls?
Might have dealt with the captain, but just because he grew don't mean he don't need minions. His Skulls up close. Good for one. Instant trade out of Jimmy P. Wrap around for No Way, who gets the CT spawn. You can still go fishing here if No Way gets that kill, but Exertion's going to pluck him out of the round. And Try might just think about saving now. 1-on-3, CT control lost, bomb planted. There's no winning this. More important that he holds on to this AWP.
Yeah. Not had the big Try moments we've been waiting for in this series. He's looked solid, but waiting for him to really start running away with some rounds. He won one big clutch back on Overpass. This should be a far better map for him as well to showcase what he's been doing domestically for some time now. The Argentinian in Brazil.
Terrorists win.
But MOUZ are certainly back. It is Overpass no longer.
Just cringe in a way, isn't it?
What?
Oh, you can only win on your map?
Yeah. But wait, isn't that Imperial as well?
True.
It doesn't really work when you look at it like that. Oh, the M4 lost in the valley. Valley of Death, they call it, Harry. Barren. Nothing survives. The vultures of MOUZ pick at the bones. Back they pull for an A execute. Throwing more nades into middle. Try is here. Good catch. So the M4's gone, but the AWP is in the right place.
They're going to be running into the try AWP.
That's what I said.
Don't worry, I got you. Here's Skulls. Up close with the Deagle. He'll get one here for sure.
Can he steal the moon, Harry?
Oh, he'll get none. But the try AWP. By the way, great reference. Tries AWP, dead, back in the spawn. No way. Feeling the pressure. And just Vinny left. P250 and a dream.
Nightmare.
Gonna try and peek through the smoke. Bit more damage downrange onto Exertion. Missed shot for the Torchior, but that's when Exertion comes out with the re-swing. And so MOUZ continue barreling ahead on Mirage, getting past that one saved AWP with limited price paid to deal with it. Just one from try back in the spawn.
And this is why we don't want BO1s at majors, Harry. This is why we want BO3s. It's a BO3 for a reason. MOUZ, they come in cold, they come in slow, they get stomped, they reset on a better map, no less, and MOUZ show the difference. Everyone knowing their job, everyone being able to mid-round perfectly, they go mid, they get the kills, they reset, they just go for a quick A-pop, everyone's there, they go into the stack, Harry. 4 players in the bomb site.
You good?
Yeah, surely.
A little giggle or something, I don't know.
And then MOUZ just run over them. So
yeah,
that's a difference. MOUZ showing the stature, puffing their chest up. 5-1.
If you had to choose between the current format with BO1s or BO5s the whole way through the major,
game.
What would you choose?
I would...
Think about it while this is on.
Let's go, boys. What is the fuck is Cello doing, guys? They're fucking trolling. Let's go.
Damn, all right.
A strong talk from Exertion.
What's Cello? I don't know. He's trying to play con. Leave the guy alone, dude. It's a tricky position. He hasn't had a lot of money in these rounds.
He was out in the middle of mid, Harry.
Damn,
what is he doing?
That's Cello they're talking about.
Yeah, all right. Another BXX. Just rush B.
Oh, try so blind, but Vinny, his eyes, his ears, his saving grace.
Ooh.
Now you've just got to save Vinny. Try can't, but he might make up for it. Kill on the cross. Roland's been found. The B play getting denied here. And come on, Cello. Come on, dude. He's on this backstab right now. Jimmy low on health. Come on, Cello. Come on, Cello. Come get it. Come get it. Ooh. There it is. Cello secures the round. What's he doing in the apartments? He's ruining MOUZ's day.
It was done before that. I think they've got to stop with these B hits. Vinny, back-to-back 2K holds on his bomb site. Admirable work for the solo B player. Try from afar, blocked by that Molotov, and flashed out of position.
Yeah, you know, playing over towards bench, playing over towards Van. Admirable holds, that's why they call him Admirable at car. It's a trap!
Oh, it's a trap. That's good. That's good. I can see you piecing that together. You almost
just trying to say admirable so many times in a row when you're doing it as a play on word. Admirable.
No, but it's the other one. It's Admiral
Sorry, what? Are you good?
No.
Hang on, now neither of them sound right. Admiral. Admirable.
He is an admirable admiral. Moving on. Jesus.
Why do you sound like you smoke like 30 a day, bro? You good? Well, an admirable effort from the Admiral at Carp.
Yes, that's the one. Oh, boost. Cello getting thrown up. What's he doing here?
They think they can get past Cello for free in mid, but as we've already established, it's a trap.
Nice.
Spink's gonna work his way out through lower. Nades rain in, but they're a little off the mark. Spinks is ahead of that timing. Double lower take for MOUZ. Not uncommon to see them throw a player up into the window when they do this, and so that looks to be the end goal.
You got to watch out for Spinks down lower here, because often he will sell seashells by the seashore. And those shells that he sells are seashells, I'm sure. Good Molly pushes Cello out again. Is he going to burn? 100-0. They've got him blocked, locked in this corner. Timing shot won't be taken. Torshi. Ooh, Cello goes back for more. Audacious, some say. But he's not in a hurry to take this fight. The smoke implies he exits. MOUZ come up short again. Looking for another one of these B-splits. Cello's position. Very strong. Still. Playing timing on his peaks. Oh, this is good for him, though. They're not going to walk in, surely. Yeah, they go right past. He misses it. Misses his chance. Backside Vinny, second orb. And he's dead. Spinks with a banger. Try. And you won't succeed. Save is all you can do. Whoa, Spinks! Where did that come from? Big 3K. Sharp as nails, Harry. They just still go back to the B site. Yeah, they really don't care.
It's working for them, right? Some concrete foundations for this T side. Imperial, they've built theirs on wood, and the big question now is how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chug wood? Hugo?
It's good, it's really...
MOUZ sitting 6-2 up, looking to run away with this T side. Bare minimum hoping to have won out the half here and now. It's aggression that's tempered by Spinks. Double palace push denied. And Brolin's even extended that advantage even further. Try and Skulls are split up. Skulls 5-7, gonna have to do it all.
Oh, God, how about none of it? How about it does nothing? Missed shot. There was no chance anyway. And Try's just doing his gym pack impression, just trying to save, man. Round after round, nothing to do. As MOUZ just stomp this game. Can Imperial do anything? I'd like to see some sort of mid-take for Imperial. And letting MOUZ get an awful lot of space, and when MOUZ run these splits, Imperial don't even know till they're up short. Maybe dedicate a full buy round to fighting 4 or 5 middle. See what Imperial cook up with a timeout. Torshi. Nice little trick to catch Cello on a late cross. And while Try takes the angle, it's too late. A little push could be a nice remedy. Expecting MOUZ to leave this position is not a bad read of the situation.
A good bit of space found here, and it could be more than that. The bomb's coming back through T-spawn. And if Exertion walks this down the ramp, we'll go right into No Way. Instead, goes to check it. No Way with the flick back up, finds Exertion, and that's the bomb. This is big info for Imperial. MOUZ having to waste time going back, clear the ramp position, make sure he's not continued on this aggression. Retrieve the bomb, but you're worried now about going A. It feels too obvious.
Don't really have any choice. Brolin needs to activate soon. 35 seconds. They are committed. 2 from the Palace. Up on the ramp. Oh, you don't want No Way to tuck too tight and let Vinny get caught. He's looking to play first. Up con comes Brolin. There's the activation. No way gets his. He lives. Vinny covers con split. Orb can't really do much in terms of taking space. 10 seconds. Might just want to save. Oh, Torshi hitting a banger, but there's no time. Tucked in is no way on 1 health. And that bomb gets lost. So the round will follow. It's not even really a money save. It's just not going to happen. Imperial back on the board, but it's isolated round, similar to how MOUZ found themselves on Overpass, one and dones. Can they build in to find a couple more at the end of the half? It's a salvageable game. But MOUZ have been winning so many of these rounds off just the first couple of entries on these B hits.
I think something that is going to feel nice there for Imperial. Okay. Well, I was going to say, they were able to win that last round from a 4v5.
Well,
they've had that bestowed upon them twice over now. Let's see if they're able to make similar kind of aggressive moves here. A man down. Last time it was No Way walking the ramp push, found the bomb, looked to uproot the game plan. He's the first to fall here, and it goes from bad to worse as the captains clash. Brolin gets around Vinny in con. Skull's gonna try and come through with aggro on the ramp side. Jimmy P caught out in the open. Caught in the fly.
I mean, stings, but Spinks is gonna make this hurt worse on this window flank. He's gone all the way around. Not sure how quickly he's gonna find Try in this position, but if Try even gets a kill, he'll run away, and Spinks will get delivered that entry. So, yeah, it might cost Exertion his life. Oh, but now it won't. Spinks gets that info, and he's got the round in the palm of his hand. Jumping up, quick shot, and that is 8 for MOUZ, almost certainly. Bomb can be stopped by Cello, but Spinks is moving in to cover the cross. Great move for Spinks. Got a save on Skulls, 4 and 4. He's not really had a chance to play this game, has he? It's been a lot of B abuse, and Skulls on that A site, after a great debut on Overpass, simply not allowed to play. Brolin and Spinks taking the cake. Exertion with a couple of nice multi-kills. And MOUZ just back in form. A reassuring look, if nothing else.
I mean, this tremendous T-side upheld by Spinks and Brolin. Both really pulling their weight here. For Skulls, he's at least going to get out with this AK. Oh, he's not! Torshi!
Nice jinx.
Final second finds him. And so no gun saved. His T-side about to spiral madly out of control.
You know you got robbed when the kill feed goes into freeze time of the next round.
Yeah.
That's how that feels. What can you do but die? A final ditch attempt here on the CT side for Imperial. But it's been a bit lifeless. Not really had any gumption. Not really seen strong setup, strong trades. They try and fight middle here. The flash is good, but Vinny still connects the shots. Here we go, a brawl in middle. Been waiting for this, and it's working wonders. Down to a 2v2 with low health on the remaining MOUZ players.
They're really hurting, both MOUZ guys. Spinks and Jimmy down a sub 20 points of health between them. 2 bullets from Cello or Try end this round. And so MOUZ are going to try and regroup here. Numbers about the only type of advantage they could hope to hold over Imperial in this 2v2. Right now, they're waiting to see if they can catch any aggression. Jimmy still floating around, hoping that someone walks into his crosshair. And you know who might? This guy. Try on the aggression through Palace.
Oof.
Jimmy's just peeling away. And so the timing actually couldn't be worse for Jimmy. In his mind, this push is clear.
Psych. I mean, it makes sense. Yes, he could have flanked Spawn there, but his teammate's on B in a good position to get one. So Try just wants to play the other side, and with no kit, they don't want to give up everything in this round. It's a nice mid-round move for MOUZ, coming up short. This bench player, unless he just uncrouches, is not going to see it. Well, Cello's got a wide off angle though, so this should be one, considering the low health. Oh, 15 seconds, you really don't expect short, but they give it away. Cello gets his, and Imperial holding on.
Yeah, Cello
no choke
looking for the killing blow, and there it is. Something else for Imperial down the stretch. 4 rounds on this CT side, all isolated one and dones. Will that be enough for the 2-0 for Imperial, or do MOUZ turn this series around now? MOUZ might be back, okay? That's where we're at right now. It's an 8-4 half from them, a couple of one-and-done rounds out of Imperial. Some brief heroics from the likes of Vinny in some of these holds. He was instrumental in 2 of the 4 rounds that Imperial have to their name. It's not a lot to go off of here. And a meta that's started to shape up and be CT-sided. MOUZ now moving over to that half of the map. And a bit of an A-lean in this pistol. 3 players there, leaving the B defense just to Jimmy P and Spinks. Salts catches the first. Jimmy with the follow-up. The bomb right there in front of him.
If you want to come get it. He's not even giving them a spam kill here. I don't know how you save this round now with rotates coming in hot. We've got 3 in the site. Imperial just desperately looking for an entry. MOUZ have the guns for the job. USP beats Glock. wait for the flank. Boost up in window is something. Could find exertion here. That does give away the aim of the game. Could they rob the bomb? Surely not, right? It's not time for this either way. The flank is coming in. Brolin contains, and now you just have to hope for the best. Good dink. Jimmy can peek. Oh, no! That was a little worrying, but it is saved by Spinks.
Skull's the GOAT. What can he... Oh, he didn't get the bomb yet. Now he's picked it up. 20 seconds. I mean, it's not really about planning. It's about killing here, and he's struggling in that regard.
Yes, sir.
Pistol round picked up for MOUZ. 9 rounds secured, and looking to go on a bit of a run to open up this second half. That's not going to leave Imperial with a lot of time to change their fortunes on Mirage.
He's got the Fallen headset on.
Respect.
Handed over gear from his time in FURIA.
Either that or he's just nicked his headphones.
Yeah, on the way out.
When they removed him, like,
yoink.
Fine, Fallen, you can get rid of me.
Enjoy Europe.
But I'm taking these. So in a way, I win.
And Fallen goes, thanks for the free advertising. Sponsorships at fallengear.com. Little techie MOUZ with a pistol in their pocket off an 8-round T-side. Can't complain. Third map of this series is Nuke. Unless Imperial give us an incredible half. Seems like we're going to get there. That's where this series could get closer, at least, right? It's a map that Imperial have more tape on, domestically, more success on, and yes, MOUZ will have higher heights. Do not doubt that. But Imperial experience, at least in their region.
Little tech pause. While it's getting fixed, you get up, go grab a snack. Try came back chewing. What's he munching on? Oh, having a little sip-a-roo as well. Okay. Nervous there that he wipes his hand on the jersey. That implies he's got like some moisture.
Okay,
something,
sticky
you know,
fingers.
Yeah, you don't
Which
want
hand,
that.
left or right?
Hang on, I'm trying to think. He would have wiped his left hand.
That's okay, it's only the keyboard.
I think that's the worst one to get sticky.
Okay, yeah, true. I don't know, I want a clean mouse, Harry.
But like, mouse is 2 buttons, you know.
I want a clean mouse, Harry.
Okay, here we go.
B-rush.
Will it be clean from MOUZ?
Nice.
Jimmy.
Oh.
Glock killed. Cello. What is he doing? Finds one. Finds the opener. Bomb plant here for Imperial. But struggling to keep it ship shape in this post plant. As it is just armorless Glocks.
Shut
It's going to be a
down.
Pretty clean round to close for MOUZ, but still getting out with a bomb plant there is no small feat.
Nice pocket strat, getting that smoke on the bomb site as well to force a bomb plant. Low investment, high result. They get a bit of bonus money, and yeah, they get a kill from it as well. So you're happy with that, but it's all down to this gun round. If you don't win it, it is essentially GG. So can Imperial long out this map, or are they just thinking about Nuke? Hal's looking unbothered, unstressed. Even despite that overpass, able to lock back in quickly. Even better than Vitality did.
Oh, good catch. Vinny tries his hand at the double. It's a lot of damage onto Spinks. And so softened up this mid-hold for sure. Torshi also low, who started window. That's a lot of damage put onto these mid players, and it's given the control over to Imperial.
Brolin getting inquisitive on the ramp. If he goes any further, he's going to clear this out. The flash announces his presence. But Imperial still back up. Looking to reset, perhaps, for another B take. Just a game of B sites. This would be the third B hit in a row for Imperial on their T side. MOUZ were all the same, up short with Flash. Only Spinks in the bomb site right now. That break, oh, it gets a good bit of info. Jimmy can rotate and help on B. He'll need to. Spinks is low.
Double swing out through Kong, gonna catch Cello, and Jimmy arrives just as this B site was getting called into question. He's playing ahead of the rotate here, hoping to just keep offering up resistance in the site, and it's allowed Torshi a kill from short.
Fire everywhere.
Skull's left up in this clutch. Fire all around him. Bomb dropped out towards short. He's gonna run to go get that, and MOUZ have grouped here, ready to swing and fight him. You'll be able to take one as he retreats back with this bomb.
Oh.
And there's Torshi on a wide swing to stop that plant in its tracks.
Look at the reset there for MOUZ and the paranoia it induces in Skulls. The whole time he's scared of Market. That's why he can't just like run, grab that bomb, put it down. He's scared he's gonna get swung from any moment's notice at door or window. And MOUZ just play off the audio. That bomb is in the worst position for Skulls to win the round. Not a clutch to be had here on Mirage. Not a round, really, for Imperial. This is T-side. Just gets swept away by MOUZ. Experience reigning true.
That's maybe you are just thinking about Nuke at this point. The third map, the decider, 2 dominant maps to get us there. That's what this is building towards. Like M. Night Shyamalan's Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
The big twist is that climate change was the real nuke all along.
Don't even know what that means. Oh! See ya.
Exertion.
That was the bomb.
Annihilates Vinny with a little help from that nade in top mid.
This is going to be easy for Jimmy. Pushed up deep in the apartments now. I like the balcony position, but if they come through the smoke, this one is potent. Oof. Okay. All Jimmy. Turns from the flash. They flash themselves. Okay. Respond from try. Fall through the smoke. Exertion. He could just throw himself into the bomb site right now. There's... What? He hit that. That's crazy. What a wallbang. You're laughing at me, but have you seen that? You knew about that one?
No, dude. That was slick.
Did dirty.
Slick Rick, and now Exertion tries to lead the charge back in. No way you're going to give up this round. That's what they're thinking. Oh, nearly a TK in there. It's fine for a moment, but in comes Exertion and Torshi.
Oh, the wallbang.
Leading the charge on that retake. The wallbang to open it up. A lot of stuff to like here for MOUZ. A reassuring sign on their pick of Mirage.
I've seen that with an AWP, but I didn't know the AK could be so potent through the cinder block. Through the concrete, Harry. MOUZ just doing tricks on it right now.
I don't remember the meme, but you sounded just like it. What? It's that ghoulish fella. I don't remember him. Here we are. Cello naded down low again.
There is an A site in this map.
No, there isn't.
There is an A site.
Yeah, there is A site, and the site is B.
It's been B. It's all B.
Colony collapse disorder in full effect with all these B hits.
Nice. Okay, they're listening. They heard me.
Don't get too ahead of yourself here, Hugo.
I don't know.
They're actually doing it.
Going A.
They're going A.
Alexi A here. Up connector. Bomb in the palace. Roland, Torshi, and Exertion just moseying on over. That's a good shot for Torshi. They are just red hot right now, MOUZ.
And it feels like it's done. Brolin posted, ready for this push out. This could be a mowdown. They line up for him. And it's just Try remaining. They know where he is now. They've got him pinned in, boxed in, and MOUZ come for a clean victory on Mirage, looking to make amends for their slow start in this series. The score will now be settled on Nuke.
It certainly will, and that is the response I wanted to see from MOUZ. That is how I expected a top-tier team, who are the favorites, to react to how Overpass went.
They gave us exactly what WU was hoping for, a much better display coming into the second map and a much better bounce back than Vitality were able to do yesterday. This game, WU, there was no doubt that MOUZ were going to win. Felt pretty lopsided and felt like MOUZ won the game within the first 5 or 6 rounds.
I will give some credit to Imperial. I think they had some upsides. They had some players that were doing great plays. They had some moments, but that's what you expect. That kind of felt like MOUZ against Vitality for much of the year, where MOUZ would do some of the right things, but then Vitality is just the better team. That was Imperial doing some of the right things, some of the wrong things, but MOUZ are just the better team. They're just going to close it out when you get down to it.
And now the worrying signs are over for them, but there may be some worries happening on the B side, which was hit over again and again and again, Pim.
Yeah, something me and WU was talking about in the green room. You know, it felt like a B-hit simulator to some degree. I think that was a clear game plan for MOUZ, that they wanted to simplify the game a little bit. We have a few examples. Obviously, this round, it's a round the MOUZ are supposed to win, but it just kept happening over and over and over again. And even though in some of these clips, you're actually going to see Vinny put up a bit of a fight and do his best efforts to shut down the B-bomb side. The thing, and I think the theory behind this as well, is that even if MOUZ lose their advantage, even if they go in and they get the B-bomb side in a 2v3 or in a 3v4, they know that the clutch potential and them winning the round from getting the bomb down on the B-bomb side, they're just much more likely to win. So I think that was part of the game plan. As you can see it even here, a couple of times it was successful from Imperial, but overall, MOUZ just wanted to simplify the game on the T side.
I'd say that is one of the bright spots for Imperial, is that Vinny was defending the B site pretty effectively. He had 2 or 3 rounds there, but the problem is the rest of the team around him was falling apart. He even has the one round where Brolin is flanking through Market, coming behind. They have Xerxan nearly pull off a 1v3 at one point. The B defense from Vinny was effective, but the rest of the team rotating in, as you're saying, MOUZ expected that. That's probably why they were going for that play. This does feel like the new meta of Mirage, though. So many teams now are just pounding that B site, and it's finding so much success.
Finding success was key to victory here for MOUZ and constant across this game. But a man we didn't really talk about too much is No Way on the side of Imperial.
Yeah, had a rough game in that first half. He tried to make the difference. He tried to involve himself in a lot of the opening scenarios. Unfortunately for him, he went 0-5 in opening kills. And we built a package here to showcase that pistol. It is what it is. This round as well kind of is what it is. But overall, when you try to be the player that is you know, up front and try to be a little bit aggressive, like this push here as well, when you're not successful with it at any point, and I know in some of these instances there's low money, there's a low buy, so you take an extra risk, but 0-5 in the first half, that's just tough for No Way, and that was kind of something that Imperial needed. They never played 5v4. They always played 4v5. They always had to reinvent a round or come from behind or do something out of the ordinary in order to win a round, and that's why I felt MOUZ was so far ahead that even though when Vinny were getting the opening kills over on the B-bomb side, it didn't matter because MOUZ could always trade their way out of the problems.
Yeah, if I'm saying Vinny was one of the bright spots, that's the reason that he wasn't good enough to win rounds for his team, because he could hold the B site, but No Way was on short, dead half of the rounds. He would miss a shot, he would just be in the wrong spot, or sometimes MOUZ just did really great clears. They had the clear where I believe it was No Way in ladder or on short, and they just missed. They had 2 players there, couldn't get it done. That's one where you need more consistency across the roster, and when you start out 4v5, when I looked at near the end of the half, it was 9-2 for MOUZ. T side, you're not supposed to be winning more than 50% of your openings. You're just not in a spot where you have a chance of having a great half.
Yeah, there was no way in for him, but there was lots of opportunity for the likes of Spinks as an example, right? This is a game where he could have a field day. He could do pretty much what he wanted.
Kind of what we expected, right? You want to see some of those superstars in the MOUZ camp do a good job. You want to see Spinks come in and find a bit of confidence. If there's one map that he feels specifically confident on, it's Mirage, him pushing out from Catwalk, him being involved in a lot of the duels, him even being a little bit more aggressive on the T side for MOUZ this time around, knowing that the opposition are not that well playing, let's put it that way. I feel like that's a Spinks classic. He seems to be a bit more aggressive when the opponents are called Imperial, Ecstatic, Fnatic, you name it, compared to Vitality and the likes of those.
Are you seeing Spinks is another blame F?
I'm saying that Spinx is having a cool time here in Mirage.
Is this a shot? This is a shot. You're taking a shot. Spinx is a great player. Can't take anything away from him. This is what you're expecting from Spinx. You want to have him against Imperial. He's supposed to pop off because even if he's out of position, even if he's in a bad spot, he should be capable of turning on those players. You want to see that because you want to see them compete again for titles. And if he can't do it against Imperial in a map like this, then how is he supposed to do it against Donk? How is he supposed to do it against Tanir eventually? How is he supposed to do it against ZywOo? You know, he needs to have this type of game. And so I'm impressed from him. And the problem is that's what we're expecting.
Yeah.
It is what we're expecting, but it's quite funny because both Spinx and Brolan, who we'll look at next, they were struggling on Overpass. They were not up to show, and so clearly someone gave him a kick to say, this is the game you need to get going in.
And that's why we highlighted him, right? I think Brolan in particular, that's a little bit unexpected, I guess. It's not necessarily him that we look towards the first and be like, oh, you got to step it up. You got to have an individual output. You can see a clear difference, obviously, in his output right here. There's a difference between having a 0.27 KD and a 2.12 over the course of the 2 maps. I will say Brolan, the few times I've seen MOUZ struggle at Cologne, you know, during EWC even, he's had a couple of moments and a couple of maps where he's actually stepping up individually speaking. So it's kind of twofold right now. I recognize and I agree with you, the T sides of MOUZ are massively struggling and part of that responsibility is on Brolan, but he has also stepped up individual to actually have more output and single-handedly winning games sometimes for MOUZ when they're struggling the most. So I can't really figure out whether I want to blame Brolan, I want to praise him, or somewhere in between.
But the question is, do we care about his individual level? We talk about Kerrigan, one of the worst individual players in the Tier 1 scene, but we still like him because he calls a good game, he puts his team in position, or at least historically he's done that, maybe questioning it a little bit more recently. But with Brolan, that's the problem. He has those individual pop-off games, but he's not playing well enough individually to make up for it with consistency. He has those games, but where is that on a consistent basis? Where is that across a best of 3? We had the Overpass game, he goes 4-17. We need to see this for a full 3 maps, or at least we need to see this in the nuke.
Okay, a lot of pressure on his shoulders there. Well, you want to see him deliver, but we'll wait and see if that can be the case. We're moving to Nuke. It's the deciding map. A bit of a surprise to be here, but still a fighting chance for Imperial, unless MOUZ show up and do exactly what they did just now on Mirage. While we were not expecting much from Imperial across this series, Overpass was a nice surprise. Then reality hit them and MOUZ smashed them when it came to their chosen map pick. Now we're going into what should be a bit of a middle ground, but this middle ground is still Nuke, and this is still such a crazy difference in terms of the opposition they're fighting. The only thing is I expect, I guess, Imperial to understand how to play this a bit better in the way they want.
You see it on your screen right here, 83% win rate on the map the past 3 months. The thing is, they were winning an awful lot in a row, and then the last 4 games, it's been hit and miss, right? Losing to Red Candidates and losing to another team that's called Legacy, 13-5. Not really pretty. I was just looking before we head into this segment, who's actually performing for Imperial when it comes to this map. And no surprise, it's Try. He's averaging a rating of 139 over the course of Nuke the past 3 months. So I'm almost willing to say that when there's such a big disparity in skill level between the two teams, without Try having the game of his life here, Nuke, there's just no game to be had.
And the problem with T-side Nuke, if that's where they start, depending on who wins the knife round, it's tough to get that op working. You can go outer with the op, but if they don't give you any kills, there's not much you can do. It's just kind of similar, interestingly, to how it is on T-side Overpass, but actually Try did get something done there behind the Riflers. And unfortunately, we talked in the pregame, this is a team that has a lot of role players. They don't have a star Rifler. You need the Riflers to open you up on Nuke so that the Opper can get anything done. I think they might struggle with that on Nuke.
Yeah, who is the Rifler we're looking at as being the one that can open this up for the likes of Imperial?
I mean, Cello would be the guy I would always point towards, knowing how aggressive he used to be, knowing how he used to be this soldier for the old iteration of Imperial. But I've been a little bit disappointed in Cello, right? I've seen him pop off. I've seen his potential, but I feel like he's stagnated an awful lot in his career. And he's just been a decent player for a long time. He's not good, he's not bad, but he does have those pop-off moments from time to time where he can definitely be the deciding factor. The thing is, I can't rely on it. I don't see it often enough to be standing here and saying, like, I expect Cello to be that guy, you know. He can be that guy, but I don't really expect him to be.
The problem is we're looking at a MOUZ team where we talk sometimes about how MOUZ can shut down Donk on their T-side Nuke. They can prevent Donk from getting things done. So you're looking at it from an Imperial side. They need a team effort. And I think Skulls has had a pretty good series. I'm not expecting him to be the player, but I think maybe they have some execs where he can come in and get something done. I would like to see him pop off in this game and really have a solid showing. But otherwise, I mean, you're looking at a MOUZ that's they're playing the best of the best. Imperial might have a great win rate. They're playing some weaker opposition.
Is Imperial now needed, though, to maybe change the way they would usually play this map, or we expect them to have a different approach to things?
I would hope they would stick to what they know. I think the second you get out of your comfort zone as a team that's not playing at a high level at all times, that's when you see the flaws in the individual decision-making. That's when you see the difference in caliber of player material. So the more you can stick to your own game plan, also knowing that it may not facilitate the best up against a team like MOUZ, the better. I'll also say that Exertion is a guy that we have to speak a little bit about. He's always involved in everything when it comes to Nuke, whether that's on the T side for MOUZ, constantly being the guy fighting on Yard, or on the CT side where he has no problem pushing in towards T-spawn 20 seconds into the round if he feels that there's no pressure in Yard. So Exertion, man on the screen right here, hasn't had the greatest of games so far, but if there's one map that he's usually activated on, I'd say that's Nuke.
I want to see Imperial play their game because you go outside of it, you do struggle. And when you look at MOUZ, again, we've seen it already in this series. They struggle to adjust in the mid game. So if you can come in as Imperial and it's just working for you, I think they have a chance to make that work. The struggle they might have is they are still implementing Skulls. This is one of the maps where Skulls historically isn't necessarily playing the same spot that you actually had SHR. SHR was playing ramp. Skulls usually plays towards A. You probably have Skulls towards ramp, so there might be something where MOUZ could come in with a game plan, and maybe Skulls has a pop-off game to actually punish that if they do.
What are you expecting from MOUZ on this, though, right? Because honestly, I thought this was going to be a 2-0. They fumbled the overpass. Do we need to see some more dominance like we saw from Mirage on them?
Yeah, I don't really care about the scoreline in the sense that depends on whether you start on the CT side or the T side. I just want a game where I'm feeling that MOUZ are in control for the vast majority of it. In MR12, it's fair enough to say that there will be moments where Imperial, if you win this key round, or if you win that pistol round or whatever, then the game may be competitive. But when I think of what I want from MOUZ here is that I want to sit back with the feeling that, okay, throughout Nuke, you know, for 90% of the game, you were in control. For 90% of the game, I wasn't unsure whether or not you're going to win. But if it becomes one of those games like we saw with Vitality yesterday against M80, where you get off to a good start and then you allow M80 to come back into the game, and all of a sudden you think to yourself, wait, you could actually lose this match, then that to me would be disappointing for MOUZ.
One of the things we talked about with that Vitality M80 game is there was almost nothing Vitality could do to move the needle forward, to make people think they're a better team by beating M80. It's just, it could go backwards. That you could expect less from them, and we do based on how that one went down. I think the same is kind of true of MOUZ. We need them to win, and if they win dominantly or they win 13-8, 13-7, doesn't matter that much. We want to see them in control the entire game. We want to know that they didn't really feel that they had any pressure, any opportunity where Imperial could win a clutch and come out on top. It's MOUZ are expected to win this. They need to pressure it. They need to push it.
Looking at how they can push it and pressure it though, right? Can they play confidently against Imperial and get in their face a little bit more here? Can they challenge this time to not give them any wiggle room to have a chance to come into that game?
Yes, they can, but they have to do it with a certain amount of respect. I think they tried the same thing on Overpass, but that was a bit too much, a bit too much from the individuals. Spinks being by himself, or Torsi being by himself, and all the players trying to win the rounds by themselves. You can play aggressive Counter-Strike and you can be in your face and you can show no respect, but you have to do it in a modest way where there's a backup plan or a contingency plan behind it where you want to push ramp if you're Gymfed, sure thing, but then be flanked by Torsi, a bait for a player that is hiding on ramp or something like that, where you set up players to have a second layer to it. So I think MOUZ can come in and show no respect towards Imperial if they want to, but they have to do it in a proper way.
And we just saw that MOUZ will be starting on the T side, which at least will give them some more T experience with this,
13-8. That's a 13-8.
13-8. Just because they start on T side, that's what you're going with.
Yeah,
that's
I'm going 13-8, 13-5, or sorry, 7-5 scoreline at half. Pistol round win, 13-8.
Well, let's find out what happens. We're moving into Nuke. It's the deciding map between MOUZ and Imperial. And Hugo and Harry have a game on their hands. Take it away, boys.
Yes, it's going to be good. I can say with confidence, Imperial are going to win this.
Confidence?
Yeah, with confidence.
Where's that coming from?
I don't know. I kind of feel like the MOUZ nuke has started to slip just a tad for this team, and I think squads have started doing a very good job of nullifying Exertion and his impact in the yard. I also think there's a couple of good tells you can pick up here. Now, I think one of the hard things for Imperial is how much prep have they done for MOUZ specifically, considering they haven't had a lot of time to bring this team together. But, we have started to kind of see some trends, right? Xertion outside loves to try and get across the secret. I think the squads have figured that out. You've started to see more support dealt to him from Brolin. Usually when you spot both of them out in the yard, that's hinting towards like one of these heaven wraps or these main splits. There's certain things you can learn from the MOUZ T side just on positioning alone that give you a clearer picture as to how the round is playing out. I think that's why we're seeing teams start to do far better against MOUZ's nuke, formerly a great map for them.
Yeah, it's one thing to lose to tier 1 teams, but MOUZ even lost this to OG back at Bounty when we saw them play the online stage. Yeah, it was a BO3. They lost this as the opening map. They came back, they stomped, but it was still a worrying sign. So let's see how MOUZ show up in this third map. Considering they came back pretty hard on Mirage, you would hope to see them stabilize, but Imperial, they've got the experience just as well. A new player in a hard to slot in map.
Oh, dude, that's kind of a wild way for this to start. Torshi, double opener.
I don't think they saw Vinny, but someone shot, and so he felt like he'd been given up. No one was turning. It's awkward.
Well,
MOUZ just hitting.
I can still say with confidence, even though this looks dire, don't get me wrong. Cello, can't find a thing.
Just boxed in. Skulls.
He got the big iron on his hip.
It's like Mirage all over again, just stuck in lobby. Stuck on his own. Everyone dead. Wrong place, wrong time. Skulls 1v5. You think they know?
Even if they don't. Well, now they know. I can tell you that for a fact. And they're all going to tuck in.
God, they're trying so hard.
And there's Exertion with the killing blow. It's a flawless pistol round here out of MOUZ to open up nuke. Strong start to the T side.
That's what you like to see. Just running amok in yard. See, no one realized until he swung at them. It's awkward. It's not the end of the world. We do have a force buy in the second, maybe a crunch towards the lobby. Take a bite out of this MOUZ. Risky walk outside, but not the guns to stop them. CZ on Cello, a rarity in main. No way comes through the smoke. That's cheeky. Okay, that's a deagle kill with the bomb and AK on the ground.
No way to grab the gun for Try. Oh, Cello leaves it to the CZ, able to retrieve an MP9, makes up for it, and that leaves it just on Jimmy. Trying to come in late to save the day. They line up, but Skulls is still going to find it. Forced by win in the second round out of Imperial.
No business winning that. MOUZ get a little bit topsy-turvy there. Player running into garage on their own, not clearing back garage, maybe not expecting a player there because it's on a force buy, but that's exactly why it works out. And there's just layers and layers of Imperial players pushing through smokes and keeping the pressure on in yard. MOUZ are caught off guard time and time again. They wanted the heaven wrap, right? That wasn't meant to be down secret, but they just get a bit split up, do MOUZ. And now put down on Tech9.
Dumao isn't here.
Look, you said no way last round. And
I know, yeah, it's true, man.
There
are just certain things off limits. As Exertion goes down B here, leads the charge on the Tech9. He's going to be looking for Skulls to tap away at. Oh, finds the head of Vinny. Skulls up next. Torshi with a follow-up here. Tech9's finding a lot of success for MOUZ. The bomb's made it across. Util's going to come in too late to stop that plot. Will at least force the equalizer. Torshi had to commit to that fight. Forced hand by Skulls on the ramp side, who now waits for his teammates to move in.
It's opened up very well now, but no smoke for this bomb is going to be a bit of a problem. MOUZ can poke and prod. Flash is ready in the door. Grenade gets rid of the FAMAS player. Try to pick it up. Exertion looking to stop this part from the window, perhaps. Brolin in a difficult position to do much. The tap. I don't know Brolin, he reveals it, gets one kill, but him and his teammate fall in time to stick that defuse. Imperial pick up the post plant as MOUZ made it very interesting with a 4v3. Skull's just making all the right moves there. Doesn't overcommit early. That molly to force the kill on Torshi, and then pulls back and waits for his team. Imperial, a very new roster, or at least a new change in a squad that have been chopping and changing, right? Cello back in this squad post FURIA. And so, with a couple of changes post the major, I'm very impressed at the synergy of this team. That overpass was excellent. Right now, they have an opportunity to upset a top dog inside of this group. And to push them into the depths of that lower bracket where they will not have to see them.
Dude, this routing for Vinny was wild, but he dodged all the threats out in the yard, able to get out with one. Considering there was like multiple pieces in place to try and deal with an aggressive player out towards red. He's done well to thread the needle there and find that one kill. I have a bad feeling for Cello, yeah, on that smoke fade. Jimmy catches him.
I mean, he hit the headshot first, but better gun wins. Tech9 up close. Yeah, no surviving that. Are you ready for MOUZ to reset in lobby? He's not. Looking the wrong way right now. Oh dear, pulls nades. Indecision. Costs him his life, and they just pop this top site.
Tries to barrel on in and be that stopgap between MOUZ and this bomb plant. Spots a second player as well. Knows that this is where MOUZ are heading now. Skull's a little ways away. Joins him in at the bottom of heaven. But they don't decide to commit to this. Skulls has util. Tries just too low, and so they kind of have to team up and just play together here.
Oh, Torshi forced out by the molly. They won't know for sure. He reveals himself, but Try gets both kills on 18 health. That is splendid. What a shot for Try. Does not miss a beat, and Torshi, who pushed through the molly to commit, all he needed was one bullet. Couldn't find it. It's a frustrating round to lose. Torshi on this top site. Recent memory has not been too good.
No. You'll remember that really, really rough clutch that he helped hand to Modesty back at EWC. one where if he just plays the time, they win that round. So yeah, very, very recent haunting memory here for Torshi. I mean, also, I think Imperial have done a great job with their mollies at making Torshi constantly uncomfortable in these post plants thus far. Down on the B site, it was him forced wide by the molly into the gunfight that gives up the man advantage. And here, forced out from Hut by the hands of the molly into the open, thrust into a fight he didn't seem entirely ready for.
Skulls both times. Got good util on him. Nice to see.
Oh, yo, they did the bottle flip with the flashbang.
I missed it.
Look at that. It's standing up perfectly.
Jay's got it, don't worry. It's back in spawn, but we forgive you.
This feels like MOUZ going to try and run one of their A splits. Exertion just closing the distance on this main control. If Vinny can find him, that will be a huge piece of the puzzle removed. He's going to creep up this smoke, and
perfect.
It's a classic MOUZ strat here. Exertion with the opening. No way, can't hold on. Vinny's got to gain some ground back for Imperial. But some missed shots. MOUZ break through with this fast A split. And being unable to stop that is a big problem for Imperial. It's going to force out early util at the start of these rounds. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder. I think MOUZ get quite neutered on these T sides when they struggle at sticking the landing on these fast splits. And so them having it work out the first time around, not ideal for Imperial.
Look at that flashbang, man. Just, yeah, wow. Beautiful. What a landing. Yeah, no, this was a strat that Vitality ran for most of their nuke games in the first season of this year, right? It was Apex Insertion's position coming in on main splits and just pushing through the smoke and often finding players with back turned because of a heavy attack, util thrown in that top site. Exertion, MOUZ, you know, they do that a lot, but Vitality kind of stopped doing it. I don't know why. I haven't seen it in a long time. MOUZ taking a leaf out of their book. We know Vitality were rock solid on this map for a while. So good to see it still pay off. Because even though you feel like it's coming, you feel like it's obvious, stopping it is still a very different thing, because that main player can't just hold a smoke while his teammate's getting flashed out and getting harassed, and they can come out Hut, and he's open to Hut. So you've got to turn around, and that's why it's so successful. Nice round for MOUZ, looking to build upon it on this T side. They're going to just run it back. I mean, Torshi's late. Throwing util. Deep hell control nades, perhaps. So letting Exertion get even more space in this round. That smoke is missed. It's a heaven smoke. Or a locker smoke, I guess. It's completely missed. It doesn't matter. They're going to get the entry anyway. And hey, locker open. Spink shuts it down. 2 kills. 4 on 3. Skull's moving in. The life of a ramp player. He got his 1 kill earlier. Can he do any more? Scaling. Spink's still here in hell. Is this the lag position? Here's a step. Spink's playing with his food. He still checks it and does a lot of damage. A split on the cards. Exertion doesn't look down. He doesn't look down. He's looking towards a vent player.
That's crazy. Can Torshi make amends? Fast drop down the vent. He's got room to work with here. Skull's going to be that first point of rotation, but low on health. He can't go too soon. He has to just concede this plant. For now, he has Torshi pinned in. Torshi takes that fight. Pressured out from the single door. Full blind. Cello collects.
Bro, was that flash lagging or something? It didn't even pop. It got stuck on the floor. Torshi tries to dodge it. But late pop. And another retake won by Imperial. They've been really good That's 3 rounds out of the last 4 that are coming down to defuses for Imperial. And a very difficult round, right? We had full hell control. We had a guy in heaven. I don't know why Spinks isn't with his teammate there. It just feels a little bit awkward when Exertion dies up heaven and Spinks gets nothing from that position. Would have just like 2 players scaling to trade out on that top side.
I mean, dude, it's a really impressive round for Imperial to recover, considering all the space that MOUZ had. Imperial clearly know what they're up against out here in the yard. They've got some ideas for how to deal with it. They've just struggled. It's been in these early fights. I'm talking Vinny and Try, whenever he's been here, have often been on the receiving end of these Exertion picks. That's where Skulls, as the kind of the 3rd player roaming the yard, has actually been able to really help out in a big way. Not easy being the ramp guy coming in to watch for these heaven.
Oh, God!
Oh, no! Jaquinho?
No. No.
Same map.
No.
Ah, he makes up for it.
Okay, recovered well. They've gained a lot of space down B. MOUZ just left him to die, really. And they've cleared out all of the halls. And maybe they're paranoid there's a rotate because outside's been open, but no one's here. Imperial only now just investigating the lobby. MOUZ can plant the bomb, but I just don't think they realize that yet. Nade's getting thrown in, trying to force a reaction. Nothing here, clear. Bomb gets stuck. Not for double door, though. It's a close plant. So you got to keep a man in single if you want to stop the defuse late. Jimmy coming in, he won't find any rotates. Try. He's just gonna, he has to run, yeah, go ramp. Group up with his team, they got a lot of nades.
Full retake from the ramp side. You got to block off some of these angles. Because right now there's this crossfire between window and backside, and that's going to be real rough to try and break through. Brolin and Torshi just picking them from the ranks.
See ya.
And a save called here for Imperial. Good stuff for Try in this round, but it won't culminate in a retake.
Boom.
Understand the temptation to leave some of these fights open, right? With time already running low, you kind of hope you're going to get the fight from window, but it just left a really strong crossfire in play. And with the amount of util Imperial had, I bet they're kind of wishing that they did put it to work a little bit sooner. And look, what could have been a really, really horrible sequence for Try ends up feeling kind of all right. He got 3 in the round, including, you know, recovering that hellish miss. And so, feeling a little more warmed up on the AWP now. Let's see if he's willing to match them for this yard control.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ has just done variations of smoke walls every single time. Deep smokes, close smokes, red smokes. It's been hard to get a read on what these mean for Imperial. Again, they could be down secret, so Vinny forced to investigate. Skull's inside the vent. Vinny clears it out. Not being covered. Molly keeps him honest. Sooner MOUZ hit this top side, the better, because info can be gathered outside. Skull's joining Vinny on his push up. Try. This could be very strong. Chance to take a couple of shots off with the AWP. Flashes won't affect him in this position either, you'd think. And it's getting too quiet. It's getting too obvious. Oh, dear. Molly. Nightmare. And they go through.
Full blind on Cello. And so unable to get that trade. Still, the defense is taking shape here. Stack formed for Imperial, and Jimmy can't break through. That one turns on a dime.
How?
Wild round. Imperial come through and pick it up. That's in spite of losing the first 2 openers. A 3v5 found from Imperial.
I was just going to credit how nice that exec was, because, yeah, they throw the hut roof molly that burns close hut, but on top of that, it's the late flash for Brolin. Typically, you see these hits come in, you get the entry, but then no one's blind. It's all expired. The flash players come back down to lobby. This time, Brolin stays on roof to do a late flash, a really late flash. It wrecks the site player. 5v3, like you said. And then everyone from Imperial shuffles in and multi-kills their way out of that round. I don't even know how they win that. Oh my goodness.
Dude, Jimmy.
He's gonna
wreck him in the exact same way. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, that's great info.
Maybe you just want to go. Now he's got the
Yeah, you've heard the rotate.
Oh,
dude, Cello, don't come up.
Yeah. I A is weak as hell right now. It's only one man backside. That smoke is good. They're still going to go. Double main drop.
Vinny with the cover. Stops the first man in, and Noe's been spotted, tagged up. Try gonna lend a helping hand, and Cello will make it up through the vent on a delayed timing there to clean house. And a convincing stoppage of that top site exec. Imperial, clear understanding of what they're up against. I like some of their solutions to these problems. Vinny's keeping it dynamic in the yard, even though he hasn't had like the greatest bout of success here. He's always keeping them guessing as to his position. I haven't really seen him play the same spot twice.
I feel like MOUZ are getting baited into these A plays, and Imperial are winning from really difficult positions. Tries, rotates have been super hot on this CT side. In the right place and the right time. And MOUZ just have nothing to show for this T side now on a near full eco. Disaster to start this map, but it's not over.
They're talking through the rounds that lay out ahead of them, the couple of rounds they're going to have left. And they need success in this last rifle round, this next rifle round, or else it will be their last. And at that point, this is a very successful CT side venture for Imperial.
Haven't really seen ramp. Skull's 9 and 3 off rotates and off support at B. He is committed here though. Oh god, panic mode. Bit of help comes in, but won't save Skulls. Dink. Oh, lovely shots, and Cello's got the moves. He's looking for the ace.
Oh god.
Risking the round for the ace.
His
is it worth it?
here.
Yes, it is. Ace for Cello. Threw himself into that one, but he comes out with all 5.
Cello's pulling the strings, baby. And yeah, they had to sell Skulls to do it, but he had his chances.
He sold himself, man. He could have taken something out of that. Cello hits some great shots, recovers a spray, bounces out of that one. Womp. You love that from Cello. MOUZ struggling here. This gun round has to land. Can't do a top hit, surely.
I hope Jimmy's allowed to try and play for a bit of contact over here towards ramp. He's certainly one of the guys that's felt more neutered in these T-sides on nuke as time's gone on. Okay. Aggression from Cello is quelled. And, you know, now you don't really need that ramp opening. You've been gifted a man advantage right off the top. Exertion with a keen trade out in the yard. We said earlier, this rifle round has to hit for MOUZ or else they're broke in the final round of play.
Skulls need something here.
Gonna get pressured again. Jimmy, first man in ramp side. He's got full support, all of his team here with him. Skulls, good for one, but that's the end of the line. Quick trade from Jimmy P. And the route to lower is open. Exertion made it across the secret. Ramp control taken for Vinny and Noe. This is not an easy round. They have been given room on the ramp side. That's something. Vinny's not going to have to scrap to gain this space on the retake, but he will have quick contact from Jimmy up close.
As if Jimmy allows it.
There's that smoke that they didn't lob in last time, learning from their mistakes. They're trying to block off some of these angles. Nade's going to go too deep to find Jimmy, who is the low player up close. Support from the door, and Jimmy on a tear. Second kill in the round. First the ramp entry on a Skulls, and now the crushing blow onto Noe. Vinny goes no further. Just looking to save here, and they are all coming his way. Can look to make this a costly round, but just the one and done.
Yeah, could have gone now, but hey, he wants some damage on the way out of the half, and MOUZ win the must-win round. They had to take that to have any chance in this game. You don't want to go 9-3 down and be relying on the pistol. So MOUZ looking for 5 at the end. Finally going ramp, finally catching Skulls for nothing. Haven't really seen Skulls test in the position. It feels obvious that MOUZ will try to do it again now. Outside's been up and down. Vinny's been, like you said, in a variety of different positions, hard to read. The A site has not really let MOUZ in, and even when they've gotten plants, it's been retakes for Imperial. This one coming down to the final chance for MOUZ that they desperately must connect. In a match, they are big favorites. In a game, they recovered on Mirage solidly. Imperial were not in that second map. But I did not think here on Nuke it would be such a tough task for MOUZ. Skull's 5-7. If he's ramp alone, it's very exploitable. Ooh, hit that.
Tries even opened on this AWP now. Over the top of red, Torshi looking for a trade, hoping that something's given up over these smokes. But nothing is. Exertion might have made it down lower, but he's very low on health, and so for now, he's just kind of acting as a piece to take space, deny this secret walk up, and allow that bomb safe passage.
4 players, 3 down. Jimmy in the hut. Jimmy might get something
It's
here.
a more active stance for Jimmy. Like the idea that he's trying to be involved right off the rip, gonna catch no way. They need that trade and Cello will secure it. Skulls makes it down here into the B site, just gonna steal himself away.
Just gotta go.
Here's the footsteps now. Molly in at the vent knows this B hit's coming. If he can get out with 1 kill, he'll do his part. Door swung open, Brolin found Exertion on low health. And so Torshi might be the one who has to get this. They're chasing Skulls down, it's Exertion. At 19 HP the whole time, 2 kills to the good and the guy to plant the bomb. Torshi providing cover, just takes his eyes off, eyes back on in time. And they know where Vinny is, they know where he's coming from. Chasing ghosts as MOUZ collect a 5th round. It's enough on this T side, well recovered. Can MOUZ look for the close on Nuke?
new look. Imperial stormed through Overpass, met their maker on Mirage, and here on Nukes, it's 7-5 up after the first half. There's no doubt MOUZ found those necessary 2 rounds to draw back this game at the end of the half, but Imperial still sit with advantage. Throw a pistol on, and we could be looking at upset territory.
Yeah, I think you're going to feel a little bit bitter here if you're Imperial, knowing that that first half could have been even sweeter, right? You had multiple chances down the stretch there to kind of keep a really, really strong CT side. It was letting MOUZ in those final few rounds. And for that, credit goes to Exertion in the last round of play. He was sub 20 health the entire time as he clawed it back for MOUZ.
Oh, God.
Tries his hand at an opening here in the pistol with a flash to tee him up and just can't catch his bearings. So that sees Imperial through into a 5-on-4, looking to split this A site.
Instant rotate to top because MOUZ know it's coming. It's inevitable. Brolin and Torshi tap out too. Skulls responds, but he won't last long. That bomb makes it down vent. It's info gathered here by MOUZ, and they have Jimmy ready to rotate as he groups up on ramp. Cello making that money at bare minimum, but he's now thrust into a clutch. It feels too big to ask of him. Chipped away. Couple of shots from death. And Spinks with that door open. Pressure is put on as MOUZ find a pistol round and look to claw back this game. They are the more proven team. They are the favorites. And Imperial about to learn that here in this CT side.
Might just be a top site exec. Similar to how MOUZ kind of led into that early in their T half, right? Looked to try and pull one in right off the rip, and it was how they got on the board early. It was with an up-tempo A split. Well, this time there is no split component for Imperial. Skulls with the molly that deals with both hot roof and the rafter. Gonna flush Brolin out of position. Forced wide, and the flashes wreck him. Double opener from Vinny. That's the bottom of the board player for Imperial. Trying to open up this top site, but things get awkward. Jimmy with a catch. And now just Skulls thrust into a clutch. It was a good-looking round for Imperial, but it's all falling apart in the end.
I don't know what the strat was that Skulls is like lurking in there. I would have loved him to just, he's on silo, just drop main and come in and help your team. And I feel like they probably win that round. They have all 5 players ready to go, and Skulls drops off silo, goes slowly walking around the world. Try to escape in the hut. If you're jumping in huts to dodge the shots, you're gonna hit your head. Seen it let down too many players in my time. You just gotta run. So that bomb gets lost, but I feel like Skulls could have been there.
I also just think the whole time he's got, like, how's Vinny in this site alone for as long as he was, with no one else there to join him?
The idea was really nice for Imperial, but just a couple of small details I feel let them down in that exeg. Strong util, but kind of baited out by a couple of players. And now MOUZ get the chance to take the lead. It should be easy. 4 up. Money made. MOUZ back in. Torshi 18-9 has snuck up this scoreboard.
Yeah, he's been hitting very hard here on map 3, and whenever you're getting good mileage out of Torshi, the task gets so much easier for MOUZ. Seems to thrive on Nuke. Had some great games on it from Torshi. And so getting the Don is AWP straight away. Posted up on ramp, some aggression between him and Jimmy, a move they like to pull. You spot the AWP there, should be ready for 2.
True.
But Vinny, not prepared for it. Exertion with a catch on Skulls on a late cross here. And the alarm bell's ringing for Imperial. This space at lower is all they've got to work with as they try and recover a 3-on-5.
Yeah, Jimmy, oh, he almost went for it there. He's going to choose again to play it safe, play it smart, play it 5v3 as MOUZ get to group up. Got to be scared of the vent, so ramp is the route. Spinks late on secret, and aggression in this post spawn might not be a bad move, especially not with shots like that. 2 kills to no way. Tries to bail, they punish him. Spinks very late, but how long will Try hold? Surely he can't do it forever.
He's going to leave the angle right as they arrive.
So Spinks, isn't it? Tries realizing it, and he's going to be punching his desk after this one. Spinks catches that late timing, and MOUZ, with seconds to spare, get on the defuse. That's the issue with Spinks. You know he's doing it. You just can't stop it. It's so late, Harry. It's 50-50. He's vent or he's secret. Where's he going to be?
And you're dead on, you know. It's part of the whole kind of...
To be fair, I don't think the position was that great for Try. Like, if you're scared of both vent and secret, play double or play in vent. You can isolate. Like, you're 180ing back and forth. In that position, you picked the wrong spot to be in. Play vent. You get to jiggle Spinks. You get to hold the vent. With way less chance getting caught. Bit indecisive there for Try. Could have actually won that clutch out if he found Spinks. But hey, down the stretch, MOUZ taking the lead. This is what they were meant to do. Favorite coming back from 7-3 down. Now 9-7 up. 6 rounds in a row for MOUZ. Whoa. Are we playing Quake? Bruh.
Trying to think of a Quake reference,
No,
but I
I
never played Quake.
No, it's okay.
Dan.
That's as good as you're gonna get.
Yeah.
It's a strong one.
Out in the yard, Imperial's trying to make the cross happen, looking to get down with 3 players. Smoke blowing open, Brolin gets the spot, but they've given him the guns from Overpass again.
Shooting straight, nothing.
But it's all well and good. It's not already been a game defined by Brolin in any way, shape, or form outside of the calling. His individuals are all hitting very, very hard. And so him being 5-12 hasn't really felt like a huge problem yet for MOUZ.
Spinks and Jimmy, look at this setup. Dirty duo in this B bomb site. Try coming in. Might be in trouble. Spinks can pull back. He's ready for one more, but still Jimmy just double dink. And out they go into that B bomb site. Late lurker Cello denied. And even ramp is dangerous. If Torshi went to the other side, he would have stopped that bomb. Planted backside. Torshi miss. A rarity in this map. 4-on-3. The flank is in. Brolin still shooting nothing. And they're going to win this. Pulling it back. Torshi can't take much space from his position. It's onto Exertion. Out from the double door. Nades out Skull's backside. Maybe a smoke on the bomb to get weird.
Timing.
Vinny's got the backstab though, right? Right. There it is. Torshi. That smoke sort of lands. He might just have to stick it in the smoke. And playing around the edge of it. No way. Redwell. Torshi puts it together. Swap off the AWP. Saves the day on the B bomb site. 10-7.
Huge round. Huge round from Torshi, man. Very well handled. He knows the pressure's on with that smoke down. Knows that's going to force a kind of twitchy Imperial to go and check out the bomb. And he anticipates the swing from nowhere to close it in the clutch. And I think that's why, you know, like the timing kind of being missed for Vinny felt extra awkward. He had a chance for both players on the backstab, but focusing on dealing with Exertion, Torshi hits that blinder of a 180. And you know, it's like if he deals with Exertion earlier, never is to be in a position to be dealt with at the double doors. But just a little late on his creep up through the vent, even though they had the info, even though they knew exactly what was happening. Vinny arrives just seconds too late to make a difference. I mean, that's a huge round for MOUZ to pick up, right? Putting a stop to that. That could have been Imperial on the board in this second half. Could have been the game starting to close up a little bit. Instead, MOUZ keep their rap sheet flawless. Nothing but success on this CT side.
Feels like Imperial just hit the brick wall as well. A very close, winnable round, but this is still a 7-round streak for MOUZ.
This is also why I think it's really going to hurt them that they kind of, I don't say they let, you know, MOUZ found a way back in at the tail end of that first half, but it was some very close rounds in those final 2 rounds of play, right? Like, you had that huge pop-off from Exertion both times. It's kind of coming down to the wire. Some individual heroics from MOUZ. And it's just made such a world of difference here in terms of closing the game up, leaving MOUZ right there, pistol round win, success in these early rifle rounds, and now they're in pole position with everything to play for. For Imperial, you had a fantastic first half going, but that's how quickly MR12 can close up, right? You kind of take your eye off the ball for what really amounted to a 2-round streak. And it's cost you dearly. They go all in on this round. So if they fall down here, they're broke.
No wall of smokes. Looking for these fights here. Exertion will take them freely. Has the cross. Spinks is running. Got to be careful. Then they make it. Quick entry. Nice reaction from Spinks. He's there just in time to get 2 kills and put Try on his last legs. That bomb has to retreat. Well, not this fight again. Brolin finally puts a bullet down range and wins a swing fight. Losing that would have meant the round for MOUZ. Instead, now they flank on the lobby. Again, the same setup, pushed up with the ult.
Even though this is a common move for MOUZ, I don't think you expect it in a 3-on-2 like this. I just don't imagine you think they have Torshi and Jimmy still ramp side to go for it. And it's only Jimmy that's been spotted in the kill feed, so it's not even like there's a lot of info to go off of there. Well-timed ramp re-aggro. In a must-win round for Imperial, they struggle to even make a dent. That initial clash in the yard comes to define the round, and the regroup in lobby is punished.
Yeah, MOUZ just stay active. They are confident. They are playing very strong on this 3rd map. After a slow start, believing in their moves, and hard to doubt it when Jimmy's hitting this hard.
I also just think, you know, like, this is the toughest map on like a technical level for a team that haven't been together in this iteration for a long time, that have only had a couple of days of practice. I think you're seeing some of these issues creep up on the T side. Not entirely, you know, like solid protocols, who's watching what, who's responsible for where.
Skulls on his first official in 3 months. Shello only a month in this team. First outing in Europe.
And I mean, it's these two that are kind of being left to these yard takes, you know, and that's a very, it's a very scary area of the map where there's a lot of angles. You have a lot of shared responsibility on that duo. There's a timing hit here down the vents.
Oh.
Vinny's found it.
Are you
found
ready
the
for
gap.
one more? Because they've been doing this double setup time after time, so they don't even check Jimmy. Beautiful spray. Does get a big corner there, but they follow up. Vinny, another entry.
Where's this come from, Vinny? He's been struggling in this game. 3 kills deep, but is it all in vain? Trying to give chase. Arriving just a little too late. Will MOUZ piece this one together? Tries backstab red. It's a battle of the captains. Brolin with a triple kill of his own.
He's had a horrendous game, but he's just showed up last round with a crucial kill in lobby, and now goes on to find a 3-peat to put the map point and match point on the board for MOUZ. Great read from Brolin on that flank for Vinny, clearing everything out, chasing the planter down. And so 3 kills for Vinny, and it's still not enough to win out this force buy round. One more for MOUZ, 5 chances to do it on a huge hot streak, 9 straight.
I mean, Torshi's just been monumental in this map. Undefeated in the opening fights whenever he's attempted them. Feels like he's always having impact, even in rounds where like he's gotten aggressive and has fallen. He's always had someone there to trade, like the double pushes between him and Jimmy into the lobby. I mean, I don't think we've seen that fail. So Yeah, he's been lights out here come the turn of Nuke. And kept them in it long enough for the rest of the gang to well and truly wake up. Him and Exertion hitting hard. Jimmy will get bested in the ramp fight, but everyone else just dead in the yard, and so this one is over. Vinny tries he might to clutch this. 5 HP, they know where he is. Bomb controlled out in the yard. And this one's gonna get dragged out a little bit, but I just don't see a world where Vinny can make it happen. Especially not with Brolin in this position. This is disgusting. What do you even do? Disgusting! Go on, Brolin. End it now. Brolin? Brolin! End it! What are you doing? They're giving him the room. They wanted Exertion to get the kill, and that's MOUZ with the victory, recovering from their slow start on Overpass. They more than make up for it on Mirage and Nuke.
Things get a little bit comfortable for MOUZ. It goes the way exactly as what they would want to see. Imperial, small signs of life, I would say, right? It's not a bad start from here on Nuke, but this is where you can see the difference in caliber between these two teams.
Yeah, it makes that Overpass game on the first map a couple of hours ago. It makes you wonder, you know, why was that necessary from the MOUZ camp? If anything, they just showed to the rest of the world that Overpass is a weakness of theirs, and that's something that can be punished against better opposition. That being said, though, Nuke, yes, MOUZ were by far the better team. You came dangerously close to the right score prediction. You said 13-8, 13-7. I'll take it if I'm MOUZ, even though that first half was competitive.
Yeah, I think there was definitely situations where Imperial could have gotten it a little further. I wish we saw a little more from Tri. Not that he was bad this series, but we're talking about him as this incredible opper. He's the best player on the team, and he ends the series. I think he's probably third on their team rating-wise. There was a couple of rounds on that CT side where they could have made it dangerous. He could have picked up a couple of extra kills. They go 8-4, 9-3, and then it becomes a very scary game for MOUZ. But that is the MOUZ we were promised. That's what you want to see from MOUZ. And although it's a 13-7, I think they were in the driver's seat the whole game, starting on T side. You go to second half, I think they were the better team the whole way through.
And that's my biggest issue with Imperial in this game, you know, Tri owning it up domestically. I think he's a great talent, has an awful lot to show for, but every time he comes up against European opposition, like we saw back in 0-0 Nation, like we've seen in small instances with Imperial as well, he can't find and replicate those kind of performances. And that's the level he has to figure out to take the next step if you want to be serious.
Yeah, a long way from it does seem. But I want to quickly just touch on Skulls. Obviously, it's his debut for Imperial. How do we feel he did on this outing?
I think that was a good debut from Skulls. Had a fantastic showing on Overpass. Was decent throughout the entire game. 84 ADR, that's not bad at all. KD of 112. I think Skulls, from an individual standpoint, can be proud.
Your time on Liquid didn't count. Skulls, it didn't count. Okay, that was actually a great showing from Skulls. I think he did everything you could ask of him. That was, we were questioning, is he an upgrade from SHR? I thought yes. That showed yes. If he can keep it up, Imperial is a pretty dangerous team.
What about his time on FaZe?
That time, your time on FaZe also doesn't count. It's only the time at the end, in the middle of that FURIA period and this that count.
Wow, you're giving him a lot of room to work his magic in
it's
there.
It's just that damn smile.
It's that smile. It's the good interviews he gives. Nice personality, good person. But that doesn't win you Counter-Strike games. Let's take a quick look at our group overview and just remind everyone where we've got. So this will see Imperial drop down to the lower bracket. MOUZ marching on forward. But we do still want to see a better looking MOUZ coming into this. But we got another game coming your way. And it is certainly one that could be a close fired up affair. It's Liquid going up against G2. Now, Liquid have a lot of these VRS implications, but Hunter, on the other hand, he's taken over the IGL role. Asked the IGL, but didn't want to accept it. Obviously, things changed this year, so I just wanted to understand from your point, why was now the time for you to do this and make the jump?
Yeah, I mean, I've been asked many times, and I think now is the time because I have a lot of experience. I played with a lot of good players, good IGLs, worked with a lot of coaches, and I'm almost 30, so I thought it's the time. And I'm in G2 for 6 years almost, so yeah, I think it was the right time, and I think it was the right choice as well.
And in terms of that right choice, you've now got Saw working alongside you. In his previous teams, he's always been highlighted as what he brings to the teams. But how is it for you and seeing the vision of the game in the same way? How does that work?
I think we see the game kind of similar vision.
Like we are not like trying to stop each other from ideas. We are always trying to listen to each other and try to find balance if something is, so. But on the most of the things we agree immediately without even discussing it. So yeah, I have a full support from him, and of course he has a full support from my side as well. And he's trying to make the things easier for me as well, so I can focus more on my crosshair and doing things that I like to do individually and that we like to do as a team. So far it's been good, and the boys around, they are doing pretty good as well, I would say, overall, even though results are not showing yet that we are kind of going on the right direction, but I think we just need more experience together, everyone in the team, because we are a really new team with a lot of new roles, and me as an IGL, as you already mentioned. But I think we just need more official games. We need more events, because on practice it's looking differently and it's looking much better.
And this is now, okay, it's not so long, but it's just your 4th event now as being IGL. What has been the hardest part of this transition for you?
The hardest part is, to be honest with you, is like because I don't have too much experience, I'm trying to, as an IGL, I'm trying to play the chess against the opponent if things are going wrong, instead of trying to focus more on defaults and trying to trust my people that I play with, to do right moves, right things on defaults, and then to do more mid-round calls together, kind of on reactions and on situations that we are finding ourselves in. So yeah, that's definitely the hardest thing, that I'm trying to play a bit more chess, and of course that's the learning process, and that I will need to do that sometimes, but I think I'm doing it a bit too much right now. And focusing on crosshair, of course, it's a bit harder when you're IGL, especially on T side, but I'll get there.
And how would you describe yourself as an IGL at the moment? Like, would you maybe say, based on what you just told me in this previous answer, it's a bit more intuition based as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to be like my idea since the beginning, since I started, was to try be more defaulty, doing defaults and then trying to change the pace with some strats sometimes. But the way I was doing it, some games it was fine. Some games I was doing it more with strats and then some defaults later, But I would like to focus more on defaults, because that's where we'll find our consistency. Because strats, it's hit or miss, You can give a really good call where a site is empty or there's one guy, or you can give a bad call where there's 3 or 4 guys, But from defaults, you can try to understand where they are and try to call around that and around communication of your teammates.
Well, we know Hunter has a tough time ahead of him, IGLing his way through all of this, but let's see if the veto is as we expected and if he'll be ready for all of the options thrown at him.
No overpass, no big surprise. Nuke being removed by G2, that's not a big surprise either, to be completely honest. In terms of the picks, where do you go if you're Liquid?
I, for one, am very surprised that Nuke got banned the same way G2 almost always ban it. Okay, if we're going for Liquid, a veto simulator would say Mirage. I'd be interested to see if they went for Train. They played it a couple times recently, and I thought they'd look pretty good on it. We do see the Train. To be fair to G2, though, I thought maybe Liquid wouldn't pick it because G2 looked kind of dangerous on Train as well. Recently, they played Falcons. They looked good. On the other side, generally, I think G2... where do you think they're going?
That's a good question. I feel like it's an open map pool. Inferno has been a map that they've been trying to lean towards a lot. I think Inferno is an obvious pick as well, up against Team Liquid, so that's where they're going with. And in terms of a third deciding map, they could shake hands on something like Mirage if they wanted to.
I think Handshake Mirage makes the most sense. I mean, both teams feel very comfortable on the map. They had some really interesting games recently. I like G2 on Mirage a little more than Liquid, but yeah, I think they're probably going to end up there.
Yeah, no Dust 2, which means Handshake on Mirage. So that's a decent map pool. Train, that's a cool map to start off a series like this with. Again, Liquid will have to start on that T side, and that's not going to be easy. I agree with you. I think G2 showed against Falcons that they can definitely play the map at a very high level. So it's not a punish pick by any means, but it's Liquid showing that, listen, this is our comfortable map. This is where we should be able to do our best work. And if we do our best work, we should be able to beat a team like G2.
And some self-belief and confidence coming out from Liquid is good right now, right? And should they be confident, obviously, with what we've seen from them recently?
No. Let's be completely honest. To me, this is a learning game a lot for Team Liquid. The last 2 games they played were against Vitality, right? And both those games, they came dangerously close on all 4 maps to take a win. Never could get it over the finish line. First, back at the Bounty, we were hyping them up and being like, that's a good result. That them showing progress, even getting into the playoff was nice for Team Liquid. At EWC, we kind of saw Vitality not play well at all, and Liquid still weren't able to win a map. So to me, I'm here to figure out, have Liquid actually made improvements? Is this team starting to finally gel together, or is this going to be another disappointing tournament? And if so, who's going to get caught?
I think Liquid have shown some promising signs. I mean, we've had the resurgence of Naf. Not to say he's back in top 10 player form like he once was, but he's certainly not in the needs to be cut immediately form that he was in. And that kind of puts Liquid in a spot where, okay, if you can't blame Naf for what's going on right now, you do need to get it going. You need to get something going. And the showing is against Vitality. The first one I thought was great. The second one, I agree, it wasn't perfect, but you go very close against Vitality twice. That gives you a little bit of hope, a little bit of confidence, but this is a team they should be beating. If the expectation against Vitality, it shows what Liquid actually has, based on that, you think this is where they need to prove themselves. I think G2 is still the favorite, but Liquid have a very good chance against this team.
And they need to show a good showing, because there's a lot of other implications for Team Liquid across this whole event. And I caught up with Flashy about it. Everyone dealing with the implications of the VRS situation right now and the pressure you guys are under.
We are just taking it one step at a time. We know the big goal is to qualify for the major, but we are just trying to stay in the present. If it's not really good to time travel ahead and try to just like think of this only, we just want to play good CS on the day we are playing, and that's how we try to proceed.
And this is where it gets interesting, because Liquid is no longer America's team. They need to qualify through Europe. So these points, this VRS situation, they got to deal with it.
It is kind of crazy that what I believe is one of the biggest organizations in the whole of esports, you know, and one of the teams with by far the biggest budget in Counter-Strike is right now on the cusp of not making the major. It makes you think of Astralis for all these years where they couldn't make it happen either. In this game in particular, they stand to win 27 points if they were to beat G2 and only lose 6 points. So that is also a telling of where they're at right now, far away from a secured spot at the major. But as I kind of want to preface this one, this tournament for Liquid is the major. They have to score some points. They have to get some wins. This whole notion of almost beating Vitality, almost winning a map here, almost winning a game, it doesn't matter. They need to win games. They need to gain points. Otherwise, it's GG.
Yeah, contextually, 6 points, 20 points. That means they're going up 2 slots or falling down, I believe, 1 slot, which doesn't feel like that big of a deal. But when you're 22nd in the world, they are very dangerously close to out of a major spot, out of invites, not even having to go through qualifiers, the NIP nightmare scenario. And you're right, they have some impressive showings, some individually good maps, but that's the Liquid situation. We've seen that from them so many times. That's NA Counter-Strike, baby. That's show something good and then collapse entirely. This is the event, whether it's this series or next series, they need to show something. They need to actually put it together and win some games.
I don't care what they show, as long as they win some games.
What's the minimum they need to show, though? Is it they need to make playoffs here in London?
Well, that would be nice for Team Liquid, but I think just getting a couple of nice wins, and that's the thing here as well. G2 is a team that I think is also on the uprise, and G2 is by no means a bad team, and we don't know their full potential either, so it's not going to be an easy game. But there's also the lower bracket, right? The last 2 tournaments, we saw at the Bounty, no lower bracket losing to Vitality. EWC, no lower bracket losing to Vitality. So even if they were to lose today, there's still the lower bracket run potential. I'd say at the bare minimum, 2 wins here for Team Liquid. Get close to a playoff spot, and if you can nail that one, that'd be great.
3 teams come out of each group. If Liquid came 4th, I'd be fine with that. If they come,
see, that's
5th,
why
6th,
that's why NA is NA. We're almost there. We're almost great. Yeah.
Hey, what
you're the first loser then.
The baseline is their 4th most recent series was a loss to VP Prodigy. Okay, if they came 4th in this group, I think I'd be fine with that for Liquid.
Yeah, but look at the names of these players. You should expect more.
I do expect more, but unfortunately, we have to live in reality where there is simply not more. You have Nerds has been really struggling recently. Twist he was unbelievable for the first part of this year. I think he's fallen off. He's coming back a little bit, but he's not quite at the peak that we've seen him from in the past. Ultimate, he's kind of middling at this point. We thought we could get something insane out of him. Now he's not a problem, but he's not the solution. We need to see something out of Liquid. The name value alone, you would think they're so much better than they should be, but they're simply not.
And let's not forget that there's a player who's just been benched on another team called Elise, who also, by the way, owns shares within Team Liquid. So maybe a move back to Team Liquid would make
that would be the solution. That would solve everything.
That would not solve everything, you know, but I think that's added pressure on some of these players, knowing that if we don't find any sort of success now, or if Naf doesn't get back to the level he's supposed to, or if some of the other guys, like said, Nerds is not going to find that level that was being expected, I think there's a player right now in Elise where you're willing to make that gamble and bring him back into the mix unless they find some immediate success.
But what I love about this game, and we've got to get into it, is that this is a close matchup. Either team has a great chance of making it. So let's find out what happens.
I think they have individually really good players still. They are just a bit lacking of confidence, maybe a bit like us, because they didn't win too much lately. But I think they have experience, they have really good players individually, and yeah, I think they're a good team, and it will be a hard game, 100%.
I'm confident we can take a good fight against G2, and it's definitely not going to be an easy game. We're going to have to grind for it, but I think we can take it.
Yeah, this should be a fire game. G2 going from, I'm going to say strength to, getting better as time goes on, right? With Hunter now in at the helm. And for Team Liquid, their last 2 weeks have been quite unique in that they've been strolling up, having a close series versus Vitality twice over, only to then have their runs cut short by Vitality in games that they could have won. This is kind of their most even match in a little while, and so a chance for Liquid to show that it's not just versus Vitality that they're able to bring their A-game.
Yeah, well, A-game still resulted in 2 0-2 games, right? They got overtime in 3 of the 4 maps, 13-11 in the last. I think Liquid have a lot to show here up against a new-look G2, who have been looking interesting, on the tip of our tongue, perhaps.
Yeah, I think there's intrigue on both of these teams.
Yeah.
Which, I think especially for Liquid, is surprising.
Never know what you're going to get with G2 or with Liquid.
I hope it's a very G2 game and a very Liquid game at the same time.
That's dangerous, Harry. That's chaotic. Liquid leaning towards B, but they go clear the pop dog after a bit of a scrap in the hall.
Big Keith. In with the opening. I know him like that.
Keith got that bomb on his back. Smoke. Molly keeps Hunter passive. Pious committed. Low health needs one, and that is it. Nafly dead. Pious, ooh, just about squeezed out. Hunter overwhelmed after one. It's just Trade City right now until it comes up for Shuey. 2 on the aggressive move. Gonna pick that bomb back up. MOUZ is given the chance to 1v1 for the round, and it's there. Bomb being put down now. MOUZ uncrouch, and he's got a headshot right there. The lobotomist, oh my god, reloading in the open. Can he deliver a quick brain removal? Scalpel. Oh god.
That wing. Fork. Oh, dead now.
He had a chance, Harry.
Bad lobotomist always blames his tools.
Yeah. Get it down, you. Get hydrated. It's going to be a hell of a game. We've got a heavy god DC as Liquid take pistol. But he's back in swiftly. Everyone's juicing up right now. But what we expect to be a long series. Train coming through. Liquid's pick. It's been a bit of a go-to as of late. G2 losing it twice over with this roster. 2 Falcons and Vitality. Force up for G2. Heavy God eats that ramp molly. Oh god, so does... Oh, Twist just 100-0'd in the molly. Not ideal. They run through it. Jump shot for MOUZ. This is a mess right now. 5-on-3 somehow. Oh god. I'm scared. What? No.
Oh.
No. No.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Liquid Train game if there isn't weird smoke walks.
He's walked past 2 players.
Why do I feel like he's going to get cooked because of this?
MOUZ.
It doesn't feel as blessed as you might think, although MOUZ has skirted out past him. Nerds doesn't know either. Everyone thinks they've cleared their parts of the map, but there's the backstab connecting. Nerds will get something from this position. makes it a double as Liquid look to recover versus this force. Heavy God gonna get his. And we're down to the 1v1. It's very Liquid, it's very G2. Can Heavy God close? Ultimate not electing to go for the bomb plant. Waits for the swing, and Heavy God collects 3 kills from him. The Mac Daddy over towards Pop.
2 bullets would have done it, but Hunter shot the, or Ultimate shot the train rather. Oh God, that was a nightmare for everyone involved. Twist backed up from one molly to another. They traded places twice in smokes. MOUZ, no realization. Can't blame him. And Heavy God somehow wins this round. Had a DC from Twists. Had a couple of those so far. In a couple of days of open.
Dude, I wanna see Sumpius change one setting. I just downloaded this Sumpius config, which I don't think anyone's ever done in their life. But I figured I would give it a look.
Okay, what setting?
I want him to change M_your. M_your. Do you ever change this, Hugo? You heard about this?
No.
You seen this?
No.
So obviously, when you play 4x3, your movement in the X and Y axis is no longer the same if you're playing on stretched, which I think he is. Hang on a sec.
If he's not, this falls apart.
It does fall apart.
It
Oh,
looks
he
like
plays
is,
black
though.
bars, apparently.
Oh, that's wrong. I can see a screen.
Okay then, so questionable settings all across the board here, as everything looks to be wrong that I'm reading. But regardless, in his old config, the M_your was standard 0.022, whereas some people change it, Hugo. 0.0165 on 4x3
What does that mean?
stretched.
What does that mean?
It equalizes your distance in the X and Y axes so that it moves in the same degree as if you were on 16:9 resolution. By default, it's slightly faster, I think left to right than up and down.
Will it take Mercury out of retrograde, though?
I don't know if it would do all that.
Okay.
But I don't know, I feel like I see him overflick.
All right.
He can flick up and down good.
But wouldn't just changing your sense just be the same thing?
No, because this, you know, you're
ratio.
always going to have the ratio off. I don't know why. I felt like it would actually sort him out in a big way.
Send him a message.
So, Pius, just try it, bro, and get back to us.
Okay.
0.0165. That's the number, the magic number.
I'm scribbling it down.
Play 16:10, it's a whole different number. I think it's like 0.0189 or something. Maybe I'm wrong on that. No one plays 16:10 anymore.
Even Nico stopped. Liquid walking B. No mollies in the way this time, just smoke to the ramp to take that pop control. Liquid have at least got a check close, but they don't clear it fully. Whole map is quiet, 2 on the inner site. Sumpius here. Exec out, Liquid down.
Sumpius with the cover.
Ooh.
No, Nerds with a swift trade out. And they try to keep taking space. G2 filter in on the rotates, but it's the Natfly Deeg that slams the gauntlet down. MOUZ can't stop it.
What?
Natfly with the Deagle. Hits hard. And Team Liquid return to success on their force bite. As them and G2 go blow for blow to open up trade.
Chief Keith smokes him, Harry. Triple Deeg, run that one back.
That's Keith for you. Take a look at this.
Bomb.
Bam. Bosh. Brap.
Exactly.
The 3 Bs.
For body spams, he's getting out with headshots, so somehow, some way. Nerds MP7. Oh, and Sumpius shotgun. Can't overflick with that. Pushes right down Ivy, drops the bomb and 2. Did peek deep into Shuey. That lets Liquid back in this round, and they still have Nerds unknown about in the site. If he could take some space towards Hell, Hunter could be in trouble. Alps moving in. Twist trying to get info for Nerds to play off. MOUZ may be that first victim. When that info comes in, Nerds activates MOUZ back behind the cover. Not for long. So MP7 is a laser. It's got the range. Meanwhile, from the B site, Heavy God flanking all the way. Good kill.
That's
bomb
the bomb.
loose.
Shui was aware of this being a possibility the whole time. He's just holding the wraparound, but still Heavy God able to find him. And this disrupts everything for Team Liquid. It's now a recovery mission. Hunter even peeling back to go and join him. The thing that kind of sucks here as well is eventually G2 could just look to leave the bomb entirely. They know that Liquid are going to waste so much time going looking for it that if you play distance, they might run out of time to plant.
Hunter's got it. Oh, he swings! Oh, I feel like that was the perfect position.
Run!
Heavy God going to do exactly what you said, running away.
Oh, he's kind of running.
I like this. I like that. They're not going to check, right? They don't have time. Just go.
Oh! Collects his double. They run right by him, and Heavy God collects. It's another big clutch round from G2's God.
My God, indeed. Heavy impact, Harry. That's a sick little trick. They thought he would run away. That's the exact expectation. Why would he play close? Why would he risk the round? But it's such a strong position, and they don't clear it. I feel the same with Hunter. I feel if he tucks, he gets one. You know? He just goes so wide. Heavy God just saving G2 right now.
Oh, go on, Hunter. You know you got it. They're back turned. He decides against it. Gonna go on a second timing here with Naf and Co moving in. That Deagle suddenly removed. It was the heavy hitter in the last force buy for Liquid. No part to play in this one. Some Pyres.
You shut up. That was perfect flicks, Harry.
Yeah, he's nailed that.
Changed his emule.
He might have changed his emule.
It's got to be that.
You're...
What are you, a mob? No, it's 1v3. Slow and steady from upper. MOUZ is on those jiggles. Doesn't need to commit, but probably just nails him. No, it's already 2 shots from death. Flank tightens the gap, and Mattis wins the round. G2 take one cleanly this time.
Are you sold, Hugo, on the idea of a God sense?
No.
That out there is a sensitivity that makes you the best?
What's donks?
I don't even think he's found it. Okay. I am a believer.
No,
I'm kind of like a... You know, it's a crazy thing I'm chasing, but I think it's real. The God sense is real. It's out there. We're all working towards enlightenment, finding it one day.
I wish
My
you luck.
settings changes will understand.
Wish you luck on your journey. I haven't changed settings in a decade.
And you've always been about the same level of good as you are right now.
Exactly.
And that's fine, you know? You can give up a little before reaching the end destination.
Harry, I'd say you fell off.
I don't
Would you
know
not
if
agree?
that's fair.
Would you not agree?
I mean, I haven't played a lot lately. We've been on the road for a while, Hugo.
Well, I mean, pre-not playing. Don't worry, you'll find your God sense. It's 1 or 2 changes away.
Look, here's what I'll say, Hugo. I'm still good enough to murk you. Just like G2 do to Liquid here. A nice cleanup over towards Ivy.
All right, Liquid 4 by now. This is their map pick. This is the one they've taken to multiple overtimes against Ecstatic of all teams. That's who you thought I was going to say. And Vitality. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Vitality too. But G2 also have been picking into this map at times, so not afraid. Seeing some comfort from Heavy God on this B-bomb site. Still playing active, still flanking, pushing up to meet with his pop players. Does it again. Fighter in front of the Molotov. Liquid gets set up in spawn, and we got aggressive Ivy play. Flash is good. They turn, but it's too late. Mattis, beautiful transfer to take both kills, and the round's over. It's like overpass, you know? T-side, 3v5, clean. What do you do? It's like hard to lose this round for G2 now.
No, but just you wait, my brother.
No.
First time watching a G2 game?
No.
They've actually been way more safe.
Yeah, I mean...
with Hunter at the helm.
Liquid in a 5v3, and you'd have me scared, but... Oh, that's not a great peek.
It was, by definition, I guess, a jump check, but, like, very wide. Oh, hang on.
Are you getting scared?
They're trying to make this impressive. Sampayas.
Oh, God, he's open.
That's the Emyor doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Emyor. Emyor. Demure. Shuey dead. And Nerds looking for a way back in, but he's only got 30 seconds. Sampayas up close. He tries to give chase. Sampayas will shut him down.
Yeah, not the most familiar angles here, maybe. Nerds a little bit off on the micro. Pre-aims a corner that doesn't exist. Otherwise, feel like he's favored for that fight, but... G2, great opening move. They've had some Ivy aggression already in this game. It's already an uncomfortable position to scale on the T side. Made it a little bit easier by the last train update. But when G2 are throwing themselves down Ivy with shotguns, with flash plays, making Liquid very uncomfortable, kind of winning the round out of spawn. Liquid have gone for a slow T side, but their plans have been getting disrupted on the B side and on Ivy. So will that force him to maybe change the pace? Nerds buying an AK into what looks like an eco round here for Liquid, so could see him dart out main. He's not got a great spawn though, so might be a slower approach here for Nerds. Boosts are nice for top red. Nerds just takes the fight and loses his life, so Gladiator here for Team Liquid, just trading out the AK. Just flash pop, in they go.
Oh, twists with a blinder of an opener. MOUZ on the receiving end of that, but here comes Hunter on the rotate, supposed to clean this up.
Oh no.
Bias Orb, swing and a miss, and Ultimate manages to get past him. Shuey wins his fight out through Z, and that's opened up a back door. A B plant here for Team Liquid. Mattis on for the retake. Bomb has been planted. Crusty is the mouse pad, but silence is the approach. Still so far removed on this round, and with Liquid having repositioned up into the halls to play around this bomb, there shouldn't really be a world. And Mattis can look to pick this up.
Smoke kit is the only way, but even Shuey has an HE, and they'll certainly sacrifice one player down the ramp fast. I mean, if Mattis wants to win, he's going to have to pick up his pace, and I think with no kill coming his way, it's decided for him. Nice shot for Shuey. 3 kills, no armor either, and he wins that very difficult fight in Connector. That's an eco win for Liquid with 1 hero gun, and only a single kill comes from it, so a very hard to win round for Liquid. They managed to find a way, just keeping it simple on a little A-pop through the smoke. A couple of oversteps, Sampayas missing his shots. But I'm just glad to see him involved. Been a player who's been really passive on this team and saving a lot, been left out of plenty of the action. Taking some risks here today. Does eat the nade, put out the molly, and pop control taken, but look at Liquid, man. They are sat back in spawn, just looking to run the same kind of thing. G2 are far better set up for this, though. While Ivy is weakened, MOUZ and Hunter dealing with main.
Oh, Naf. Tried to play it quick.
Ouch.
Instead, it's this shutdown. And Ultimate now left as the only guy out Ivy side, at least going to collect that trade. So still in with a chance here. The play's still on. Shuey, one step further. He's looking good to open up this game. And that does bring a bit of an X factor here for Liquid. Not uncommon to see Shuey have very, very quiet games in the Liquid jersey with him hitting hard to open this up. That's an added bit of firepower that Liquid aren't necessarily used to having.
Yeah, they certainly need the entry power on this team at times, right? A couple of passive players, a couple of lurkers, and a lot put onto players like Twists to find these first incisions. So nice to see Shui hitting hard here for Team Liquid. Figured out that just this A main pop is working very well for them. G2 want to meet them there. Aggressive flash play into main. They take full control. And all of Liquid Herd outside of B forces the smoke out of Heavy God. No way, through the smoke? Twist has no one right behind him. This is a mess. This is a disaster.
Oh, Heavy God onto the rifle now. Even more follow-up damage as they try and retreat and call that one off.
Why? Maybe, I mean, the call is maybe from Nerds, like, pretty panicked. He hears him taking main. He hears a lot of players. They know they got they think they've got one player at B, but Twist had no one behind him, and there was a second player in the site anyway. Even if you think that's 1v1, would love just Twist to wait one more second.
Especially when you're anticipating a low buy here, right? Like, it's one thing if you think there's a rifle at B, so you can say, like, well, we don't want to get lined up coming down the ramp, but you know at most it's going to be like a P250. So yeah, focusing on the pace instead of tightening up for the trade. Let's see if they can finagle a way back into this 3-on-5.
G2 playing this really well, though. They've conceded A completely. Look how slowly they're tightening the net. They're waiting for Mattis, who can win this whole round on the flank.
So Pius doesn't go for the AWP pickup.
Oh, good shot.
They've dealt with Mattis on the wraparound. This 3v5 is taking shape as now it ends even 3-on-3. Shui one step further. And they're on their way to recovering this round, looking to tie us up at 5-all. This whole time, Heavy God has been sneaking in silently out towards the Ivy side. So he's got one kill for free, playing trigger discipline. He knows one might not be enough. How about the double? Heavy God gets the ball rolling. Him versus Nerds in this clutch. Tap on the bomb, head spotted, and Nerds with the reply. That's a 3v5 from Team Liquid that they stick the landing on and bring themselves back in a train with a tie game on this T side.
Oh, this is an exciting head-to-head because we have players who are typically quiet show up in a big way. I mean, Nerds looking really, really strong in this game, winning out a little clutch at the end there. Heavy God, we know he's reliable on this squad. He's been a great player to watch in the past year and a half on his rise. Gave it a great go there.
Some Pius up towards top of the board alongside Heavy God is another standout piece, someone who's had some real struggles sometimes in the G2 jersey. You're dead on. It is a case of some unusual but welcome suspects showing up here on trade. Kind of stat line Shui's posting right now is what I'm used to seeing from him at the end of a map. Oof. Let alone towards the end of the first half.
Very exciting map of Train here. Has been giving us some great games as of late.
And I mean, these are two of the teams that have kind of been behind some of those bangers. So it makes sense that it's fire when they match each other head on. Aggression for Mattis once again.
This is good. I feel like your leg sticks out. He saw his leg. He saw his leg for sure, but Nav hasn't realized.
He moves so slow. Brain didn't even comprehend what he's just seen.
No way.
Oh, what?
God.
Nav, you crazy man. He's ready for that.
Didn't take the one. Had a freebie.
I mean, I think the play there from Mattis was sick, right? Try and deal with the guy that's at the back of the pack that's gun on, look for the double.
Yeah, just looks ugly, doesn't
it? Like, dude, when you die there, Mattis is saying, why is he ready for that? Like, you know that's the reaction.
I mean, he's gun on, you know? It's not much adjustment in that hallway.
You know, Keith has got the Emure. Heavy God. Yes. One kill from him over towards B. He's going to slink on out of there. Oh, makes it a double. He's moving the whole time. Shui takes one of the dome. Heavy God is not missing a beat right now.
Despicable.
Big fan of what Heavy God's giving us.
And this AWP's going to pluck one, surely at the back. Sometimes go back to check Ivy. Okay, Hunter's still in a strong position. Has his cross to the site. Does lose his teammate in the meantime, but they line up. And Hunter redeems 3. do redeem G2 6 rounds on this CT side. That's Liquid broke. I want to see one of these quick A pops because that's what got them into this half, and they've run away with it as a result.
Okay, I don't know if he did see him. He didn't. He's staring into the wall. He's like manipulating his view model.
I'm crazy, I guess. Maybe the X-ray makes it look.
Yeah. And I assume Keith isn't using X-ray.
You would think so, but you can't be sure these days. It's online, Harry.
Online match. X-ray on.
Heavy God,
Heavy
bro.
God might be using X-ray.
Honestly, 16-6. They can't even get front B.
Or maybe like game deficit or something.
Yeah, checking PC. Twist with Molly nade, and Heavy God just runs through it every time. Like, he's no respect. You need to be throwing like double HE every round to stop this kind of play. It's really annoying. Good grenade on Hunter, but Mattis has found another, and he's going to push ahead of the Molotov. Bomb at his feet, round in his hand, and he is crushing them under his grip. Why is that mouse pad a mess? We'll never know.
Ooh. Ooh. Literally everyone is here from G2. If you go through this smoke, there's 5 guys looking at you, and I don't mean burgers and fries. Ouch.
The nades in this round.
Jinx padlock, you can't talk for the rest of the game. Nuts and Keith. They said it couldn't be done. But they're going to catch Mattis with nades in hand. Chase him down. Now Fly on the board with 2. G2 don't give this one away. 20 seconds left to work with. And there's the Sunpire's Orb to stop it. Narrowly winning out on the CT side is G2. for any Worms fans in attendance tonight, you might have heard of the Concrete Donkey. Well, have you heard of the Heavy Goat? Right now, he's taken full control over this game. It's Heavy God. He's been an unstoppable force, sitting top of the board. 16 rather, 2-7. Chart-topping performance. Heavy God looking lights out, and thus far for Liquid, 5 rounds all they were able to manage on that T side. It's actually pretty good. I think it's enough of a leg to stand on here on their map pick. If Heavy God can keep this up, you feel like he can be a difference maker. We've also got some Pius up there alongside him towards the top of the board, which is a nice notable change for G2.
CT side train though, so I want to see if it keeps up here for some Pius. For Heavy God to find that much value on the B bomb site is exceptional on its own. G2 takes space towards B. Shui rotates and Twist has a bit of help. He'll need it. Looks like a full execute. Smoke flash molly. As G2 storm down the ramp, that Molotov is a warning. Repeat pistol. Quite literally.
Oh, but it's not gone well, has it? Heavy God and Hunter left up in what was the 2v5. They're reclaiming some serious ground. Hunter in with 2, and he's just going to disappear, given the room to get out. He plays a post plant now with Heavy God. These pistol turnarounds proving to be a bit of a G2 hallmark. Let's see if they can keep paving a path back into this. It was a 2-on-5 as this begins. Defuse is being stuck. Heavy God with a dink. That's given him the runway to stop the defuse. And a 2v5 looking to come in from G2 to get off to a flying start on train. Naf might get all the kills, but none of the glory.
That's incredible for G2. I can't believe they've done it. Hunter, we always said he, created the pistol rounds, even in the old G2 roster, even before he was an in-game leader. And he keeps coming up with great ones in this new squad. He says, if you want something done right, do it yourself. Multi-kill in the post plant. Heavy God gets them off the bomb. And that's a difficult position to cover in the 2v2. Liquid let it slip, and that is a killing blow on this CT side recovery. What can you do now? You just have to wait for that full buy. Disaster strikes for Liquid. Not for the first time. Really enjoying this. Yeah, okay. Really enjoying this new G2 roster. The firepower is undeniable, right? And when MOUZ is your bottom performer at 5-11, and you're sitting up like this, G2 will not be complaining. Hunter taking very well to the in-game leadership. For so long we talked about Nico doing it. Not yet. Well, Hunter sets the standard pretty high. As I think, and also one more thing on G2. They've got aura, man, because they picked Spirit at Bounty. They literally picked Spirit. Like, they wanted... They came for the second best team in that tournament. I respect that. They almost beat them.
I mean, I think even the whole undeniable firepower angle is an interesting one because, arguably, this is kind of one of the worst rosters G2 have ever had, right? Like,
sure.
And so the fact that they're still punching above their weight with a new in-game leader in Hunter, with, I think some Pius is like a streaky AWP presence. You have MOUZ who had to go and undertake, taking the reins for Nico, which is, don't get me wrong, MOUZ has been great. Well, MOUZ has been good in the past, but
yeah, he struggled
to hit that level reliably, and yet still they're able to operate on some good results, and I think that comes from Hunter's calling, that comes from pieces like Heavy God being a super legit player and holding up to the eye test.
But while we're jazzing up G2, it's important to remember they don't have that like legit win via tier 1 team. No. They don't have a proven win yet. We're kind of waiting for that to happen, and I feel like this event is the perfect storm for it. Coming in online stage into potentially land playoffs. This is where G2 need to establish something and win against a top 5 team. FURIA being their best victory so far with this squad. Right now, they're looking to make quick work of Liquid. This gun round, if they win it, Liquid are in the dump.
They're gonna have to do it from the back foot, but I mean, saw them win that 2v5 in the pistol. Let's see if they can do it 3-on-4 in the rifle.
Should be reading it. Hunter 1v4, 3. No kit.
2. The odds constantly shifting for Hunter as he tries to turn this to his favor, but he's missed that first swing.
Oh.
Dodges the nade, just gets ahead of it. Hunter with a stellar clutch. Just able to put enough distance between himself and that round-ending util. And that is a clutch that Liquid did not see coming. That's twice in a row now. Hunter has clawed back these man disadvantages in B post-plant.
And I think Twist thinks that nade is enough. He just gets right on that bomb, knowing he can't play the game of tap, wait, tap, wait. He has to stick, no kit in that clutch. And so Twist goes right for the bomb. Hunter swings out, glocks him off it. Unbelievable rounds on this B bomb site. It's not just Heavy God's defense, it's G2's offense that's closing out rounds on B and soaring them to the finish line. And I thought he completely missed his opportunity there. A whiff when both players were holding ramp.
Don't blame you, so did Liquid.
Nightmare. Sumpai's laughing at these clutches.
Sumpai's is having the best time. He's just loving this game.
He's seen 2 crazy
watching
clutches from Heavy God.
Like win these impossible rounds. Heavy God's hitting hard.
20-9 on Heavy God, and they just B-rush. No respect right now from G2. It's an empty bomb site. It's a 1 round. Wow.
It's muy bueno for Sumpai.
He sees MOUZ. There was a stretch. Senor, MOUZ? No. And MOUZ is just here to recover. Oh, triple Ivy. No, thank you. GC say, keep your guns. Liquid say, what guns?
When the video juegos hit just right. That's it, man. He's having a great time.
11-5. Liquid is not in this game. I mean, they had that brief recovery where they realized that A pops were the way. They want a couple of rounds in that T side. And then G2 have just gone on a streak of 6 here to really send them forward, make the difference. Twist also having a really tough time here. A couple of crucial rounds.
Dude, I don't know. Like if Liquid are only going to show up and play their best game in the few times they play the best team in the world, but even then still lose. That's not a recipe to success.
And no one on Ivy either. Nav on the wrong side right now. Alb's in no hurry to go through though. G2 fan out, spread back to main. Heavy God to control pop with the Mac 10. Shui's checking it. So he might be able to beat out on this SMG, but 4 rifles ready to reveal as this main smoke fades.
Shui with the catch. G2 try and break through the Ivy side. It's nice for MOUZ. There's a little bit of headway. Nerds is quick to close it. And there's the mowdown. The main split doesn't come through, doesn't take shape. With Ivy dealt with so decisively, guns on in time, Liquid put a stop to G2 in that round. It's a step in the right direction, but a very long way still to go here. Taking their first CT side round now after a 4-round hiatus.
G2 up the pace. Looks like MOUZ wants to straight out main. We didn't see him either, so element of surprise goes a long way, and Nerds is too late to trade. .4v4 and pop control taken in the downtime, so G2 with ample space. Ultimate getting curious. Could get caught on this. Oh, he ducks under it. Knows the angles. Not going to let Heavy God find that pixel gap. Heavy God waits to punish. G2, it's a painfully slow couple of rounds here, requiring that entry as the fate comes out from Hunter.
You're hoping you've done so much work at this B side that that's enough to kind of leave Liquid nervous, that they over-rotate on this util, but they haven't moved a muscle. Twist has said, guys, I haven't seen anything. This feels like a fake. It becomes kind of readable now for Liquid. Don't budge out of position. It looks like this play is going to end back at B.
Yeah, you just expect the A hit at this point. Oh, they've changed their mind again. Coming back to A. Oh, no. Thinking it's a B
it leaves them funneled out of pop. This can get so messy, man. It's such a small choke. They go into the AWP. Tags down range from Ultimate, who has been hung out to dry here. It's late swing from Nerds to seal the deal and guarantee that trade. Heavy God at 1 HP. Don't get me wrong, he's played a great game, but with no bomb, no health, no chance in this clutch. And destined to die, he forces that kill to come through. Doesn't want to fall off the time.
They must get in their head there. Big 4K for Nerds, but they go into B. Twist is playing so passive. That's a bomb plant. That's a 4v4. It's a winnable round there for G2. But after throwing those B nades and going quiet, maybe getting in their head thinking, hey, there's a B stack going on. We don't want to risk it. It's just a read that goes wrong, and they go straight into the stack. Commend Liquid for holding on in that silence. Nerds still up close, Ultimate on pop for a long time. So Liquid, don't get scared. Believing in the comeback here. Believing in their call from their captain. Frustrating round to lose as G2 just keep buying down.
You feel like B is going to be the way in for G2 eventually. Twist has been struggling in this game. He's the guy on that side of the map. Liquid are playing a heavy yard setup with 4 strong here. And I mean, it's been kind of this tag team of Nerds and Shui in aggressive positions out towards main that have been causing you a lot of problems. I know it feels too simple, but like you feel like you want to exploit Twist's having kind of a rough game here.
Yeah. For that reason, is that why they're expecting these stacks, right? They're expecting some support, Twist calling for help, but it's not really been the case. Naf is there now. But I think what G2 have at least shown Liquid is that they need to be ready for very late main takes in this T side. So while Liquid move a third player over in this downtime, G2 are doing it again. Another super delayed A play. Oh, Nerds, careful. Smoke in main is not going to get respected at this point. 40 seconds, they've got to go.
They're going to play right through it. Nerds aggressive, out at E-box. looking for the Heavy God fight. Ultimate providing cover. Nerds one step further as he doubles up. And here's the rotate of Natfly. Moving on in, it leaves it to Hunter, but you can't count this guy out with the game he's been having. So often good in these clutches. Hunter tries to deliver once more. This time the AWP of Ultimate puts him down and stops him in his tracks. Without these miraculous Hunter clutches coming through, the scoreline starts to tighten up.
Yeah, Liquid a 3B there, and the 2A players both get double kills to stop that round from getting out of control for G2. I feel like they have to exploit B, but isn't Liquid ready for that? Shown by the setup in the last round. Nerds is having a great game, right? That must be drawn attention to. He's been the player struggling the most for Liquid as of late when you consider his peak and what he showed just prior to joining this team. He's having a great map right now. Liquid need him.
Worried that they're kind of tunnel visioned on breaking through this A-hold. Okay, that's gonna help. Dude, that's a huge kill. Like, Ultimate, he's not exactly topping the charts. He's not up there alongside Nerds, but that's the two top performers both felled by this Deagle. And so, through the tunnel vision, it all starts to be so clear to G2. This should be their round. Sure, the firepower edge still with Liquid.
What?
But all across the board, the G2 pistols are hitting.
3 shots fired, 3 kills. This was not meant to be for G2, and they just group B.
Oh, sorry, we're just gonna save.
I mean, I would like to see Liquid just go for it, right? They've been making this comeback happen. If they can get the read in time, put players on B, it's certainly winnable. Some armorless pistols coming down this ramp. Twist getting in position in time. Nav sprays the smoke. That'll go a long way. 2 kills, 2v5 back for Twist and Nav.
Oh, up close in the smoke. Mattis Deagle continues. And he's going to seal the deal. Huge round from Mattis. What a 4K. 2 to open out at Ivy. Seals the deal out on the B site. And that Deag hitting different. G2's pistols continue to deliver.
The 2v5, it was right there. Smoke spam lining up. And G2 just run through the smoke. They say, screw it. Some unbelievable shots on the Deagles. And those are harder to close than you may think when you're going into the stack. But G2 find a way. They take map point on Liquid's pick off of pistols. Been running into the wall here on this T side. And they break Liquid's money at the final hour. No AWP. Shui on a pistol. 1 kit. Nightmare strikes for Liquid. Finally,
Liquid,
getting
look,
made.
you know you're going to lose one of these horrible, unforgivable rounds a game. You've already come to terms with that long ago. You got to try and stay strong and recover here, or else that Deagle round did just cost you everything. The comeback stopped in its tracks. A contact walkout from MOUZ finds Nerds. Heavy God secured the B site as well. That's all the reason to close this here and now. It's a fast flank from Shui and Ultimate that hopes to try and bring Liquid back in. But with more aggression from Heavy God, the rotates cut down before they even take shape. G2 tee themselves up for success on the pistols. And they don't wait long to close out Train. Just Ultimate in a 1-on-3, and Heavy God will seal the deal. Train falls dominantly in G2's favor, teeing themselves up for a 2-0 finish.
Deadly Deagles, despicable clutches, and a 2v5 for good measure as well. G2 looked like they were letting it slip away towards the end of Train, but that round, that was the saving grace for them.
Yeah, that was a massive round coming in from Mattis, and he had an astonishing game, dare I say it. 19-15 on the scoreboard doesn't do him justice at all with the amount of impact he found, and we'll show you later during this segment. But overall, cool to see G2 being able to steal away the map pick of Team Liquid, and I think they do it by both having individual heroics, obviously, but also playing some solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, Matisse is sharp, you might call him. That's what Maui would call him. Pretty sharp. I think Heavy God also pretty sharp. Basically, anytime Liquid wanted to do anything other than a draw outer hit, you had Mattis on the Ivy side shutting them down, and you had Heavy God on the inner side shutting them down. They had one strat that could work, and they farmed a pretty good half. Getting 5 rounds on T side is pretty good based off of that, but G2 was just the better team.
They were the better team, and you guys alluded to this in the pre-match that this could happen, but it got very messy, and there was a lot of this Ivy pressure going on.
Yeah, I think we got to give credit to Mattis and G2 for applying a lot of pressure on Ivy, not only on the CT side, but also on the T side, as we saw later on. We see it here again, a double push. It's 2-1 for Team Liquid. Their money is very limited for G2, and at this point, Liquid can take control of the game if they want to, but Sunpair says no. A double entry coming in here with the auto shotgun. Then, of course, Heavy Guard finds himself in a nice flank as well. It's a 2v2, bomb is down, and thank God for Heavy Guard. It's a very, very tough clutch for him to win at this point as Hunter is going down, but he repositions. Time is of the essence. Liquid doesn't check, and easy for Heavy Guard to win. Another Ivy push coming in right here, right? It's 4-2. Guess who's doing it? Mattis again coming in with Ivy, coming in with some pressure. We have another one right here. Round 11. Guess who's aggressive towards Ivy once more? G2. This time around, he's hiding, and once more, Liquid is not checking. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't pan out, but I just love this idea from G2 that they wanted to press Ivy over and over and over again. Overall, Mattis was controlling this area, and without him playing as well as he is towards Ivy, it would have been a disastrous CT side for G2.
Yeah, that Ivy play is what made Liquid look towards Inner, and they were looking towards T-Con, and they couldn't find success on Inner. T-Con's the only place they could go. That was Mattis just dominant in towards Ivy, and then you really limit the options of Liquid. I mean, they were lucky to even get 5 rounds.
Now, there were moments, though, where the individuals of Liquid were able to save them at times, despite it maybe not being the best calls.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the struggles at Inner. We're talking about the struggles at Ivy. They have this round where it's an anti-force. You've got pistols on the side of G2. They're going for T-Con control. Nertz calls it. He can hear 2 players inside T-Con. So they rush down the lower ramp. They need to realize they have time to work with. They could still come out upper. They could be a little bit more coordinated. They could even reset and do anything they want. Instead, they rush through a smoke, lose 2 players, but they do have the individuals saving them. Nertz had an incredible game this series, and this is when Nertz is at his best. He can call his own shot a little bit. He lurked back into T-Con, comes out through, finds the opening, gets them back into the round, and then he ends up closing it out because Heavy God somehow catches a player from behind. He's going to turn it into 2, and you end up in the 1v1, 1v2 actually from Nertz, where you can just close it out. But this is Nertz at his finest when he's got a little bit of time to work with, a little bit of space. He can call his own shot, get aggressive, and find those entries.
The spacing from Team Liquid in that round going down lower, I agree with you. There's plenty of time left in the round. You can argue it's a good call, and you can go for it if the spacing is good. If you use a flash to go down there, that spacing is criminal. Like, you don't even see that in Face It level 10 at that point. One guy go down and another guy forcing through the smoke. They deserve to lose that round, so many times. And was it not for Nertz, I mean, they would have.
That's a panic rush. That's guys, there's 2 in T-Con. We gotta go. They take your time. You know, you don't have to run straight down. T-Con's a long way from Inner. You can throw a flash. You can do whatever you want.
Well, you said that's criminal, Pimp. I want to see what you say after this mic'd up moment from the 2v5.
Criminal.
Drops. Dead. Street one. I go back. Come on backside. That's the ropes guy. Time.
Wait.
Don't see behind.
I'm lower, Nikita.
Yeah.
Nothing lower. I'm coming heaven with you. Can we do play double heaven?
Yes. Try to kill. Dead. Dead. Ah, Nikita. One HP. Get him, Tiger. Oh, I can't kill him, bro. I cannot!
Oh dear, it's rough on the Liquid side, right? They fumbled that in a big way, but even with not getting the last kill, G2 still having some fun with it.
Credit where credit is due. That was some individual display at a high level for G2. When you hit a one tap with a Glock from that distance, it just feels good, man.
Get him, Tiger.
I want that confidence from my teammates when I'm playing around to push and go and do everything I need to do. But we also need to look at that round that we can't forget. It was Deagle dominance, Deagle madness. That was a round that would look like it was unwinnable.
Let's be honest, Mattis again coming in with an awful lot of impact. This time a double entry, guess where, on Ivy with the Deagle. Ultimate, I don't really blame him for dying right here. Maybe he could have hit the shot. Who knows, but he would have been killed anyway. That one is just dirty. And then, of course, you know MOUZ, he's always good for a Deagle as well. When you look at that in those sequences, you think to yourself, what are Liquid supposed to do? They came close winning the round regardless. They made a bit of a gamble stack in here, having 2 players reading the correct scenario, and you think to yourself, uh-oh, G2, you are allowing Liquid back in the game now, but Mattis gets it done.
These are the types of rounds in the current meta where it's so CT-sided that you need to push you over the line, because Liquid were coming back into this one. They had 8 rounds. They were looking pretty solid. And then you just have Mattis with the deagle, MOUZ with the deagle, and then the inner hit where Naf does his best job. He gets a couple kills, but Mattis does the lurk through the smoke, gets the perfect timing, gets the kills. You need those sorts of rounds to push you over the edge. Those are the rounds that Liquid are sorely lacking at times.
Well, someone who wasn't lacking across this whole entire game was HeavyGod, who just felt like at times he could do no wrong, and you kind of let him do whatever he wants at that point, right, when he's having a game that he's feeling this good.
I love the fact that we're getting to see more and more of HeavyGod, you know, being integrated into G2 and taking over the star role that I guess he was supposed to have. I think he's an incredible skilled individual. Had a bit of a rough start winning G2, and you can excuse him with all these roster changes, with m0NESY coming out, with Nico going out, with not really knowing what the future holds for G2. Hunter coming in as an in-game leader seemingly has done him well. I still think there's more to HeavyGod, but I love the fact that we get to see glimpses of what I think he can produce consistently at a very high level.
When you saw HeavyGod on OG, he played a lot of semi-anchor or anchor roles, but he played them in a slightly different way. He was getting very aggressive, especially I saw him on Anubis so often, pushing through, pushing out everywhere. And when he came into G2, he wasn't given those resources immediately, but over time, the trust in him has built up so much more to the point where now he can have fully unchained games like that. He can call a player over to throw a flash for him, to have a double setup when they're trying to punish him for it. There's so many plays that HeavyGod can make, and now that G2 has this full faith in him to do that, you saw him getting aggressive, up deep in through inner, getting all the way pushed up when he needed to, and that's how he has maximum impact. That's how he's such a good anchor.
Now, it's not all doom and gloom on the Liquid side just yet. Despite this being their map pick and what they thought they would get in a victory here against G2, Nertz is in his best position right now and looking like the best player of himself. And at times we've been missing him, so this can be a good sign, surely.
It can be a good sign, but it also is a bit of a worrying sign that you lose your own map pick 13-8, despite having maybe your most influential player next to Twist playing well. Obviously, I don't want to take anything away from Nertz. He did everything he could on this map to win it, but it's online Counter-Strike. We know he's playing with a higher ping, I presume, as well, so we don't get to see these performances often from Nertz. So the one time he actually does pop off and have a great game here on Train, you're still not coming close to winning. So to me, that's a bit of a worrying sign.
Definitely a bit of a concern, especially he was put into some scenarios that I think he excels in. He has the little bit of the lurkiness, but he was also going out second with Twist going first quite often for those T-Con pops that I don't think they necessarily wanted to do as often as they did, but they get shut down outer, or they get shut down Ivy, they get shut down inner, they go for those plays, and that's where Nertz is popping off. That's what we want to see from Nertz. And if he's doing that well, as you said, and they can't put it over the line, they can't even get it to double digits, that is a concern.
Well, it's also concerning for Liquid because they needed to get some wins here, and right now that's not looking like the case. We're going to Inferno next after this break, and we'll be finding out if Liquid can fight stronger. G2 managed to get themselves a positive lead in this series, taking Train away from Liquid while the emotions are high. But for Liquid, the emotions now can't get the better of them. We keep talking about the VRS implications of this, how important just winning a series is needed, not just for the mentor, but for the team, for the organization, for their major hopes. Right now, they're not playing like this is their major, Pim.
They're not, and that's an issue. I think Liquid is desperately needing a big win, you know, something that can install confidence within the team, something they can look at and be like, listen, we can play Counter-Strike at a high level, we can take down oppositions. The close wins against Vitality, they constantly, we got close, we made it competitive, they're not worth anything. They're not worth any VIS points, they're not worth any prize money, they're not worth any dignity. And to be fair, yes, you can use that to farm a bit of confidence and be like, yeah, next time we play a team that's not Vitality, we're gonna win. But if you then went on to lose to G2 in a 2-0 fashion, which is on the cards right now, they're worth all. So let's be completely honest, Liquid have to step up now.
I think this is kind of what you saw with FaZe, where they had a lot of close losses, a lot of close games, but they couldn't find consistency. And eventually, you start to get a little disappointed. You start to lose faith in yourself that you can get it close to the line. I mean, Liquid, it's a 13-8 game, but they were starting that comeback. They were looking like they were coming back into it. And then the Deagle round happens, and it just feels like it's an inevitability that you're going to get it close and not be able to pull it over the line. I mean, we even saw it with Liquid way back in the day against Astralis. You know, we've seen this Liquid before, and we need to see them actually pull this over the line, but this is a map G2 is so good on, and Liquid really struggle.
Yeah, talk to me about the chances Liquid can really have here, because this is G2's bread and butter.
You'd argue. I think Hunter has a great understanding of how to play Inferno. When m0NESY was part of the lineup, when Nico was part of the lineup, all the mid-round calling that was going on within that team was at a very high level, and you'd imagine Hunter has picked up on that, you know, over the time. So I'm not gonna lie, you know, yes, Liquid definitely have a chance of coming back into this series, and it's not like G2 is a formidable force that Liquid can poke holes in, but from what we've seen so far and from what we learned from Liquid throughout this season, it's just unlikely that they will turn it around from game to game, and I don't really believe in it right now.
G2 have some great executes on this map. They've got a great mid-round understanding. They can manipulate the rotates really effectively. And most importantly, it's a map where the op is a little less impactful. Yes. So Sunpius being their worst player, he is their worst player. If G2 had a really good opper, they would be a top 7 team right now easily. And that's why they're great on Inferno.
Vu, he wasn't so bad on Train.
I'll tell you what happened on Train. He got 9 kills with the rifle. He picked up the op. First round, he gets a kill, repeats, misses, loses them the round. Okay, he got 2 kills with the op on that game. Good. You can get things done with the rifle. That's why you're good on Inferno. On Train, maybe a bit more of a struggle when you've got the op in hand.
I'll back you up. I'll agree. I think Sunpius is, if you look towards this lineup, not necessarily the weak link, but he's the player where you can find a clear upgrade over time unless he steps it up. Let's not forget that this player, just a couple of years ago, were rated as one of the best oppers in the world, had a fantastic showing with ends, but it's been a while since we've seen peak levels Sunpius, so I understand if people are starting to lose faith.
I criticize Sunpius only because I like him, because I want him to do well. I thought 2023, even parts of 2024, he was a very consistent force, and if he was to get back to that level with the op in hand, G2 is an incredibly scary team. But as it stands, he is a liability, and I challenge you to tell me who is the weak link on G2 if not Sunpius.
Who's the better AWPer between Sunpius and Ultimate?
Ultimate.
Really?
Yeah, I guess so. Which doesn't speak volume. Yeah, and that's kind of crazy to say it out loud. Probably current form, and we have seen Ultimate. He's had pop-off games for Team Liquid as well. Remember during the major, he almost saved them against MOUZ, and that's been the case during Cologne as well a couple of times. So yeah, I'd probably lean towards Ultimate.
Well, let's keep an eye on the AWP kills. Let's keep an eye on this battle on Inferno. Liquid must fight back, and they need to do this in style. There is so much riding on this game, but it doesn't look good for them. Let's see what happens in the match.
Yeah, huge VRS implications. Liquid needing some wins instead of all these close affairs where you're celebrating losses. They're going to have to pick up some serious slack, though. We're going to G2's pick of Inferno. This is one that they've been keen on since the formation of this roster. The Liquid, some struggles, some outings here on this map as of late. Not one they've looked to a hell of a lot. And their work will be cut out for them. I want to see more from Russell Van Dolken here. He just posted one of his worst games in the Liquid jersey, and worst game in some time. 0.52 rating at the end of it. It's like top 20 worst games he's ever played. Not great. Not a good time for him to go missing either. feels even worse because for guys like Nerds who are hitting really, really hard, even Shui, that's so far from a certainty. You feel like if Twist just kind of played up to his usual level, could have been a very different story here at the end of Train.
And zooming out, I mean, this Group B is a tough place to be, right? Not just because the loser of this game goes on to play Imperial, who we've already seen show good face on an overpass and a win over MOUZ on that map and making an interesting series of it, but also because Spirit, FURIA, Legacy, these are the squads left up in the group as well. So I don't think it's going to be an easy run through the lower bracket, looking at potentially FURIA to run into you there in that final to take the last spot to London. Must-win game. And G2 doing as they should. Looking to go up against MOUZ in that upper bracket. We go to Inferno. G2's map pick. Chance to 2-0 this series.
Oh, Ultimate, that's going to go a long way. Killing the smoke spam in the pistol. And that's put a bit of fear in G2. But I'm never willing to write them out of a pistol round from really any position. If this series has taught us anything, it's that.
Crazy rounds being won by G2 in this series for sure. But this is a stack on the B-bomb site they've got to get past. Molly, smoke, flash, everyone with their job. Shui with a block. It's not going to stop G2. They are all in. Got to run through this one. No flash to help them out. They try to jump spawn. Shui comes through the smoke and Twist gets a double. In trouble. They line up. Okay, Hunter. Oh, he loves a pistol.
It's always this guy.
Yeah. Naf not going to commit flanking though, realizing he's come back.
Liquid have never lost a 1vx on Inferno. You're an XV1. Naf ain't about to start now.
Oh,
God. Okay, this has got legs on it. Hunter always makes them interesting. Chance at the plant. Ultimate won't get there in time to deny it.
Either way, you've won the... you've set yourselves up nicely. Getting a bomb plant is a small win.
Oh, he's going back in. Really wants to commit for this fight. Going to try and strip one from the ranks of Liquid. Hunter tucks in. Plays the sight. Jump up and Nert spots him. No crazy clutch today for Hunter, but a bomb plant is a welcome injection of money for this G2 T side.
Yeah, definitely. It's their map pick. They're going to have a wealth of ideas in these second rounds. I even think, towards the end of the last G2 roster, what G2 were really good at on Inferno were some T-side pops enforced by rounds, like just running it up mid. Something we even see Falcons do with those G2 pieces. CT side will be a different conversation, but let's see where G2 put their guns. One AK, one Galil. Definitely winnable rounds are these. Inferno.
Heavy God, a name that works well to the tune of Baby Shark. Alves with the entry. Shui dead straight away.
Nade it.
And they might just come through. Nades are pulled. They're ready to pounce on this B entry. Nerds his them making it in, gonna leave it to spam and reclaiming one. That will keep Liquid interested here.
Oh no!
Another for Twists. Two found on these spam shots. A little ugly for Nerds.
That was a
the
chance.
Retake is a go. Hunter caught by the reposition up through Banana. Ultimate continues this success on the retake, and that leaves just Mattis' Deagle not to find a thing. Team Liquid clamp down on that B play.
Oh, it's Heavy God trying to jump over the spam shots that gets him spam. Twist sees him over that smoke, and even though the break, should have been Liquid's way in, it's Nerds' death off of that. And Liquid are very fast to flank this time. That felt like a lost round from the 4v5 with the site conceded. But impressive 3K from Twist, already starting this map off a lot stronger, finding already 5 kills in
kind
the
of
2 rounds.
Quicksand effect for Heavy God. The more he tried to fight it, the more it sunk him. That is how quicksand works. Is quicksand even real?
I think it is.
It sounds so dumb, but I've never seen it.
I've seen a video of someone getting
like
kind
just
of
in sand in general.
Yeah, but it is true. If you fight it, the more you move, the more it
But I
sucks
never
you in.
understand that. Like, so what? If you don't move, you win, or
No,
you're,
you're
not,
still
so you're
sinking.
still sinking.
Just slower.
So you either die quickly or slowly. That's pretty cool. MOUZ. He wants them to die quickly. And so he'll come out explosive into the top of mid. Crazy 180 turnaround. Now Fly decapitated. Twists baited. And G2 elated as they pull up with a win in this round. No business picking it up with MOUZ openers like that coming through. It's a done deal.
I think it's his map. Train was not for MOUZ, but it didn't matter. He had the teammates to carry him through. And here on Inferno, Naf has missed 2 sitters. One with the Julies and the pistol, and now we're back turned in middle. That is not what you want to see for Liquid. They hunt these guns right at the very end as well. Okay, yeah, sure. Just one league him. Just finish him. Get some guns on your way out. Gross round for G2. MOUZ Deeg. Or MOUZ AK Heavy God Deeg. Literally looking the wrong way, but fast. Oh. Ouch. Uh-oh.
Chewy, I think they know you're here, buddy. Even though they're ready for this, he's able to push up close. The flashes leave him blind. And as Nerds looks to recover with his famed MP7, Sapias helped out a little there. It's fine. He's going to make up for it. You tell in. The sun is a deadly laser.
It burns. No one's safe. But it's G2 putting SPF on Liquid's face as they pull out of this bomb site and save. Nothing. Armor. 1 gun. So full force for Liquid. They know this one's too far gone. G2, couple of quicker rounds. Looking very comfortable here. I mean, that's how you lose, right? Jumping through smoke against 5-7, but everyone's all in for G2. They just trade the whole way.
Chance for Liquid to still remain threatening here, though they send Naf aggressive down through middle. He's got M4 and the rest of his team in tow. Shui is dead in an instant. And Heavy God might just be about to farm. He heard the footsteps. Oh, no. He heard aggression down through mid. Behind every injury moment is a Heavy God looking on. And underneath, he strikes for 2. That should be a done deal on the round here. There's a chance at a kind of all-right save for Team Liquid if they can get both these guns. Nerds is going to go looking for his one now. Something that G2 should be aware of, and they're coming back in to try and cover this weapon pickup. Now that you see Twists fighting for it, you know what the objective is here. You know it's an attempt at the save. They've got both guns, it's just how do they get out? With MOUZ in second mid, he's able to rip Twists out of the back line. Nerds on a saving mission with this AK. And he's looking kind of good to get out with it. Net's still tightening, net's still closing. He's going to survive. Still, it's G2 up in the lead.
Off the back of just pretty much bomb site rushes here for G2 on Inferno. We're going to need good nades now for Liquid in this first gun round to shut down this fast banana approach. Oh, Liquid tried there. There was a molly on the roof. That was an attempt to retake molly. A little bit disastrous of a start here. Considering Liquid converted their pistol, they have nothing to show for it. G2 kept the pressure on with Force Buy until it broke.
Here's what I think you do.
Yeah.
You print off a bunch of small pictures of all the Vitality players, and you make Liquid glue them onto the HUD on their monitor, so it looks like they're playing against Vitality.
Ah.
And then everyone's really locked in.
Yeah. But then you go, man, ZywOo's really having a rough game right now. Just can't
Hey,
hit
to be
me.
fair, it's not wrong. These last few games.
Another pop. This is what I was talking about earlier. These quick mid hits, just chasing down that long player. Classic G2. And when you find the entry, these rounds are just gifted. They just disappear. I love the read. They know Liquid are struggling to stop them in banana. They're going to start 3B. They just rush mid. It can look silly if you die first, but once that entry lands, my god, it's a round in 10 seconds. G2 have rushed 4 rounds in a row, and they won them all. Uncomfortable game for Liquid, that's for sure.
It's rounds like this that I think are very legitimizing for Hunter as the captain of this team. You know, it's just a great read on the situation. I think he's been a part of squads at times where it's felt like you sometimes overcook these rounds, whereas his kind of leadership stems for looking for very simple solutions to complex problems. I mean, that's what you want from a captain.
Old G2, we got 2 pretty choky teams, right, historically. Old G2 used to love to lose to Eco, used to love to overcook. Yeah, so it's really nice. I don't think we can attribute that yet to G2. Like I said, like we're giving them a lot of hype, and in this game, it's deserved, but we're still waiting to see them take down a top 5 team, see if they've got the firepower for it, see if they've got the experience. But the good signs are there from this squad.
I think the general vibe is they're punching up, right? They're kind of punching above their weight in what you could have expected in such a short time. You are dead on. You're waiting for that, like, one very legitimizing win.
But I feel like it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
It's just been a lot of positive signs, I think.
For a very new roster with a lot of changes, not just the in-game leadership, but multiple players melded together. Oh, those grenades were good, but Twist wins a very important duel. Finding MOUZ at the top of banana will send G2 out. And with Triple B, if G2 goes soon, they will find a weakened A site, but that smoke cools off the apps push. Importantly timed smoke has froze this round. Ultimate AWP on long side. Should be good for 1. Okay, Hunter, that is crazy. And Twist is 10 health. Flash is good. Dodge, not. Twist gets his. He's back in the site in time.
2 Canadians side by side trying to hold this down. Matt is just going to split the site wide open. And now Pius providing cover. That bomb plant found for G2. And a chance to strengthen their grip on this game.
Great post-plant position for Mattis as well. Smoke does nothing.
Now it's walking in. They're going to catch Shui. That's the kit dropped, lost on long. Nerds needs a fight instantly in the moment. The Mattis hasn't given it to him. He's called the bluff. Nerds can't win this. Now just looking to survive. Even though he's going to collect the kill, the round belongs to G2. They do it from a man down position.
3 kills from Mattis as well. He got dinked in that first fight and comes out with a huge multi-kill, dropping the kid at long. And in those kind of rounds, making the right call, knowing I'm 10 health, I just have to call his bluff and hope he's not sticking. The flash is enough. Nerds gets off that bomb anyway. We'd never wanted to with 10 seconds, but he would have won it if he stuck that bomb. What a shot for Mattis. And that's his round to take away. G2, keep them coming. That's 4v5 after losing Banana. But they just run over the AWP. So many players you can look to rely on in this team. And not all of them hit at the same time, right? MOUZ had trouble on Train, but Heavy God was hard. Mattis, looking great.
He was what?
No comment. Walking through the apartments here, running through the apartments. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it's been heard by Liquid at least. However, MOUZ, the meat grinder, the lobotomist, taking heads off and turning them as well. As he rips back around on his shoey, this one's a done deal. Nerds, on your bike, lad. It's over.
I've never seen such a quick Inferno game in my life, and they just come for him. Heavy God, that is. Running him down. Liquid. Blue, not just in the face. 6-2. They've just rushed Harry. Six rounds in a row. They've just rushed Liquid.
And I love it, dude. This is why Hunter is the GOAT.
This is good fun.
He's making Inferno fun.
Yeah.
Which in current year, whatever it is,
in most year,
is impressive.
It's not an easy job. Someone's got to do it. It's just a very quick game, and all these rounds coming down to 30 seconds, and they're done.
I mean, some credit's got to go to Liquid there as well, right? Like,
okay,
no one's able to get rushed like this on the CT side. Usually you've got stopping util, you're able to just keep replenishing that, but no, they're just trying it, you know, raw.
Yeah.
Al dente.
Yeah.
Very al dente.
Okay. Stack of B, nades, SMGs, and they're landing some shots. Liquid doing more with less, and Nerds kills them all.
He made it out to behind the car. They got that crossfire set up, and there we go. Finally, one of these fast rounds is punished by Team Liquid.
Okay, sure. That's one way to do it. 4 at B, and they get out with 3 alive. All 3 taking AKs as well. They shuffled guns down Banana. So Liquid have been given a lifeline, Harry, breaking the 6-round streak. G2 finally
I wonder if that makes them play slower. I mean, they certainly can't play faster. They're already at maximum speed.
I think you don't need... I said this earlier. This is how you lose. You run through the top B smoke against 5-7s. Hurts there's 4 players there this time. But a lot of these rushes have come through on middle when Liquid have had triple Bs. So finally Hunter gets the wrong read on this round.
Dude, there is so many anime profile pictures in this game, I only just realized. We'll address that in just a moment. MOUZ,
crikey,
he's got Ackerman on, and he is the hacker man of this T-side, charging them down.
Look at him go.
In about described as Cart Titan versus Cart Titan. He is the better armed. Hugo, you won't get that.
No,
it's fine.
I don't, yeah.
It's all good.
It's okay. Yeah, or whatever the hell they say.
This is going to be another save for Liquid.
Heavy God is not allowing it, Harry. You think Heavy God wants you to save? No. Oh, okay. That's important.
Even gave him a little warning sign. Look down.
All right, who are the culprits here, Harry?
Let's
Anime
see.
profile
What are we
pictures.
working with? Twists? Rather shockingly.
You just invited him to a game?
I did just invite him to a game. I hope he does enjoy it.
He's a bit busy.
Sorry, Twists.
Who's that?
I don't know. So that one's no good.
Shui has one.
Shui has one. I don't know who that is either. Nerds has one.
It's just Liquid. I found why they're struggling.
I don't know who that is either. Naf has Ted from the hit movie Ted. Yeah, he is Ted, which is good.
That's good.
And Ultimate has One Punch Man, so that's 5 anime profile pictures.
Is Ted an anime?
Yep.
All right. Simpsons is my favorite.
MOUZ is Levi Ackerman. Heavy God has another anime person I don't know. And that's really it. Respect to...
What's Sumpires?
I don't know.
Some dude. can't see, it's too small from here.
But there's the analysis. That's 5 anime pitches for Team Liquid. If you include Ted as an anime.
Yeah, you should.
Which you should.
All right. Top banana silently now for G2. Nade stack avoided by Shui. He is fully alone at this bomb site right now. Now to shuffling over, probably for the best. G2. Uncertain. Towing the line between two sides. Heavy God gonna fake on A. Twist is ahead of this smoke. Or picks him, and now you should know it's coming into this B bomb site. Good block there. They're gonna run through.
Straight through. Flashes to tee them up, and good flashes at that. MOUZ MD putting on a masterclass of entries in this game. He knows no limits. Double push through the molly, arriving to this B site, battled and wounded on the banana push. It might just be another save for Liquid, a reluctant one, but a save nonetheless.
Vu's right. Some Pius, when he doesn't buy the orb, is way better. Just rifling his way through. I know he has 3 kills.
3 and 6, by the way.
No, but he's just going in first and dying, and they trade him. It's
the
kind
Spanish
of nice.
Nikados, some say.
I mean, he's just kind of dying first and then getting traded in a lot of these like mid hits. But you don't need an orb. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged. Oh, I'm blind. The sun.
What?
Are you seeing this?
This is how Naf sees the world.
Oh god, it hurts. Oh. MOUZ is just life gaming right now.
Always been a map he's been proficient on, and it's one where, you know, he undertakes kind of the roles and responsibilities of someone like a Nico, right? These banana charges we've been getting out of MOUZ. Also, they've been a part of all the top mid hits. Wherever MOUZ wants to go, they're giving him the freedom to go and take that space. They're supporting him with good util.
What?
MOUZ again! My guy! Dude, come on!
Hold that up. Show me that again. Matt's
Leave
gonna
him
follow
alone,
up.
MOUZ!
This
Leave
round.
Liquid alone!
Dude, the nades have done nothing. Liquid are doing 0 damage with their HE mollies in this game. My goodness. Heavy God had enough. He will get put down. That bomb is still middle.
I mean, these MOUZ openings have just been stellar. And he might not even be done yet. This double kill at top banana. There's still more work ahead for MOUZ MD.
2 more.
The lobotomist always finds another headshot, another victim. Twist runs right into him. And with MOUZ playing like this, it's put G2 on a direct route to victory. Only Nafly remains, that bomb putting distance between itself and the last remaining Liquid player. Keith with a flash says, I'm blind, and now moves in alone down banana. Through the molly, shot in the back by Hunter, and the deal sealed on a dominant half here, thanks to these MOUZ openers that just keep coming through in spades.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
Thank you very much. That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to fly. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Have you heard of MOUZ MD? Because we certainly have. He's been all over Inferno, 17-9. All of these coming off the back of multi-kill entries. That's what's made this so impressive. The MOUZ run for G2 has left them in pole position, 9-3, looking to run away with a clean sweep in this series.
I've just never seen such a fast Inferno T-side. G2 just run amok to run down Liquid, looking for a 2-0 in this opener of Group B. A lower bracket fraught with potential peril. Liquid, we were hoping for them to prove themselves after back-to-back close elimination series v Vitality. But here against G2, nothing to talk about for Team Liquid. Nothing good, at least. Twist has recovered in this map, but no one has kept up. And while Nerds showed great face on Train, he was one of the only players to do so. That's insane that Heavygo wins that fight. Twist walked up on him, knowing Albs with a block at B, but he wants him to push his bomb site. He's ready.
Oh, Mattis and MOUZ dispatch of the B hit.
Oh yeah, the nade. Bit late.
Blow it open, sure. All it does is reveal you to all the crosshairs of G2 looking onward. And I mean, man, Hunter can't believe it. He's smiling away. The game he's getting out of MOUZ, wherever they've wanted, whatever pace they've wanted to play at, and it's always been really, really quick. They've just said, MOUZ, go kill, and he will gladly oblige this pistol round. No different from how that first half felt. As MOUZ teeters on 20 kills, just 14 rounds of play.
Shocker Glock here for Liquid. Matter of time.
And this could be a moment for some Pius, a chance for him to pad the stats. Notice me, Sun Pi. I think that's the other thing that's so mad is the scorelines for everyone else other than like Mattis and MOUZ look so average to like not great, but there's only so many kills to go around.
And also it's Inferno, so he's getting 2 entries and then Liquid is saving. Can't save this. MOUZ finds
so clean.
3 more.
We're big MOUZ fans here.
Yeah.
We're big MOUZ fans. Not like big MOUZ, like he's in the German team.
No, don't do that.
I wouldn't be a fan of MOUZ if that's where he was.
Puta madre Mario, 17 kills.
Imagine, I doubled my kills from last series. Are they playing with their backs or what? Mario?
Vibes all good at the G2 camp.
He has doubled his kills from last series. 11 and 17 on Train. 22 and 10 here on Inferno, and there's still more rounds to be played. Look at how much faith they have in MOUZ, bro. They say, Mario,
it's a me. Yahoo!
That's how he replies. And they say, yo, bro, you're gonna play B alone this round, is that okay? And he replies,
okay. I'll think of another famous Mario line after that, really.
Oh, it's so good. And so a play through the apartments, don't you realize, Liquid, you're in Luigi's mansion. This isn't where you want to be. Oh, baby, it's not gone great. Trades out through mid, Naf with a double entry. Bomb lost out in middle. And here is the cavalry arriving. Double swing on the back of the flash. Well, actually, just one man tucked in at the site is Hunter. Quick work made over the first. And there's Mario arriving in perfect time, right where he's supposed to be.
Get him out. 12-3, Liquid, lower bracket. That's where you've got to play. On this online stage, G2. They're looking for that legit win, Harry, that gratifying top-tier team to take down, and, well, they're going to get their chance.
Hey, bro, also, going off of what we know, this means G2 could beat Vitality.
No. One step at a time. We've got MOUZ waiting. MOUZ not waiting. He is impatient. That nade takes the first. Mattis comes through. And this is G2, ready to rock 'em, sock 'em, and knock 'em down to the lower bracket. Good dig, good dig. But Hunter's still here.
Yeah, but look, you dealt with Mario, but this is Donkey Kong Country, all right? You're going to be okay.
Careful.
Hunter's here. Shut down, first man in, ultimate found, and they're not going to overwhelm him for free. It's a 2-for-1 from Hunter. Twist left up in the clutch. Spam won't connect. He gets that bomb down. So Pius, he's been in the sidecar all game long. Yeah. He is not really had to do anything. 50cc bout in the retake. And the spam connects from Pius. Okay. There's the GOAT picking up the win for G2. High impact kills, every one that he picks up. And with MOUZ hitting hard, this was a good day in the office from the G2 squad. It's a clean 2-0 finish over Team Liquid.
Well, you didn't think it could get better for G2, but then Inferno happened. They could do no wrong, they could dominate like crazy. And if you're a G2 fan, you used to pray for times like this.
That's a very convincing win coming out of G2, and they're kind of confirming what we saw glimpses of at EWC, glimpses of at Cologne, that this team has an awful lot of firepower, and Hunter as an in-game leader is not necessarily a downgrade, more so an upgrade compared to what they had before. So I think this G2 is super, super exciting. There's a couple of positions where you still question, do they have that same, star potential they used to have back in the days with m0NESY and Nico? Probably not, but as a team, they look gelled together already.
If you want to know, if you're watching at home, you want to know how to run a T-half, That's how you run a T-half. They go aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. They get 6 rounds in a row, and then they slow it down. They draw out the utility. Liquid's so scared of those aggressive plays. Liquid's throwing utility early, and then they pop in on top of them, catch them with utility in their hands. Such a good half from G2. Have to give credit to Hunter and SAW as well. I mean, Maui talked about SAW as the best move of the offseason. This is online Counter-Strike. They are allowed to talk during the half. We can question how much he was able to talk, but generally, Hunter, great IGL, great play from so many of the players of G2. That's what you want to see if you're a G2 fan.
And they're going to be all living the dream right now because this was a dominant win, but this looks like a team that's playing together well already, right? Playing off each other well.
Playing off each other, you know, different players at different moments in the game turning up. I love to see MOUZ being back to his absolute best. His entering in this game was phenomenal. I think Heavyguard obviously had a great game as well. Pretty much all the players. Hunter as an in-game leader, I think more so than his calling. Yes, it's a question whether or not it's him or SAW or them combining together here for that T side, but his individual output has been significantly better as an in-game leader compared to before. And if that's a trend he's going to follow up with, then this G2, maybe, you know, what they didn't have in firepower by losing Nico and m0NESY, you're kind of adding that up in different areas. And Mattis as well, that train performance, the impact he had. I only have positive things to say about G2, and that's quite remarkable.
Well, let's talk to Heavygod from G2 and see what he's thinking after this series, because this was a fantastic performance. Heavygod, you hear us good? How are you?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. Good.
This was a solid performance from you guys, and Train as well, which they tried to test you on. You absolutely dominated on. Were you expecting this from them? Was this a map you were going to be comfortable on, even if they did try to throw it at you?
Yeah, we were ready for Train. We know they're gonna pick it. We prepared well. I think we had good connection between both sides, like me on B and them on A, and good information overall. We lacked some in some rounds, but overall I think we played good as a team today.
Heavyguard, there seems to be no weak link in your team right now. And obviously you've been on different iterations of the G2 where you had your stars in Nico and m0NESY and all that kind of stuff. Do you also feel that it's now more of a team game to win for G2 than it was necessarily the individuals back in the days?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it was in the past, obviously, but because I wasn't there. But right now, I think we have a really strong team, and we just need time. Time will tell. I think we are working really hard, each and everyone. We're working really, really hard. We're putting the hours, putting the effort, and we're really doing our best. And I think we can be 10 times better. We just, as I said, it's time and building, and hard working. We should continue on this route.
I wanted to ask about your individual level. You know, you came into G2 and you weren't perfectly consistent. You were showing some great things, but as time has gone on, you've just gotten better and better and better. And I mean, that inner play from you on the first map of Train was incredible. Do you feel like G2 is giving you more space as you continue playing with them, or what's contributing to that?
I think, obviously, I have a lot of trust in me, I believe. That's how I feel, at least in the server, and from my teammates, from my Hunters and IGL, and from SAW. As a coach, I think they're giving me the trust, they're giving me the confidence, the freedom to do what I believe is true to do. Sometimes, obviously, I can be wrong, like everyone. No one is perfect, but I don't know what's different. Maybe I have a bit more confidence in myself. I believe a bit more in me. Maybe I put even more hours than I used to than before. I'm really trying my best to improve myself every day individually and as a team player. And it's really important for me to maintain the level and even improve every day. It's really, really important for me.
Well, we've certainly seen that, and we're going to thank you very much for your time and joining us, Heavygod. Good luck throughout the rest of the tournament, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Have a nice day.
You too, man. See you later. Heavygod talking very positively there, putting up positive numbers as well. I like what I'm hearing.
Me too. As I said, I think we saw the first signs of that already at Cologne, even though that was very early on. EWC, I know result-wise they didn't have a great tournament, but you could see in the game they played that there's something to explore almost. And I feel like this is the first reference game we have coming out of G2. This is when everything is clicking. You know, good T side, all the individuals showing up. You have Sun Payers at the bottom of the scoreboard, and as much as we want to say that maybe he's the quote-unquote weak link, if your worst player on your team is Sun Payers, then you have a pretty goddamn good team.
I mean, we have to put this into context for people. When you look at this team, imagine what people were saying when they lost Nico and they lost m0NESY. They were talking about this team should disband. This is unbelievable. How could you lose that? They're going to go nowhere. And then all of a sudden, if you could tell them back then that this is the results that we're going to have, this is the team that we're going to be looking at, this is the excitement this roster could bring, I think everyone would jump at that. That is an incredible improvement. You cannot say anything bad about that.
I said it coming into the tournament. I'll say it again. G2 will make playoff. they'll be in London, and I think that's a massive step forward.
It is a massive step forward, and this rebuild is looking good, but we'll keep a close eye on it, and we'll also keep a close eye on how the group is looking for now. As you can see, MOUZ will be facing G2, but we've got some more games coming your way today. The very last game of the day will be FURIA taking on Legacy, but before that, up next, it's FlyQuest taking on Spirit, and we are going to have an interview with Zontix and Nedix, so enjoy this.
Today as your first opponent. You've only played against the Spirit Core once in your career, and it was a pretty brutal result. Can you tell me what is so dangerous about going up against Spirit?
I mean, obviously they're really insane players and a very strong team, but I think the main thing today is that we don't lose to ourselves, and we actually show the CS we want to play, and I think we can beat them on a good day for sure.
Were you as surprised as perhaps we were that Zontix was still going to be on the roster for this event?
Not really, to be honest. I don't pay attention to those roster moves that much. Like, I just play against who we're going to play on the day. Don't really think about it, so...
Final question on the Spirit side of things. They're currently ranked as #1 in terms of the VRS ranking. Do you view them as the best team in the world currently?
I still think Vitality has that title, but obviously with Vitality's form dropping off, I think it's pretty close at the moment. So, guess there's no way to say right now.
And how confident do you feel that you will finally be able to get a win over Spirit today?
I mean, pretty confident. Like, we're just going to play, do our best, see what happens, you know.
Of course, Zontix, it's been a great start to the second season for Spirit, winning Cologne, winning Bounty. Then you head to EWC and things get complicated versus Heroic. Can you tell me what the takeaways were for you from losing out that series at EWC?
We're getting tired a little bit too fast, and sometimes when we accomplish something, we are not probably that motivated, and there is not enough an impulse to just join server against a team who plays with the substitute, with no coach, and that's it. If you're not joining the server from the very beginning, you can lose to practically anyone.
I appreciate your honesty with that. Looking at FlyQuest today, how do you feel about them overall as a team?
I think we are better, obviously. But as I said before, you can lose to anyone if you're not playing from the first round, if you're not ready to play.
I've also, of course, got to ask, we all heard the rumors that allegedly your last event with Spirit would have been EWC, and that's obviously not the case. Did you expect to be playing Blast Open with the team?
Yes.
And can you share with us what your future with Team Spirit is?
No.
You know what? Fair enough, Zontix. I've got to ask the questions, and he has to give the straight-up answers. Yeah, he did expect to be playing Open with the Team Maui, but no more details on the future for where Zontix is going with Team Spirit.
Well, we'll just have to wait for Overdrive to leak it to us anyways. That's really how this all works, isn't it?
Do you trust his leaks at all?
They've been, what, 60%, 70% accurate?
Yeah.
You have to take them with a grain of salt, but you can probably assume that there's some truth behind it.
He's also inside the curtains of Spirit, so there could be a possibility that it's true.
I imagine he's, not super allowed to tell us exactly what's happening there, so fair enough, Zontix. Did it surprise you to see that Zontix was, on the chopping block and Tanir was coming in? When you saw that news, what did you think?
I mean, Tanir has impressed me a lot. I think he's been a very great player also. Like, obviously in Heroic, he was stand out. So for me, it was just a matter of time before he would move on. But to see him go into Spirit, we obviously don't know in details what is the cause of something's being removed, whether it's I'm at a place where I don't think it's like necessarily in-game related. I think it could be something else, because I feel like Spirit is just at a place where they are winning right now. They're feeling comfortable. So why would they make the change? It feels like there's something else going on inside the team that needs to happen. But obviously, the one you would probably replace in that team, if you had to replace one, would be Zontix.
At this point, what I'm really curious about with Spirit is, because things are going so well for themselves, and Zontix is clearing Zwei in terms of individual performance, that's where I'm just thinking to that, are they going to have buyer's remorse regarding this? Are they going to think to themselves that maybe actually we were wrong? Because these teams can do whatever they want. They don't have to, I don't think, in stone say necessarily that this is 100% the move. I don't know why Holly and the rest of the team wouldn't say, well, Zontix is clearly outperforming Zwei. The positions that Zontix gets aren't that much better than Zwei. They are better. There are some better aspects to what he's doing. Like, he doesn't have to run in first every time on some of the executes. But if I'm Spirit, I might say maybe the best team we can create right now is with Zontix and Tenier.
That's like the really curious thing about this, right? Is I obviously don't know when this decision was made. I have my suspicions that it was at some point during Cologne, but do you realistically think, like, right, okay, they obviously didn't expect to be winning Cologne. You then go and do that. You then go and win Bounty. I think you're totally right, Maui, that maybe you have to reconsider the potential choice you make. I don't know. Would it surprise you if they did reverse that potential decision of getting to Niran?
It would surprise me because I feel like most teams just are dead set on whatever they said they were going to do in advance. But I feel like the best move would probably be to actually change it, as I am saying.
Yeah, but it comes to mind because I've been in a situation something like where you feel like you have to make a change to get back to your winning ways, and then you have this player that you want to replace, but then all of a sudden you go to an event and you win and you feel like, hey, we just decided to win this tournament. Something has actually worked out for us. Yeah. Do we still have to make this change? And Spirit has been looking better lately. You know, they are in the contention of maybe becoming the best team in the world once more. So, I mean, where does that put them? You know, are they making maybe a little bit of a hesitant decision, or is it something they still want to go forward with? So it's, I think Spirit has also, with the removal of Magix, was very interesting. The fact that they still had a team that somewhat functioned, but they still dared to make that change to actually try and get back to their winning ways.
We just saw it, the results of Spirit throughout 2025. Obviously, they started off in amazing fashion, winning Blast Bounty. Then trophies evaded them up until the aforementioned IEM Cologne, Maui. So, yeah, it's an interesting situation for Spirit to be in. And obviously, not least when we see them, you know, letting Zontix be the one to hoist the trophy in Bounty. That was a kind of maybe a little bit emotional seeing that happen.
I know. Yeah, I felt something. I definitely did. I got some chills, actually, when Zontix lifted that one. Of course, his reaction is the same deadpan as it generally always is.
Yeah.
Never really.
I thought about that when he hosted that trophy. I was like, he doesn't even look happy.
No, and he's still here, though. But he's still here.
Well, they're winning, so.
What's your takeaways been of Zwei? Obviously, we had the you know, stats comparing and contrasting the two, but for a player that, you know, is essentially in his rookie year, sure, we saw some quite nice things at the Austin Major from him in his previous team, but how much has he impressed you since joining Team Spirit?
I think it's been a little bit of lackluster since joining Spirit. He was really good in Amiga and a player that we point out to be looked out for in Austin. So I think for him to move on was also probably the right time, but he still needs time to settle. I still think he's in a position where he has a lot of things to learn. I don't think he has been that rock solid rifle that Spirit maybe thought he would be coming into the team. I still think it's obviously is Dong doing the heavy lifting alongside with Shiro. But then again, I think Zontix has also stepped up more, but I want to see more from Zwei because I know what he can bring to the table. But it's also when you bring a guy from that has been grinding tier 2 and actually dominating, you know, there is a gap where he needs to actually develop further, and he can only do that by getting more experience, by playing against better teams, more tournaments. So for him to get a shot in Spirit is good, but I'm still at a point where I'm not sure if he can live up to it.
It's safe to say that the jury is still out on Zwei for me, and I'd say that the Namiga performance that he had, reminder, it was great in stage 2 of the major. As soon as they hit stage 3, he fell off of a cliff. Yeah. So Zwei versus actual top opposition, he's had one incredible series versus MOUZ. Like, it's the best he's looked in a Spirit jersey in general, but oftentimes he's not really actually getting you too much more to get over the line because Magix was good for the occasional pop-off too. So to throw him that single bone and say, yeah, look at that one series versus MOUZ. Yeah. I mean, I saw a grand final from Magix at one point that really made me think maybe this guy deserves another year on the team, maybe 2. So I'm not really sold just yet. Yes, some of his positions are changing lightly, but also some of the people changed around him so that he could feel some more comfort too, namely Chopper.
Should we address the bump in the road that was the Heroic Series at EWC? I really appreciated Zontix's honesty, how candid he was when I posed him the question, you know, what went wrong? He was like, okay, first of all, you know, fatigue. We've been on the road for a while. We've been making it went deep into events. Secondly, we kind of did underestimate them a bit, which is totally fair when you look at Heroic and go, okay, you've got to stand in, you haven't got a coach behind you as well. So that's obviously a point that they need to be learning from.
Fatigue is obviously a thing that happens once you make deep runs, and that was also the case back in Australia. It's like you just make deep runs final consistently, you'd go home for 3-4 days, another tournament, you didn't have time to practice, you didn't have time to learn from your mistakes. And I mean, I don't think that is necessarily the case why they would lose. I mean, it's an excuse in some sense, but just the way that they decided to maybe underestimate Heroic is to me not acceptable in the level of Counter-Strike we have nowadays, specifically with MR12 being such a cutthroat format, also with the single elimination. So it's obviously a mental thing that they need to work on, because it's obviously not good enough for them to lose out in round of, what is the 16 against the likes of Heroic, because they are a way better team. So yeah, that was quite a bump in the road.
They just need better multivitamins, okay? Basically, everybody that attended the bounty needs better multivitamins. I didn't get sick. A handful of people did, obviously. And, I mean, what? Chopper, Shiro were sick. I mean, Zaiwu in an interview talked about being sick. I mean, Harry didn't cast yesterday. He was, I mean, like, there was a bug going on. There was something going on there, all right? But at the same time, like, you know, that... The fatigue is a way to just say also maybe, you know, you win 2 tournaments back to back in a single elimination tournament. You don't show up on day 1 with as much focus as a team that's going to be coming in with a little bit more runway. That team's going to be a little bit more prepared. They know about the matchup. They've been targeting it for quite some time.
Give me your quick thoughts on FlyQuest then, because it's been, you know, a decent amount of time since we've seen Ins taking up the mantle of in-game leader. Has it been enough though, that way?
That's the one thing. I actually like all of the moves that FlyQuest has made, where they got Regali for Alistair. I think that's a great upgrade. They got Nedic for Dexter. I think that's a firepower upgrade. They got JKS for Liaz. I think that's a huge positive upgrade for the team. The one question mark I still have for FlyQuest is Ince a better in-game leader than Dexter? Because they've only won 4 series since he has become the in-game leader of the team, and the best one is versus Bait, which, for my money, is not really what FlyQuest should be looking for when they have this assembly of firepower on the team. So I would like to see if FlyQuest went back to the playbook or the drawing board a little bit more. I know they just benched their coach in Aircast, so I want to see, is Ince's sole vision going to be better now?
Well, before we do dive into this series, it is time to see what maps we're going to be playing on in our picks and bans. Okay, so undoubtedly, you know, we've got the #1 VRS ranked team versus number 22. So there is a heavy underdog here. Is there anywhere that FlyQuest can be kind of picking into to make things at all challenging for Spirit?
This is a nightmare. This is just purely nightmare fuel if you're FlyQuest. I mean, their best map, their favorite map to pick in Inferno is taken out of the pool immediately from Spirit's permaban. Spirit, on the other hand, there's a lot of handshake maps that both of them want to play. Like, look at where FlyQuest has to go. Dust 2 against Spirit? Like, they're done. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there was no way this veto was going to look good for them.
I think the one thing they could have pulled off was maybe to play Overpass if they could, because it's a theory that I have that one could be, but it's been removed. And the likes of them going for those 2, as you mentioned, that's a tough territory when it's a place where Spirit really likes to go, and we have the decider of Nuke. It's a map pool that Spirit obviously feels very comfortable on. You know, I don't think that FlyQuest could have gone in any direction that would have put them in a favorable scenario, because they are just the worst team. Let's just be honest. Like, Spirit is most likely just going to manhandle them.
So it doesn't sound like we're even going to get to Nuke, Dupree?
No, I mean, like, I've seen a lot of FlyQuest, and I'm totally buying into whatever you're saying. I mean, I feel like it's not really going anywhere, so I don't think it's going to be any great. It's going to be 2-0 Spirit.
Spirit, the heavy favorites coming into this one, but I don't know. Connor, Mo, do you see any hope for FlyQuest in this series?
I see hope because I see JKS on a team with other Aussies. Maybe, just maybe, FlyQuest can continue this slight trend upwards. Maybe it's all slotting in and he can be the hero. But I do truly believe that it's going to be Team Spirit walking into this event looking for vengeance after what happened at EWC. And it's not a personal attack to FlyQuest. They're just the punching bag today.
I have no idea what to expect today, but I will say I'm not expecting Spirit to go out last place. I'm expecting them to hit very hard. I don't think FlyQuest are going to play badly today. I think we're going to get some good rounds out of them. I don't know if that changes the ultimate score line in the end. So we're going to have to get sort of a generational fumble here from Spirit to see if any kind of upset will take place. Mirage won't be easy, but this is where we have to kick it off. So let's see.
Shiro P250 cover to get that train rolling. It's Chopper, Donk, and Shiro running at you catwalk, but a little apartments control. What? second player chucking out a Molotov. Zontix doesn't distract long enough or strong enough, so it costs them bodies coming up Cat. There's still, of course, a chance at the recovery. You've got Zontix and Shiro tapping away at these last two, but FlyQuest are given a little window and punish within it. Bench player in JKS, and the bomb has gone back in all of that time. It's a great question.
Yeah, Zontix.
What is happening?
Surprisingly, not starting to run yet, but will definitely just get this plant because he knows they were both over on B. Oh, he actually gave him. He kind of gave him time to find that peak. Still alive with 20 HP.
Here we go.
Will you make magic happen today, Zontix?
Maybe today, but maybe not this round. 20 health stuck in on Sandwich and a high likely trade here between the FlyQuest approach.
There are 2 headshot fights here you could find if you're slick enough.
Now they know, and JKS keeps it clean. Speaking of the headshots, hits his. That was a very awkward approach to the B site. There was some like weird disjointedness between the apartments player in Zontix and the 3-player core getting up Cat.
I think if you're FlyQuest, you have to take those duels, and if you're Spirit, you don't, but you're willing to.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
But like this here, you know, just really afforded timing to take shots at all these guys.
But in this spot where Shiro's a get right, it's like, I think if you're Spirit, you're like, well, this is a great chance to just get a free kill. And if we 2v1 either side, my teammate up in halls kills a guy in window, we're going to win this round. If I kill a guy at bench, we're going to win this round. So 2 50-50s, you kind of go for it. But FlyQuest said, there's a new sheriff in town.
And he plays the didgeridoo.
Uh-oh.
Don't do him dirty. Chopper on the sprint in. He'll be found out figuring out the bodies. Zway's got a kill deeper into sight. And a nice time peek off top. Cat duel towards Catwalk, held back. And it's Zontix again to the clutch. Another 1v2. Instant rotate in from the MP9 and a ton of damage from that headshot. This is a very comparable position.
Oh, wait a second.
But he doesn't decide to go back towards bomb.
They can't see the bomb right now. They actually have to respect that he could have left. All right, this is definitely a great play here for FlyQuest. And if Zontix is going to wait and they don't double peek this way, well...
He's still concerned about jungle. Not the case, buddy.
Maybe he'll now turn, but...
Knock, knock. They're at the door. Oh, and he takes his knife out, gets the gun back in place, and... Yeah, he had wind of what was coming his way, but as he wasted a bit of time, they didn't. Good move, rotation. Making moves. And
5-7.
I thought we were going to at least get, 4 rounds into the game today. But here I am in the meat grinder again. Nice holds by JKS and good cat fight by Vexite. FlyQuest convert it versus the 4-spy only losing 3. If you want to be the world #1 at the moment, feels like you need to bring Deagles and 5.7s to the table. And yes, I'm talking about the Mongols. Their pistol plays lately have been lights out.
Oh, why was that so perfect? Oh, I mean, how you gonna hold this now?
Huh?
You can't watch this cross anymore.
How you gonna do it?
What are you gonna do?
Nothing.
You died to a Glock.
Yeah, not even a Deagle needed. Glock kill out of Chopper.
Donk has a good gun right now.
Yeah, you let him get his paws on the M4. He gets a shoulder over towards Market. 75 damage versus Regali. Nate nearly finishing the job. Shiro on a Glock. Zway's Deeg still far from this site, but getting ever closer. And Donk does drop Regali, but the other two push through this. It's going to be Zway to cover. To serve up a distraction, Shiro's positioning on top of this bomb. It's a nade in hand. This is so awkward for JKS, who doesn't even have a kit. He'll scoop it up right now in front of the van. It's right there for the taking, but he actually didn't step on it, and he still doesn't find that other player in Shiro. Donk's Deagle comes knocking.
I can't believe the timing on this. It's so exceptional here for Donk.
You need those digs.
You could hear the jump spot, then you see him standing behind the wall, then he is pre-aiming the exact spot that Inns wants to step up on the back of the van as he peeks. Inns thinks it's a surprise. Oh.
Yep. So they don't win the force buy, but they do crack through with the dig. Third round is a swift reminder to FlyQuest what they're up against tonight. And that's going to be a Donk looking to dominate. I have a hunch Donk doesn't like losing in any fashion, let alone the way it went down in EWC.
Yeah. I mean, he took that, like, last place exit at Clone last year. And I feel like, you know, took that really personally. Ooh, nice finds, nice finds. That's tough here for FlyQuest, especially considering how much money they had left over.
Woof, JKS finds refuge. And it's not a full clear, still being held for a second there by Chopper. How's JKS win this round? Not made possible. They'll figure him out. Nice headshots coming out of Donk. It is...
There are some players who get, like, who average so high in their careers. They just, like, never have, like, a last place finish. It's funny because Donk's broken every record, but he's got a couple of last place finishes already. One of those was Cologne, then EWC just now. It's pretty much all or nothing. Kind of matches the play style, to be honest. They will either come straight out and win an event, or fall flat on their faces.
USP's coming for Zwei. Chance to farm. But it's all 5 CTs ready to go. Bomb outside of the ramp, so this is just going to be Donk let off his leash. He is going to run at you and put you in the grave. The AK got picked up, though, so Netic was the one that had the chance to find further damage. Doesn't in the end. JKS put to rest. 3-2, the team Spirit lead.
Zone takes. I made a video that Spirit have traded Aura for the ability to beat Vitality. What do you think?
Well, we don't know until Vitality can make it to a grand finals versus Spirit.
Yeah. Like right now, it's just they might not have had to make any moves at all.
Yeah. I say that, but, you know, Spirit did bomb out at EWC, so I guess that conversation goes both directions. They do lose a little bit of aura, but, you know, it's that cold-blooded killer kind of aura.
Yeah.
It's, you know, we'll see. We'll see when, if and when changes happen, Mohan.
I think, you know, people only care if you're sort of disloyal to who got you there if your new move doesn't work. And I think by virtue of that, that's what makes those moves brave. If it's for the sake of the future. I think we saw the same thing with Dupree and Flamesy, for example. It was like maybe not the right time to cut Dupree,
That's a
but
great
maybe
example.
it was the better time to pick up Flamesy, and so immediately you'll get some hate for that. But is anyone going to really hate you when you're winning everything a few years later?
No,
you know, so
they will, in fact, praise you for having made that decision.
You're a genius. Yeah.
They won't apologize for talking shit in the past, but you'll get your praise in the end.
Yeah, not everyone is as man as Maui.
90 damage for Zontix to deal with. That's not the ramp exit he was looking for. Netic's got a duel coming his way in Chopper, but he hears the rumblings of the connector play, and that's going to draw him closer to it, which means now Chopper just pushed through the smoke. Oh, but he takes his knife out, and Netic goes back in for thirds.
Pure class.
Both sides of that connector hold, with window included, still something to stand on maybe. Shiro takes a bit of his own fire damage. Bomb is awkwardly thrown back, and Netic still just sitting comfortable in this corner. They know he's there. Shiro ready for the first, not the second. And we go 10 seconds with 10 HP. This isn't going to happen for Zontix. It is a highlight reel moment for Netic, 6 rounds into play.
I'm glad we didn't get a situation where Spirit brought that back, because what a 3K. That's just pure butter out of Netic. Amazing rifle work there from Jungle, and I mean, you can't ask for much more from that position. So cue up that replay.
Thought Chopper had him dead to rights, but it really looked like Chopper, much like Netic, forgot about this threat. Well, excuse me, I take that back. Netic didn't forget. He just played his timings and gets ahead of Connector perfectly. Crucial for FlyQuest to show some individual ability in the face of a hot-handed donk, and it's good to see them get that in the 6th round. Anybody's half because of that outcome. We saw Zontix walk out ramp last round to get turned away quickly.
I feel like they have actually given up a bit too much control. If JKS is going to play under balcony, there's a lot of stress on Netic to just catch that right timing floating around inside a jungle. If he gets smoked out right here, it's going to be very hard for him to support JKS. Lots of pressure coming through now.
Oh, JKS caught in transition, goes down, bench peek, and Netic looking for seconds, but Zontix out from Palace finds success. 3 kills out of Zontix on this push.
Yeah, Shiro even got a team kill in here, and still 2-on-3. In favor of Spirit. Retake is possible if Zontix comes forward. He's on 36 HP, but
oof, looking for the ace, brother. 4 kills, Zontix. Not half bad. Vexite, 44 health left over in this 1v3. You take Shiro's line away with that smoke and try to charge through it, but Shiro's posted on a wider angle. Missed the shot, however. You're up against Shiro and Donk in a clutch. Not easy, but Vexite closing this gap. Oh, he's dodged that second top shot to give himself something to work with, but Zontix is the man of the hour in that round, doing everything he could.
Yeah, pretty brutal stuff here for Zontix. I mean, great, but you could see the trouble brewing, I think, before the exec started. Again, we're in a spot where I feel like there was just undue stress on Netic to make everything happen. Where JKS is under Balk, but being, really directly targeted. No one in CT spawn either to draw attention away from him, and it ends up just being very awkward between the 2 site holders. So timeout's going to get called here for FlyQuest. I think definitely be worried about something similar happening again.
Just need a Netic moment out of JKS in a round like that, but fire at his feet, man.
That's why you like sometimes playing doubling up, or even, I can't remember, it was a team we saw tripling up versus A ramp. Remember that one? That was good, but I can't remember who it was.
One of those games between 2 of those teams that happened at that event.
Plays Mirage.
Yeah.
And they're better maps.
Oh, yes, of course.
And they're CT sided with more rounds.
Yeah.
That specific team.
And the game ended at 13.
Yeah. Was it Vitality? I can't remember, but doubling, tripling. Oh,
whoop-a-lie. Flash comes out, Connector. Chopper just cruising through the catwalk. No resistance, open B bomb site. You gambled wrong, FlyQuest. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Happy to plant. All 5 up.
But yeah, maybe closely ramp setup or doubling up Connector instead. And I feel like you're going to get a lot of action from those players. Yeah, that was your time to get some free kills, Chopper.
What are you doing, Chopper? Woof! Now you give away the ump.
Now there's just a retake possibility somehow.
Cost an AK-47 its life. Because you know that Donk is going to go take those fights. So if you're Chopper, you have to remember that. You're fighting for 2, but maybe Zontix just farms in his place. It's all about dropping that AK that Vexite has managed to put his hands on, and he's trying to fall back into Shiro. He's getting pinched, but he's taking bodies with him. They will clear out the CTs, but you ultimately just lost 3 players when you had a 5v5 post plant, and your opposition started with just 157, 1 deagle. That is not well worth it.
No, it could have been better, but
mathematically,
if this was a 10-10 game and Economy was just in a scary position, and Spirit were maybe looking more troubled. Be more worried about it, but instead, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I think they can forget about it and move on. Maybe FlyQuest can build some leverage off this round and show us why every little bit matters.
Oi!
Nice. It's a clean tactic.
Shiro having a field day. Donk killed after the one, and Vexite jumps back in under Balk. Great grenade there to soften up Zway, but you've got Zontix on this Palace exit again. He's been quite consistent in this pressure. It's been going much better for him than when he was trying to play the solo ramps. And so another gun round, unfortunately, where FlyQuest need that hero moment on the A site, like the one Netic delivered, but nobody else has been able to find those multi-kills since. That's the one round that A hold truly comes together versus the rifles of Spirit. And unfortunately now, it's 6-3, and you're not going to get many more of those chances.
And it kind of was a solution I was hoping they would try with, like, coming up to the A ramp at least. But they start off with a 5v4 in favor of Spirit, because Shiro, I think he just needs to smoke open himself, right? It's not even a supported tactic for him to get this kill down on the other op right away. That immediately puts the power in Spirit's hands. Then FlyQuest gets scared. And once you play from a position of fear where you're trying to double push something, it's just way more obvious straight up. So Spirit really ready for it on that A ramp push. And they can go back to exactly what worked for them so well last time.
Zontix is coming.
Oh, he's coming.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. Nut.
Do you think Nut, who in Danish is
I think
pronounced...
about him all the time.
He's pronounced Newt. But if he had considered how us English speakers were going to say his name...
I think he knows the joke.
Yeah? Okay.
I think so.
You think his mom watches the games and wonders why her son chose that alias?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of moms watching, like, their kids play Counter-Strike and wondering where their names came from, for sure. Yeah. There's some, you know, and I think they should be concerned, too.
They should be. They should be. Chopper finds the one, but the Netic Deagle's not far off. Another moment where you give a gun over. We saw this rack up a price tag versus Spirit from Chopper's but you see the aim punch take effect. Zway gonna feast. Zontix and Donk trying to push further forward than Zway. Back up, kid. These are ours. And what do you know? Another round of the Spirit board.
This half has almost just vanished suddenly after such a close start here for FlyQuest.
Sometimes it do be how it is.
A lot of problems here on the A site. It's not much better inside of middle either. Netic's name is Kitten.
That's true, it's Kitten. His name is Kitten backwards, if you didn't know.
Maybe his
now
mom
you know.
calls him that.
Hey, Kitten. Vexite afforded a bit more time in this realm. Chopper lays off the pressure towards Cat. There was no defense whatsoever from FlyQuest in middle except for seeing that one Arch player. Bomb rocks back towards the A site. And again, right, the one moment that FlyQuest have really thrived, barring pistol and first conversion, was that Netic 3K. It's why they have a third round, in fact. And so right now, similar setup to the time he popped off. We'll see if he can do it again, supported by Vexite's rotate now. Taking a bit of a peek. Zway drawing attention with utility. And JKS supported by 3 teammates behind him. So Regali snipes the one out of the round. Donk opens up on connector. Netic down, could compromise the setup.
Oh, he's playing so carefully.
Well done by JKS to push on to triple. Gets himself 2 more kills. Now that is nice.
All right.
And I think that's the strength of giving the support to JKS so that he can play that much more forward.
Yeah, definitely. So there's just this is very pragmatic. It's the A site. It's been the apple of Spirit's eye this entire half. They come at it hard on the CT defense. You got the ticket support, which is huge, which was missing. They come forward versus the A ramp, which was where Spirit had been targeting this entire time. So there's enough distractions here for JKS to shine, as well as players just also get kills that were needed. So now that we wrap up, there's a chance here for FlyQuest to really bring some dignity back to this half. Chance at 5.
Oy.
It's actually very scary for Ins.
Could have been worse, all things considered, but you still have Shiro half health. Chopper's gotten this close for free before, now supported by Donk right behind him. Ooh, the op just fired. Chopper knows exactly what's up. It's coming back at the angle, though, is going to clear out Chopper. They have no idea about Donk, and so he starts to charge inwards. Bench being held as Vexite takes into the cover, and Shiro doesn't peek immediately, trying to come wide, and just enough damage coupled with Donk's incendiary to burn him out.
Oh,
now
they're going to miss the bomb.
Yeah, flank from JKS
barely.
not close enough, and Shiro's wide angle into the marketplace. JKS is on a long rotate, and Regali's already dead, so it looks like an 8th, but at least we get to see when Mr. Savage's hands are forced forward, whether he can pull off an awesome 1v3. How would he have to start this? No utility. He's only got time with a kit and an op on him. Shiro misses this. Maybe, just maybe, but Shiro doesn't miss. Him and Donk tear through that B bomb site despite Chopper's death, and it is a strong T-side here for Spirit to kick off this best of 3. We saw a couple flashes of brilliance from FlyQuest between Netix 3K in jungle, which was honestly probably the best individual play of the half for both teams, and then that JKS reposition on front ramp in terms of holding back the A site. Barring those two moments, It was pistol conversion. That's it. That's all. And so if FlyQuest don't have a stellar T-side in them for their opponent's map pick, they're doomed.
Let's have a good off, okay? Let's focus on winning the pistol and make sure we do well the Smithy A when we do anti-force. Take good trades and focus on what we said, okay?
Little reminder. Got to start with the basics.
Pistol would certainly help. Let's have a good half, they ask. Right now we got the Zwei, Donk, and Zontix trio here inside of the B site. Oh, Donk already with the 3!
Oh, come on.
Oh, just so clean. Chopper cleans up bench so Donk can go back in for fourth.
It's just violent with Donk, man.
Eats the smoke, has a flash in front of him, still doesn't even give a damn.
Just destined to die and just doesn't.
Because he has to make up for the loss at EWC.
He's on his revenge arc right now.
Oof. Yeah. 17-7. Mamma mia. So, no pistol for FlyQuest, which was step 1 in the game plan. Wink. Zwei comes through with some freebies. And Zontix wants some as well. Him and Shiro going in with the MP9s. Good on them to switch out the 2 SMGs once the real pack had been already pulled apart. Make that bit of extra money. Spirit, they're sharp. Sharp guys, Mohan. Sharp guys.
I mean, they do every little bit, and man like Donk does every little bit in the micro too. I think it's almost tiring to keep up. You've got to be able to do all the crouching, pivoting, swinging, and everything in the micro every single fight for the rest of your life.
Yep.
If you want to stay on par with somebody like him.
Yep.
It might even just get you exhausted before you start playing, thinking about it.
Ooh, look at the timing on this, though. Good distraction towards middle. Gets FlyQuest down into the B site. While jumping back. That is a massive cover from Zwei through the smoke, dude. The fact he gets that cover through the smoke as Shiro is turning around into what was supposed to be certain death. Chopper gets out. However, gets predicted by Regali.
Hey, there's a chance here for Regali. We know how good he is in these 1vx situations. They'll back up a bit. Bomb's not recovered. And he doesn't find the fight he's looking for. He's also not going to make it a route through market. Donk all the way back here.
This is a 1 versus 3 from a 4-13 scoreline, Regali. Huge ask in terms of stepping up here and now.
So the super unlikely, 1% chance thing is he gets the bomb, goes back through B-apps, walks underpass, and there's like a chance that they go A, but they don't really have to be concerned about that at all. But now as time is starting to bleed down, Plant comes in. Donk is coming in pretty quick.
Regali gets off the bomb site at least, but just barely, playing opposite empty pillar. It will keep him out of Zwei's vision for now. Backdoor's burning. Donk keeps giving it the jiggle. Lets Zwei know exactly where he's at. And Zwei coming forward with the element of surprise. That is good on, dude. How many times do you see Donk just let the other guy go get it?
Yep, he got vision without committing to any engagement. Didn't even take damage. Very frustrating for Regali, and it's like Regali knows he's gonna get a peek in just a second, but he can never capitalize on it. So it's perfectly played. Does exactly show off again that micro from Donk and how much more it is than just aim, even though it's a lot of aim.
Just teasing you with the potential jump out through the window, but Donk recognizing that would give the advantage over, lets Zwei walk in and clean up. Laughs as he plays with his food, because he knows. He knows he had him hook, line, and sinker. We start to see FlyQuest come in through with some desperate times. A lot of utility, Tech 9s across the board, but it's looking like a Spirit 12th. Unless they bombard that B site with pace. It's Chopper up. Zontix towards Catwalk to support him. Burns the incendiary instantly, and then smoke right behind it. No pop just yet for FlyQuest.
He'll probably just get cozy here and go through, yeah.
He tries to play on it. Oh no, that's their own... Some awkward utility. No, I think the incendiary comes out from Zontix, but it pops inside of what looked like some underhanded flashes that didn't affect Chopper.
Yeah, that first guy ran into the doorway, fortunately.
Muddy. Very muddy. And when you had so many grenades to play off of, and you kind of painted the A site with some distraction, you really had to find that pop. It's going to be desperate times for the next 50 seconds.
No one's got any legs left. Nade from Ticket.
Zontix back into the angle, finds Regali, and so it's the 100 health JKS double flash Tech 9 1v5. And he only gets the dink for his efforts. 12th round secured here by Spirit. And at least FlyQuest silver lining, they can die on a buy round.
I've had a lot of series go 3 maps that was already surprising that they did so far. This might be the only one that just sort of lives up to expectations on both ends.
And if I may, I want to throw out the idea that a lot of those opening maps that end up picked up by underdogs is because it all occurred on Overpass and Train. And it's this, current flex from some of the underdogs to try and take a lesser prepared top dog down a peg.
Yeah, good point.
FlyQuest don't get that advantage. And in the 2-0s we have watched, well, it's standard maps.
All right, one last go.
Also helps that Spirit get to start on their pick.
This is a similar spot to the, Netic at JKS, except now they've got Shiro immediately sort of first round into the CT side, right on Ticket with the op. They know where Donk is.
Yes.
He's on the stairs. He's almost always here.
You can come fight him if you want to. But that's usually how it goes. Double kill for Donk, back turned to him, and a triple to close out the map. I mean, we knew there was going to be a gap between these two teams, and we knew that Team Spirit were coming in looking to punish whoever they were up against. They have absolutely made up for the blowout back in Riyadh.
Spirit bringing Mirage into the mix and closing it out sharpish. I agree with what Connor was saying. They are the best team in the world if we're looking at that VRS ranking. I was hoping maybe FlyQuest would put up a little bit more of a fight because we didn't see that in the first half, but as soon as we move to the second, a complete whitewash.
Yeah, but this is just the same thing that happens over and over again every time I watch FlyQuest, is that you have kind of a hope that they will show up and they will play some good Counter-Strike, maybe they will make it a little bit competitive. It can happen once in a while, but with the current form that Spirit has and with what FlyQuest is going through right now, this is not a surprise to me. I mean, Spirit, we're looking as the better team and were the better team for the majority of the game, and they just didn't make any mistakes, and they just had the Donk show going, so everything worked according to plan.
It's just the worst matchup you could possibly hope for if you're FlyQuest. You'd probably even rather draw Vitality today, given Vitality has shown some weaknesses, some days where they're a little bit off. Yeah, they drop a map here or there, but Spirit, if they're playing a team and they're not sick or fatigued, they're pretty much not going to drop that versus lower opposition.
And we look at FlyQuest, right, because they win the first pistol, they convert upon that aforementioned pistol. Then what does Donk do to answer back in round number 3?
Donk has one of his moments that really makes you believe any round is possible as long as there is some weapon in his hands.
And that is specifically like you give him the opportunity, you give him that little finger, he'll take the entire arm, you equip him with an M4 and he deals more damage, and they end up in a 2v2 situation with only Glocks and a Deagle. Not a favorable situation for FlyQuest, but Shiro actually plays it super smart, knows the fact that he has a Glock, he has to outplay his opponent by moving around the pillar, does so. And JKS just lives in a position where there's nothing left for him to do, he doesn't have a kit, there's a smoke down, but the time is running out, and you just don't want to fumble these kind of rounds. If you're the underdog going up against Spirit, it's just going to be tough, and that just made Spirit come back straight into the game.
It's kind of a ridiculous ask for somebody like Inst to just jump spot better or just be a little bit more careful, because you just don't. I mean, the way that you're supposed to play against Donk is just a little bit different almost than everybody else that you have to eventually fight, because you cannot mess up anything in the micro whatsoever. Scrawny and Launders were talking about this, that you have to play at such a high level at every single engagement in the game that it is just... it's S-tier gameplay from you, or you're just going to get blown out of the server. And more often than not, people are just not going to bring that to Donk.
And if you give him these type of opportunities and you allow him to do so, then he will also 90% of the time he will convert those type of things. And just by having a deagle, they convert that round. The round that was probably the easiest one for FlyQuest to convert. Having a 3-0 start, you know, the confidence scoring, maybe could convert the first Byron. That didn't really spiral out. Spirit just got back in control, and from the get-go, they were just way better.
2 questions I want to ask you, just about Donk overall, Dupree. 1, does he remind you of anybody like back in the day that you used to play? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe you've had the opportunity to play against Donk too many times.
You know what, Freya? I'm so happy you actually bring up this question, because throughout my career, I've had I would say the opportunity of playing against ZywOo and Sybil, like, you know, and playing alongside with Device. And now that I have retired, I am so happy that I don't have to play against Donk anymore. I have played against him. I know what he brings to the table. So obviously, if he reminds me of anyone, then I would probably remind him of ZywOo, the way that obviously he's not an arbor, but he's still a rifle that just wins games single-handedly. Symbol did as well, but I still think that ZywOo and Donk has done it more like on a higher scale. So for sure, like ZywOo can definitely be the one to be mentioned here.
Okay, actually, I want to ask you a question. Okay, in terms of the peaks of any rifler that you've been up against or been aligned with, okay, people want to bring up, say, Get Right, Coldzera, Olaf Meister, even reaching back further into who you faced off against. Any of them feel like they come close in terms of their peaks?
Yeah, I mean, Coldzera at that time, you know, he got so much respect from all the players as well that he would just have this fear factor. I think ZywOo had the same thing, but I think Donk is just still, to me, somewhat of a new, like another level in terms of the respect that he gets. That every time people go up against Donk, they just expect him to just do well. Everyone expects him to do well, and 90% of the time he does do well. So he is just this force to be reckoned with. And obviously, going back in time, there's been many names, but I still think that Donk is on top of my list of one of the players that I have played against, even though it's only been such a small sample size, that has had so much impact for one team that if he would not show up, he would literally not win games.
Okay, second question I wanted to go off of this, and sorry, Maui, you're kind of going to be dragged into this one too. We're talking about the top 20 back in Bounty, because obviously I had you and Vu on the desk. It's a conversation we got to bring up. You don't do your own list? You should, though, Dupree. I think you really should. If you were to, would Donk be number 1 for you at the moment versus ZywOo? Like, where would you put him?
I think there's a case to be made. I mean, it's definitely between ZywOo and Donk, and then you have to put into the consideration of who's actually the better player, because, you know, you have ZywOo inside of Vitality is doing really, really great. That's also winning trophies, but on the other side, you have Donk that is, in my books, slightly better this year, but is still in a team that has won and are winning right now. So I think it's like very close, but at this given moment, with what I have seen from Donk throughout this season, I'm going to have to give it like a small margin for Donk.
I think that's fair.
So the difference in numbers between Simple 2018 and Device 2018 was smaller than the number difference between Donk today and ZywOo today for the year.
Okay.
So if you want to just go off of pure individual output, you almost, by virtue of Simple being the best player in 18, you would almost have to say that Donk is the player of this year. But then you want to bring in all the team success and the MVP medals. And if you want to include that kind of hardware, then it's hard to argue against ZywOo.
Yeah. I just hope that we have another super close race like we did at the end of last year.
Like,
I hope it comes down to the major at the end of the year. Either way, let's talk a little bit about Zontix as well, because I think it's a little bit of a surprise, let's say, that he is in the mix for this event, but doesn't really seem to be, like, even if we look back at when the news or the rumors started to break, didn't really seem to affect his performance too much, right?
He might have gotten a little better. I've seen I mean, some of these highlights, I mean, he's headshotting and such. I mean, this is really snappy from Zontix. He's not messing up his positions. CT side, he's incredibly reliable. T side, I feel like, is where he was maybe lacking at certain times in other games, but for this season so far, I've really liked what I've been getting from Zontix, and I'm glad that he was able to really just kind of put the hurt to FlyQuest.
A little bit of a silent killer in my books when it comes to Spirit, because we always praise Donk and we always talk that Shiro is this really good AWP that, you know, the duo that he can contribute to. And then when Sway joined in, everyone's thinking, hey, yeah, he was so good in Amiga, he's going to be like a 3rd star. But at this given point, we might as well give it to Zontix. I mean, he gets a lot of the job done. It's a lot of the heavy lifting that he does, and he does it in a really good way. So, I mean, at this point, we also have to praise that what he's putting in on the effort for Spirit.
I don't want to say a star on the other side of things, but somebody that we hope to see deliver is Nedic, and I think it's a different conversation to be having, because I was very excited when he was brought onto this roster, but as you mentioned, Maui, it hasn't been a whole lot of Series 1 for FlyQuest. I think back at Austin as well, it was very disappointing to see the fashion that they exited that major in. I I don't know what to make of Nedic in isolation because I just haven't seen all too much from him.
The difficult part of grading the Nedic move and FlyQuest in general is that due to their VRS standing, so frequently they're entering tournaments and just playing the best team. They very often just kind of get in because of, say, like an Asia region invite, or they're just getting in because of, you know, low, but just over the line in terms of the threshold necessary to qualify for a tournament. So they're just getting battered by teams like Spirit a lot of the time. I don't even think in the bounty I think they had like the second to last pick or one of the last picks, maybe earlier in the season or earlier in the year. And for Nedic, what I did like from him in this game is that there were very light, I mean, sure, it's only 9 kills, but really when he's given those open duels, like when he was at jungle and they were swinging out top con, he can nail people. He is incredibly skilled, but it's very hard to keep up with Spirit when, yes, you're good in Australia. You might even be good in most of Europe, but against the pinnacle of what we have as a rifler right now, sorry.
Very tricky start to this series for FlyQuest. Perhaps some hope lays in wait as their map pick of Dust 2 is awaiting on the other side of this short break. Dust 2 brought in from Down Under, but no free passes for FlyQuest guaranteed, because although they're Dust 2, it does look solid, Maui. Spirit, no slouches on this map either.
Spirit are just an entirely different beast. Despite the fact that FlyQuest do have that spotless record this season on Dust 2, and it's against some actually pretty sizable opponents. I mean, Liquid and FURIA, those are nice wins to have in your back pocket, but taking this down versus Spirit would be a Herculean task.
Yeah, I don't see it changing. I don't think that FlyQuest can come up with anything despite that that Dust2 probably is their comfortable pick. But when you go up against the beast of Spirit, then you're gonna pull something out of your hat, and I just don't think that they have the rabbit to pull out. So, and that case, you know, the Kangaroo's gonna take a penalty beating here.
Well, we do get to see Spirit picking to start CT side as well. What logic is there to that, Maui?
Well, I thought that Spirit could have gone for either side personally, because they love to pick Dust2 themselves, which is why, again, this is very difficult if you're in FlyQuest's position. But when I'm looking out for Spirit, I'm really just keeping my eye on the radar as to where exactly Donk is going, because I feel like he can just pick wherever he wants to go every single round, whether he's going lower, going to cat, helping with the long fight, you know, mid to B player. He goes all over the map so frequently that FlyQuest, they're probably thinking in their head, yeah, let's run this one cat control. Little do they know, Donk swings at them. Oh, let's try to take long because we have good spawns. Donk's there too. Okay, fine. We'll do a slow, lower control, reverse clear mid, maybe something like that. Donk's in lower all of a sudden. Like, you can't win with him.
No, but you just want to see more of the Donk show. Every single time that we get to watch Donk, it's just like, it's just a cinema thing. Like, we always enjoy his highlights. We enjoy everything he does, and it's just always a joy. So, to see FlyQuest moving into this match, I don't think there's much hope for them. I mean, the only thing that I feel like they can do better is that they convert the pistols, which they didn't do on Mirage, because that just put them in a really, really poor position.
Well, this is going to be a tall task indeed for FlyQuest to be bouncing back, but it is their pick of Dust2 going down right now.
Unfortunately, Dupree, even if they convert those pistols and win both of them, it's still only 6 rounds, because that's feeling like it's all they're going to get, man. With the pace and the prowess that Team Spirit brought into that first map, it's an uphill battle.
Is there something about the way that FlyQuest are playing? It's almost too standard to make us think that they're going to be able to have a game plan that really surprises us right now. I wonder. Dust2 and Mirage, I think 2 brutal maps. If it's going to be a simple play style and a team that you're going up against that outshines you on an individual level, kind of player for player, especially to the level that we saw from Donk, that was just unreal. Even the last round is an amazing highlight for most players, and just an average round for Donk. So it's going to be as hard as it gets here on Dust2. FlyQuest, they're going to have to be FryQuest today, if there's any chance.
I mean, we saw it, the 1 round out of Netiq. We do that 4 more times and a half, and you've got yourself a half to talk about.
Yeah.
Hope maybe JKS can step it up as well. And honestly, you know, Regali just had a really rough one. We didn't really talk about it all too much, but if that is what's coming your way, if you're getting the wide swinging Team Spirit, put that op on the right angle, hit your shots, and maybe, just maybe, you can make a CT half of yourself for yourself. Unfortunately, none of those things came together.
Yeah, for like one of Netiq's highlights, Donk had 5. Shiro was killing Regali without any help at all. Everybody was getting frags. Zontix almost aced. So, we gotta start somewhere here. Gonna give us a reason to believe FlyQuest is your map choice. Let's get into it here on Dust2.
Chopper feeling brave with the door peek, kit, frag, and flash. Nice. But as Chopper faded back, Shiro stuck around for a second. Nobody behind that one.
Chopper kind of knows it's a mid B. That's why he's just on this side of the door, so.
JKS's smoke from outside of the tunnels.
Yeah, they know it's a mid B for sure now.
They didn't expose it to Shiro, though. Shiro gets 2 as the tunnels kill comes through for JKS. That's pressure on the site, at least. Zontix tagged down to 33. Chopper from down beneath the window, and JKS trying to close that gap as Vexite's been stuck out over towards middle, just stalled because of that pressure from Shiro. He's got no bomb possession. He's going to try to charge down the kill in CT at least. Then he could think about clutching. With the smoke, come on.
It's definitely possible.
What do you got to lose?
And
Big
Chopper.
move from Zontix, though. Pushing off-site with bomb down. Yeah, you're going to catch him. Knife out. Vexite never sees that one coming. Zontix plays for the win. And so a pistol in the back pocket for Team Spirit.
They're going the extra distance here. I mean, that's such a good play out of Zontix. And Shiro can only make this move through the smoke is because they were so sure, I think before the mid-B smoke even came out, that FlyQuest were going to use this. So at a prep, Spirit are just so ready for this exact play. Donk loves Ronaldo.
What about Darren Lockyer?
And Richie McCaw. Oh, rugby references, maybe. Maybe Donk is, I don't know who's trolling who. I'd love to know.
Who's trolling who, damn it.
Is that the right sport? Is that...
Ince is trolling.
Does Donk know ball? And by ball, I mean rugby. Yeah, I'm getting the forest noises too.
Oh, okay. I was just double checking. It's a vacuum cleaner in the studio. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Well, here's the cleanup crew.
Ooh, wide swing MP9 try to set it all up, but the USP comes out for the headshots, and that seals the deal. Done.
This would be a shocking revelation if Donk knew rugby players.
They could have been
football players. Who
maybe
knows?
they were cricket players.
Cricket players, possible, yeah.
Yeah, the old.
They do.
The old cricket game.
They love that game.
What other sports are they good at? Those Australians.
I was encouraged by a GeoGuessr player from Australia to get into cricket since I'm Indian.
Ah,
that kind of makes sense. And he was trying to explain that cricket is the best sport in the world.
Sounds like an Aussie.
Yep.
Damn, dude. Aggression into the tunnels. This is versus a gun round as well, so just a little bit bad-mannered. Team Spirit showing a lack of respect in the first gun round that FlyQuest brings to the table. Shiro ready for you. Not ready for Netic, though. I kind of love that he goes through that fire with his teammate, but just a second later. It's enough to scoop the bomb back up, and you can see him predicting this Zwei push.
Is he, though? Or is Zwei going to just sit here forever?
Same could be said about Chopper versus JKS.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, he's not clearing it.
No way. Chopper is a lucky man.
He didn't clear it, and they... Well, this allows Zwei to come forward. Did anything get spotted there? Oh, just moments missed.
Netic could try to run it at the A site. Zwei doesn't double back towards long. They are hot on his heels from Catwalk. He's going to get caught out here in the open. They challenge through. That is insane from Chopper.
80 damage for that.
To put the Molotov on default, so if he wants to plant, it's on the edge of the smoke. Chopper goes for the long road back around towards doors. Waits a second on Catwalk. That's Zwei. And this gives a bit of time over for Netic. Okay, Netic, you've given yourself a position and the incendiary clear sight, but not Goose. Fully flashed. Chopper's got him from a distance. Goes around town to bring it back for the 3-0 Team Spirit start.
I mean, Spirit do look super sharp right now, too. Not just their individual level, but the team play, the game planning and everything. And even a position where the round can just end. They're playing it slowly. They're doing a little extra.
They're very brave. These Team Spirit pushes.
This was just
that's the tragedy of round 3.
Yeah, and he even looked to the right, but didn't actually full clear it.
Chopper has beautiful camera quality.
Yeah, it's looking mega handsome over there, professional level, looking like he's on land. Love it.
Come here often.
Thank you, Chopper.
Charge to the B bomb site being set up with the solo Netic AK. Looking to go hero mode.
This nade is going to hurt.
1, 2.
Counting up is smart because you could just go forever.
Expose melee, why don't you? 1, 2. Ah, well, but nobody.
See, this nade is going to hurt.
Sure.
So.
But nobody counts to 2.
Youch.
Crossed over with a bit more damage. Another nade, dude.
Oh, that's tough.
And that one's going to finish the job, so Chopper gets his assist.
This team is just, they're not all aim. Look at that, it's all utility damage this round. Haunting them.
Problem for FlyQuest is that Spirit are also all aim. They are all aim, all nades, all day.
They're sweaty tryhards.
They have to be. Again, Riyadh was such an embarrassment for Team Spirit, losing to a heroic roster that is rumored to be giving you one of their players, the best player on that team. Rumored to be. And so, 5 players step forward in round 4. No issue.
No issue.
At least we get the FlyQuest timeout. Gentlemen, how do we solve this problem?
Now that JKS is on FlyQuest, what's the next possible like upgrade that they could, you know, potentially go for?
I think if you already have an international opper, it would be getting somebody that's better than Regali.
Yeah, that's true. If they're going to stay international, then
now that you have JKS on the team, you can attract more established European talent than Regali. I think.
So they need to find their Moladoy.
Yeah. You know, who's that guy? Maybe Dagster?
Dagster. Dagster?
Dagster, dude.
Dagster down under?
Dude. Telling me the Aussies wouldn't...
Dagster on the bar.
They would go wild for some Dagster clips. That was...
Can we see if that really was that off?
He missed. Shiro missed, folks.
Stop sucking up to Valve, okay? That was on him.
I love you, Gaben. Let me on your yacht.
You see his, yeah, he
loves
super
yachts.
yacht
He loves
company,
yachts.
but you know what he bought it for? Was to do deep sea research. He's paying for 200 researchers to go out and map the entire abyss.
Maybe they're gonna. I know why. It's because they're looking for an anti-cheat.
They're looking for Half-Life 3.
They thought maybe they can catch it down in the Marianas Trench.
Oh, they're looking for anti-cheat. That's that's the perfect line. They're looking for a round for FlyQuest.
Oh!
Ugh.
Well, maybe you catch it in this little awkward scramble we got going on. We're chucking nades at each other. We're slotting into different positions. If only there was somebody... Not the case. They will walk back through the tunnels solemnly. And right now, I mean, 4 players in tunnels versus a Zontix. I was going to say solo B, but you know Donk right there on the doorway will jump onto this if he has to. Over top come the nades. Pushing through, it's good. That was weird. Both... Oh!
Shut up!
That disgusts me in all the right ways.
2 taps. Gotta plant that bomb. They'll have time to do it.
Then you also get the spray towards CT. Is it all in vain? Dirty 1 taps out of Donk. Zway's got a clutch up versus a 50 health Ince and now a 46 HP'd Regali. Everybody's low for the situation. He's playing with the kit. That'll be the highlight of the round no matter what. It just boils down to where the result ends. We were looking for the FlyQuest first. And we may have just found it 5 rounds into play.
And he's now just gonna try to punish the exits, it looks like. I mean, okay, Duel comes down, he dies. Man, the fact that Donk had a turn from a flash and couldn't even come in earlier set up this moment where he has to go for 2 1-taps and gets them both. Just, oh, it's disgusting. Oh, it's so filthy, man.
Oh, wow.
You don't even see Nico doing that anymore, man. Like, damn.
Wow.
Next gen. It's like FlyQuest didn't even win the round. But they did.
They did.
And that's good.
Yeah, we'll talk about it now. They have their first. Now, much like what Dupree bring us up at the desk, where maybe they improve with a pistol and then converting, it's also just a matter of converting when you have those moments, because that's also something that didn't happen throughout their rifle round wins. Netic goes big with the 3K. You get to keep your economy and never consecutive round wins. But they walk outdoors. Chopper shuts it down swiftly. Vexite to the graveyard. And while it is still mid-control for FlyQuest, it's a 5v4 for them to slot back into.
Such a shame, man. Could have been a solid round for FlyQuest, and it was just decent in the end. But the way that they conjured up that B-site take, they did keep it down to 2 players. They did neutralize the 1 guy in the site by making him dodge a flash as they came in. So, like, everything about that was actually very good. And they even survived the firepower of those 2 kills from Donk, so okay. Now it's a 4-on-5. But hope is not lost. It's still Dust 2 after all.
Down to 30 seconds as the fire's about to fade out. Ince looking for the drop. And into CT spawn he'll go to the waiting hands of Zontix, who knows it's coming his way. Frag is very well placed. Makes that assist from Shiro all the easier.
They don't have that smoke out the door.
Nah.
They're trying to run out mid-B.
We're really banking on some CT control.
Yeah, they don't have enough time now to go for anything. So
ouch, falls apart.
Yeah, just try to chase down a kill there after Cat didn't go the way they wanted, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly what went wrong here. Besides the early death.
And not getting Cat CT control?
Yeah.
Chopper was very ready for the fall.
Oh, I guess, sorry. They were going for CT. So it was always meant to be a B split, but they were going for the drop. They couldn't take out Zontix, and then everyone just had vision. So I don't know if they missed their smoke, though, because it should have been Shiro being able to shoot from A site if there's meant to be a deep CT smoke. So maybe a nade was missed on the exec in the first place.
They threw one that landed on the boxes.
Yeah.
But it was...
That's just to make it look like a cat cross, but I'm not sure.
Alas, they walked into their own deaths.
They missed the first smoke. Got the confirmation here, yeah. So yeah, this is unfortunate.
Like, you try to get away with that, but look how easy it is for Shiro. So the 5-1 lead for Team Spirit, as yet again it is non-consecutive rounds for FlyQuest. That has been what's eluded them since the very start of Mirage. They converted that first pistol win, and it is all. Now we get Zontix and Donk in a standard B setup. Frag grenade for the players now spotted. Could have been worse. They knew what was coming. They disengaged.
They wanted that one, but the bomb was still back in spawn, so not sure how they would have followed through. Guess it's fine to run it in afterwards. It's kind of a, I mean, it's a low buy, but they have good guns. They have a decent amount of utility to work with. Their ideas are open as well. It's a lot of respect here from Spirit giving a middle.
This will be a fun challenge because Zwei replacing Magix.
How'd they read this?
As a long player, it's time for him to, you know, step it up. And he hasn't had a lot of challenges to handle so far this map. So here we go.
It's got to be one of his least favorite spots. Yeah.
Jiggle the door out. Molly's gonna... Oh, it doesn't extend. Oh, yes it does. A little late, but it gets there. Flushes him out. Shiro on arrival right into the scope of Regali. Beautiful round coming together for FlyQuest. Meticulous in pulling apart the three players that do throw themselves at long, but you've still got a problem. There's 20 seconds, and both Donk and Zontix are on the scene, and there's nobody coming up Cat just yet, so they just keep fighting. You've got to cross over. Nedic's able to get Zontix at least, and the flank finally comes through to end that, but goddamn, you just gave Spirit a chance.
I guess they had the flank in through middle, so they had a reason to just, like, they all agreed to do it at the very least. When you see the bomb fighting, you're like, oh my gosh, please don't lose that forward in the smoke and then die to some random spams going down. So either way, though, FlyQuest, look at the setup. It's awesome. They have the op posted on the cross at the exact same time. 2 kills in succession. Chopper can only support so much from the pit. So even though Spirit got themselves into a position to read every part of the attack, FlyQuest come into that pretty low guns, prioritize utility, and use it all really effectively. And a nice opener here on the follow-up for Mins.
Nades will find him before he's able to escape from blue, so we go 4v4. Still, credit where it's due. You've killed Donk with a slick entry frag. Sometimes that is enough to win rounds versus Spirit. But Shiro's been on the ball. Challenge up the catwalk. FlyQuest gonna keep things moving, playing with these timings as they just try to group up, and Shiro's gonna take the responsibility of Plat. But it feels like there's some uncertainty here. And I feel like it would make more sense for FlyQuest to still be in middle, at least in Spirit's minds. We'll see if Shiro can step up to the plate. Op v op, Regali bests him.
Nice.
That's 2 rounds back-to-back, Regali over Shiro, something we did not get throughout Mirage. Utility dropped in, and Zontix smoked out of the bomb site, means he can do nothing to hold them back.
Yeah, they have the site entirely. There won't be a retake here. Vexite knows he just needs to delay a little longer, and they're kind of searching for him.
Now they want out, and the scramble is heard by the mid doors of Vexite. So there we go. FlyQuest get through.
And it's good to see Regali getting involved because he was getting destroyed back on Mirage. And here, because he takes Shiro out. If he doesn't take Shiro out, Shiro's going to stay alive behind Big Box for a long time. They're going to rotate into the site. I mean, it's going to be closed off 1 kill. They're not going to be able to scale into it. So, absolutely must-hit shot for Regali. He nails it. Part of that is having Shiro confused about whether or not he's going to be on the right side of tunnels or the left side. And it'll be Spirit to take a timeout. Back-to-back good rounds here for FlyQuest.
The all-elusive back-to-back.
Zontic's texting during attack pauses kind of aura, I think, yeah.
Sorry, guys, not gonna make it in time. They're coming back.
Order for me.
I'll be there in 40 minutes instead of 20. Or FlyQuest really roll with this momentum. It's just they haven't had any momentum throughout this series until now.
Yeah, this will be the first semblance of it. At least it's from behind, but it's only slightly.
You've got yourself quite...
And the 4 alive in the last round, they've actually made some money very quickly as well, so... It's actually a massive chance. They don't blow this round. I mean, Spirit are going to be dead broke after this. The only thing is Spirit seem to be, like, just very aware that they're grouping up for the long hit. Let's see if they can find the right timing to cross. The CTs are coming up.
Sway feeling real lonely. Oh, but he gets
right away.
A nice transfer over for the second one. We get the answer coming out, though. 3v5 being pieced together. Zway gets himself out of the corner, and now man advantage for FlyQuest. So considering it's just the double kill out of Zway, nice little recovery within this one. Donk and Zontix to deal with, and Regali steps up.
Super solid.
That definitely could have caught him off guard, the timing of the flank, but he seemed very ready. Donk to the 1v3, gets popped instantly by Int, who is getting himself some nice instant headshots. Has to be said, from the entry over on A to now the close from Catwalk, that's a 3v5 technically.
It is. I know it's very much a 3v5, and if they were very systematic about the way they dealt with Zway in this spot. The nade to actually keep him into that position when they fought him from Cat made it the most awkward possible, or he could have done the disappearing act and got back in a CT spawn. So that was not an easy situation to find the frags back. They got out of there.
Oh, Donk spotted, knows he has to go back. Uh-oh. But I mean...
Non-factor, but... I mean, this round is still just a layup. Ooh. This round is still just a layup. FlyQuest. This is what they worked for. They got their 3 straight. They build up a good amount of money. They could afford to lose players last round.
This is that moment where we say FlyQuest are truly in the game.
Yeah.
For the first time in the series.
Yeah, they built momentum for the first time.
Pelted by the nades. A whole pack of FlyQuest players making it out through Cat. These Eagles are still dangerously close, though. Whew. But you put down Donk fast enough, and all's good. Bomb being well protected as everybody takes that line down to CT, and Zontic's not willing to emerge through that smoke.
Solid. I mean, these are the fruits of their labor, these last few. So excellent bounce back here for FlyQuest. From a combination of a good sort of default into a mid-B split into firepower with Ins getting his opening kill on Donk and then them converting that round to a solid recovery from a 3v5. Like, a lot of good things have happened in a row, all of them earned here for FlyQuest.
And looking like only one death. Ooh, shit.
Damn.
Really? What, I mean, he's only got a 5-7. You try to stop that 5-7, you lose yourself an AK. So, again, we talk about momentum, building up the cash, finally having that ball rolling. Well, yeah. You lost an AK, but that's all right. You're still sitting pretty 5-5.
Yeah, late enough in the half. It's whatever, but
it's all good.
That's the way I made that thing sing.
Off the op here, and Regali has been getting the better of Shiro, but this is a double op, of course. We've got Donk on the big green.
Timing's just right to bust out the double op, especially Dust 2 with the money left over.
Shiro gets his with ease.
Yeah, now they gotta be very careful because I don't think Donk's made any noise with his.
Nope. Although every time I see Donk on the op, I feel like by the end of the round, I always just wish he had kept to a rifle.
Yeah, it's never that good.
Right?
No, for sure.
But we'll see. Like, if he misses a shot, they run down, get close to B site, and this ends up being a FlyQuest mid to B victory. You're gonna wonder, like, well, what if Donk just sat under window with his rifles? But again, we'll see. Because it makes sense tactically to pull it out now. Chopper coming through the mid-smoke. Nobody ready for that.
Don't even need the op.
Oh, that is kind of dirty with the USP to boot.
Just embarrasses them. Oh my goodness, Chopper. The walk push, they're just taking too long.
He's got places to go, things to do, people to see. Slays 3 FlyQuest players walking out through that mid doors. Nobody ready for the smoke challenge.
Damn. He just knew on their second go with that smoke in, they're eventually going to exec. And at some point, they've got to drop their guard. It's a quiet death here for FlyQuest. Put Spear back in the lead. This round's for nothing. Netic just to stay alive. Knockdown. Whoa, he's doing that after time. Why?
Was it?
Yes, it
was.
That was definitely after time. He dropped after time.
He still has 8.
I guess it doesn't matter, huh?
8,500.
Okay, yeah. They made so much money, so he could just... He's probably literally just like... No sense not trying to kill everybody right until the last second.
Man's got 8.5K after time.
That's
dying after time with 8.5. Generational wealth.
Yeah.
That's some old money.
Fair enough.
And we go into the final round of play, so quite literally doesn't matter. Woo-hoo. And with his fresh AK-47, he's gonna catch 1 kill on long. Chopper hits the ground, and we go 4v4. That double op that we saw previously, FlyQuest never revealed it.
Ooh, pre-fired that arm.
Still not realize. Shiro and Donk, both with snipers still. And if FlyQuest heard that op rattle off through the mid doors, and then you walk up to the A site, Shiro ready to go, but that smoke, yeah, deep. No gap on that one.
This way, maybe happier to be up here on the site rather than long. He just does not have a good time over there.
Gap gets bigger.
Yeah, they want him to come. But Donk has full vision on mid. That's when maybe another moment. FlyQuest just taking too much time if they're going to go They foregone every other bit of map control. Look at Donk walking over now.
30 seconds with a Molotov on Zwei as well.
Man, they have time to change up, but like, dude,
there it is.
Just too silent. Like,
yep.
Oh, the nade is gonna be so punishing too. I mean, oh no. What's
you allowed
happened?
Zwei to be freed up to hit up into Cat. One player dropping down to the CT. Bomb stopped in the process. Shiro's died, that's one thing, but they still don't know about the second ramp player. So Donk's Deagle gets the better of him, and Regali, with bomb possession,
He could knife him right now, honestly.
Lost the round. He might. Oh, God. Donk's just going to put it to rest. And, yeah, another moment there where FlyQuest kind of lose the pace of it all, but that doesn't take away from a 4-round streak, which means they are still in this series. Just like Mirage, it's Donk still donking, but the difference is FlyQuest finally find a streak of success. Enough of a streak that we have to take this second half seriously.
Mm-hmm. I am ready to take it seriously, but I think, like, unfortunately, confidence took a hit again in the very last moment of that last half.
Sure.
It is beyond individual level too. Spirit showed why they're like, whoa, better with the prep this game. My goodness,
it's kicking in.
This is Alien versus Predator right now.
That was trippy as all hell.
Love that. All right, Spirit are on the hunt.
We've never done that before, right? I've never seen that before, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. J-Raz pulling out new tricks. Ooh. They try to flash the Berettas around the corner, but they don't catch Skin. Still a whole lot of Spirit players getting closer, though. This nade from Netic could couple very nicely with the Berettas. Inst's gonna tuck his head. Oh, yes, dude, the pistol setup is fantastic, but he's coming back on his own.
Dude, 10 health between the two last players.
God, this can't be. It was so perfect from FlyQuest. And Zontix is gonna go down. This is either a
Donk ace.
5K from Donk with 9 health left over, USP and the cover of ramp. Ooh, but a couple missed shots. That's the open door for the CTs to push, and now 4 missed shots. That is them to close this distance in. Oh, but he still finds the 4th. The nade, the Berettas, everything where it had to be, and Donk gives them more than enough chances to close on him, but the pressure, the ace. Oh, Donk, devilish.
This guy's insane. That was just unreal. You've just got to sit back and witness greatness here for FlyQuest. An entire team with tactics and strategy, and at first, even the frags. And it wasn't enough to take out the kid on 9 health.
And he gave them ample opportunities.
23 and 7 off the last map, 18 and 7 now.
He maybe missed 6 shots in that sequence, but he would have died to a single bullet, and neither FlyQuest player hit him back.
No reaction in that 1v2.
Oh. And he snaps the AK down, looking for... No, not back-to-back.
Oh my goodness.
Another multi-kill as he gets himself a triple. Chopper's found space out through middle. JKS about to get spotted.
Oh, is he?
Chopper
JKS
starts running.
It's a nice chance for JKS.
And Regali.
Also, yeah. Well, they'll fight back out of the site. They want this tag, though.
Hey, they hit it. Shiro finds the headshot, picks that bomb back up, but he's down to 36. This is incredibly winnable.
Yeah. JKS, it looks like Shiro's worried about tunnels,
Mated.
too. Oh, come on. 29 health off that.
Ooh. Survives by 7. You lose to a 9 HP Donk in the pistol, a 7 health Shiro in the follow-up.
Kaken eats it, too. Runs forward on the other side to avoid that nade shooting.
An instant Galil headshot out of Shiro. Ducks as the bullet pings off the box next to him. Yeah, I'd be pissed
frustrating.
too.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Just the nature of both those rounds. And then that was obviously the force buy. You are now stuck back down on just a few upgraded pistols, no Kevlar. Doesn't matter if you're cheering for Spirit to win, you still have to feel the gut-wrenching reality that FlyQuest just went through. How do you not feel bad for them?
Yeah.
They played that pistol
right
so well.
Yeah, they did.
The nade, the Barrette, I mean, I wasn't even over the pistol loss yet, and then that one happens at a Shiro.
Yeah. And they could have forgot about it if they just won there.
Shiro's gonna catch a couple. JKS not done fighting for it. Zontix, though, here to make sure the tunnel push doesn't turn into anything much more. But back turned. Oof, and that AK in the right hands with a deagle to cut Chopper's knees off.
Oh, they're going to give him hope and then take it away again, or are you going to complete it this time, FlyQuest? Trying to make up now for the last 2 rounds. Oh, extra damage. Regali extra crispy coming up, Cat. And a smoke? That kind of sucks. I can hear them both running now inside of middle, so, I mean...
That's a could have, a should have, and a would have back to back to back.
Yeah. It's one of those games that embitters you for a while. Like if you were gonna play more today, you might not anymore.
Right. Yeah, this is the game that sends you to bed.
Yeah.
This is the game
that sends you to bed.
And then you lie in bed and you ask yourself, why did I play Counter-Strike tonight? I could have just watched a movie.
And then you get up and you have to go back.
You will play again tomorrow.
You can't end on a loss.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than that.
It's the kind of game that makes you install a single player.
Yeah.
Go spend a few hours in Skyrim.
Oh.
Donk to just fly out on long doors. He knows there's a player behind blue. Locks in for a second, and a ton of damage in through the smoke for Zway to clean it up. I mean, he is a one-man army.
Yeah. No one else does that.
He is Donk.
How many times do we have to say that? No one else does that. It's just him.
Feels like a broken record sometimes, but it's still just never gotten old.
He's a misprint. He's a Titan Hollow. He's a Dragon Lore.
It's just an OP weapon you can't nerf. They tried. They tried.
They literally tried.
They literally tried
right
to nerf
at the
him.
beginning of his career, right in the middle of Katowice, they
When
tried
we
to
first saw it,
nerf the peaks.
Said, you know what?
Never had a mid-event update happen like that before.
Nope.
They thought there has to be something wrong. They literally tried to nerf him. They tried to fine him for getting too loud. They tried to nerf his personality and his fragging at the exact same tournament as a rookie, and it didn't stop him. He set a record. That's right. Never forget. He's had every excuse to not be consistent. Oh, he's a rifler. He won't be able to hang on to it. Oh, he's a rookie. It doesn't matter.
Oh, he'll never do it at the big events. Oh, he'll never do it for an entire season long. Oh, he'll never do it for a whole year. Oh, he'll never do it for his second year.
Yeah, he's had a above 0.9 KPR since he's put on a Spirit jersey.
It makes no sense.
Above 0.9 KPR.
He's just the greatest rifler of all time.
Yeah, it's
and his time is only starting.
It's
And from outside of the server, it is a pleasure to watch.
Yeah.
It's an honor.
It's an honor, yeah.
It's like watching that Vitality streak. You never knew when it was going to end. And now that it has ended, a part of me does wish I could go back and enjoy it a second time. And we'll appreciate it as history goes on, but...
The greatest privilege that you can have as a fan in this game is watching a player push the ceiling of the game.
While blind. Hits Netic, gets a sliver of a vision, finds the kill, maintains 4v3 here. Question is, can Spirit do it without him? Because it's a one and done from Donk, and that's usually a bit of an opening. But they're being cautious as they round these smokes, and Vexite, oh wow, Chopper actually writes it off. He's got Zontix behind him to trade out at least, and the bomb is moving up catwalk. Zway slices down into CT spawn, and they'll get finishing quickly. What Donk started that round forced the CTs to have to deal with the mid to B, and Team Spirit knew exactly what was up. It felt like an insane question to ask after his first year when we said, what if he gets better? Because it felt impossible. It was the anomaly. It was the breakout year.
Because we saw a bit, and he was amazing, you know. Took a bit to get there, a second to get there, and then the major and everything as a rifle. But, yeah. He has an offers KPR. Doesn't even use the gun.
They'll have to end this one 4v5 if this is the round to put FlyQuest into the lower bracket. Oof. You exposed him, but you didn't capitalize on that one. Zontix with the tunnel push. They line up. And Donk finds an entry inside of the A site with the bomb in tow as well. So we get evened out. And Regali, what are you going to do about this?
Jump.
This would be crazy. Molotov dropped on top of him. Finally spreads out. Zway's nade perfect. And the bomb gets picked up as Donk just waits for you to challenge off Cat. Nice nade from Netic out of CT spawn.
Yeah, it's good util going both ways, and there's that op.
He's not picking up the bomb just yet. He'll smoke Cat first.
Doesn't really
scoop
need
it.
this, but he does only have 3 health.
They don't have a frag grenade to put him to bed, so he'll swap back over. He knows. He knows he could still do this with the AK. Oof, but Netic comes around that smoke looking sharp. Zway's having a great game in the shadow of Donk at the moment. So if he closes out 1v2, this is a chance for him to shine. Oh, and it's an instant headshot as well. JKS takes the high road. and Zway's gonna put this one to a swift end. 13-5 on the FlyQuest map pick, making it look way too easy today. In a sea of teams at this open that have started with slow starts, Team Spirit make up for it in spades.
Team Spirit looking so sharp in this one, righting any wrongs that they had in Riyadh, and Donk, Maui, he's just back on his BS in this one.
There's really nothing you can say about Donk and what he could do better in this game. I would actually love for somebody to just make that YouTube content. Here's everything Donk did wrong in a 25-11 scoreline game, beating FlyQuest to a pulp.
I'm so happy that I just get to repeat myself, that I'm happy I don't have to play against Donk, because what it just showcased all throughout the season, but just this game alone was just out of this world.
Should we do the round? Should we do the second pistol where, like, it makes, I don't want to say it makes sense, but it's only Donk that can pull off this type of play when FlyQuest, like, they start off so well, Donk's able to reverse it nonetheless.
The beginning of this round is just incredible trade fragging. I mean, to get the 3 kills off of Cat in succession like that, this is aura, okay? When people are looking for a definition of it, it's not actually that he always hits every single shot. It's also the fact that they're not hitting him. They throw a flash at him, they're charging at him, and I literally have no clue how Vexite doesn't get this kill, but that's what Donk does. He's the toughest person to kill right now in Tier 1 CS.
It's his best impression of how to dodge bullets. I don't know how he does it, but apparently he does. It feels like these type of players always have this aura around them where they seem to be dodging bullets when they're most likely not to do it, and to look at the more like mechanical part of what Donk actually does when he gets in that position, when he has 9 HP, he understands that he just needs to play headshot duels all the time. And he only commits to headshot duels, and the fact is that FlyQuest also allows him to go for these type of duels, which on their side maybe is a little worse.
Could FlyQuest have played that any differently in that moment? Because they started off very well, right?
It is a little nitpicky. Like, if you know he's low HP, first of all, I think Vexite probably was aiming more towards the head.
Sure.
You know, he goes for the wide swing on top. If I have to imagine what his POV looks like, he's probably aiming too high right there. And if I'm thinking about, okay, how do we take away all the headshot angles there? Maybe you swing from low with one guy as the other guy's waiting for the swing for Donk to go up high, you know, try to take away headshot angles. But like, I mean, they threw a flash at him. They scaled pretty well overall. I mean, Vexite made it a body shot versus body shot fight at the end. I mean, I can't criticize him too much. They just got donked.
No, but they surely made it difficult, but he still managed to pull it off.
Well, that does mean just one more win does separate Spirit from qualifying for the London playoffs. We can check in with Group B to see exactly what the standings are. In that one, of course, we do get to see MOUZ taking on G2. That'll be going down on Saturday to see who will be one of the first to be making it through to London. But we do have one more debut matchup on the cards for today. That's going to be FURIA versus Legacy, while I caught up with Yakinda and Lux. What are your thoughts about Legacy as a team overall?
I think they're great ever since Lux, if I'm not mistaken, it's Lux IGL. Ever since he became IGL, I feel like that team now has a face, identity. I think their playstyle is definitely different. Or not necessarily different, but they're not like every other team out there in a way. And they definitely have like cool ideas and good players in their roles. I think the role distribution in that team is really great. Yeah, I'm happy to play them. Of course, everything can happen. It's online, first game of the tournament and whatever. But hopefully we're gonna have a great show.
Last time I played FURIA was when I was at Ping at the Shanghai Major, and it was a close match. It's always a pleasure to play against these guys. I think with the international team, they managed to go even further on the events. They're in a better shape right now. So yeah, I think it will be a great match.
When you go head-to-head against Fallen as an in-game leader, what do you have to be aware of in terms of how he likes to cool?
I think the play style of he being like a rifler changed. When he was an Alper, I think it was more like a slow game. I don't know if it's like because of Yekindar, the play style of Yekindar mixed with Fallen, but I think they changed a little. He changed a little bit the way that he calls, and yeah, I think they're playing really good. But hopefully that we play even better.
And final question, what do you make of Molodoy obviously taking the All-Ping role off of Fallen and looking pretty good in it so far?
yeah, I feel the same. I think he's like a new guy on the scene. He played like just a few tournaments, and he's already playing really good, like showing really good numbers, really good impact on the server. So yeah, everybody is on looking at him, but yeah, let's see if Sadzi will get him today.
Legacy versus FURIA to round out day 2 here at the Blast Open. And this one is a very exciting matchup for multiple reasons. Let's start with the Legacy side of the equation, because very much putting a name for themselves back at the Austin Major when they weren't even meant to be there in the first place, Maui.
I feel like Legacy, of all teams, weirdly got the land buff, because watching Legacy throughout the prior season, they came in 3rd place in the ESL Challenger League. Okay, they lost to Nouns in a lower bracket matchup, and then they just stole the show throughout stage 1, throughout stage 2, almost making it all the way to the playoffs of Austin through grit, will, and a lot of ridiculous aggressive early round plays.
It was a very awesome Cinderella story that almost pulled them to the playoffs, and they saw an opportunity and they didn't let it slip. You know, they took it and they actually showed really good Counter-Strike. I really got to like what I saw from Legacy at that tournament, specifically with all the hate they got from the outside, but also the likes of Jacob. He didn't feel too impressed with Legacy, and you know, I've always said that I actually liked, and I've seen some really good stuff for them. You know, like the mechanical skill and the way they scale and the approach to the game they have. They have a lot of good openings. They have a lot of ways to approach specific situations of the rounds, and I think that's great. That's what you want to see from a young Counter-Strike team.
I was kind of heartbroken that MOUZ fumbled the bag so hard in the earlier stages of stage 3 that they ended up meeting in the qualification game. Like, it would have been so poetic to see Legacy in that arena. On the other side of things, though, FURIA, like, we would have obviously previously called this kind of a regional rivalry. Now FURIA has gone a little bit more international, and it's actually been paying off massively for them.
FURIA really struck gold with how they were able to swap their team up halfway through last season to bring in Molodoy, to bring in Yakindar. That felt desperate. I think a lot of pundits were saying that this is them floundering, this is them realizing that there's nothing left in Brazil for them. The buyouts are notoriously gigantic in that region, so going to get a Latvian player and a Kazakhstani player, and one, by the way, in Molodoy that was really not talked about all too much. Like, there were rumblings, but to dive into the weeds as Fallen and the FURIA team did to find it, it's great to see that it is blossoming in this exact fashion.
Coming into the team, I had no hopes for Yakindar. I feel like he was at a point in his career that was looking very tough. I did not know too much about Molodoy, and from this get-go on, Molodoy, in my books, is the best performing player out of FURIA, and I feel like ever since they've gotten international, I've only come to like FURIA more. I feel like the vibes inside the teams are great. You can feel like they're having fun. It feels like they've gone from that point where they actually felt like they didn't convert the Brazilian counter into what they want, and now that they picked up the international squad, they've just been looking so much better, and they've just shut them out of everyone that thought it was a bad idea.
Now, Maui, I don't want to call you a hipster, but you've been on the Yakinda train since way back at Flashpoint 2, if anybody remembers that. Are you happy to see his growth as a player now he's joined FURIA again?
Oh my God, absolutely. I mean, when Yakindar was floundering himself on Liquid, it really just felt like they were trying to throw this guy at absolutely everything. I mean, they were sending him through brick wall after brick wall. Yakindar was still attempting, but eventually he dulled, and I feel like that's always going to be the case if you're just set up for no success whatsoever. You're the only point of entry, and FURIA, this is a team that setting up him slightly better. The usage case in terms of openers has gone down a little bit from when he was on Liquid, so he's not only the singular point of attack for the team. They have other ways to get involved in rounds, so for him to come back, it's great. I did 2 podcasts with Yakindar in the first tournament that he ever did on an international stage, and I'm so glad looking back at those that he had all the personality that's really just made him a heartthrob, and also that he had the resolve to stay as a really relevant player in Tier 1.
100%. He also has a bit of an extra responsibility in terms of integrating Molodoy into this team, so let's hear a little bit more about that. How much has that changed? How much are you still having to support Molodoy in that kind of language barrier?
Yeah, well, I think it's better, a lot better, especially in terms of like in-game communication. I think sometimes he has a trouble of explaining what he wants from everybody, and that's where maybe I can step in or whatever, but it's very rare nowadays. It's more about like outside of the game and like discussions during theory and everything, where he doesn't necessarily know how to explain his ideas, and that's where he kind of comes for me.
A very interesting point to be bringing up when we're looking at FURIA transitioning into kind of an English-speaking team, because back at the Major, Maui, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was still some translations happening in-game.
Yep.
Sounds like it's purely just outside of the game now, so that's some good progress.
Oh, from what we heard from them, it was like Yakindar had to speak English to speak to FURIA. He had to speak Russian to speak to Molodoy. I mean, there's only so much Duolingo you can play in a day before it just fries your brain, okay?
Yeah, and obviously it's for the team. Like, that's my only worry point for FURIA, is that if they still have a bit of a communication issue, maybe obviously it's not so much in-game anymore, but is that a point where they will eventually stagnate, like the fact that they cannot communicate the way they want? And that is a little bit of a worry point for me, but right now I'm still improving, and I feel like it's a great and the right forward path for them.
You had Molodoy currently as your frontrunner for Rookie of the Year, right?
I don't see a case for really anybody else just yet. I mean, Kyosuke's numbers are crazy, but we've only seen so much so far. Molodoy jumping in at Astana to really propel FURIA to the playoffs, and I'd say that he's the face of this rebuild for FURIA. Sure, a couple of the players have also stepped up. Like, I think K-Serato's been great. Fallen's also doing really well in the new role in terms of rifling that he's doing. But yeah, Molodoy has changed FURIA for the better. He's a great aggressive opper. His use of repeaks is probably one of the most refined in Tier 1 right now. And that's not something I thought I was going to be saying from a guy who was practically unknown, just onliner 6 months ago.
Yeah, and he's such a young talent, and he's now playing with so experienced players, but he's still true to his own identity. He brings the things that the experienced guys bring to him, and he takes that in, but he still stays true to his identity by playing aggressive and not falling back into a role that maybe Fallen wants him to play.
Well, gentlemen, before we do dive into the game, it's time to find out our map picks and bans. I feel like this is going to be a very competitive affair. What maps are you anticipating coming out here, Maui?
I feel like I've seen FURIA go in a couple different directions. They shouldn't be able to play Train, which has been one of their favorites, actually. If they're... Wait, did I see that right? Did I see... Actually, wait, what was Legacy's ban Dust? Or,
it looked like it.
Okay, so I think FURIA should be able to actually get themselves to Train. Legacy really liked Inferno during the Major. Obviously, that's where they took down Vitality. They had a lot of great aggressive plays to start themselves up. And if FURIA is able to actually pick Train here, that was a little bit of a surprise for me, but okay, they go for Nuke.
Well, they're sitting at 100% win rate on Nuke, so maybe that makes sense since the last 3 months. So it's also a map that they feel comfortable in, obviously, and Inferno is also the likes of maps that we know that Legacy wants to play. Unfortunately, we don't get to see Overpass, which is still a map that I want to see more of, especially with some of the older guys, see how that one fold out.
Yeah.
But maybe it's also a time where the likes of Legacy don't feel like they're comfortable on it now.
Okay. All right, and then the second phase ban is Train from FURIA. Am I missing something?
So we got Mirage?
I got Mirage coming. Okay, that's the last one.
I'm kind of confused why they're taking Train out. I'm kind of on the same train as you, Maui.
I thought they liked it. I thought they really liked that map. Okay, we get with the Mirage Decider. I'm just curious about this game planning from FURIA. I kind of just thought that we were going to be getting a Train. If Train was available, I thought they were going to be going for it.
Yeah.
But either way, this is actually kind of scary if I'm FURIA. I liked a lot of the openers on Inferno, on Nuke. I think Legacy have a chance to do this. I would side with FURIA in the long run, but like this is like the most coin flip game we've got of all the openers.
Well, it is time to see exactly how it is about to go down. It's Legacy versus FURIA.
We've seen vetoes that get a newer map as the challenge when it comes to this, but this one's got everybody scratching their heads, Mohan. The story begins on Inferno. We know what Legacy can do on Inferno. This is where they ended the Vitality streak. They've got to tap back into that mentally, try to do it here versus some of their compatriots.
I think they're reaching a stage of evolution now where Legacy have gone from, oh, that's a cute underdog, to, wow, that's surprising, they can keep it going, to, well, now we're past a player break and they're still winning versus some strong teams, to now, well, okay, we're gonna study these guys really hard and let's see if they can still win. That's where their Inferno's at. We know it's really good, but now it's been battle tested versus a lot of top teams. It's gonna have to change a bit. They've had time to do it. And so this is a map FURIA could expect them to want to play, but also expect that it's not going to be the same Inferno that we've seen in the last couple of months. They've been foreshadowing the thought that everyone's coming for them here. So I expect Legacy to be a little bit extra prepared to show us something new and special.
Looks like unlike Bounty, though, FURIA not all playing in the same room, Mohan. Taking a step back. Just like MOUZ, who are no longer playing in front of a crowd. Changing up the environment, but looking for the same result. Victory over Legacy on the line. We've had to talk about FURIA throughout 2025 way more than we thought we were going to have to.
They're hitting a stride. They've got a good composition. The right players are playing well. It's nice to see that Yakinder's playstyle does in fact work pretty damn well in CS2. But now he's got the confidence as well. I think, like, I just heard GSP talk about this in an interview where he's like, you can have all the skills in the world, but if you don't have the confidence, it's sort of like having an enormous bank account but no way to pull out the money. And I think that's definitely what was missing from Yakinder, because I'm not seeing him change drastically in terms of the way he's playing. But his shots are now connecting like they did before he was calling on Liquid.
It was scary because you didn't know if that confidence could ever come back.
Yeah. That's sort of a very personal journey.
100%.
So that's a road you definitely walk alone.
One of those things that's entirely outside of the server as well. It's the reality of the psychological part of the game. Let's watch Lotto try to wrap around through Moto smoke.
He's in a great spot. It's going to be hard to deal with him.
Oof. Oh, never mind. Yakindar, quick tap. Jumao finds one on the drop. Yakindar is on for the ace. No way. We talked about confidence. What a better way to kick it off. Oh, his teammate's still some far away. So Sadzin's going to deny that 5K. And now with Bomb, he'll plant in the depths of this site.
Possible he wins this now. Sadzin, 1-on-3 situation, one guy to go.
Serato has silently come at this bomb site, and he's going to make sure that that 4K from Yakindar doesn't go up in vain.
Yeah.
That was a much-needed close.
Nice one, Yakinder. Excellent.
4 kills from the tall box.
I thought that was a free moment to actually pause inside the Moto smoke, but I don't think he realized how he was hurt. Lotto, as he ran all the way around Arch. I thought he was going to chill there for 1 second. I guess his teammates are already up on the site.
Oof.
But damn.
Slicing through.
What a clip.
I respect the climb on that box. When you're in those duels up close on that mid box, you know, and you're just shooting for the top of somebody's head, I respect the man who jumps on top first. Sadzin pummels Yakindar. But no clutch. Legacy will come through with the force buy. 2 Galil's AK-47. But they eat that nade deep down Banana. Fallen trying to press his luck behind logs.
Some excellent counter util brings Yakinder down to half. This attack will move forward towards A. Always fun watching Legacy play. They don't waste time.
Try to weaponize Sadzin. Serato confirms he's close. The rest of the pack stays quiet. We hit a minute. Apartments player still smoked up. Nissim trying to get closer. We see the balcony player really lock into pit now. Yuri sinking further back. And again, showing a bit of skin. Utility goes down in front of that balcony. Fire for Little Pit, but the big pit position is still key. That's where Yuri ends up getting the double from the Famas. Holding off for the third as well with the balcony hold. They end up mollying the wrong spot. Good reposition from Yuri. Otherwise, he does get burned into the open as that short push comes up. But it's Fallen and Co. to survive the test.
Looked very composed right there. I wonder how they feel going up against Legacy right now. I mean, they know what kind of threat they are, but you know, since it's sort of like this domestic battle, I feel like there's a bit of them that they're looking forward to this matchup, and I don't think the playstyle is going to scare them. Like, some teams I look going up against Legacy, and I'm like, Legacy are probably going to scare you with how quickly and how explosive they are, but FURIA are all about that.
Easy cleanup on DUMAO and Lux, both pelted by utility damage and cleaned up by the M4s. There's another nade before the rifle hits its mark, so this is FURIA. Nothing to be afraid of, certainly not in this round. Chuck him in the chum bucket. This is Legacy with barely any damage even here in round 3. And the Tech 9 of Nissim will change that. So as clean of a start as you could ask for.
I'm loving the lay of the land when it comes to the tier 1 and tier 2 teams right now and how strong everybody is. And I think for me, the reason that I love it the most is because of how far down it goes with FURIA and teams like Astralis having a lot of promise. And like, there's so many rosters right now that like haven't won anything, aren't actually achieving the things they need to, but now might have the 5 that can actually win a tournament. FURIA are right there on that list. None more surprising than FURIA, but that's really showing exactly how much depth there is at the top level of this game at the moment.
Kindart taking a ton of damage and losing his teammate, so no surprise. Lux comes in for both, and we've got Legacy looking to just barrel in, but no bomb at the moment. Still down towards T-spawn. Certainly not ideal. They find a completely vacant site. Quesarado threw both smokes, and now he is between them and their bomb.
Oh, he's just happy.
Oh my God, Quesarado finds the perfect path. And with bomb still cut off, nobody to go back and find it just yet. This duel is everything towards the top of middle. Quesarado just fighting everyone on his own. They will pin him against the car to finally deal with that problem.
Now, there's only one option. They don't know exactly where the bomb's gone off to. Yuri is going to make his way slowly over towards B, wondering exactly why it's been such a long time since the plank came down. Him or Quesarado damn near won this round, but instead it might just be a few kills. This will be a tough 1v2 to figure out.
Deep corner for Lux. Yuri gets by it. Ooh, spotted. Comes back for the duel, and Lux way too ready. Ace for Lux, folks.
Oh.
Goes back, has to deal with the Quesarado cheat through smoke from start to finish. With all that utility damage on the first 2, capitalizes on the momentum and follows through that B site.
Damn, with the double entry as well, the sort of Freiburg ace into the B site, and he has to deal with this problem. It's a game where highlights are almost getting ruined by the other team. Kinder's 4K nearly ends in vain, but doesn't in the end. And finally, the moment is captured. Really well done here from Lotto. Or Lux, excuse me. First out this round.
Oof, good utility follow through. Definitely keeping FURIA on their toes here with this pressure. DUMAO tries to pummel through smoke, but no target on the other side just yet. A lot invested in that battle for damage early. Will the Lux ace be much like the Netic 3K back on Mirage, where it's like you get this individual pop-off that provides hope, only for the better team to follow up right behind it? But with this misrotate from FURIA, Fallen is feeling doomed.
Yeah, I mean, you've got FURIA going back to look at mid, not seeing anything, so there's going to be a moment where Quesarado goes, wait a second, do I need to go help out B? But for now, it's just Fallen over here.
Too late, it is Fallen and his rifle.
What can he pull off? They're actually taking some time to scale on him.
Massive ask for
3
Fallen.
down B as well.
Oh, nice headshot from Sadzin. He's got Nissim holding flank. Clean headshots coming through from the Legacy squad for man advantage. And look at FURIA fall back.
Yeah. They needed maybe something from Fallen to at least turn around a guy on Banana. Maybe that gave him a chance, but ultimately it's because Legacy, they grouped up at Car. They were right about the exact sort of rotation that FURIA were going to make. And even though they cleared out mid in pretty good time and made it all the way to the bottom of Banana, by that time, Legacy were already in the site. As we saw from FlyQuest last game, a similar spot, but then they take too long to make the exec happen, and then everything that was great about it sort of vanished with time.
I don't think I've ever seen Legacy take too much time.
Yeah.
If anything, they don't always take enough.
Terrorists win.
This time, perfection.
Yeah, from the 45 too.
Fallen was waiting a long time for something to come his way, but when he finally goes around that corner, even by an inch, insta headshot from Sadzin, insta headshot from Nissim. And we've got a not live situation issue for a Legacy player.
Fallen's been waiting for a long time for a lot of things.
What's that, sorry?
A long time. Fallen's been waiting for a long time for like a a roster to get back to the level that he was sort of used to a very, very long time ago. And the fact that he stuck around just sort of felt like that he would just stick around because he's going to add a lot of value as an IGL.
Right.
As long as an IGL, I mean, you can get as old as you want. You're probably going to be able to help out and improve a number of teams, but that wasn't the only thing that he could offer, apparently. Switching off to rifle.
That's the crazy part.
Increased his value immensely because he's not taking a star role away.
You know, there was a moment during the IEM Rio Major in 2022 where after getting eliminated at that event, he kind of took to the stage and he had a perfect opportunity right then and there. The first time we'd seen a crowd at that first stage of a major, that felt like it was time to hang it up.
Yeah.
Because at the time, we couldn't see a road further for him in 2022.
Yeah.
And yet he continued to play and continued to play. And now in 2025, when they go through this revamp with international talent, and you tell me he picks up a rifle, we're thinking, oh man, you could have just retired in 2022. But now Furia back to new highs.
He's just
it's amazing.
True competitor. True
it's amazing. I mean, it's just as impressive as watching Apex go from being a hard entry earlier in his career to being one of the best in-game leaders. So many people doubted that he could ever pull it off, and so falling on a rifle, yeah, I had doubts. I had huge doubts. You kind of break new ground for the longevity of the greats.
Yeah.
When you take on a new challenge like that this deep into your career.
I mean, if he pulls off the revitalization, like right now, the conversation for GOAT IGL, it's open with Apex winning as much as he has. Arguments are already there as well. And if Fallen has a renaissance, I mean, considering the period of time back in 2015, like and 2016, with him as an op IGL innovator, as well as like his individual level, as well as calling, it's going to be open for him too.
Here comes the jump on the B site. 5v4 was set up early from A. Oh God, it ain't pretty. Those old knees, Dumau finds the punish, but should have been enough riflers in front of the site to keep them off of it. They've done a massive amount of damage, but the other two are still so far off. So Molodai is going to have to hold on to the deep church control. Nobody preventing the banana wraparound.
They have to do something crazy right now.
Yes.
Because the HP is just not there. 2 HEs could wipe them out without seeing anybody.
But they don't bank one onto Orange, and it's not Dark being held. They're going to try to just clear him out with the guns heads up. Nades off the mark because of Nubox, so good position here from Dumau. He's in between those two frags perfectly, and he gets his one kill. Nissim from the corner. Molodoi gonna find him. They jump on top of the bomb with time.
Ooh.
Yuri's got this one, so Furia find their fourth.
They played great spots to not get HE'd and mollied. So put it that way. That is something nice. They found a good way to complement each other, their post plans. That's something that Legacy are very good at. But Molodoi's openings have finally caught up to Legacy.
This was awkward.
Yeah. Sitting right beside him the whole time. It's just hilarious. I love that.
It's like little brother energy.
Yeah.
Can I play this round? No. I'm rifling.
Son, are you rifling?
He's trying to, but we keep bigging him up. He is 1-4 right now, Fallen. We'll see if that uptick comes eventually.
Fallen's the IGL, okay? He's up 4-2.
Oh, okay, I feel you.
So
Yuri's gonna catch Lotto, and Molodoy's got the next one. Again, you know, as you anticipate, it's Legacy just trying to rush their way through, trying to be brutish in their approach to the A site. Finally, smoke downs to give cover and low health, but an immediate rotation from the FURIA support. They're already through that Moto smoke. Yakindar shows no fear in throwing himself into the tall box and putting that barrel to the back of Nissim's head. So they get swept away 5 strong for FURIA. And I think you see the composure in this round. You brought it up earlier. This isn't a play style that FURIA will be scared of.
Yeah.
And they're stepping into the fire to fight with the Legacy pace and doing a good job of it, now leading 5-2.
I remember just like when ARC kind of first happened, and that was the whole Brazilian scene sort of re-emerging. One of the fans in Brazil said, Art is just like the average pugger in Brazil. Sort of, he's just emblematic of exactly who everybody is on, you know, on a lower level. He's just doing it at a very high level. And so they have a lot of experience playing versus extremely aggressive, explosive play styles. It feels weird to think that's what you're specifically comfortable against, a team that just constantly puts on pressure. But you know, what happened to FURIA was they stopped winning, and then they stopped winning confidence, and then they started to slow down. And honestly, the playstyle in Brazil seemed to just slow down overall. But now we're back to people going quickly.
Stuffed. Yuri is not letting any exit happen. Not any whatsoever. It's a team flash. That's fine. You expect that if 3 are ready to go, the other 2 are right there with them, but there is a sudden pause here from Legacy as they try to collect themselves in brackets, see what, if anything, they can do. We're getting to that point where bomb plants have not been too plentiful. And if you can somehow sneak one through here in the 8th.
Right now, it's already just such a strong start on Inferno here versus them.
And Molodoy waiting for a flash. Wow, very controlled of him to not just go back into the dry peak, even if it is versus just a pistol.
Legacy have lost Inferno here versus Fnatic.
Yikes.
And that's after, you know, 5 more wins in Brazil to get the confidence back following the major.
Molodoy, what are you up to, brother? Confident. As the incendiary burns towards top ramp, goes for a bit of a look, but Nissim not caught. He'll be afforded space into the apartments. Molodoy remains active, but not too active. At least one set of eyes on brackets. Opposite side of mid is smoked, so feels like the kill could still come to Molodoy in a moment. In the meantime, Legacy taking a sniff at that banana control. We see options open. Bomb thrown behind them. They still want to keep 2 players banana though, so they don't want to give everything away for free. They're not biting just yet. Keeping 3 players for FURIA closer to the B site. Queserado happy to hold Arch from CT spawn.
Smoked it way too much.
Oh boy, that makes it interesting. Again, it's not a follow through just yet. Flash allows Molodoy to go back in. Lotto finds his. Yuri kills up into apartments.
They have to go back at the bomb. Now they're going to turn it towards A. Yuri's in a great spot to hold.
Right, if he gets down into Boiler, he cuts this off, but he goes deep apartments instead. Staying alive is his play.
Yeah, with the amount of time left over, I'm surprised he's not looking to make himself more useful, but it is him on 16 HP. 3 players alive for a retake.
And in the kill department, these 3 players outclassing Lotto, Dumao, and Sadzin.
He was hoping to catch a lurk, maybe if they split off with one. But instead, he'll just be able to call that Halls is clear. This can speed things up at the very least.
And he's not going to play with Yukindar, so it's not like he's going to get traded after the one bullet hits. It's a Yukindar dry swing into Dumao, and he lanes the headshot. Lotto exposed on the grave stairs. Apartments players coming through, and Quesarado reveals himself as well, both with kits. Sadzin on top of the bomb. Time is ticking so fast. Quesarado needs the kill, a second to go. But he doesn't full commit. He just keeps playing the boxes, and that's the perfect place for Sadzin to close in the 1v2. Legacy hang on to their post plans.
Yeah, that's well done. I mean, his teammate Solo coming out off onto the site. As soon as Sadzin got that kill, he knew time was on his side. So a decent attempt at trying to make this 3v3 happen. But when Dumao found this frag on Fallen, it feels like that's when it was all over.
Quesarado had to be the guy to full swing.
I don't think there was enough time to chase him down on that spot, unless he just got lucky spamming him on the pillar.
Kindar wants revenge, and okay, Dumao catching him in the background. You'll take those as often as you can, but he's so far ahead of it. Quesarado able to arrive in time to just at least section 1 off. Molidoy dinked.
They have to respect the Molly too. They really want to come through this. Little awkward here. Legacy are actually in a spot where it maybe makes more sense to slow down.
Is good. But Molidoy dies at the same time on the other side of the map, so that's going to be bombed to go back. You know Yuri was just here to support it. They're playing with both options at a minute 10. Oh, why does this still feel winnable for Yuri? Nissim a little late to the party.
That's it.
If Lotto misses the op shot, Bomb could get frazzled, but op won't miss. Lotto locks it in, reads the push, and Legacy take a 4th off of that, just barreling into Banana as fast as they could.
It's crazy. Dumao here. That's all you really need to see. He didn't even realize he killed Fallen right behind that first frag in car. 2-for-1 spray. Just like that, Legacy are back into the game.
Economy looking weaker for Furia, but still healthy. No deep angles from Molidoy at the moment. Potential for the op duel soon. But Molidoy really just stagnant, and another smoke in front of him. We hit a minute, and there's been no challenge inside of the apartments. Fallen just waiting to receive on Balk. These kinds of rounds have gone well for both the teams. 40 seconds, CT still dropping nades. Good, healthy amount of utility still held on to towards the B defense, but here on A, things are starting to dry up. A well-timed frag for Quesarado could help, but he feels like they're right on the brink of it because they are. Arriving from Arch in a moment. First challenge right there. He gets spammed through the boxes. Good on Nissim to soften him up. And Yuri, well, from the corner, goes down with nothing. This A site just got flatlined.
Oh, that was pretty excellent. I mean, the only way they could have won that back is by peeking off a moto with a well-timed flash, but at every moment, Legacy were really prepared to, you know, either just jiggle or double swing and get a little bit closer every single time they saw somebody, to the point that Furia had no space left over. I didn't really see a good opening for them to stop that from happening. They got Quesarado to stand on the opposite side of default and then spammed him down from a safe position on lane 2. That was the only vision they had on Arch. Like, at every point, it would have had to be a mistake from Legacy to really lose, because there were no CTs coming over to help. That's like, now it feels like Legacy looking a bit more like themselves. great scaling. I mean, yeah, look how much time they had actually at the point of even crossing the hay bales to actually take the site. Plenty. Like, they had cleared everything out very carefully.
Perfect spacing on both sides of the split as well between the two cohorts. Furia looking like a deer in headlights. At least in the 11th round. We hit the 12th, Fallen with the Mag 7 looking for his second kill of the game. Oh my god, look at all those nades flying over the wall, burning all across Banana.
Somehow it's your Kinder taking all the damage. Fallen just watching here. Like a hawk.
Hanging onto the corner, but I mean, you can't peek that with a shotgun. Hoping nobody's watching it and he gets the kill up close, but I mean, at that point, might as well just jump the half wall. Seen Apex do it. Mag 7 jump shots over that wall. I'd take the chance over the Logs headshot angle. And this round just goes up.
Yeah, I mean,
smoke.
Legacy have just, like, honestly been destroying on Banana in these last few rounds.
Yep. They solved it, because it was a very confident Furia at the start of the Banana play. Those deep peaks that were coming through, the early grenade damage that was coming through. It kind of stunned Legacy out of the gate here on Inferno, but they have stepped up to the challenge since. And they'll step through this B site with very little resistance. Queserado's spray off the mark. But go ahead, give it a try. Queserado, Yuri 2v5, 4 kills left to go.
Two longest standing members of...
The hell? Flashbang's feeling burned now because
yeah, you got a lot of sight to get to retake.
Bombs at the halfway point.
He used flashes down there, butter.
2 flashes on the first 4 of 20 angles. He's gonna come in with a kill. Hold on, there's still some kits on the play, but the low health is what cost them. They had 36 health left for that 2v2, and the pit players end it. Nice answer here as Legacy go 4 straight to tie this at 6 rounds apiece.
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah!
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got a Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
FURIA not afforded a runaway game. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, but that was okay. That's K-Serrano glued to the screen, looking like Yakindar.
Yakindar strats.
There we go. Zoom. Smell the pixels. I think Yakindar has actually put space between him and his monitor lately. He's also angled it downwards a little more than usual. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of that. It's just not healthy, man. It just can't. It can't be the way that everybody plays.
I've also truly believed that he's never been able to constantly see his radar.
You can't. You have to like.
It's impossible to see your radar clearly.
You have to flick your eyes.
Yes. And so when I see him kind of dive 5 feet ahead of people, I always want to blame the radar. But hey, let's get into it. We've got an opening kill for Fallen. His second kill of this map.
It's never too late, folks.
Flash to Banana gets Legacy to pull back. Ooh, Yakindar hits the 97 damage dink. I don't know if I like that balcony railing, Launders. I don't like the way you have to jump over it all the time.
Who asked for it back?
I didn't.
Who asked for it back, so.
I kind of like being able to just roll through.
It's definitely weird because it was like, what was the balance problem?
I think there should be at least an opening in it. Maybe not the whole thing open, but one open segment.
So you could run out. Yeah.
Yes. But what do I know? Phony. They hold on to the 2 smokes still. FURIA taking their sweet time with this pistol, and that's okay, because we've got 30 seconds left to go. 3 players grouped up in Banana, and a single defender inside of this B site. So let's see it, Lotto.
They're so split up right now.
Ah, and the fire spreads. He was hoping it wouldn't come all the way outwards.
Ouchie, 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 ouchie.
Burnt down to 20. 2 smokes on the execute. And even now, Yakindar's still inside of the apartments. Player on the balcony is not going to cover their teammate.
I can't believe he's not peeking. They know he's up here?
They're both low. Boop.
They are watching it.
Beep. And he's going to take his time. Here's the drop off. He should know there's 2 in there.
Did he peek earlier? Is that why he's like kind of just chilling now?
Well,
I guess they're coming in for the full retake of the A site now. They want to make sure they get these kills.
Aha. But Fallen has died.
No guarantees, no guarantees.
Library peek goes unwatched, and the little bits of health that are left inside of the pit should be dealt with. Beretta's for the last. He knows he's time limited. You better burn that flashbang. And down it goes. Majority alive for FURIA. That felt like full control from start to finish.
Yeah, Molodoi hunted down everything. I mean, I do appreciate that they kind of set in place a plan to not only win the round, but punish every single save, every piece of utility, and get every extra dollar they could. I mean, poor Lotto stood no chance. He's in the spot they mollied, in the spot they flashed, in the site they exec with 3 players ready to attack him. You're right, that was full control. Fallen's second kill actually mattered a lot.
Yeah, it did. Made that pistol go down real smooth. Nades for Banana. Ah, yes, the old Zeus. Oh. Yes,
that
yes.
feeling when you get dinked by a pistol and you're just suddenly like, I'm no longer the favorite person in this fight. Oh, okay, never mind. Yakinder pulls out his own pistol.
A true gentleman. It's a scary amount of damage being dealt by USPs.
But to be honest, they don't get any kills off of it. That's gonna be pretty tragic. That's a lot of equipment value that they could knock down with just the right timing peak.
Oh, but where do you want to go? You know the apartments has been pushed, but you know there are multiple players inside of B.
Hey, this might be the most messy option. I like it. Let's see if they can get some of these USP kills.
3 players to clean up. They'll send K-Serrano in first. No, excuse me, it's Fallen jumping around with the Mac.
No kills.
And everything goes smoothly, so all your damage means nothing.
Excellent executes. And so, again, we have a situation where Legacy, they've got a lot of brand value on this map. They've taken down some big dogs. And even post-major, they went back to Brazil, won 5 times on Inferno. But as soon as they came back here, they lost to Fnatic. And that's not the best team in the world. Not anymore. And now they're going up against FURIA. The problem is FURIA actually have a very solid Inferno, They played it 5 times at Cologne. They aren't winning every single time they play, but the quality of competition is very high. The score lines are extremely competitive. It's actually much higher on average than Legacy. So that's why FURIA are in the lead right now.
Nice nade, but it's not a huge amount of damage. Very little util here for Legacy. Feels like this is one of those rounds they don't want to get dragged out too long, and so the move is made. Dumao emerging from the corner, doesn't just let Serato walk into him, but gets a little active, just active enough for the 5v4.
Let him throw every nade in the book and then just walked into a next fight. Easy.
Things felt too quiet, so down goes the last smoke that Legacy had. Which means the other 3 members of FURIA are coming up lane with no real resistance, barring Sadzin's M4. Fire in between them, but they're already charging beyond it. Oh, and the turn here from Molodoy just denies Nissim. Triple flash assist from Yakinder on that hit.
That's pretty damn incredible.
Ow.
Take the site that swiftly. All their nades are landing as they're entering. The spacing is perfect. They look super drilled. They look super drilled right now.
That's the FURIA that we have been falling in love with throughout 2025.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's kind of crazy because Fallen coming, you know, back, sort of. It's even more impressive than if Glaive came back, because it was even longer ago that Fallen sort of had his peak and has been playing even longer at a higher level overall. And that's what makes Kerrigan so impressive. It's just, you know, how long he stayed at the top, just period, outright. That's sort of hard to compete with, but to dip down as far as he did, as long ago as he did,
yes,
and to come back with a team like this today,
that's why
pretty tremendous.
You know, maybe people, not everybody who's watching right now was here last night, but we had that conversation about Crims. You know, somebody who's also playing from back in that time, but you know that Crims has stayed for Fnatic, and that team is just kind of keeping its head barely above water.
Yeah.
You know,
it's different. Like, Fnatic aren't going to win a tournament with this lineup right now, not a tier 1 event.
But FURIA
could, yeah. Like, that is a real big difference.
But they're going to find a solution to Dumao first, it feels like, because he just keeps getting away with the 1. Peeling back into the site after signing up for the banana duel. It was a 4v5 last round, too. So FURIA still taking a sniff at B. Wide swing through with the flashes. Not so pretty that time, Yakinder. Looks like they're just going to try to simplify it, slam themselves into this B site, see if they can break down the doors with Dumao and Lotto right here.
Wait a second.
Dumao doubles back.
Hey, that's a site taken over. Those 2v3, bomb can get planted, and Molodoy goes for Khan.
Just missed the MP9, but does cause panic for the plant. The flash comes through. Little Pit's taken over, and Molodoy catches 2 kills.
1-on-1, and Nissim, it's clear Molodoy knows where he is. 3 kills to Molodoy's name.
Man, 16 frags into this map.
Molodoy can actually, he can push through. If he doesn't see anybody, he can go A.
He could sprint it over. He could run it all the way.
That's it.
He knows the opening's there for the taking. 3 kills into the round.
And now he can plant open, go halls if he wanted to. Nissim's going to be so confused. The thing is, he's got to know. Yeah, if he's just going to plant open, where does he play from is the question. It could be Graveyard, could be Big Pit, and just go standard. 41 HP.
Man, this is going to burn off another 15
look how much time
seconds.
is just gone from this. Eventually, Nissim, he can walk up lane, but as soon as he gets to the site, he's going to have to start running.
And Molodoy's picked the perfect angle. He's predicting that exact push down.
No HE, no Molly.
Banana, I mean, he's positioned himself to hold back the short play, gets confirmed.
Oh, wait, what?
He tries to go in for the kill.
Wait, why would you peek there?
Makes no sense.
With the amount of time left over.
He's got a cross. And you go for the swing. Nissim, hell of a shot. Hits the insta headshot, but that is Molodoy offering a chance for Nissim to win.
Yeah, that was the only one, really. I think he kind of easily wins off of time or just shooting him in the side of the head, but... Okay. Just an NT at the end of the day.
That's a gift.
Yeah, that was a gift. That was basically a hopeless situation. And if not for Nissim, eyes focused on Pit that whole time, like, it's over. But... I was going to say his nightmare difficulty for FURIA is 3v5, so not even a situation that should have came close. And a very expensive round for Legacy. They need this one.
I feel like Legacy's been playing the last 4 rounds with no utility. Just staying afloat. Yukindar chance to strike, but a lot of bodies on brackets right now for Legacy.
I love Legacy in active sort of defense positions. Again, they're such a team that's like, there's no one that's just so weak individually that they shouldn't try to have very aggressive setups. And if bracket goes untested, that's a huge threat in the retake, so we'll see. We'll see if Legacy get their pickoffs in this position or not.
Well-timed fight for Lux. You can only throw so many grenades for free before the swings start coming. Nissim burned down to 6. Oh my, Yukindar had to get that. Nissim was burned into Boiler. 2 players phase the smoke inside B site. They see the trajectory, they know you're back there, but good on Lotto to at least drop 1.
That actually works out somehow, barely, narrowly. Somehow Caserato's still alive. Doesn't even want to peek off of this. Why give him a chance? And Yukinder doesn't want to die here, but okay.
He won't.
Sadzin op down. Lux 1-on-3. FURIA have landed on their feet.
When you look at the kills across the board for both teams, take a glance at all of them. I scratch my head and wonder, how is this only a 3-round difference? You've got some real online pieces for FURIA at the moment. Like 4 of their players, essentially 15 kill average. Dumao not even breaking even as the top performer. The money's been on the line so many rounds in a row now. And it feels like this, if they don't win with the Force in the next one, is FURIA's golden ticket to the finish line.
Yeah.
Because surely Legacy will force around. No?
I mean, maybe they'll force because they have the double save. But they only have 1 gun. 5 behind. It's going to be another round with not much money. FURIA will treat it like an anti-force because they know they're not going to come in with an off or anything like that.
Oh, it's a CT pause to talk it over, crunch the numbers.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I just think, what kind of game does Legacy like to play?
I feel like you could just buy next round. I don't know.
Yep. You're dead on.
Oh, they'll actually do that? I honestly thought they would force anyways, just like...
Ooh, there's late Kevlar coming through. 2 sets, 3 sets of Kevlar, 4 sets now. Yeah, it's coming through. Okay. But they really took their time with that. And it's not all in.
Okay. It's a little awkward then. They spent, you know...
They spent like 5,000-6,000 across everybody.
They spent a lot of money here.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Did they really do the math
They
properly?
have 3 rounds of loss bonus.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. We'll see if the half armor does anything for them here.
Well, the M4 going down means somebody's better go scoop it up.
Because the rationale is either like we get some kills, keep it close, but you're cannibalizing your own future buy. Next round, you could always have a few extra dollars.
And cannibalism is illegal. in most countries.
You can't name the ones that it isn't.
I would guess Papua New Guinea. Going for left field.
I don't even really know what that is.
It's this. Chomps down on the mid play. Finds the bomb. The fact that that M4 has exchanged hands. He picks it up off of Lux's dead body. He sat inside that window the entire time. And now, back at it. But yeah. Whoa, nice flick.
My goodness.
Gave himself a slight chance.
Oh,
and Yakindar covers the smoke. Nissim thinks he's getting cheeky. Queserado's cut off from the bomb in a 1v1, which opens a door for Lotto to grab that picked up AK and take a swing, but he had so little health left over. It's a slow burn and a 3v5 recovery, technically. Just unfortunate that Legacy had so little to work with elsewhere.
2 kills is interesting in that spot. Best use of the M4 that they could ask for. And now I guess we'll see how the money plays out. At least Sadzin's a guy who, with those kills, makes some money back, a good rebate. Between him and Nissim, the buy was mainly going to suffer because of them.
Terrorists win.
And they're clear. And they did the math correctly, Mohan. They've crunched the numbers.
Yeah, it's honestly though, it's still hard to justify. I think it's still hard to justify anything you buy down here. You still could have had extra nades. You're going for this round.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we'll see. But yeah, they got the weapons they're looking for. Sadzin has fragged himself into an op.
Dumau's been a real nuisance, even if it's just the 1 kill and the fallback. Banana really has not come for free to Furia. And this time we go double up inside of the apartments. They were given a lot of space last round. This is where that 2K came through from. The balcony peek was well worth it. Yakindar climbs up.
This peek could be everything. Nissim can deal with Yakinder.
Oof, flash through though.
Flash is perfect.
Fully blind.
Wow.
And the op's gonna have to scramble. Ooh, barely getting around the corner. And climbing over the rail to fall down into pit.
Wait, no repeak means Yakinder can keep going forward. Oh my goodness.
He gets past the angle, but then he knows better than to just straight up come through. Of course, Sadzin's gonna be cautious. Oh, he almost caught him there. Slight adjustment in the crosshair. Could have been a headshot otherwise. Lux pushes up on short. And this has gone unnoticed for the time being. Yakindar's gonna keep his head on a swivel.
What a nightmare Yakinder's being here for Legacy.
Pressure all across it. Yakindar on the brink of 20 frags in 19 rounds of play. Sadzin, bit delayed with the op shot, hits the ground, and Fallen's gonna catch 2 kills from the bottom of the board. Finally starting to get his, and they will end this round where the last man stands. They will not run from him despite having A. They will come to Lotto. Surely they don't throw this round away. No, sir. Even with the headshot to Queserado, Yakindar, you said it. A nuisance in this round. The way he's flashed into the apartments, chases that op back, forces the hand of the short player to try to get the round back going, and is still ready to stop even that.
Yeah, this door flash, just all the right tactics. Op has no impact here. The buy was good, but it made it feel like an anti-ego the way everybody got melted away by these rifles.
Job done. Nearly. Not an M4 on the field here for Legacy. Their map pick not doing them wonders. That 4-round streak on the T side at the end of the half had you believing. It's been T side domination since. One single CT round win is all Legacy have managed. Kindar again with this just forward play. Oh,
such a great spot.
Dude.
Yeah.
He is having a field day, doing as he pleases and also hitting the mark each time. Oh, the reaction as well. Blind spray in for the assist. And this A site crumbles beneath. FURIA, we said, wouldn't be too afraid of the Legacy style. And I think this T-side's got a little Legacy in it as well. The confident moves here from the very online core of FURIA. You look across that board, 21 frags for Yakindar, and everybody carrying their weight. Fallen had a slow start, and even he has found impact as this game's gone on. Unfortunately for Legacy, the domestic victories on Inferno between Austin and this second half of 2025 have not fueled them enough to best FURIA. A convincing victory here on Legacy's map pick. Fallen slaps them off.
What has been such a staple map for the side of Legacy, stolen away by FURIA tonight. Totally agree with how Connor ended things out there. That was a very ballsy second half coming out of FURIA to seal that one.
I mean, even the way that Yakindar closes it, the way he's able to just sneak up solo on the porch side of things. I mean, the way that they were fighting tooth and nail for banana control as well. There were a lot of fights that FURIA decided to take, and thankfully, I mean, they were extremely successful.
And some super good stuff coming out of FURIA. Continue to impress me. The fact that they managed to control banana the way, but also the way they turned their attention back to the A-bomb side and had a lot of impact, specifically coming out of Yika and the apartments place. You know, he was good at getting a lot of control by himself, but which they could utilize back on banana. So FURIA looked very prepared for this one. They look confident. They still seem to be working in the right direction. So a very good sign for them, that's for sure.
Should we go back to the beginning of this map? Because Queserado, he was starting this one off in style. Didn't, unfortunately, amount to a round W, but this was a really nice play to start things off and get his confidence brewing, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the showcase of that banana and this B-bombs can be a little bit of a brawl. You know, the constant banana fights is what happens here, and it was something that was dictated throughout the game. And we see Queserado being in a quite of a funny position now. It decides to walk through the CT smoke, out through the banana smoke, and then finds himself somewhere behind the entire team of Legacy. And then he gets himself a double kill here, actually tucks in. And from this get-go on, you know, he actually just runs out of bullets. He finds another frag right here, and then the bullet is out. And at this point, he just finds himself in a situation where he has to reload, cannot get anything done. But obviously, the whole situation with Lux actually ends up finishing up the round.
It was a round that really just felt like it was all Legacy. Queserado makes the heroic play. Legacy able to claw it back right there. And the first half was pretty neck and neck in a few of these types of situations. There was one really close round in the second half when Molodoy was in his clutch of his own. But for the Legacy side, it felt like they weathered the storm in some aspects for that first half. Like they were able to survive the 3-0 start from FURIA. It really had a chance to get away from them. But they fought, and then switching to the second half, though, I mean, FURIA's T-side was actually indomitable.
Should we take a look at how, Legacy, for the most part, did manage to kind of crack open the banana area of the map? We talk about it so much as being super important on Inferno, and it was progressively becoming a little bit not easier for them to get through, but they did crack the code in the end.
Yeah, I don't think there's one specific area on a map that relies like this on Inferno. Like, banana is just so pivotal for both sides, and we saw the fact that Legacy wanted to get this control so fast. Like the thing is, whenever they get that one opening, maybe they get double opening, they don't hesitate. Like they have their protocols when they get this one, and they do it in such a fast style that it constantly finds themselves in favorable situations. This one gets a double kill, then he goes in. It happens multiple times as well, where they know how to scale, and they also know when they get advantage how to utilize it instead of always having to rely on maybe falling back, doing an execute. They just play off the time. This is what Legacy are good at. It was good to see that they actually played off the strength here.
Yeah, so much utility flying in. I feel like that's the key aspect for me. I mean, sometimes with certain teams, I feel like they're throwing one set of utility, or the guy that's running in is throwing one set, then they have one supporting guy. I thought sometimes there were just 3 lines flying out from Legacy players all at the same time, like Molly, Flash, maybe like a counter smoke to put out a Molly at the same time. Yeah, they really have their priorities set when it comes to banana taking. It's just that I would even say some of the other aspects of their game sort of unraveled for them.
That was the thing, right? Is like in that first half, we got to see, some of those really fast attacks coming out. Something that Yukenda was saying even in the pre-match that he was a little bit scared of facing on the side of Legacy for good reason. Then we move into the second half, and it's kind of it just seemed to unravel for them, right? Like only getting one CT-sided round. That's that's just not good enough.
And the one CT-sided round was a round that Molodoi absolutely could have won. It almost slipped away from Legacy entirely. I mean, for the T side of FURIA, the credit there, I mean, they were actually, like, they were bouncing nicely between having banana control, moving up bracket, sometimes retreating back. I mean, there were a lot of different moments for them where they had huge opportunities to just play with the space. And what's funny is that Fallen wasn't really that famous for playing Inferno with the LGSK lineups. Like, yeah, he's a legendary IGL, but if you look back at some of those runs, they weren't built off of Inferno at all. I don't even think it was one of the two majors. I don't even think he played Inferno once at one of the two major victories that they had. So I'd still say that he's actually caught up to speed quite a bit with how to play it in the current meta. And I think an underrated aspect of the FURIA resurgence is that their T-sides, I almost can always count on them to get quite a handful of rounds.
Yeah, and I just don't feel like the way the Legacy approached the T-side went hand in hand with their identity. I feel like they allowed themselves to play very passive. We saw multiple times that Lado and Duma was tucked into the bomb side.
Yeah, what happened to the fire at the major?
That's kind of my issue. Is like, you know, like they rely on the two individuals on that side to get multiple frags, and even if they end up in a 3v3 or maybe a 3v2, then they're still not in a favorable situation. And the same thing happens in the middle area. They just decide to, okay, we're just going to stand our ground in the middle, and if they cannot battle it out and win it out, they will just lose the rounds. It's not like they didn't retake banana that much. They didn't go for the information play. They didn't, you know, block this side and then it went for the aggressive part on the opposite side of the map. It just felt like they were relying too much on them just shooting heads.
I feel like when we watched them at Austin, what was so captivating about their play was that they constantly were jiggling for information. Maybe it wasn't always set up perfectly in the mid round, but it was just an individual recognizing, okay, I have a chance to figure something out or even take some space back. And this game felt a little bit more like they were on their heels.
Yeah, it felt like they were a little bit more totaled up, which seems to be uncharacteristic from that little duo there. Somebody who was unleashed, though, Yakinda. Shout out to your boy, Maui. I love getting to see him comfortable alongside Caserado, alongside Molodoi as well. This was a really solid showing from FURIA.
I mean, at the second half, I feel like he just never looked back. This was so sick from him, the way that he was pressuring towards the A side. Of course, starts out with a 4K on the pistol round, so that's going to build a lot of confidence very early on in this one. But yeah, no, this T side, I feel like dupreeh from Yakindar, he was just like, he was actually somewhat tricky, which is not something I always say about him. He was patient at the right times and aggressive at other times. Like, he was in a flow state for this game for me.
He had so much balance in his play, you know. He called for flashbangs when he needed it. He would call for double flash sometimes to fake it out. He would take space when he actually needed to. He would also play the risk and reward show, but sometimes it paid off, sometimes it didn't. So he had a really good calculation of when he actually needed to do things. And maybe that's also something new that we see out of him. You know, he's not always just a guy that just decides to go in dry peeking, because that has been his style for a long time. It's good to see that he also backs up, takes a step back, plays slow, also utilizes his teammates a little bit more. It was great to see.
It felt like in the Liquid system, Yakindar just had to brute force his way into certain situations. There's so much more balance. This is what I was referring to in the pregame, where there's just more going on to set him up instead of just saying, hey, dive bomb first into every situation on every big part of map control on every single map. There's so much more nuance now with his play. And people could have said 4 years ago when Yakindar was getting onto the tier 1 space that he's not a complete player. He is so much more of a complete player now. And I might even argue that his mechanics were better 4 years ago, but you might say he's a better overall player now.
It just seems like much more integrated into part of a system that's actually going somewhere, right? That was kind of a criticism of Liquid. I didn't really understand the identity of that team. Either way, Legacy, considering that this has been such a kind of hallmark map for them. It was one of the maps that they managed to beat, obviously, the aforementioned Vitality on. How does this leave them for the rest of the series in your eyes?
I mean, I like the T sides of Legacy. I think that is where they have the majority of their rounds, and that is where they play their best Counter-Strike. And what I just saw from the CT side, that was kind of lackluster. So I'm curious to see if they can manage to turn around now going into Nuke. It is a map that obviously they need to be also proactive on both sides, because if you just allow their opponents to get so much space, you will just eventually get crunched on. So there's still a lot of work to do, and the only thing that stands me a little is that I actually haven't felt that Legacy has improved that much since I watched them the last time. It still feels like they're still in a position where they were maybe 2 months ago.
Tall task awaits Legacy if they want to be turning this series around, because it's FURIA's pick of Nuke awaiting on the other side of this short break. FURIA choose a nuke into this series, which means Legacy do choose to be starting on the CT side. Does that give you any hope as we come into the second map of this series, Maui?
It does. I really actually liked Legacy's CT side of Nuke back at the Major. They took down a couple of the teams that also looked like they might be on their own runs, teams like Linvision, for example. But they also got 9 rounds on the CT side versus MOUZ. And thinking back to what happened at Austin, as Legacy let that one slip away, unfortunately, as they lost on the second half. That CT side, though, was punctuated by great aggressive plays, with Lado getting kind of frisky at door, with Dumao getting also kind of freaky at A with him. Like, if they lost any space outside, I remember they had instant reactions, and it caught MOUZ off guard multiple times, even when MOUZ would get the first kill. So I want to see Legacy come in with that sort of fire here on Nuke.
Totally buying into it. I mean, I don't want them to be falling back into the same trap they did on Inferno, where they will be playing passive and they wouldn't be proactive, because I think that's what they need to do. And I hope that if they get off to a bad start, that they will analyze that and not just continue to play like that, but actually take their aggression to FURIA, because a Nuke is a map where you can do it. You do have to do it with numbers, but it's a map where you can catch people off guard. And I think that is also their strength. So I hope that they can realize that they should not fall back into the same trap.
Dupree, I'm sure you're familiar with story time, being a dad yourself. It's about 7:30, so can I get a story time about Dumao and Lado from back in the day?
That we can. I mean, it's funny because Dumao and Lado is probably the two names that people remember the most in this lineup, and we did actually used to play them a lot back in the days when I was in Astralis, and at that time they were probably the third kind of generation of Brazilian players coming out of that region, and you know, they're still young, but now they were even younger at that time, and we did play them a lot, and we actually came up with this thing that we played them so much that we actually felt they were really bad, but we continued to practice against them. And I once I said to Clave that I don't feel like these guys are good. I'll be getting anything out of this. And yeah, but they're still good. But this guy Dumao, man, he really shoots heads. And I mean, like, he is probably, to me, the standout player on this one.
Yeah.
Which is funny thinking back now that he's proven to be a player like he is today, that at that time Clave also spotted that he could actually do something.
Yeah, it's funny because we've kind of called him an ever talent, if you will. So it seems like it's been an ever talent.
But he has
coming on the rise, right?
He did come up. I mean,
yeah.
From the time that I feel like what had to happen, unfortunately, for the rest of Brazil is that Dumao and Lado just needed to eventually divorce themselves from playing with Taco, playing with Coldzera. It sucks to say it because it's just never meet your heroes, because honestly, I don't think the IGLing from those two ever served Dumao and Lado. Lux has been a great force for them.
Well, time to see if they can bounce back. It's going to be a tough task indeed, though, because it's Nuke, the pick of FURIA, as map number 2.
Pick that kind of caught us off, and so whether or not FURIA can finish it here and now, Mohan, that's the big old question. What are your thoughts about FURIA coming in through the day?
They got here. They got past Inferno. The question was, are Legacy going to be like, break their little weird moment of losing as soon as they come to Europe on it? And then
little weird guy,
don't.
huh?
And FURIA are like good enough, but they could have lost Inferno, but they didn't. So now it just feels like it's definitely going to be a 2-0 night for FURIA, provided they don't fumble, but I'm just not really seeing why they would.
Nah.
In the end, FURIA had full control of that map.
It'd be one thing if like that Inferno game was so dominant because you get like a donk level solo hero, but I mean, all of FURIA were online there.
Fallen barely had to contribute. Yeah, for them to do that.
He kind of had the Jacob experience of that 13-0 from FaZe. Sit back and enjoy the show. Let the new gen have their fun, and they did. And I agree with the desk. Let's hope for maybe a bit more explosiveness out of some of the CT moments from Legacy. If you're gonna lose, you might as well go down fighting. And some of those moments on Inferno lacked a bit of fight, a bit of spice, a little bite. Right now we go 3v5, FURIA downstairs, sure. Bomb is actually down on the site with Fallen. He's got a 1v1, him versus Dumao. Would have been critical for Molodoi to get down there. Fallen has announced himself. There's a world where Dumao stops this by just holding the doors, but yeah, you've let the money go. Obviously gonna get blindsided because Dumao played the element of surprise instead of the prevention play. And Queserado.
They're gonna retake upstairs.
Yeah, just gonna try to deal some damage. That bomb is diffused, baby. Nissim on top of it. Legacy to take a CT pistol, starting off Nuke well.
It's decent.
Whatever the hell that was.
Allowing the plant's a pretty big misstep, I think, versus FURIA at the moment, because, yeah, there's definitely different ways in which you can win a pistol, and allowing a plant to go down for the tease, I mean, that just makes your life a lot harder. Makes your buy a lot weaker, makes it harder to streak on CT. These are the things that you're looking for. So you can see when the buys come through with the amount of utility, it forces Legacy to go right past the SMGs.
Yep.
Yeah.
That slows them down, causes them to be susceptible to a force buy loss.
And I say that because the plant was very preventable. Right?
Oh yeah,
they did the hard part.
I mean, MOUZ was like a gargoyle on top of the doors, but gave it up.
So, great flash.
Got him. Kindar's gonna find the kill inside secret. Bomb never crossed though. It is stuck on red, and MOUZ stays close enough to cut it off. So the Galil may have been picked up here by Mullen. Oh, never mind. It's the FAMAS on Yakindar. Oh, and he doesn't get the trade. We were waiting for somebody to save it, and that savior could be Lotto by the looks of things.
That's a great spray transfer.
Still another player on red, but Molodoi just takes his odds. Run, go ahead. B is clear for the taking, my friend.
I guess, yeah. It's not going to be the easiest situation. A little awkward. They're trying to kill Caserado. Can't get rid of him. Bomb's gone down. I mean, rotations are a little slow here. They're getting one guide right now. Stun locked.
Still here.
Yeah.
But did he wait too long?
Be very careful because, yeah, he hasn't moved. Molodoi.
Oh. They're coming at him. He's got to win this duel.
Oh,
now that
he got his way out.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They take him off at the site. It's planted for the back of this. Caserado a little too late to the party, although it is no kit. If he runs the last few, spam the door, just maybe. Maybe? But he doesn't bite, doesn't budge fast enough, and so the defuse does come through.
Fake, right? He just has to hope that it's a fake, that they thought he was running around through control side, and then he would just like win, and that'd be very uncomfortable. But Legacy's rotations already look a little scared, a little slow.
Just to play a game, if he does run down the vent, let's say once he's through the vents, down the stairs, right? To get there to doors closed, could spam the guy off the defuse, low health.
Yeah.
It's gonna force the other CT to take the wider duel.
That's true.
You know, the what could have been day.
No, you're right, actually. That is true.
But instead,
he does cover both options.
He doesn't bite. And FURIA are trying to bounce back in with yet another force buy. Again, you're keeping the costs high for Legacy. Another round where there's bodies hitting the ground, but another round where they're still coming out on top.
They don't know. Nissim has no idea they've crossed this wide.
But you're asking Yuri to go 1v3. Should have the drop on Nissim in a moment. But that's assuming Nissim moves.
Nissim, I don't even know if he'll notice this. Like, even if he gets a shoulder in this spot.
Oh, this is weird.
It's so weird.
And now Nissim should have him dead to rights. Should? No way. You know he dropped. You know he dropped.
Wait, what?
Bro, you know he dropped off the heavy. He's got to be right here. And now he's backing up, and the other CTs haven't found him, and Yuri has somehow double-backed, and now the Garage player's going to see him, and Nissim gets a chance. Whoa. What the hell? Or what the...
They got so confused. They had a big Garage player checking their secret flank. And Nissim's like, nah, I swear he was there, bro.
He dropped off heaven. I'll check stairs. FURIA keeping the pressure on. The opening rounds of Nuke. Again, coming in with something to work with, but the AK goes down with nothing. And the Hut players, oof. I mean, again, the Vito kind of sent the analysts for a spin, and FURIA just keep trying these force buys, half buys, quick rushes, opening moves. Legacy so far have stood the test for the first 4. No issue on that one. That one, of all the rounds, is the least convincing. So, like, when's, like, you know, the real Counter-Strike start?
Couple of good tries in here. All of them fast. I'm not against that part.
Okay.
I like, I would rather FURIA play fast, because when FURIA played slow, I almost died from boredom. And that we had 2 years of that, so.
Red push for Lux. Nice shots. And he's out of there. Supportive flashbangs keep Yakindar off getting the trade frag. Fallen going through.
Yeah, bomb still back T root.
Fantastic.
Flash is perfect, and they can actually split pretty easily now.
Squeaky player was ready to join forces. Quesarado in with the assist. Backsite versus 3. Dumao can't do more than the 1, and his support from heaven looks good. We've got Quesarado stuck between 2. Main support comes out to try to deal with the player backsite. Everything slows down now.
If Lux fights for too long, they can start to approach on Nissim because they know that he can't come up here. Let's see if Nissim can get another. He does.
Sits onto the backsite, 23 health to his name. Quesarado gets that trade back, and he knows where Lux was, playing with him on the ladder moments ago. Bomb gets picked up, 10 on the clock, the wide swing into Quesarado, instant headshot, and so a 4v5 recovery comes through for FURIA once they finally have a full gun round.
Yeah, you point that out. They came through with half buys. Some of their lighter rounds they actually brought close, so it felt like they were buying on par every single round, but it was mostly just forces. This was still a good fight in the upper site from the CT side.
Yeah.
To try to win.
Heaven players layering outwards, getting a kill apiece.
Lots of good chances to fight. It's funny because Legacy are always better on CT side, even though their style, like, it feels like they'd be so good at T side specifically, but they just know how to dominate when it comes to their rotations on CT and be very overwhelming.
At least when we see them at their best, that's what they bring to the table.
Yeah.
I would say today they haven't been able to tap into it too much. But still, it's a 4-1 nuke lead. You've certainly got FURIA working for it. Deep angle here for Sadzin. 2 players to the right of this. Nissim's gonna try to take the point. Wow, wins the duel. Understandable trade frag, lobby pressure towards Hut. Still an op, just waiting and waiting.
I think it was surprised seeing Nissim just, or excuse me, Sadzin just backing up right away. Dumao taking this place inside of Hut. Yeah, very scary spot now.
Nasty little adjustment here.
Even if he doesn't go forward, he can later, and that's big information.
Wonder how long both him and Sadzin stay committed to that, though.
Here's a problem, though. Like we saw Legacy.
Nicely done.
Now they won't have to worry about it. But we've seen Legacy be very slow about rotations downstairs, and now's a spot they've got an extra player so they can do it.
Smoke pressure is just mauling FURIA at the moment.
It's exactly what you want to see whenever you see cross modes.
Damn, going outer was not the move with hindsight. Legacy happy to just really test that.
That was awesome.
And odds are there are players behind it because you had 2 guys taking a look at lobby with nothing to really be found. God damn, it's a graveyard for FURIA outside.
That was sweet. I mean, they played fast, and that's what Legacy do on CT side, but the double up inside a trophy, they got the information back. They had Dumao made, I think, a key move in getting into Hut. If Dumao doesn't get into Hut, they don't have half the confidence on these fights outside. And every single time they test the smoke, they get a kill, too. So they just know more and more every single step of the way.
It's been a floundering T-side as they struggle economically immediately after a loss. Trying to get that money back online. Stomping behind the smokes. Lux gonna play close behind you. Flashes are good to at least create space for the ramp push. Jumping into the fire though, Molodoy cut off. Sadzin, full white, catching Fallen, but giving an op over. Yakindar has been followed, hunted this entire time. Lux walked behind him, starting from red smoke, all the way downstairs. And so while Queserado grabs an op, he's got no teammates left, just this bomb and 22 health to try to work with. And guess who pushed HUD again?
Do you think of Dumouriez when you see Dumao?
Yeah, sometimes. Yep. It's a Canadian cigarette brand.
Smoking hot right now, 7-2.
Is it Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just sounds
French.
Yeah, okay, French Canadian.
You can have that one.
Thank you. The French take so much from us.
Belmont as well.
It was launched in the United Kingdom, though, by Sir Gerald Dumouriez.
Ugh. Freaking Gerald.
He wanted a cigarette less irritating for his throat.
Oh, it was medicine.
Have you tried quitting?
Gerald never loses. Okay.
Tech9s didn't do much. FURIA brought this game here. Legacy stepping up to the challenge. Ooh, the red boost. There has been a lot of presence floating around outside towards CT, but that's not where Sadzin ends up posting his op. And so Molodoy not even really given a chance to scour the field. Back turned on the approach. Fallen gonna get traded pretty quickly. Top HUD player just swooped over, but Yuri gives cover to it. Him and Queserado inside of the A site, no bomb. Yikes, that one's gonna leave a mark.
It's crazy how every close spot so far this nuke map has just gone for Legacy every single time. Kind of just like when we saw FURIA play Inferno and said, okay, they're used to this style. That's what Legacy are showing FURIA as well.
But we're getting into Stomp territory now. That kind of territory that just gives Legacy a win if they take second pistol. 7-1, Legacy leads once this round fizzles out, and I don't know about you, I've not really identified a breakthrough moment for FURIA just yet.
I think I could see it. I mean, I guess in terms of TCT rounds, they're going to be happy to switch over. So the half's not over, I think, unless they get, less than 3, essentially.
Yep. Which is about where they're sitting. It's just a question of what's going to be the breakthrough. Bum, bum, bum. Counter-terrorists win. What do the CTs do with the bomb if it never gets planted? You recycle that thing, or?
Put it in the snow.
Okay.
Throw it in the tall grass to never be seen again.
Okay.
The water on B site.
Ah. What could go wrong?
To be honest, even though nothing's working, I see a lot of confidence.
Sure.
And positions have gotten pretty close. I think just in all those close positions, Legacy have won, but I'm not seeing a lack of ideas.
Just seeing a pissed off Legacy, and one that, hasn't fallen for some of the quieter plays.
Here's those keys you're looking for. Okay. The early problems for Legacy were rotating when they didn't have the information. They got 2 downstairs now, so Lux gets into a good spot, but they're kind of flying blind a little bit. We'll see how far Lux goes. Oh man, he's not really thinking they're here then. Oh yeah, I mean that's just
not ready at all.
He just if he was confident, I don't think he would have come forward at all like that. So, and again, because of their trouble rotating downstairs, this just allows FURIA to eventually end here. We'll see with the two players still sitting in lobby what they want to try to do. But Legacy are not giving them signs, no reasons to go out of this, yeah.
It's a drop for Vent in Lotto soon. Ooh, Quesarado gets in first.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with that?
Wish it hadn't happened. Well, this is a lot of, you know, FURIA have crossed those smokes so many times, but the thing is, yep, they've been killed through them so frequently. This is the one time where the damage doesn't really hit its mark. 3 players do get to stairs. At a stark contrast, once Legacy does have to hit lower, it just doesn't have much to stand on.
I'm not going to call it luck because it's a huge part of the game to be able to punish those cross smokes, and at CS2 you could shoot through them and get rewarded for it. I just think that they did well to get those kills, but like, it's not going to happen every time. You don't have total vision. I think, yeah, just basically the one way Legacy have shown that they look a little confused is when they let a cross like that happen and they haven't rotated early. Because this push right here showed you they really didn't think anybody had made it. And if they did, they thought it was like one person.
We said anything less than 3 would be very problematic. That's the second one secured for FURIA, and with time, to still nab 5 in total. MOUZ is just looking for a reason to push Hut every single round. Smokes drop in front of the garage. Only Yakindar this time.
That's still a big problem.
Good wall bang.
Ooh, Lux is so low off the push.
But again, right?
There he is.
There's that reason. He sees the reason on the reload. Molodoy gets punished.
But here's again where they could get confused. Yakindar has full control of outside and can go down lower. Lux is his next target, 26 HP. I think splitting ramp is the right call, even though they're 4v5.
Fallen pressuring the A site, but Sadzin's coming over.
Yeah, that's good. That is
Utility
good.
in front of it. This is good. Yep. Need to land where they... Oh, yes! Nissum, perfect on the timing. The smoke grenade had that slight gap that you know FURIA were just about to try to barrel through, and he's going to catch himself a 3rd headshot with ease.
That's nice. They reinforced ramp really well right there. Gave Nissum a lot more confidence in getting that early peek in.
They felt it coming.
Yeah. Which I really just didn't expect them seeing, so that'll be an 8th here for Legacy.
This is starting to feel like an emergency. 4 rounds, best case for FURIA.
Counter-terrorists win. Don't let Dumao push Hut.
Man, so many rounds he's found impact from that spot.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, you spray an entire mag and go for a reload. If that player's close, they will jump you.
And Molodoy just missed the ladder because he got hit by the nade.
Yeah, something like that. A sequence of unfortunate events. Not for Legacy, though. Having themselves a little streak. Let's hope their T-side's got anything to say about this. Sadzin under pressure. Fire in front of the pack. Yakindar taken down to happen. Nobody really there as the smoke was a bit late. Dumao again trying to get frisky. This time in Squeaky, if I'm not mistaken. Or is he outside of it? I don't know. There's a lot of smokes going on. Yeah, he has gone through. Quesarado pushes beyond him, but Dumao could still recover this. He's got to make up for the fact that he let them hit that A floor.
But if they don't see anything, they're surely going to know he pushed, right?
I don't know, man. He's coming as if this is already a ramp push. This is way ahead of any timing that they're ready for. And he stops the ball. Double kill from Dumao back into Hut. He has been the bane of FURIA from this position. And a 3v2 comes of it. all those sequences of timings going on, FURIA thought they had some level of comfort in this A site. It gets ripped from them. And a man advantage still for Legacy. Total lobby control, and you can see they don't know. There could still damn well be the Heaven player. Fallen's got to keep his attention on it as Quesorado tries to peel the first player off. Little jump spot from Tetris. But at any moment, that hut peek's coming through, and that's going to be Quesorado exposed to it. He does get the front runner in Dumao. Nissim reveals himself, Fallen into the clutch. Nissim just holds that line, and Fallen plays with him, gets more of the damage in, sprays away. Now time's on Fallen's side, pistoled out of it. Nissim doesn't jump the bomb, and so FURIA just squeezed this third round out of the T side.
And they took a long time to go for that retake. They really did. For the two guys back there on the site, too much respect was given. A nice 1v2, one for Fallen, but considering the half that Legacy had put on, that was one of their freer rounds. And that's your Kinder Vision. He's got the reverse crosshair almost. You know, he's seeing through the middle of it.
The folly of that retake is those 6 to 7 jump spots on Tetris.
Yeah,
you do 2 of those, you still have time for the defuse.
Just get it going, boys.
So you offer a bit of peace of mind for FURIA, because 3 rounds on a T side of Nuke is not pretty, but it could be enough. And with a 5 versus 4, you are allowing them in the final 2 rounds of this half to double their round count. That's what it looks like. Could still be a heroic moment for Dumao. He tries to go through that squeaky door again. Quesorado not having any of that. And so, again, is this one of those moments where right after having what could be a confidence-building half, you get punched in the gut by letting those 2 rounds go, especially the 3 versus 2 retake that should have been yours.
That's the one that'll sting, especially if this series ends on Nuke.
Bomb is coming B, though. Lotto lets him know.
Let's go for the plan. What is he gonna do?
What you gonna do about it? Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Bring some players with you, best of luck, and just try to remember the streak of rounds you had by just testing FURIA. Pushing on the smokes, punishing the outer presence. There were great things about this CT side for Legacy. Don't let these last 2 rounds overshadow that. Some of that star power from map 1 may have fallen off, but you can't say Furia gave up. They remained stubborn when it came to pressing up against those smokes outside and eventually trickling through with the last 2 rounds of the half. And the nature of that last round, all 5 players still standing. Strong finish for Furia. Daddy Long Arms here, ready to take us into the second. Legacy, can you end this swiftly with a pistol round win? Because God knows that would take off some of the pressure of letting Furia back into this game.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse. I mean, it's not a play-out half, so we don't see what happens after that round. Legacy will just be happy they got 8, it feels like.
Easy opening from Yakindar. He gets himself a second here off the AC. Plays around with the red room. And the climb up is taking a long time, but when he gets there, he gets the job done. Nice burst fire from Lux.
Yeah, that was violent. And that flank no longer being watched. Fallen's taking his time with it. He's coming back to check, though. Oh, checking on your own death.
Wow.
Right now. And that's a 3-on-2 setup for Furia. That doesn't do much.
I respect the attempt. You tried to look cool, but you just looked extra foolish.
Broke both your knees.
23 damage for the fall off. Door swing. Oh! Now that
is cool.
That was slick. Into the A rotate. Ooh! Ooh, they're making up for that whole ladder drop-off situation.
Big time. Look at Molodoi just wandering around downstairs, wondering where the party's at.
Answer, upper.
That was very cool.
Got a long road. I mean, perfect timing, approach, and each of them hit their instant headshots.
And it was kind of hard to coordinate, too.
Taking back a 2v3 in the pistol. Lux 3K when he finally was able to climb up.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about it like it's over, and there is still time for a defuse here. Molodoi is not going to have a lot of extra time to spare.
I don't really know where he is, but he might have to
I mean, Nissam's stuck behind Vent. If he gets this kill backside, Nissam's stuck over towards Vent. He knows where they're both at. Nisam giving in the fight. Continuously tagged down, but Lux here for 4. Huge recovery for the pistol on Lux's terms, and Legacy need that to make up for letting Furia back in.
They really do. Yeah, they still taking the confidence right back, and this was a 3v2 setup off of these opening duels. And after that, I mean, Lux dropping out of heaven, missing his flash, losing 28 health for no reason, and then them going into lower felt like this is, who cares, you know? They've got control side, it's all going to be fine for the CTs, but no. It's a massive bounce back.
Now just don't fall victim to the force. Scout Famas MP9. Pistol win on the T side wasn't a luxury that Furia had. Golden opportunity to shut down Furia's map pick, extend play to Mirage.
Don't take too much time on this round. Oy.
Bad smoke.
That's not good.
And the flash doesn't go deep enough
properly.
either.
Come on.
There are mistakes being made.
Big time.
The kinds of mistakes you make when it's not your map pick.
When it's not your map pick.
And the devil's in the details. He's also right here downstairs. Quesarado in the corner.
And bad Fallen. Look at he's squinting. He's focused.
You want a piece of me? Oh, nice shot.
And he's out.
7,
and they don't know
door.
about Quesarado either.
Oh man, you won the pistol, boys.
Yeah.
And then things get very stringy off at the back of some missed utility. At least you're able to climb up and challenge this A site.
This is what you need to do.
7 seconds. All Yuri has to do is stop the plant, and he does exactly that. No time for the...
time.
Oh god, this one goes from bad to worse for Legacy. 2 players looking like they'll survive.
Unfortunately, there was like 10 things that went wrong here. A lot of them were self-inflicted. Missing their nades, not clearing big garage, taking too much time. moseying around.
Nah. Can't be moseying on a day like today.
Mm-mm.
Now, lucky that 2 players survived, so they'll hang on to a couple of rifles. If you're going to break back in early, before the defense can really stand up. But the auto shotty on ramp, oh God, Fallen, insta-headshot. Nobody else wants to peek that. He's going to start putting the buckshot through smoke. Yikes. Tough pill to swallow. And that just sucks the life out of Legacy's attack. Nobody else wanted to try it.
No one wants to die to an auto shotgun. That's something that's universal in Counter-Strike. No worse feeling. The only thing that'd be worse is if like Nut was using it and you had to see Nut in the kill feed with an auto shotgun. That would be the most embarrassing way to die.
While blind and jumping.
Yeah, while blind and jumping. Flying Nut.
Are we going to bully him into changing his name, or?
No. I mean,
no? Okay.
I hope not. I love it.
Okay.
Hope it becomes 3 nuts one day.
You remember that video of Kaspersky when he had some success with Ents, went to school, and the whole school kind of celebrated him? Do you think they'll do that for Nut? Do you think his principal and teachers are going to welcome him to the stage and, kids, put your hands together for your classmate, Nut?
Do the chant. Nut.
Crazy name. But we're getting into that era, you know, with guys like Donk, the next generation. Just wait for all the other.
Yeah, come on.
You know, there's a bunch of Plumbuses coming down the line.
Plumbuses.
A Schleem or 2. They're on the way. And it's our job to say it.
Mm-hmm. No, we can't stop them.
Isn't there an Uwu out there somewhere on HLTV? Or am I crazy?
That would just be terrible SEO.
Oh, sorry, it's Azuwu.
Azuwu. Okay, yeah.
Nissim solo AK.
He's going, and he's frying right now. I mean, 16 and 5. Send him out there. I like that. I like the logic.
No, ramp was actually quite shut down. I mean, I can understand. What's crazy is the amount of emphasis that was put on yard last half.
Yeah.
And still, your ramp dedicated player in Nissim has the score that he does. Now, he's going to try to scramble down lower. Fallen, what are you going to do when the decon door swings with that monstrosity of a shotgun?
Well, you got a headshot in.
So that helps. Pops open the window. But Nissim gets the better of that.
Oh, this lurk. This could actually be very good for Nissim.
Oh, this is weird. Fallen's down beneath you. Didn't expect that push. Decon door to be contested again, but unfortunately, it's irretrievable weapons for Legacy.
Kinder's trying to get the clock, and then they have lower secured, and then the pistols can get back the AK.
35 bullets in that Galil, folks. Good back and forth between the two. They find a solution to get up through the vents where Yakinder is kind of stranded. Yuri announcing himself from heaven, flashes out. You know it's covered with the Galil, and you gotta wait for Yakindar to approach this from secret, so it's gonna take a little while. Yuri's got the kit, bomb planted front sight. That kit could come in from heaven, but he loud drops off heaven and then actually climbs back up, so trying to fake the audio as if there's 2 coming in from main, but it doesn't look like they're gonna buy it whatsoever. Galil and the Glock get the better of Yakindar. Now, again, Yuri's the one with the kit, but his MP9 goes dry, and they win this. Legacy
they actually pulled it off.
Pull that off from lower up the vent, and the perfect 3-player attack on Queserado to overwhelm A.
Not gonna lie, I love that, the way they came at Queserado. They made that as hard as possible with his aim, running across his screen inside a mini. They won that the most fun way possible.
And you can see, Legacy are stocked up for a full best of 3.
They're staying hydrated.
It's a boot camp to the next major by the looks of it.
That is pretty awesome. And again, the logic is give Nissim the gun. Look what he does with it. He's had a fantastic map, and it's as simple as that, to be honest.
Really pushing through control here.
This kill after the smoke came out was so beautiful. Like, right on top of Fallen, who was trying to establish somewhere to stand safely inside the B site.
And a perfect game of tug of war there to get the better of Queserado. And there's the Legacy, you know.
They're gonna need to win a rifle here to beat FURIA for sure. This is a step in the right direction. It's another chance, an early buy.
Definitely helps.
But right now, I mean, FURIA just make their cash on CT side. They're so strong on it. You know what? One more mistake, and that might be too much to handle. Moldoy supporting Yakinder, who's downstairs, but he's getting mollied back. Rotations will be late. Look at the split coming into Yakinder.
He's hanging on for now. They're approaching. He'll win the first duel. Player goes beyond him. Woof, almost gives himself a great chance. Queserado to try to challenge single. Oh, and it is Lux overstepping. Luckily, Dumao responds back, announcing himself from secret, and then trying to peel away, getting a good amount of damage in with the grenade. Bomb planted B, Dumao is gone. Moldoy late from the ramp play will arrive. And how does Dumao get back into the action? This is a huge reroute on his behalf.
Yeah, he either wins this round. Or he might just... Yeah, like, how are they going to figure out he's done this?
Oh, and Yuri steps into the stream of AK bullets flying fast. Down for the count as Moldoy struggles and Legacy continue to get ever closer to this nuke win.
That's pretty great. I mean, it was the right idea going downstairs in that way. Yakinder was pretty much alone for so long inside the site, only got his one kill. That totally caught FURIA off guard.
Lovely continuation on the spray down there from Lotto. Legacy sensing they've got the victory in the bag, and they're close.
Yeah, it's a lot of close rounds this game, but feels like 90% of them Legacy's winning.
It's gonna take something from Moldoy or the MP9s. And the disrespect Dumao starting to kind of shove down FURIA's throats. Fast flank from ramp denied. Yuri's gonna catch one, but so quickly the rest of Legacy ready to swarm, and just like last round, it falls on Moldoy alone. We got Nissim down in the depths of B. Lux gets caught with half of Moldoy's health gone, but this player outside, ooh, supposed to have it and will finish him off. 12 rounds here for Legacy. 6 map points on a pick that FURIA thought they'd have the edge on.
Yeah, this would be the worst beatdown they get. This is a very strong performance out of Legacy. If there's one thing that this team knows how to do, it's playoff momentum.
And I'd say just across the second map, looking much less shelled up than they did over on Inferno when the game was getting closer. There's been some wild moves from Dumao with the hut pushes when playing CT side into the A hits that we've got him on. Playing to win the round. That energy that we know they weaponized, they did in Austin, yelling every single round. You can see it starting to come through on the player cams as well. Stoking the flames of victory here on Nuke. And the firepower department didn't quite show up for FURIA in the second outing of this series.
Moldoy, not the carry that he's been.
Yuri just as quiet. You know, it was everybody barring Fallen that was contributing to the win on Inferno. That's why Legacy just couldn't get into that game. 13-7 loss on Legacy's own pick. Couldn't stop the attack of FURIA with the 7-1 T side. Counter-terrorist down to a couple of flashbangs, and remember, no kit on this round whatsoever. If bomb is planted, it's going to be a real desperate scramble. And Nissim, who has been locked in from start to finish on Nuke, insta headshot onto Fallen as well. Molodoi, who wanted to go throw himself at that B site, has to come deal with this. And luckily he does, but the unfortunate reality is it gives up the spacing inside B because he's dealing with ramp, and within that window, bomb is planted here for Legacy. 4 versus 2, post-plant advantage. Turn from Molodoi to finish off the little that remained of Dumao, but Quesarado with no kit, no teammates, and no chance in hell. This is an excellent recovery in the series from Legacy. On a map Furia thought they'd have the edge on, we're going to Mirage.
Legacy bite back, and we have got ourselves a game. A great beginning and an excellent end from Legacy on their opponent's map pick, no less. I like the Connor highlighted as we went into that halftime break, you know, hopefully those couple of missed opportunities at the end of the first half for Legacy don't come back to bite them, and they definitely didn't, Dupree. They looked at lights out on this map.
Super good recovery. I mean, I think one thing that stood out the most to me is the way that they played their CT side, is that they didn't fall into the trap. They played very proactive, but they actually went for the fights. Like, whenever they would lose a frag, they would go to the situation where they would group up and actually try and fight back for the control, instead of just, as we saw on Inferno, fall back to the sides and just let Fallen control the pace of the game. So that was like the thing that stood out for me the most. And then on the T side, Lux just kept it quite simple. You know, he had some he just played the numbers game by going a lot secret. He had a ramp explore with a lot of guys, and he just tried to just not make it too complicated, and that just worked out simply for Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, the one concern I feel like we had after map 1 is how back Legacy played when they switched to the CT side of Inferno. Not the case when they were playing there on Nuke. I feel like Dumao was in Hut more than he was actually playing on the A bomb site. Joke, of course, but I mean, he was just getting really aggressive in terms of how they wanted to react in the mid round, and it really punished Furia for not being ready for it.
Let's go back to that first half, Dupree, because as we saw, Legacy won both pistols. They did convert at the beginning of the first half as well. What was the story of round 2 for you?
Specifically what I just talked about, that they decided to group up for the fights. Like, Furia decides to go for a group pusher, and Secret actually catches Love with a very good flashbanger. But you see Dumao at the get-go, he just decides to go and fight for the control, gets a first frag here. He actually drops this one again, trying to fall back. But the reaction from the player in main going with these type of fights is just really great. Like, they don't want to breathe. He actually pulls a ramp rotation to go fight as well. They don't want Furia to actually recover this type of situation, and they know they have the better guns. Molodoi decides to get the bomb plant here, actually does also get into a failed position. Maybe decides to go for a little bit of an unnecessary fight, also giving the fact that Quesarado is coming from a flank inside vents. If he would have stayed alive just a couple of seconds more to actually allow the flank from Quesarado, I think Furia could actually still have recovered.
I just love that the way the Legacy pile on, like when they know that there's some sort of fight outside, that they just keep going for it. I feel like that's something that has changed in the outlook of Nuke. I mean, obviously that kind of round has played out in the history of Counter-Strike, but so much more often now in 2025 versus what we saw, say, 8-7 years ago. People would just be like, okay, wait, do we push Hut now? Should we push Ramp? Should we do a lobby crunch now that we've lost outside? But now people are just sending body after body after body. All 5 people at one point in that round from Legacy fought outside, it felt like.
Yeah, and I love that the confidence factor from Legacy didn't seem to be tainted at all, particularly considering we came off of their map pick, that they did let slip away from them. Let's move on into that second half, because when we talk about kind of the T side of Nuke, it's notoriously a little bit more difficult. Round 16 though, Maui, Nissim opens up this beautifully, gets a little bit complicated in the rest of it.
I mean, this is the round that Fury's just scratching their head after. I mean, there's a single waterfall smoke on the side of Legacy, and it doesn't even really work that well in their favor as Yakindar gets the kill through the smoke, but this is just brilliant from Nissim, really. I mean, to go through the smoke towards the control window to find that kill onto Fallen, and the spacing here is something that you can't teach this. Like, it's so difficult for Quesarado to handle that situation, even if it's just pistols. Like, all of these bodies that are flicking on his screen, off his screen, he's got to either pick a target or just die. And the way that even Legacy played out in late round here, like, this is the kind of synergy in the chaos that we saw throughout Austin, and I wanted it there on Inferno, but I'm glad they gave it on Nuke.
Yeah, I was just ringing around the roses on the A-bomb side, you know. I really wanted Yuri to go through that smoke. He needed to go out and create that space. I know that Quesarado was a little bit far back, but at this point, you know that they don't have a good buy. They probably have a Glock, maybe one single weapon, needs to go out and create a space and get some information. It was a little bit too passive, so yeah. So I mean, FURIA they simply just fumbled some of the routes they shouldn't.
And then what happened immediately after in round 17 then, Maui?
Well, I mean, we kept saying good stuff from Legacy. I mean, I really like the way that they were able to play around. They get the ramp control early on. Yakindar goes 1 for 1 here on the bomb site. And Dumao, like, this is the most ridiculous distraction ever and really does show how complete of a player Dumao really is. K-Serrato gets the kill towards door, and then Dumao from Secret comes down, puts a little bit of pressure on these players, but he actually goes back. He evacuated, and then he came back down. And at that point, like, FURIA were just left scratching their heads. They thought they were trapped from 2 different angles there.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was actually Lado who actually ended up winning the round, but if he wouldn't have gotten those kills, Dumao would have put himself in a very, very good position to actually just close it up because they would not expect him to come flank for this one.
Shout out to Nissim for his impact throughout this map. Great to see him kind of firing back up after maybe not having too much of a show on that first map of Inferno.
I mean, I'm really glad that Nissim has this opportunity on Legacy because the first time like Nissim put himself on the map for me was back at 2024 Copenhagen, where he was playing for Pain as a stand-in. Pain couldn't actually sign him to the team, and so then he was able to find this new home on Legacy where really, I mean, he's just been another insurance policy. Yes, we talk about the Dumao and Lado show so frequently, but Nissim in a lot of these positions he makes a lot of the correct moves. He enables the aggressive style from the other players. Like, he's kind of on cleanup. He's the cleanup guy for most of these rounds. Like, he's been the janitor, unfortunately, for them, but he does a good job at it, okay? It's an important role, too.
Yeah, very solid performance. I mean, like, he had very instrumental rounds to bring them back into the game. It's good to see that it's not only have to be relying on Lado and Dumao because, I mean, I like Dumao, but Dumao is maybe not firing all the cylinders as he was in Austin. So it's good to see that also other people outside of those two can actually bring a lot of fire to the table.
So where does that leave FURIA then? Because let's be real, it took them a minute to try and get into anything in that first half, and when you've got such a round deficit to be moving into that second half with, just super tricky to be buying back.
The quality of the losses was pretty bad. I mean, to lose that one round with the single waterfall smoke outside, where they couldn't actually wrangle the team as they were just making their way down Secret. That's a moment where FURIA are just thinking to themselves, I mean, they might second guess themselves for the nuke pick because it's like, how can they not control a situation like that? You got the opening kill, the rotation down vent wasn't quite fast enough. They're just probably saying to themselves, we need to bring the same level of communication that we do on LAN to an online game. And yes, I know they're not always used to these kinds of circumstances, but if they drop this one right here, like, think about, they lost at the Bounty online also to Liquid, who is not as good as FURIA. Like, I don't care if Liquid had that little bit of a come up, like, they're not as good as FURIA. FURIA need to actually just sort themselves out.
Yeah, sure. I think for me in this specific game that it already started in the CT pistol, like they had a 2v3 that they managed to fumble, and that was just the case for me for this game for FURIA, is that they fumbled too many of the rounds where they shouldn't have lost. One thing being the pistol round, then we had the round with the Glock, and then afterwards as well, like the whole idea that they couldn't close out the situation on the B-bomb side. I think there was just too many rounds that didn't go in their favor. Whether that was because Legacy did the right thing or they just misplayed it, that could be up to discussion.
Well, either way, we do need a third map to separate these two teams, one of which will be Mirage. It's going to be going down after this short break. It comes down to Mirage to see if it's going to be FURIA or Legacy progressing onwards to the Group B upper bracket. It's been a bit topsy-turvy in terms of the picks between these two teams. But gentlemen, before we dive into any hard-hitting analysis for Mirage, I want to play a little bit of a prediction game over on novashots.io because you guys have been playing this incredibly well. We've got a lot of credits to be playing with. Yeah, you're very good at this, Peter. So if you guys want to get involved in the action, absolutely free to play. You get 1,000 credits if you sign up at home. And you've been making the most of these, gentlemen. So where are we going to go with this one?
Yeah, but it's like, you know, I have a thing for MOUZ, but I think it's a thing that goes again. And we did get to look at the MOUZ stock right now. They did have a somewhat of a questionable performance against Imperial. So their stock right now is looking quite low, which could be quite a good investment. What do you think, Maui?
I mean, compared to Vitality and Spirit that are at above 9, and MOUZ is at 3, I don't think they're 1/3 the team that those teams are. So
how about we split it?
Let's diversify our portfolio.
For once, we try and split it because, you know,
man.
Jacob was saying that I should never all in on one thing. I should split up my stakes. So let's go half MOUZ Sports and then maybe half. Who do you got for this one?
I think we would have to do the other one after this one processes.
Right.
You know, for later, I would go with FURIA. I think FURIA's going to close this one out. Sure. So that's where I would be pushing my my points.
Well, if you guys want to get involved with the action at home, make sure you head on over to novashots.io to, maybe make some predictions yourselves. Maybe tweet us, see exactly where you guys are hedging your bets. But speaking of betting, where are we thinking that Mirage will end up? You kind of alluded to it, Maui. You think FURIA are going to be bouncing back on this one?
I do. I find that their T side is quite formidable. They have a lot of options for how they want to split the B bomb site. And really the one thing that I'm keying into strategy-wise is I feel like their A exec's really good. I feel like the roles make a lot of sense. Like when Yuri and K-Serato are in Palace together, something's going to happen and it's going to be good on the side of FURIA.
Also looking at the latest results, I mean, the majority of the wins on the Legacy side is more domestic matchups. They've beaten a lot of Brazilian teams on it, whereas on the FURIA side, they have taken down teams like MOUZ Sports, like Falcons, you know, teams of very great opposition. So you gotta give it to, if you look at the latest result, you gotta give it to FURIA. And the only case that I could make for Legacy is if they can actually continue this very proactive catch FURIA off guard, but not only on one side of the map, but also on both sides.
You're not believing that, you know, Legacy, they're kind of fired up now, Peter? Did you see him on Nuke?
Yeah, I'm a Legacy believer. I am. But that's the one right now.
I just really feel that Legacy were so impressive during the major on Nuke, on Inferno. If they were to win this series, in my eyes, it had to be the 2-0.
Okay.
FURIA, the more stable team across more maps, deeper pool in general.
Do you think this is why you were a little bit perplexed as to why Train wasn't in this series at all, right? It was actually FURIA themselves to ban it out in the second phase.
Yeah, just a light aside, even though we're not getting Train here. I find FURIA to be so efficient on that map. Like the nade usage on the fly is so helpful for teammates, whether that's defending, taking space. Whereas Nuke, on the other hand, you could see some of those rounds got away from them. They didn't know how to connect the pieces all the time. Whereas on Train, or really just the maps that are more in FURIA's wheelhouse, I just find that they're just like the synergy is so apparent.
Do you think they wondered why Legacy didn't ban it out themselves? Like, do you think maybe they were a little bit worried that they left it in?
Yeah, because I feel like all the numbers would have pointed to, in terms of win rate, pick rates, ban rates. I don't know why Legacy left Train in the pool, and I feel like that sort of surprised FURIA that was even there. And frankly, I don't even think they created a game plan for it because they just never thought they were going to play Train today.
Yeah, a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, definitely. I'm on the same boat with you in this one, Maui. I mean, I think FURIA has been looking great on Train. The first time I got to watch it was very impressive because, I mean, Train, looking at specifically on Nuke, where you need to have a lot more communication, I feel like Train could be a better fit for them, specifically with what they have shown in the past. So, yeah, a questionable one, but yeah, didn't really pay off.
Well, one thing is for certain, the battle will be ending here on Mirage between FURIA and Legacy.
The battle ends here, and I thought it would be finished on Nuke, but hey, Legacy, off of the back of an awesome showing out of Nissim, show us that they've got a little more in store for us. The fact that they lose their map pick, rebound now, I feel like this just opens the door for an actual upset from the Legacy squad. You've got a very confident close as well. You know, you didn't just squeeze out a victory over on Nuke. This is a Legacy that looked fired up, that looked very, very much believing in itself, and off of the back of this man, Nissim, going above and beyond to try to take it to Mirage.
They're also willing to just like set him up because it was his day. Like he was having such a good start to the map. He wasn't great on Inferno at all. And so they said, here, take this AK. And that was all they needed to get back into the half. they did such a good job of building off of every little bit that they could have on that T side to go from an eco to a full rifle to just a win streak. And I believed until FURIA hit map point they were going to come back into that game, but Legacy never let off that gas pedal at all.
I heard 1 bullet come out of that USP. 2 bullets for the next kill. That's 3 USP shots and a double for your Kindar. Okay, here he goes again. He got 4 kills in the pistol back on Inferno. He's gonna get cut short of that one, and he is the only casualty this time around, but that is what FURIA are looking for. A confident-looking fisticuffs that goes down in mid and just ends up being a FURIA CT pistol win.
And this can be a quick first half because you've got Legacy playing on T side. You have a very active FURIA CT. They're going to be ready for some of the fast rounds. There'll be a lot of mirrors to Inferno, I think, here as we get this going. But with no bomb plan means no buy. Legacy have nothing to work with, not a single flash. Just the Nissim Deagle to see if he's still on point from Nuke.
Gonna try to pop that bomb out, plant on default, means Molodoy, who decided to go USP only this round, may have to stop the plant attempt. And so far, so good. He's got support on scene. There's the Nissim Deag, a little late to the party. Ends up being a double USP kill from Molodoy as he looks to save money for the op. And luckily for him and FURIA, it doesn't come back to haunt them.
Oh, it's something people do. It's not an ego thing, it's just a money thing, but it can be a risk for sure. But since they didn't get a plant, it's like, what have you really got to be worried about? You're not going to see AKs.
I always just think, get the P250. Because look at his money here. That was 2 USP kills, right? But even without those, USP kills, the reward is you get the P250 for that round. He still has full nades and an op. Just get the P250.
You have P250 is good. Yeah, it's good versus armor or whatever.
Just
but like,
just in case you end up in that awkward 1vx.
If you can't pick up a gun in a 1vx,
yeah, just get the P250.
If all your teammates bot, I don't know.
Get the P250.
Maybe don't bait people when you've only got a USP.
Either way, it comes with an op. And the op...
I mean, I'm personally a huge proponent of one person not buying almost every T round. No one wants to try it. It's too risky. But if... Imagine you save $5 grand every single round that you were buying off of a loss.
That's why Sanji existed.
Yeah, except, yeah, you'd be the bank account. And it's just like, more T buys, you're not going to really show me many situations where 5 T rifles are needed at once. For CT, it's a little different. You got to spread the map and guess. I think it's unexplored.
Maybe especially in this newer meta where we're, anticipating teams coming in with all the grenades, etc., and the stronger buys.
Yeah, like a Tech 9 full nades is not really that bad if all your teammates have guns.
On Govindasamy looking to get experimental. Legacy looking to get the ball rolling into A, but it is just DoomOut because over towards B, they've got the opening off Lotto. He's finding that site free for the taking while DoomOut tries to sell you snake oil on the opposite side of the map. The bomb is in the middle of the 3 remaining Legacy players. It will get itself to be uncontested. The question is, how does Molodoy choose to rotate in? Because if he has wind of this deep position that could have been, he's scared about market. But no greedy move here from Lotto. He just hangs on to bench.
Happy to have the site, to be honest. They are favored now with this control. Molodoy having an op doesn't help.
And a slow burn from K-Serrato to join up through middle. And that slow burn from K-Serrato is the guy with the kit, so he's gonna have to partake in this. They get given a lot of respect. Chance to at least take a look out the window, but time goes by too quickly. Great move by Lotto to keep options open. Great move by DoomOut to really have FURIA distracted in their entirety. And lo and behold, round 3 is the first for Legacy.
That's really nice.
Okay, okay. I don't think that got anywhere close to them.
Didn't hit anything. It just blew up at the same time as the bomb, so we thought it, That thing just went straight up in the air.
It did nothing, right? Chucks it at Rapunzel. And we move on. Easy rebuy, of course, for FURIA with only 2 casualties last round.
Oh, See ya, you kinder. Nice shot, Lotto. Hey. Uh-oh, that's gonna sting. 1 ticket damage left here from Oladoy. Don't want to ruin his perfect start. T's gonna get organized quickly for the B site hit. Half the site already dead.
Queserado's already starting to depart.
It's not the most aggressive line for the op, too. So if he takes a shot, he's not going to be able to fall back that easily.
Especially with a miss. Goes all the way into market. That's a save.
Yeah, it's just nothing to really go off of after that. Just a straight up miss. Early exec. Love that about Legacy. They don't overthink things. Oh, that would have been a nice find as well.
Damn, they could actually get away with 4. Nissim in the ladder room, player to peek behind him. But now the save is truly on. There's really only one thing to put in the replays for this round, but I think it's going to be sick. Lotto wasted no time popping Yakinder's noggin.
Nap time.
Hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. So it's 1 kill per team as Legacy convert round 3 into the 4th, and we're tied up 2 rounds each.
I think if you... Hey, let's see if it hit anything. No, just woo.
No, just going to the moon.
All the way to the damn clouds with that one.
And Yakinder sliced in half with the top mid's peak. Ooh, man, this is a lot of early B-leans coming out of Legacy's start to Mirage.
I love it. They just show how easy it is to win rounds.
Fallen may wind up having his hands full. That was good intuition. Doom out, just getting back. He gets way more bang for his buck on his grenade.
Boom, boom, boom.
He does more damage with his 1 than the 3 that FURIA throw down on him. FURIA dumps a belt of util there for Queserado to scoop up. Is that because Fallen's going on a force?
It's quite a push. There's no flashback. Oh, my goodness. So clean out of Fallen, and a dink on Nissim as well.
Queserado knows they're coming. His frag grenade almost pushing Nissim over the edge. Lux ends up getting that from bottom middle. Good bench peek. Connector player gets him back, and then that's instantly Legacy to peel away. They are not going all in on that follow through.
They committed to actually going back so quickly
Stomping.
That... Yeah. Yuri... This is a bait. They drew Yuri forward just so they could get out underpass. They actually did that.
No way. Yuri stays there hunting as if the player's still close to the door.
They actually did that. They have Yuri chasing Nissim over towards B because of a sound bait and the bomb's planted, and now they're just saving. That's awesome.
Owned.
This could be like when Liquid played against FURIA, and FURIA were so hyped up because they won the first map.
Yep.
And then they ended up losing the next 2.
I was thinking about that between maps. Only to ultimately lose it.
When they looked like they were in full control to start.
Let's
look at this round again, because what a play, right? A B site goes kind of wrong, and then they don't even know Yuri's at the top of mid. They just assume he goes there because he got his kill at the bottom of connector. They were right about it. They fed right into his fears. That was just such a good play. And the only reason it works is because Legacy committed to that bait while they were walking underpass. They decided to leave B right away. It's the conviction that was convincing.
No longer signing up for these early fights. Yekindar playing the stairs instead. And so slowly it feels like Legacy have earned a lot more space at the start of these rounds by virtue of winning 3 in a row. And still, this lean into the B site at the gate, but bomb will still float back and forth. Legacy trying to remain fresh. You'd understand if FURIA wanted to get a little stack going towards the B half of the map, but right now Molodoy sees that utility coming through. His counterpart challenging on the smoke. Insane peek to go for.
That was so insane.
Doesn't get punished immediately. Fallen hears the approach. He holds the line for 1. Spots bomb and the second position from Quesarado. I'm so surprised that those 2 players full commit to B with no further support though.
Yeah.
Nobody else could have helped you at all.
No, that was crazy. More crazy stuff happening here with Legacy. They just made this sort of unwinnable position, and they required the entries from those kills, or they required that their fake was so nice that there was only one person in B, but that wasn't true. Maybe a little bit too much risk for
getting a little too high on their supply after the last round went so well.
We could look like a genius every round, is what they said.
A couple layers too deep, maybe.
An op going so far out in a site that he's, what was he opping? Ninja? Default? I don't even know.
He took a shot at like bricks.
Yeah, like that was a flex to be able to pull that shot off and leave.
But it's how hard this commitment comes through. Like
so hard.
Just really didn't expect Quesarado to be so deep in sight, I suppose. Thought maybe it would be cat support instead, but
yeah, if there was any chance there was a second player in sight, however, like how is that bomb gonna get planted? They would have had to sit van for like 40 seconds with all their teammates on the other side of the map. So half-baked plan here for Legacy. Can't say they don't get creative.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yep. I remember my 4th grade homeroom teacher saying, "You don't have messy handwriting, you're just creative."
Oh, how kind. Molly for the sandwich player. Molodoy trying to bail out. MP7 on the chase. Molodoy is going to connect a double kill. And he's looking for more as he pops it open. Could push his teammate through. Triple now for Molodoy.
Bent that bullet.
You know, we were talking about his hot start, 5-0. 1 death still all he's had to handle. Bomb does get planted in the process of all of this, but Dumau turns his back to Quesarado, and Molodoy goes 3 kills deep into this, 9-1 now. You come towards this A site, you will pay the price. FURIA back to the lead off the Kazakh op.
He really threaded the needle on that Palace kill. That was sweet. Oh, that was even nicer though, let's be honest. Dude. That was a team kill waiting to happen. Nicely done, Molodoy. Back at it.
Here's that hero AK coming out of Legacy again. All right, Nissim. All right.
He's getting beat.
Flies through the fire inside of ramp, and that's why. Gets the Deg on Yekindar. How many other players does that shuffle over? Mid players look to be just holding their own.
This is like their whole game plan is like mess with them on A site, split B or fake.
And Lotto has been afforded a chance to slide through the B side a couple times. That AK, oh, Molodoy done for.
Not bad.
But a close connector position here from Yuri. And you've at least cooled that off for a second. AK changes hands, and Dumau does still have Kevlar to go with this. Not everybody did. He does. And that means he could still be a threat. The A player pushing beyond, over towards the ramp in this Yuri play. But again, there's just a disjointedness between the rest of Legacy. Like, this is another one of these individual moves here where Luck's carrying a bomb forward. Ta-da! Yuri's got him dead to rights now. Good for him to get off of that site. It's Yuri versus an AK next, and he just missed the timing on that one. There's also this weird duel going down on B. Hard to keep track of both, and they end up fighting at the same time. But the more critical kill comes in through Legacy's favor, except for the fact that Fallen on an op is already posted for the ramp play. Good on them to leave KSCERATO towards B. Can't compromise the back end of the A sites, and FURIA win another.
Yeah, it was that point in the round where even if Yuri dies, Fallen's close enough to get in any spot he wants, whether he wants to get like nice and deep on the site or play from ticket like he did. Kind of have that round is finished. So nice kill from Yuri in this position. Nice round from FURIA overall. It's a game where actually we're 9 rounds in. KSCERATO has yet to die.
Oh wow. Just doing his thing. More often than not supporting Fallen. Right now perched outside of mid. Sitting up top and ready to deal with underpass if anybody's allowed to exit. Yukindar's got other ideas, and he's up to 7 kills now off that double.
They just got mopped up, man. It's a bye on this round too.
3 standing and 3 sprinting in a second from the ramp to try to desperately cross over. While the utility peppers the site, but Molodoy happy to continue these challenges, and you are now giving him a chance to thrive. His op is feeling immovable. No missed shots, not to mention second sniper in the hands of Fallen. And so Legacy just feel like they have been stomped on here in round 9 because they have. Flanked already by Yukindar. The underpass peak for the first double. Molodoy feeling omnipresent. Misses a couple chances to shut down Sadzin. Will 5 FURIA players stand tall? Yes, sir. Everybody survives. The money's flowing. The rounds now double that of Legacy, and it looks like Mirage could be still out of Legacy's wheelhouse.
And they are trying some atypical stuff. Like, we see how fast this underpass play comes up, and it just gets fully countered. You know, part of the reason that you don't do this that often is just like no one's supporting the push. It's impossible for you to have an edge if the CTs want to throw nades and peek like that just to be comfortable. So we have Legacy trying to cheat the timing, and I respect it because they are actually quite good at doing that. But now, again, it feels more like Inferno where FURIA are just ready for it.
Oi. Kindar doesn't see the second player get up in there with Tech9, so that's a challenge on stairs at least. Now he'll confirm it.
Let him go, though.
Legacy running rampant. The first one goes towards jungle, but there is still Nissim's Deagle on the stairs. Ooh, and you get caught with an empty gun. Peeking into the op, though, is going to be the fault of Nissim. And again, this double op setup, even though Fallen's not getting as many kills as Molodoy, he just keeps sprinkling them in here and there. Enough so to really take the wind out of the sails of what's not meant to be much of a round from Legacy. Scoop up an M4. See what you can find. FURIA suddenly goes silent. It's going to be all about covering Lotto. Can't afford to reload the M4 just yet. So it's a Tech9 to try to give cover. And it works. Nicely done here. That's just enough from Sadzin. But he doesn't get a chance to peel away because, again, Fallen's been right there to deal with it in both cases. He's traded out Yuri and Yukindar. And Lotto, awkward position to try to finish off the clutch. Knows the ops at least coming up from Connector. Shaves off Molodoy swiftly. KSCERATO to take the place of Molodoy. Smoke goes deep into the site. And that's going to give KSCERATO no angle to try to cover Tetris. He's got to do his own smoke on top of the bomb.
Wow.
Perfect shots coming through from Fallen. 3 kills on the round.
Not bad.
And now given a chance to shine in this series.
He can opt too, by the way. Don't sleep on this man. That's very... I feel like it's got to be him clearing a ramp and then looks up. I don't know if he takes the damage, reacts after he unpeaks, or if he just... Oh yeah, just hit the flick. That's what I'm saying. That's nice. Needed every little bit of health for that. Could have been very easily a round 1 there for Legacy, and maybe one of the main chances they'd have of scooping up this Mirage match. Very brave of FURIA to not play anyone inside of B, but it looks like it'll work. Oh.
And dude, easy pickups now. It starts to feel like they're losing control of the game entirely.
Yeah, they're getting smoked.
FURIA are just getting more and more confident, more rambunctious. K-Serato's still yet to die. Fallen, super passive angle because we've constantly had these Lotto walkouts through the B site.
Yeah.
Makes total sense that this ends up being caught by a super passive angle, and that is just further evidence FURIA are reading you like a book.
They do have a lot of individual autonomy, but now it's their individual habits that are getting punished. FURIA, now they're in tune with that. I mean, again, 2 out of the 3 maps, that's where they've looked much stronger. And Sadzen,
he's got a chance.
He can go for a plant at the very least.
It's been a while since we saw the 1v5.
He has a smoke to work with. They're a little too far away to actually stop this, no matter how much time he takes. So it's his sandbox. Sadzen, have at it.
Done.
Okay. Yeah.
He'll get away with the bomb plant for the final round of the half, but that is another bit of op impact. And this double op now, 3 rounds in a row. Haven't lost a round since they've pulled it out of the hat. Not only that, but it's had a ton of impact from Molodoy's ticket holds to Fallen just roaming, whether that's pushing off Cat or now in this case, holding back these B-lurks. No solution coming out of Legacy yet. And also, oddly, no timeouts.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely none.
You'd think when you feel this red, that's time to take them.
Yeah, it kind of does raise the question as like to what those timeouts are going to be used for. If a team keeps having ideas, it's sort of like, what are you going to use it for? If your ideas are just flat out wrong, well then, yeah, you've got an issue. But if they want to keep playing fast, I'm not going to tell them no. Also, I just love a team that leans B every round.
Gonna try it one final time in the last attempt of the half.
3 CTs here.
Full exec down, falling back to the AK, so letting the double op go. And letting a space be taken. K-Serato, good kill to Dumao, but he does lose Fallen in the process. And Molodoy not stopping the players to get closer to the bench.
That's crazy.
Perfect distraction, slides Lux into the play, and Lux finds another one. So they remain stubborn, constantly pressuring this B site, whether it's under secrecy or now a full-blown attack. What goes down in apartments, oddly? Looks like Yakindar. Sorry, I thought Nissim had, for whatever reason, was on the underpass stairs. They're aware of exactly what's coming. It's a matter of making it happen with the time. Bomb at the halfway point.
Didn't see that.
Hello.
Don't matter.
Lux gets busted up. Lotto instant trade frag, and Yakindar a little late to the party. Nobody else home for him to rock and roll with. That is an 8-4 CT side for FURIA, but that last round is an answer and a pistol in the final half of this best of 3 up next. Well, they were stubborn. That much is for certain. Legacy finally breaking down the door of that B site could maybe give you hope that they'll swap over and take control of this game, but it is a confident 8 rounds out of Furia. The fact that both those ops were online, and we're tapping back into some of that star potential that dominated the game on Inferno. Molodoy looked like an animal when it came to holding back Ticket and just denying any A play.
He was. I think he was just such a missing factor back on Nuke as well. I mean, there was more things that went wrong, but yeah, as you can see, his presence is very welcome. Impact is there. The round swing will be there here for Molodoy. 8-4 and maybe an optional pistol. We'll see what happens.
We get some movement off Catwalk to try to take something out mid. We'll see if that does let them scramble into A quick.
And Lotto very committed here. He's got to take his peeks, but now that he's spotted,
Oh boy, they're everywhere. All over that bomb site. Vertically, horizontally, they were just everywhere. And so tough stuff for Lotto to have to deal with, on top of already having a rough go of this map. It's going to be 3 players to CT, but as they go for that rotate, they're met by a smoke.
Yeah, that's crazy. They're going to have to shoot their way through this.
Yuri's going to play on the other side of it, up close and personal. Bullets just whizzing by his head. They are not wrong about this. Ooh, but now suddenly he's behind them, and he comes out of there with a 2K. Dumau never gets a chance to pull on anything, and that is a Furia pistol in the back.
Tough stuff. I mean, great pistol. When you commit a guy into the site like that, a triple, like they have to come up with a kill and maybe even 2 in this spot. But if you don't, like, that's normally you want to have your 1 CT playing back in CT spawn, because if they don't die, at least they can still be useful. Like, they wouldn't have had to go through the smoke if he was alive back there in CT waiting. It would have been a hard guy to chase down as well. So, high risk playstyle.
Just feeling very bad.
But you're so good, even the fever can take it, can keep you down.
No.
Oh, someone is sick.
I think that Molodoy
is feeling very bad.
Very bad. Hey, buddy.
Can't keep the kills down.
Still fragging like a monster, so have at it. There's a lot of sickness going around the Counter-Strike world at the moment.
Yeah.
We almost had to bury Harry Russell.
He's good, right?
Yeah, he's doing fine.
Okay.
He bounces back, that guy. He's got a pep in his step. Unstoppable, that. Those 2, actually. Thing
Argo.
1. Thing 1 and Thing 2. Twiddle-dee and Twiddle-doo.
And if you do stop him, there's always Pimp.
Always looking for another chance to cast, that guy. He's caught the bug. Thinks that now because he's an Iron Man, he can do anything.
Yeah, well, he'll have to do interviews if he wants to do the Iron Man of broadcast work.
Fallen. He got a pistol up close. Oh, he gets it. Looks last second up to Lux, but 5-7 between the eyes. Still the ump, still the scout. The 5-7s on the field are connecting their targets. That's 2 kills to the 5-7s. This is what Legacy we're looking for. Some kind of way to kickstart a CT side.
Oh.
And so the force buy coming together. Great grenade damage, sure. Furia wanted to take that A site, but they just kind of tiptoed their way ever closer. They didn't have that conviction, that big oomph that could have followed through. Legacy about to make things interesting late in this series.
They are pistol beasts. I think luckily for Furia, I mean, the 1 AK... Oh, there's an AK that gets picked up. I mean, there's good upgrades here, but they could have been even better, so at least there wasn't an overinvestment.
How the pendulum swings. Queserado AK saved from the last round. The fact he still only has 1 death, I mean, he just does not go down.
That's crazy.
1 death in 14 rounds of play.
Yeah, that's insane. How are you just 7-1 halfway through the game?
It's like he disconnected for an entire half and just got back.
Yeah. And then had a great second half.
Oh.
That'll work. That will work. 8-1 now for Quesarado, keeping it clean. No damage.
That nade was limp. That didn't get anywhere close enough.
K can't go into window to get this gun back, though, so it is still Quesarado as the sole rifle.
Yeah, but look at this. Nissim, Ump versus 4 players. You feed... Let's say he takes down the first 2 Tech 9s.
This preset angle is crazy, too.
AK into Desert Eagle to trade right after. I mean, this is going to have to be something huge from Nissim.
Fallen is about to.
Fallen's about to run into the Cat player. But it's really going to be Nissim. And as he holds back down to the van, he'll get the 1. We were hoping for 2, but luckily DuMOUZ comes up with an extra. And so it's Yakindar Quesarado to go.
Let's see if this is going to be Quesarado's second death.
Bomb not planted for Catwalk, so Quesarado extending outwards. Gets good damage on Lotto. That's going to slow him down. And Yakindar retrieving the ump from Nissim. Oh, Quesarado's doing this.
It's too nice right now.
Then the Tech 9 taps through. Oh, Quesarado ends.
10.
He doesn't die as he pulls a triple out of nowhere, chilling like a JDM.
1. A single death, and it is not him saving. It's not him being inactive. No, it is him opening and closing things.
Quesarado not going to let this loss come through. 10-1, 15 rounds of play, 10-1. And Legacy are hoping this force buy somehow keeps things together, but that's a Mag 7 towards underpass. How in the hell is that gun ever gonna fall back if it doesn't have any smoke for cover? I mean, DuMOUZ is locked into this position for eternity.
Yeah, he's gonna be tying his shoes for an hour here, trying to pass the time. So I don't think he's gonna be able to peek in a mid, only to maybe help out fighting Connector.
Very conscious of his footwork. The thing is, if he were to kill anybody, it's supposed to be Quesarado.
And he's not dying today.
And if you have only 2 deaths in a game, it shouldn't be to something like this.
No.
Looks like Fallen might be the victim if there is one.
What was his 1 death? Do you remember?
What was his 1 death?
I just looked and didn't see it. All right, here's the second death coming. DuMOUZ, Mag 7, from behind. No, Quesarado's in the sight. This is his snacks moment. He's gonna split this up. Owned. Now they're just terrified.
The bomb's got an escort, but now there's a smoke at 20 seconds. Oh boy, what do we have here? We've got Fallen coming back to clear it. It's okay.
Good for him. But, oh, 15. They gotta run this. Oh, they could have cut this off. They could have tried, man.
They'll let it happen instead. It's looking all good. Go ahead and take that M4, try to save it. Run for the hills. This is FURIA collecting round after round off of the back of a nice meticulous walk towards B.
I mean, it's been a messy game too, and Quesarado sitting here on this pristine scoreline. Found his way into B, no targets to fight this round. Two-gun save will be fine, but Legacy at this point starting to get hot around the collar. This was nice from Yakinder, peeking the left side, seeing a rifle inside the window, supporting Flash, knowing that they had to be pushing up.
In round 12, Quesarado died to Lux's AK headshot. He died once in the last round of the first half.
Oh, okay. Last round of the first half. Right, that B-site take.
Mm-hmm.
The one time they got into
the
B.
most convincing round, yeah. The most convincing round that Legacy have had in this third map. So trying to hang on for dear life versus a recovering FURIA from Nuke. Hello, that's your second death. A pistol for Nissim. Into the AK, it's enough to at least serve up a distraction. Lux getting into the action with the M4. We've already got a USP challenging through market, but Yakindar deals with that quickly. And unfortunately, there's another USP out here, but he gets found by Fallen. So these meager double M4 rounds aren't getting anything going, and that's going to be FURIA sitting pretty on a 12th. There's armor here for Lotto, no kit. Bomb has been planted. Gets spotted. A little late to the trigger, so he gives a chance for Yakindar because he thought maybe he hadn't been seen.
Oh, but Fallen's got...
Yeah, they double up on the same angle, so this is Lotto peeking into 2 and going down. Perfect simultaneous damage coming out of what's left of FURIA. They'll give themselves 7 map and match points.
Don't know how they're going to let this one go, to be honest. Legacy look a little outclassed from that first half. Just every setup, every lurk. I think you brought it up, like the way that they were trying to individually sneak out of areas. FURIA caught them off guard every single time, so it's just not a surprise, not the surprise that they were back on Nuke. And I think a few things had to go right for Nuke to be as one-sided as it was. So I think FURIA can still be very proud of this win and how it went down.
Another one. Molodoy again, huh? It's good for him to kind of piece it all together. 18 and 9 on the first map. 16 and 7 here. Yakindar splitting up through connector, and that opens the floodgates. 4 players running out through that ramp. FURIA may have gotten boxed up by Legacy on Nuke, a map that the analysts didn't quite expect in this series. Certainly not FURIA going in for the pick. Legacy stepped up to the test. Good on them for that, showing a bit of depth. But on the other 2, unfortunately, it is looking like FURIA cut from a different cloth. Individually, across the board, FURIA's players came to play 4 strong showings, barring Fallen on Inferno, to kick off this series. And Dumao, this is his most desperate attempt to perform in the 3 maps. He'll get close to the bomb site. Now he's on top of that bomb. It's a Hail Mary defuse, and he's never even gonna touch that bomb. Good on FURIA to recover from Nuke. Good on FURIA to bank off of the Molodoy op dominance. The double op setup through that CT side set a tone. Sorry, Legacy, not today.
A dominant way for FURIA to be closing this one out with a commanding performance on Mirage. And I think we have to give one man a little bit of extra credit in this one. Quesarado was back in a bad way, Maui.
Jesus. What kind of scoreline is that? Like what? Like on what the hell? 10 and 2? it's like when was he playing the whole time? Wait, I don't even know how that's possible. That one round that he had though on the T side, where he gets the pick from the boost right by underpass to close it out, also killing the guy in window with the 1 bullet. Oh my god! Like that's what he's made for. He's made for moments like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like his route has always, in my books, been probably the best player in FURIA. Now he's sharing a little bit with alongside of Molotov, but it's just great to see him play at this level again.
I know I always ask you about your top 20 list. I just can't get enough of it, Maui. But is Quesarado's in there? Quesarado in there?
Technically, I didn't have him. I didn't think FURIA were playing enough good Counter-Strike at the beginning of the year.
That's fair.
He was great as an individual the whole time. In fact, I actually put him in the honorable mentions of like 21 through 25. Like he's right there, and I think he's going to make it in by the end of the year.
Yeah, that's
the
an
honorable
fair
mentions,
assessment.
Man.
Should we, I mean, maybe look at this from the lens of Legacy? Because you kind of warned me, Dupree, that maybe, you know, despite a good showing on that second map of Nuke, Mirage, it isn't always their most comfortable ground, and it really shone through today.
Yeah, I did. I think FURIA just had like the longest draw in the majority of battles they had. Like they had everything just figured out. They couldn't really seem to get a footing inside the game. They couldn't get the aggressiveness going. They couldn't string rounds back to back together. Like it just felt like every time they went for a play, FURIA was set for it, and they had really good reactions to it every single time. So I mean, Legacy is still at this stage where they maybe haven't improved as much since the major, and they still need to look forward to try and find out what they can work on, because I mean they can still make games competitive, but they also seem to fumble some of the rounds where they should be winning.
They were some really well orchestrated rounds from them on that first T side, the way that they faked out with fake running away from B apps, for example, then coming out of underpass. But then it almost felt like they got a little too high on their own supply as they tried having these really complicated layered rounds. I like to see a team that has a style, sticks to it no matter what, but also sometimes simplicity makes things a lot simpler, or, well, that's kind of obvious, isn't it? I mean, simplicity is sometimes a great tool to employ also.
That's one for the history book.
Yeah.
That's gonna be on your gravestone.
Don't quote me on that one, you know?
Either way, FURIA do progress into the upper bracket. Just one more win separates them from potentially qualifying to London. We do have Fallen on the line for a few winning words. First of all, congratulations on the first win here. Tell me a little bit about that Inferno, map 1, because that T side looked pretty much flawless from you guys.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it was a great series. I think we played a very good CS. There was only some tough moments. I think on Nuke we fumbled one important round on the CT side, but other than that, I think the team played great. We had a good chemistry. We're communicating well. And talking about Inferno, yeah, I think we had some good ideas on what to run, and we're playing with calm and collective, and we're just getting the kills that we needed. So it was a very good game.
Great series today, Fallen. I'm curious, though, what do you think got away from you the most there on Nuke? Obviously, there was the one round where they had the light buy, and they were able to get down towards that lower bomb site. But I'm sure that there's other moments you could probably pick on when you lose 13-6.
Yeah, I think on the very beginning of the match, we were hesitating a little bit to go for some kills. Starting from pistol, starting from second round, like trades that should have happened. And they got a huge lead on the beginning of Nuke. And I think after one of the rounds I won with Castrato, I had a good idea on how to bring some rounds back. We were able to make 4. And it was possible to come back on CT, but we just could not fumble anymore like we have done on the T side. So as soon as we lost that eco, basically 1 AK eco block round, it was very difficult for us to come back into the match. So props to them as well, they played well. But I think we fumbled too many important rounds on Nuke, and we're hesitating a little bit on that map.
Looking back at the video, we discussed a little bit about what map you decided to go for and why you wouldn't actually go for Train, and why we didn't have Train in the map pool. Could you shed some light on why you decided to not have that one?
No, we can play many maps, and we could have picked anything. And Train has been a very strong map for us on the very beginning of the team, when we beat Spirit on Astana, and then we have some other very convincing wins. But it's a map that has been developing some meta changes recently because of the boxes that they added on the map, because of some of the team ideas that have been changing. And we're comfortable in playing Train, but you have to start T-side Train, and sometimes it can be tricky. And we prefer to go for Nuke because we're going to start T-side and we felt comfortable running some strategies that we didn't. But because we had such a bad start on Nuke, I mean, if it's supposed to have that start, then I would go another map. But you never know before you pick, right? So
that makes sense.
You cannot really judge it, because before you never know where it's going to go. But we could have picked any map, and we're pretty comfortable playing Nuke, and I felt like it was a good pick. We just didn't do what we had to do.
Just because we have you also, and you faced off against Legacy in the server today. I mean, Legacy really stole the show through the first couple stages of the Austin Major. I mean, what's your take on them right now and their development, and even just some of the individuals on that team?
Yeah, I think the fact that Lux came into the team, they bring a lot of structure. I had the chance to have Lux standing in for Imperial a couple of years ago. And he just came for a fast boot camp playing one tournament with us. And I knew that he was very organized. Like I could see him working. He had spreadsheets. He was working on everything, writing down stuff that he was learning or that he wanted to do in game. Very open to feedback. So I knew that he would be a strong player. And the fact that he's leading the boys now, I think it's a good sign. He has been improving them a lot. We have seen them doing great games. Just recently, they lost to Vitality. I think it was another close game. So, those guys are no easy task. They have been playing well. I think Sadzin has been playing well with the AWP too. I think today we kind of countered him a little bit. But overall in series, I like the style he brings. And he's a very aggressive AWPer, and he likes to go for his plays. And the fact that we see Lato and Dumal playing well as well is great. They have been two of the most promising talents after Castrato and Yuri, I would say, after the years that they appeared. And this thing is doing his good job since he was playing on Pen Game. I think he's a very solid player. So yeah, I think they have everything to keep grinding, and I think they're going to give a lot of happiness for the Brazilians a lot more times.
Well, you could make the fans very happy, Fallen. If you do win your next game, guaranteed to be going through to the playoffs in London. That next game is going to be versus Spirit, though. How do you feel about them at the moment? Do you think they are #1 ranked, as the VRS suggests? Well,
Spirit's always a very difficult rock to go through. Donkey's always going to be performing. They're very smart on their game. Shiro's always playing super good. It's going to be a very cool game. I like the fact that we're going to play then because we can test ourselves. It's going to be a hell of a match, and I think we can beat them. We just got to play our best as we can.
I love to hear that confidence, Fallen. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on this first win here at the Blast Open.
Appreciate it.
I am very excited to see that head-to-head go down. Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got to be feeling, you've got to be brewing some confidence, rather, if you know you're going up versus Spirit. What do you put the kind of odds of FURIA actually making a dent in Spirit in that game, though?
The thing that you have to do first when you face off against Spirit is you have to have the talent to simply face mono-e-mono with Donk. And to FURIA's credit, I think they have some of it. I don't know if everybody can do that in the server against Donk every single round, but with how K-Serrano and Molidoy have been playing for the last 6-ish or so months, I feel like they could definitely put a dent in him. They could slow Spirit down, make them have to actually play out rounds a little bit longer than what we saw, for example, FlyQuest failed to do today. Yeah, and Fallen said himself, like, if they need to have any sort of chance to beat Spirit, they need to play their best Counter-Strike and probably even beyond that. So they do find themselves against a very strong opponent. Spirit has been looking super good, but I think that there is a case that they can push him. It is, after all, it's an online game. I think everything can happen. It's a game that I would still say favors the likes of Spirit, but I wouldn't say that FURIA is still at a stage where they have been looking better than they've ever done. Well, should we recap some of the other action that did indeed go down today? Because earlier on this morning, MOUZ, another Brazilian lineup, didn't fare so well versus a certain MOUZ, did they? No. Well, they got a map. Okay, yeah. Imperial actually impressed slightly. They actually gave MOUZ a little bit of a scare. That first map was dominant, actually. We saw a Cello, Skulls, Resurgence, what they built together on Overpass, and it seems to be a trend that these sort of tier 1.5 teams are pulling all the stops, showing a lot of what's available there on Overpass, but MOUZ definitely course corrected. And moving on to the second game of our day, we did have G2 versus Liquid. And for me, the question mark that is Team Liquid just becomes bigger and bigger. The struggle seems to continue to haunt them. They don't seem to be able to find their groove. On the other side of the bracket, we do see the likes of G2, a very new team, specifically Hunter, coming in with the in-game leading. And I think he's done a tremendous job doing that. The end of that one was quite disastrous for Liquid, but in the third game of the day, we had Spirit and FlyQuest, and scores almost mirroring each other on both maps. I mean, this was just the Donk domination that continues to be nightmare fuel for practically any team that isn't also elite.
We can check in with how that leaves the Group B standings as we do move into that upper bracket and the lower bracket as well. So some qualification and elimination on the line, of course, as we just talked about. Spirit versus FURIA is one of those upper bracket games. MOUZ versus G2. I don't know, gentlemen, do you think G2 have a chance of bringing it to MOUZ in their current state?
If there would be a case to beat MOUZ, I think this is it. I've usually been a big MOUZ supporter, but I'm also at a stage now where I'm soon gonna raise a little bit of a yellow flag, because I do think that MOUZ is stagnating and they can see the issue themselves, and it's a firepower issue. It is an issue of consistency, and I do not know how they seem to be fixing that one.
They're stagnating, but they're in a pretty good position to be stuck at for me.
They are, but they're still in a position where they are not actually competing for the trophies as of right now.
That's true. I mean, it was pretty heartbreaking to see what happened to them at the Cologne Grand Finals, but I feel like group stages are just a formality for them. I think that they're going to make pretty quick work of G2.
Well, we do have 4 more best of 3s coming up tomorrow, so let's take a look at the order of play for day number 3. I gave you the question yesterday, MOUZ. So, Dupree, what is your game of the day as we move into tomorrow?
I mean, I need to be looking at the last game, FaZe versus Na'Vi. You know, it's a game that if we go a little bit back in time would be maybe a little bit of an El Clasico as well, if we could say that. Not as of right now, both teams seem to be struggling quite a bit. So I think tomorrow is going to be a battle of who struggles the least. And I think that's going to be a very interesting one. But I'm looking very much forward to this one.
The only game that I would download a demo from FURIA of the first 2 is I'm going to see what happens train between Fnatic and Ecstatic.
Yeah.
That's the one map I'm curious, because both of those teams have a lot of little tricks, and so if I'm going to study anything in that one, that's got to be it.
Well, that is exactly what is going to be going down tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us for day number 2 of the Blast Open. We'll be seeing you same time, same place tomorrow.
If you're coming at me though,